Wait.
Long after she's gone, we will be. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Coming up on Today, celebrating the 40th anniversary of Late Night with none other than David Letterman. The pressure is rising on Russia as the U.S. and our allies talk about, quote, the mother of all sanctions, and Moscow accuses America of whipping up tensions toward war.
It is a whole new experience for Joe Rogan as the COVID controversy escalates Spotify's profile, guidelines, and stock price.
Mike Pence under fire from his former boss as more heated comments about pardons for January 6th insurrectionists emerge from Donald Trump.
No deal. That's the word from a federal judge over a proposed plea agreement between Ahmaud Arbery's killers and the courts.
And a key meeting today may give us a clue as to who the front runner might be for the Supreme Court nomination. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning and welcome to February. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with the push to keep tensions from boiling over at Russia's border with Ukraine. This morning, Secretary of State Antony Blinken will have a call with his counterpart in Russia. They are expected to discuss recent proposals to try and de-escalate the military buildup. NBC's Chapman Bell joins us now from London. Chapman, good morning. Both the U.S. and the U.K. seem to be upping the pressure on Russia.
That's right, Philip. And today, Prime Minister Boris Johnson traveling to Kiev to meet with President Zelensky of Ukraine. Also a show of support of that country. He was meant to talk with President Putin yesterday. That was delayed due to his own political woes here in the UK. Now, this is all happening while the UK joins the US in talks of tough travel bans as well as asset freezes of Russian elite if Russia invades Ukraine. Russia accusing the U.S. of stoking hysteria during a Security Council meeting at the UN yesterday. Here, take a listen.
The discussions about a threat of war is provocative in and of itself. You are almost calling for this. You want it to happen.
Its actions on the border of Ukraine are not responsible. The threats of aggression on the border of Ukraine, yes, on its border, is provocative.
Now, there are ominous signs of an invasion on both sides. Veterans have been training civilians in Ukraine for combat. Also, a senior U.S. defense official says Russia began moving supplies of blood to troops on the front lines, a sign that they are preparing for possible casualties. However, there are still hopes that a diplomatic solution could happen. Philip and Francis.
We share those hopes. Chapman, thank you.
Joe Rogan is facing the music this morning. He finally addressed the growing protests against Spotify, sparked by COVID misinformation from his wildly popular podcast. NBC's Emily Ikeda has the story.
Hello, friends.
Spotify's top podcaster breaking his silence.
I'm not trying to promote misinformation. I'm not trying to be controversial. I've never tried to do anything with this podcast other than just talk to people and have interesting conversations.
As a small but growing revolt of artists scrub their music from the streaming platform. Prince Harry and Meghan also expressing concerns to Spotify, their podcast partner.
But it was an easy decision, sad one to make. But, it's not about Joe or music or this or that. It's about the people trying to save our lives, asking for help and standing with them.
The Hall of Fame guitarist following in the footsteps of Neil Young, who specifically took issue with the Joe Rogan experience.
If you're like 21 years old and you say to me, should I get vaccinated? I go, no. If you're a healthy person and you're exercising all the time and you're young and you're eating well, I don't think you need to worry about this.
Rogan later clarifying he isn't anti-vax. This week, Spotify responding to those calls for change, saying a content advisory will be added to podcasts discussing the virus, directing listeners to a COVID-19 hub, something Rogan offers his full support on.
I think if there's anything that I've done that I could do better is have more experts with differing opinions right after I have the controversial ones.
The 54-year-old notes his podcast has included members of the COVID task force and Dr. Sanjay Gupta, and defends his decision to interview controversial skeptics like Dr. Robert Malone.
They have an opinion that's different from the mainstream narrative. I wanted to hear what their opinion is.
His 10-minute video well received by some, like The Rock, writing perfectly articulated, as the music streamer is fighting to win back subscribers after hashtag delete Spotify went viral.
If I pissed you off, I'm sorry.
Rogan's apology, at least calming investors. Spotify stock prices started rebounding Monday, up 13%, as subscribers wait with bated breath over who could press pause on Spotify next. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
President Biden's search for a Supreme Court nominee kicks into high gear today. He is set to meet with Vice President Harris and the leaders of the Senate Judiciary Committee at the White House this afternoon to consult with them about replacing Justice Breyer. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest. Bree, good morning. It seems like we will know his pick relatively soon.
Good morning, Philip. That's right. Well, President Biden says he plans to announce his pick by the end of this month. What we do know already is that he plans to nominate the first black woman to the Supreme Court. NBC News reports there are 13 potential candidates under consideration, more than the 3 judges who got the initial attention. According to the White House, Mr. Biden is seeking advice about the vacancy from Senate Judiciary Chairman Dick Durbin and Ranking Member Chuck Grassley at today's meeting. He worked extensively with both lawmakers during his time in the Senate. Now, the meeting comes on the heels of new comments from the Senate's top Democratic and Republican leaders about the process.
I am confident that the president will select an outstanding individual to fill Justice Breyer's seat, and we intend to move quickly on our constitutional duty to act on his nominee when announced.
The American people handed President Biden a dead-even Senate, 50-50. I suggest that President Biden bear this in mind as he considers whom to nominate to our highest court.
While Democrats hold only a slim majority in the Senate, Chairman Durbin says he's spoken to several Republican senators open to the idea of considering a Biden nominee for the court. So there's a chance that we could see some bipartisanship in this critical decision. Philip, back to you.
Cooperation would be welcome. All right, Bree, thank you.
A Georgia federal judge has rejected a plea deal for 2 of the 3 men convicted of murdering Ahmaud Arbery. Greg and Travis McMichael have already been sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The plea deal reached with prosecutors would not have reduced these sentences. However, it would have averted a new federal hate crimes trial. It would also have allowed the father and son pair to serve parts of their sentence in a federal rather than state prison, something Arbery's family opposes. But the judge threw out the agreement, and the trial will go ahead next Monday unless a new deal is reached.
A Florida legislative committee is expected to have a hearing on the Stop Woke Act bill today. The measure was introduced by Governor Ron DeSantis back in December, and it takes aim against critical race theory in schools and corporations. It would bar schools from making students feel discomfort, guilt, or anguish based on one's race, color, sex, or national origin. Florida's House Committee passed a similar measure called the Don't Say Gay bill in late January. That limits discussions on gender identity or sexual orientation in schools. It has since been sent to the House Judiciary Committee.
There has been an outpouring of grief after the death of former Miss USA Chesley Christ. The 30-year-old died by suicide on Sunday. Fans are praising her passion for social justice as a lawyer and her work as a TV correspondent and her status as a trailblazer. Morgan Radford reports.
Heartbreak for former Miss USA Chesley Christ after she died by suicide early Sunday morning in Manhattan. Politicians and celebrities expressing their shock and sadness. Acclaimed actor Viola Davis tweeting, "For those that suffer in silence, please know you are not alone." The New York Police Department confirming they are investigating the circumstances of her tragic death. Her family devastated, saying in a statement that the 30-year-old inspired others around the world with her beauty and strength. A working attorney based in North Carolina before her pageant days, Christ was outspoken about social justice and honest about her own experiences with racism.
And the constant microaggressions.
Miss USA!
She then became the 2019 winner of the Miss USA pageant. And for the first time, the reigning Miss USA, Miss Teen USA, and Miss America were all black, inspiring a generation of women.
Her win was such a big win for me personally because she was the first Miss USA. That made me feel as if I could be Miss USA.
Christ went on to become an entertainment reporter.
Is there anything really cool or unique or exciting we can expect in the next season?
The rising star spoke openly about her mental health.
And the most important thing that I did is talk to a counselor.
Sharing tips and describing the hateful messages she received online when she served as Miss USA.
People even messaged me telling me to kill myself.
Last year, in an essay for Allure magazine, Chris said she cringed at the idea of turning 30, writing, "It feels like a cold reminder that I'm running out of time to matter in society's eyes, and it's infuriating." In her final Instagram post, Chris writing, "May this day bring you rest and peace." Morgan Radford, NBC News, New York.
If you or someone dear to you is struggling with depression or suicidal thoughts, we urge you to contact the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. The number is 1-800-273-TALK, and you can also text TALK to 741-741.
Several HBCUs across the nation were on high alert on Monday after they received bomb threats just before the start of Black History Month. At least 6 historically black colleges, including Howard University in Washington, D.C. and Albany State University in Georgia, received bomb threats, which prompted temporary lockdowns and police investigations. This was Howard's second bomb threat this month.
Congratulations are in order for superstar and fashion mogul Rihanna and rapper A$AP Rocky. The couple is expecting their first child together. They went public in a stroll in New York City as Rihanna flaunted her exposed baby bump adorned in jewels. They're both 33 and have largely kept their relationship private until now.
It is already February, and we got some fresh weather alerts for you to kick off your Tuesday. NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb joining us now. Good morning, Janessa.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, another round of winter weather. Unfortunately, we are going to see things really picking up later on tonight. This is for a different section of the country. It's the central U.S., but look how wide these winter weather alerts, they expand. 66 million people currently impacted, and they stretch from New Mexico all the way into interior New York. So the start of your day looking pretty good. This will just be some light rain associated with this cold front from Oklahoma City to St. Louis. Things really start to rev up this afternoon into your evening. Really going to be watching the ice accumulation stretching from Dallas to Cincinnati. That's a look at the big weather store of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Our temperatures this afternoon, not too bad in this section of the country. Upper 60s for Dallas, 68 degrees. A lot of sunshine today for the Northeast, but still very chilly temperatures. Philadelphia, 37. We will have some major impacts with this storm system. We'll talk about that coming up.
Oh, one storm after another. All right, Janessa, thank you. Time for today's quick hits. The glove that Antonio Brown threw into the stands during his MetLife Stadium meltdown hit the auction block. Bidding for the former receiver's glove is underway at Leland's through February 12th. The current bid is just over $1,700.
Tom Brady addressed a whirlwind weekend of retirement rumors on Monday, saying he has not yet made up his mind on walking away from football. The 7-time Super Bowl champ said when the time is right, he'll be ready to decide one way or the other.
And fresh off punching his ticket to the Super Bowl, Bengals head coach Zach Taylor headed out and gave balls to fans at bars in Cincinnati. He's been delivering footballs to bars.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Leading the news this morning, the New York Times is reporting that then President Trump, after the 2020 election, tried to get both Homeland Security and the DOJ to impound voting machines in swing states. The Times cited 3 people familiar with the matter. Both requests were rejected by officials, including then Attorney General William Barr, according to the report. NBC News has not independently confirmed this report, and Mr. Trump has not yet responded to our request for comment. And we've just learned that former Vice President Mike Pence's Chief of Staff, Mark Short, has been deposed by the January 6th committee. Garrett Hake has the full story.
The top Republican on the January 6th committee warning former President Trump's embrace of his supporters convicted of crimes related to the attack sends a dangerous message.
Some of those people have been charged with things like seditious conspiracy. He uses the same language that he knows caused the January 6th violence. And I think that it tells us that he clearly would do this all again if he were given the chance.
The Congresswoman responding to these comments made by the former president Friday night.
If I run and if I win, we will treat those people from January 6th fairly. We will treat them fairly. And if it requires pardons, we will give them pardons.
Now one of Trump's top Capitol Hill allies pushing back too.
I don't want to reinforce that defiling the Capitol was okay. I don't want to do anything that would make this more likely in the future.
As he mulls making another run for the White House, the former president also arguing against a bipartisan effort to update the Electoral Count Act, suggesting Sunday night that with the law as written, Vice President Pence, quote, could have overturned the election. That statement adding pressure to clarify the law soon.
Almost certainly we'll have a bipartisan bill there. Fix what happened, the insurrection, stop that from ever happening again.
A bill the January 6th committee sees as potentially helpful, but not sufficient to counter the former president.
And that just simply can't be who we are as Americans. It can't be who we are as Republicans.
We're learning that former Pence Chief of Staff Mark Short has testified in front of the committee, one of the most senior Trump officials to do so.
And thanks to Garrett Hake for that report.
After the break, relief is on the way for parents of young children. New details on when kids under 5 can get their COVID vaccine.
And we don't talk about Bruno. Has everyone talking? The hit song from Encanto makes history on the Billboard charts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A magical leap to the top of the Billboard Hot 100 for We Don't Talk About Bruno. The chart topper from Disney's Encanto became the second song from a Disney animated film to claim the top spot in the charts, the first since A Whole New World from Aladdin back in 1993. So what is it about this song? I mean, Disney has had a lot of popular songs in the recent past, but none have hit like this.
It's the catchiness, and they say it's even more catchy than Let It Go, and we all remember how Let It Go just like was stuck in our head. Every time I hear that We Don't Talk About Bruno, I just want to start like, it was our wedding day, just, and the whole rabbit hole of the song, we all know it.
I'm sure a lot of people singing right along with you.
All right, straight ahead, Janessa is tracking our next big winter storm.
And the Starbucks union push showing no signs of grinding to a halt as dozens more stores join the effort.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everyone. We have three big elements to our next storm system. First is rain. It'll be heavy at times across the Tennessee Valley into the Ohio Valley. Cincinnati to Nashville could pick up at least 3 to 4 inches with this next storm system. Really going to be watching the ice accumulation. Very dangerous conditions from Dallas all the way into the greater Cleveland area. We're talking about a half an inch of ice in some areas. Could see some down power lines due to this ice accumulation. On top of that, farther a little bit to the north across Detroit to St. Louis could pick up an additional 12 inches of snow. Guys,
even more of a mess. All right, Jenna, thanks. Top stories are next, including jury selection in the sex assault trial for actor Cuba Gooding Jr.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're following some major court cases. A judge has ruled actor Cuba Gooding Jr. will stand trial for allegedly groping 3 women. Jury selection begins today in the sex abuse case. Gooding has pleaded not guilty to all the charges.
A lawyer for Bill Cosby has asked the Supreme Court not to revive his criminal sex assault case. The actor was freed in June when an appeals court overturned his conviction. He served 3 years in prison.
The sex crime inquiry into former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo has been dropped. The Oswego County District Attorney concluded there was insufficient evidence. Mr. Cuomo consistently denied having touched anyone inappropriately.
In today's top stories, a wake for Officer Wilbert Mora will be held today. He is the second NYPD officer killed during a domestic call in Harlem last month. A funeral will be held Wednesday at New York City's St. Patrick's Cathedral. Officers from around the world are expected to pay their respects. Just a few days ago, a sea of blue was present for Officer Jason Rivera's funeral. He was laid to rest on Friday.
Also in today's top stories, according to Pfizer board member and former FDA chief Dr. Scott Gottlieb, the FDA may be close to submitting Pfizer's COVID vaccine for children ages 6 months to 5 years for FDA approval. He says it's part of a strategy to begin widespread immunity, starting with 2 shots. This could allow children to start their vaccine sooner than if Pfizer waits to submit 3rd dose data. In a statement to NBC News, Pfizer said it has not filed a submission and that it's continuing to collect and analyze data from both 2 and 3 doses.
And as the pandemic drags on, many people say they don't expect coronavirus to go away. According to a new Monmouth University poll, 70% of Americans agree that it's time to accept COVID is here to stay and just move on with their lives. 28% disagree. And when broken down by political parties, 89% of Republicans and 71% of independents agree, while 47% of Democrats agree.
The push to unionize at Starbucks locations continues to brew across the country. Employees at over 50 locations in 19 states have moved toward union elections, including several stores joining the push on Monday. The move comes as Starbucks began contract negotiations with a Buffalo area store that successfully voted to unionize back in December. The store became the first unionized Starbucks in the United States.
The Rosman Gifford Zoo in Syracuse, New York is celebrating a very special milestone. A baby penguin has been the first to be fostered by the zoo's same-sex penguin couple. Elmer and Lima, both Humboldt penguins, took turns incubating their foster hatchling. They welcomed their chick on New Year's Day. The zoo's director called the couple's parenting skills exemplary. Love is love, even at the zoo.
New signs this morning on what could be happening in Ukraine as tensions at the United Nations boil over and signs of Russia's next move may be on the horizon.
A key meeting is planned for today that gives us a clue as to who the frontrunner might be in the Supreme Court nomination.
Incredible scenes of mudslides from heavy rains in Ecuador. Multiple deaths reported as shocking images show the power of these landslides.
It's a whole new experience for Joe Rogan as the COVID controversy escalates. Spotify's profile, guidelines, and stock price.
And are you hooked on Wordle? Hundreds of thousands are, and now the New York Times capitalizes on it. Early today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
Welcome to February. I'm Francis Rivera. Awaiting history on the high court. President Biden's search for a Supreme Court nominee kicks into high gear today. He is set to meet with Vice President Harris and the leaders of the Senate Judiciary Committee at the White House this afternoon to consult with them about replacing Justice Breyer. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest. Bree, good morning. We'll know who he picks in just weeks.
Good morning, Francis. That's right. President Biden says he'll announce his pick by the end of this month. What we know already is that he does plan to nominate the first black female to the Supreme Court. Now, NBC News reports that there are 13 potential candidates under consideration, more than the 3 judges who got the initial attention. According to the White House, Mr. Biden is seeking advice about the vacancy from Senate Judiciary Chairman Dick Durbin and Ranking Member Chuck Grassley at today's meeting. He worked extensively with both lawmakers during his time in the Senate. Now, the meeting comes on the heels of new comments from the Senate's top Democratic and Republican leaders about the process.
I am confident that the president will select an outstanding individual to fill Justice Breyer's seat, and we intend to move quickly on our constitutional duty to act on his nominee when announced.
The American people handed President Biden a dead-even Senate, 50-50. I suggest that President Biden bear this in mind as he considers whom to nominate to our highest court.
While Democrats hold only a slim majority in the Senate, Chairman Durbin says he's spoken to several Republican senators open to the idea of considering a Biden nominee for the court. So, Francis, there's a chance that we could see some bipartisanship in this critical decision. Back to you.
Imagine that in this day and age. All right, Bree, thank you.
An urgent effort continues to keep tensions from boiling over at Russia's border with Ukraine. This morning, Secretary of State Antony Blinken will have a call with his counterpart in Russia. They're expected to discuss recent proposals to try and de-escalate the military buildup there. NBC's Chapman Bell joining us now from London. Chapman, good morning. Both the U.S. and the U.K. seem to be upping the pressure on Russia.
Good morning, Philip. Yeah, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson traveling to Kiev today to meet with President Zelensky in a show of support to Ukraine. He was supposed to speak with Putin on the phone yesterday. That delayed due to political woes here at home as the UK joins the US in talk of tough travel bans and asset freezes against Russian elites close to Putin if Russia invades Ukraine. Meanwhile, it's Russia accusing the US of stoking hysteria at a Security Council meeting at the UN yesterday. Take a listen.
The discussions about a threat of war is provocative in and of itself. You are almost calling for this. You want it to happen.
Its actions on the border of Ukraine are not responsible. The threats of aggression on the border of Ukraine, yes, on its border, is provocative.
Now, there are signs of invasion on both sides of the border. Volunteers in Ukraine receiving training in combat, while a senior U.S. defense official says Russia has been transporting blood supplies to troops at the border, signs that they are preparing themselves for possible casualties as hopes of a diplomatic solution still on the horizon. Philip and Francis.
All right, we hope for a peaceful resolution as well. Chapman, thank you.
Breaking this morning, at least 11 people were killed and 32 others injured after major flooding caused a landslide in Ecuador. The country's National Emergency Management Service says 200 people have been affected and 9 are missing. The area is seeing its highest level of rainfall recorded since 2003. That's according to a press release from the Metropolitan District of Quito. It also stated that impacted families have been placed in 8 shelters throughout the region.
Joe Rogan is facing the music this morning. He finally addressed the growing protests against Spotify, the streaming service that hosts his podcast. The Joe Rogan Experience has been accused of spreading COVID misinformation. Our Jake Ward breaks down the fallout.
Spotify announcing that it will now add a content advisory to all podcasts discussing the coronavirus, coming in the middle of mounting criticism that the streaming giant provided a platform for misinformation. Many recognizable names like icon Joni Mitchell and Bruce Springsteen's guitarist pulled their music from Spotify, joining Neil Young, who last week took his music off Spotify after giving it an ultimatum. Either keep his music or Joe Rogan's podcast. That podcast, which has a massive following, has long sparked controversy for spreading misinformation. And following his episode interviewing Dr. Robert Malone, a virologist who has faced criticism for spreading misinformation around the COVID vaccine, hundreds of doctors and researchers in the medical community called for Spotify to implement a policy around its content.
For people to be going on a podcast of that size, vaccine skeptics, giving airtime to people saying the vaccines are dangerous when in reality they are saving lives in a pandemic is problematic.
Rogan also posted a video defending himself but vowing to make changes.
I think if there's anything that I've done that I could do better is have more experts with differing opinions right after I have the controversial ones. I would most certainly be open to doing that.
And while Spotify is expected to roll out this new content advisory guideline in the coming days, how advertisers respond could be a game changer.
There's no question it can have a significant impact on the bottom line until the smoke clears. Spotify has just posted their new platform rules, which is a good first step for them. But if I'm a brand or an advertiser, the question I'm asking is, what does this mean other than a list of rules? I want to be sure if I'm putting hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands or even more dollars in media behind advertising on this podcast, that Joe Rogan or anyone who is a voice on Spotify will be taken to task for pushing misinformation. Otherwise, I could be seen as supporting it.
Our thanks to Jake Ward for that report.
The Partygate scandal growing bigger for Boris Johnson. In the UK, there are growing calls for the British Prime Minister to resign. A report on the parties held at 10 Downing Street during COVID restrictions called it a serious failure to uphold the standards expected of government. Johnson has apologized and refuses to quit.
A Georgia federal judge has rejected a plea deal for 2 of the 3 men convicted of murdering Ahmaud Arbery. Greg and Travis McMichael have already been sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The plea deal reached with prosecutors would not have reduced those sentences. However, it would have averted a new federal hate crimes trial. It would have also allowed the father and son pair to serve parts of their sentence in a federal rather than state prison, something Arbery's family opposes. But the judge threw out the agreement, and the trial will go ahead next Monday unless a new deal is reached.
Cleanup is underway after a bridge collapsed over a ravine. It happened in Pittsburgh's Frick Park last Friday, injuring 10 people. A Port Authority bus was left dangling and a human chain was formed to rescue passengers in the vehicle. The bus has since been lifted from the wreckage with a crane. According to officials, most of the park has reopened, although some areas remain closed while the area near the incident is cleared.
All right, let's get a check of your weather on this first day of February with NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. Good morning, Janessa.
Hi, good morning. We do have another winter storm that we are watching, and man, we do have these advisories and winter storm watches. They're now starting to expand across South Texas. So this stretches all the way into sections of the Northeast and will continue to make its way across that section of the country as we go into your Thursday and Friday. Today and tomorrow, really focusing on the central U.S. It starts off as rain early this morning from Oklahoma City to Chicago. It's on the light side, but then things really start to blow up with the storm system. You'll see snow, rain, and ice accumulation that will be significant for Dallas to the Cincinnati area. We'll watch this strong cold front make its way across the Northeast Thursday and Friday, but look at some ice totals. We're talking about 1/2 inch in some spots. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Temperatures, though, this afternoon still on the warm side. You'll notice the drop later on this afternoon into your evening hours below the freezing mark. A ton of sunshine today for the Ohio Valley, 2 sections of the Northeast. Snow totals, how much will we see? We'll take a look at that forecast coming up.
We're still counting. All right. Thank you, Janessa. Today marks the Lunar New Year, and we've officially entered the Year of the Tiger. Despite COVID restrictions, celebrations are carrying on in China. Olympic athletes from all over the world are getting to experience the Spring Festival in Beijing. This is a major holiday for many Asian countries, and the celebrations continue for up to 15 days.
Just ahead, the fur is no longer flying at fashion giant Dolce & Gabbana.
Plus, a teenager rejects a $5,000 offer from billionaire Elon Musk to shut down a jet tracker. Details in 60 seconds.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! A landmark moment that will be etched in history!
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the 2 of us up here.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In honor of Black History Month, one town in North Carolina is hosting free family movie nights. Every Friday, the Wilmington Parks and Recreation Department will show a different film at the MLK Center. Coming up this Friday, Black Panther. Also in the lineup, Radio, Karina, and Ruby Bridges.
Is fur falling out of fashion? Dolce & Gabbana is the latest high-end label to ditch animal pelts, joining other big names like Gucci, Prada, and Michael Kors. The company announced it's discontinuing the use of fur in products this year after pressure from animal rights activists. Instead, D&G will pivot to eco-fur, an animal-free alternative. I would say that fur fell out of fashion a while back, and a lot of companies make materials that you really can't tell the difference.
at all. And actually, you know, on the air and reporting on the street, somebody's like, you can't wear that fur. And I have to say, faux all the time. So now we're seeing more of these bigger labels come out with that.
There you go. Stop your emails.
All right, Tesla and SpaceX CEO Elon Musk might have his match in a college freshman. 19-year-old Jack Sweeney said he rejected a $5,000 offer from the billionaire to remove a Twitter account he created to track Musk's private jet, asking instead for $50,000 or an internship. The tech giant counter-negotiated by how much? Zero, just blocking Sweeney on Twitter. Musk has not responded to a request for comment, and the team continues to run the account along with others for the jets of Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and former President Trump.
Big congratulations this morning for superstar and fashion mogul Rihanna and rapper A$AP Rocky, who are expecting their first baby together. They were photographed on a stroll in New York City as Rihanna flaunted her baby bump in a long pink jacket. They're both 33 years old and have largely kept their relationship private until now, the best way.
Worker shortages are increasing food prices as Domino's Pizza thinking outside the box. The popular pizza chain is offering to pay customers to pick up their own pizzas. Domino's says it will offer customers a $3 credit if they choose online ordered carryout over delivery. The credit is redeemable for another online carryout order placed the following week. The promotion is running now through May 22nd.
Looking to put the sweet in sweetheart on this Valentine's Day? You can skip the box of chocolates and you can head over to Krispy Kreme. They want you to help sprinkle a little love this year. They got 4 new heart-shaped donuts, and here's the icing on the cake. They also come in the limited edition box here, complete with built-in Valentine's cards. How about that?
All right, a quick break, and then will the market bounce back from its worst month since March of 2020? CNBC's own Steve Sedgwick will look into his crystal ball next.
And 5 letters, 6 guesses, and 7 figures. Who paid big bucks to acquire the hit game Wordle?
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
this is it, right?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're Following some major court cases, a judge has ruled actor Cuba Gooding Jr. will stand trial for allegedly groping 3 women. Jury selection in the sex assault case begins today. Gooding has pleaded not guilty to all the charges.
A lawyer for Bill Cosby has asked the Supreme Court not to revive his criminal sex assault case. The actor was freed in June when an appeals court overturned his conviction. He served 3 years in prison.
The sex crime inquiry into former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo has been dropped. The Oswego County District Attorney concluded there was insufficient evidence. Mr. Cuomo consistently denied having touched anyone inappropriately.
All right, you may have seen it all over social media by now, but the hit word game Wordle has a new owner. But first, Wall Street is coming off its worst month since March 2020. So will February be any better? CNBC's Steve Sedgwick joins us with a look ahead. Steve, good morning.
Yeah, we'll come to Wordle in a few moments' time, but which is something I have to admit I do. Look, these markets were extraordinary in January as well. The Nasdaq was down around about 9% for the month. The S&P down 5.3%. It could have been a lot worse. As far as this month is concerned, and happy February, everybody, as well, we're starting off pretty flat according to the futures. Just looking at the Dow and the S&P futures, they are trading around the flat line as we speak. But it's a really big week. We've got loads of big numbers reporting, including Alphabet, the owner of Google, that's today. Meta, that's on Wednesday. Amazon on Thursday, and the non-farm payroll report at the tail end of the week. So we've got a really blockbuster week for data and for corporate earnings as well. Now, the producer and I were just asking, do you Wordle? Apparently it's a verb now as well. So hands up, I do. I've already done the word of the day, so I won't tell any of the viewers what it is exactly, because I'm pretty sure it's the same word on both sides of the Atlantic. But the fact of the matter is the New York Times has now decided this is a thing for the future as well. They've bought it for an undisclosed price, but they have said in the low 7 figures as well. So they're going to put it into their games unit as well. It did have a few 100,000 followers. Now millions of us are doing Wordle. I'm not going to tell you what today's word is just yet. That would really upset the viewers. Back to you both.
I appreciate that. I've wasted 2 guesses. I got a few left for today, but yeah, I play as well too. It's kind of an addictive game there, right? You got it in 3? All right. Steve, thank you.
All right, firefighters save a pup having a rough day. That's next.
And remembering our golden girl, America pays tribute to the legend herself, Betty White.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just 1 more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want 1 shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
A magical leap to the top of the Billboard Hot 100 for We Don't Talk About Bruno. The chart topper from Disney's Encanto became the second song from a Disney animated film to claim the top spot in the charts, the first since A Whole New World from Aladdin back in 1993.
One Colorado pup is safe and sound after getting in a dicey situation. Local firefighters came to the rescue after Watson, that golden retriever, fell through an icy pond. Watson owner said he took off running onto the ice to chase after a geese. Although a little chilly, the pooch seemed to be in good spirits as he reunited, tail wagging with his family.
Ice seems to be a problem these days. Let's toss it back to Janessa to tell us more about that. Hello again, Janessa.
Yeah, exactly right. Ice is going to be a huge issue, stretching down to sections of the deep south, all the way into the areas of the northeast. Rain on top of that, we're talking about 3 to 4 inches across Nashville into the Memphis area, guys.
All right, Janessa, thanks. Up next, the GOAT breaks his silence. Is he going to retire? We'll be right back.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In today's quick hits, the glove that Antonio Brown threw into the stands during his MetLife Stadium meltdown has hit the auction block. Bidding is underway for the receiver's glove at Leland's through February 12th. The current bid is at over $1,700.
Tom Brady addressed a whirlwind weekend of retirement rumors on Monday, saying he hasn't yet made up his mind on walking away from football. The 7-time Super Bowl champ said when the time is right, he'll be ready to decide one way or the other.
It would be cool if he came back. All right, fresh off punching his ticket to the Super Bowl, Bengals head coach Zach Taylor handed out game balls to fans at bars around Cincinnati. Taylor has been delivering these footballs to bars during the team's postseason run.
Celebrations continue for a life very well lived. Betty White made us all laugh, but she was also an inspiring trailblazer. Joe Fryer shares a look at the star-studded NBC tribute to America's Golden Girl.
Ask those who knew her best. They'll tell you the Betty White we saw on camera was just like the one off.
There's no way I can say thank you enough, guys.
Like in this behind-the-scenes moment from Hot in Cleveland.
Amen. Oh, we love you, man.
Or this blooper.
Once you go BlackBerry.
Where no one could keep a straight face. Such treasures are sprinkled throughout the NBC special celebrating Betty White, America's Golden Girl. It features untold stories from her famous co-stars and a new rendition of the Golden Girls theme song from Cher.
Thank you for being a friend.
White is also remembered as a TV pioneer.
She was producing her own talk show in the 50s. I mean, that was just
unheard of.
Arthur's all set for his number today.
When she was asked to take Arthur Duncan, a black tap dancer, off her variety show in 1954, White said no.
And for her to do that in 1954 on a variety show paved the way for so many people after him.
Arthur, that was just tremendous.
A golden girl who blazed a brilliant trail. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
The Celebrating Betty White special is available to stream on Peacock today. Love all the things we're learning about her extraordinary life. I mean, she's a golden girl. She's funny, the sweetest, but all the backstories is just amazing.
It is fascinating. I mean, every generation loves her. My grandma loved her. I remember when I was a kid watching Golden Girls. My mom, and now that I watched it, rewatching it, it's so funny. And all the way to the 7-year-old that we got at home, quoting away and just enjoying all those Betty White.
Long after she's gone, we will be. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Coming up on Today, celebrating the 40th anniversary of Late Night with none other than David Letterman.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, diplomacy deteriorating as the threat of war in Eastern Europe grows. This morning, increased fears of a Russian invasion of Ukraine after a high-stakes UN meeting leads to a heated exchange between Russia and the U.S.
The situation we're facing in Europe is urgent and dangerous. This is as clear and consequential a threat to peace and security as anyone can imagine.
Now, President Biden insisting the U.S. is ready no matter what happens. We have team coverage from Kyiv to Washington. Key witness, major developments in the investigation into the Capitol insurrection as the former chief of staff to then Vice President Mike Pence testifies before a House committee. What we're learning about his testimony and what it means for the investigation. 1-2 punch, tens of millions of Americans bracing for another winter storm. This morning, watches and warnings in effect from the south to the northeast, with many parts still digging out from last weekend's blizzard. And not even the Sunshine State can escape the deep freeze. We're tracking the latest conditions. And big buyout. Everyone's favorite 5-letter puzzle just got a 7-figure deal. Details on Wordle's massive acquisition by the New York Times and why the news has some players UPSET.
I don't know if that was one of the words yet. Do you play Wordle?
I don't. You do, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm all in.
I'm worried I'm going to, fall into that trap, and then it's like all I'm going to do.
Just one a day. You just a few minutes a day. It's something to look forward to.
How long does it take you to do one?
Minutes.
Minutes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. All right.
Very
That's
good.
a sell. I'll give it a shot. All right. We begin now with those continuing building tensions in Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin is set to hold a news conference today as Russian troops gather on the Ukrainian border.
This comes after an angry exchange on the floor of the United Nations. The Russian ambassador claimed the U.S. was trying to whip up hysteria, while the American ambassador warned of horrific consequences if Russia invades Ukraine.
The discussions about a threat of war is provocative in and of itself. You are almost calling for this. You want it to happen. You're waiting for it to happen, as if you want to make your words become a reality.
This is the largest, hear me clearly, mobilization of troops in Europe in decades. And as we speak, Russia is sending even more forces and arms to join them. If Russia further invades Ukraine, none of us will be able to say we didn't see it coming, and the consequences will be horrific.
We have a team of correspondents bringing you the latest on the high-stakes negotiations. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv, and we're also joined by White House correspondent Carol Lee. Aaron, we're going to start with you. Ukrainian leaders have pushed for calm, but in the aftermath of yesterday's diplomatic dust-up at the UN, what are they saying about the path forward?
Hey, Joe. Well, the Ukrainian president up until this point has been, as you say, urging calm, essentially downplaying the threat, saying that he does not believe that Russia will invade Ukraine. But at yesterday's UN Security Council meeting, there was a shift in tone from the Ukrainian ambassador to the United Nations, not only during the meeting itself, backing up the United States assessment of the situation, but following the meeting, saying that he agrees that a potential attack could be, quote, imminent. And that is a departure from what we've been hearing from other Ukrainian officials of late. And I've been having conversations with experts here in Ukraine, and they say that there is a bit of a division in Kyiv itself. You have the political establishment that's urging this calm, not wanting people here in Ukraine to panic. But then you have experts who are familiar with the situation, as well as members of the Ukrainian military, saying more needs to be done to present a unified front against this Russian aggression. I was speaking to one hybrid warfare expert who was telling me that she's been seeing an increasing number of hybrid warfare type attacks on Ukraine from Russia. And she says that President Zelensky could be doing more. Take a listen.
I think that his message is a bit vague and unclear when he's saying that we should save Ukrainian economy and the threat is overestimated. I think that's not how Ukrainian experts and military people see it. I see that the risk of escalation is high. I think that the Ukrainian president could be much more first of all, grateful for the international support he gets these days, but also much more vocal about the threat.
President Zelensky is expected to meet with British Prime Minister Boris Johnson here in Kyiv. There will be a press conference later today. All eyes will be on President Zelensky's tone, especially given what played out in New York yesterday.
So, Carol, the White House has said diplomacy is the plan. We know Secretary of State Antony Blinken is set to meet with his Russian or speak with his Russian counterpart this morning. So far, we've only seen, though, the continued buildup of Russian troops. Now reports say Russia is sending blood to those troops on the Ukrainian border. So how is the president responding? Any chance we could see a pivot here?
Well, Joe, I think what you're seeing from the administration in the past few days is really an escalation in terms of rhetoric on two fronts. One, real warnings, stark warnings about what it could look like if Russia does invade Ukraine. And you heard the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, recently say that this could wind up being horrific and that there would be a lot of casualties. So and you heard, again, the U.S. ambassador to the UN sounding these similar tones yesterday at that meeting, really laying out the stakes here and what could happen both to Russia and to Ukraine. So there's that piece of it. And then you have the sanctions piece of it, the response piece, and you hear the U.S. increasingly being vocal about what types of sanctions Russia would face if it does invade. And they're saying they're bringing the hammer, sanctions that Russia has never seen before, and that the response would be swift and sweeping. And so those are ways of them trying to deter Russia from invading. At the same time, we know from talking to administration officials, and they've said this publicly, they really want a diplomatic solution. They don't want this to go to the space of that they've been outlining, where they've said that what a war could actually look like and what the sanctions could look like, because that could come back and hurt the U.S. economy and Europe's as well.
So, Aaron, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said that Moscow is putting 5,000 troops in Belarus, that's just north of Ukraine. Now the State Department is ordering American families and government officials out of there. Quickly, what can you tell us about what's happening in Belarus?
Well, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations yesterday saying that more Russian troops are on the way. They expect up to 30,000 to be deployed to Belarus. The Belarusian representative to the United Nations yesterday saying that they are there for military exercises expected to take place later in February. But it's clear that the United States and other Western allies are not buying that line, essentially ordering the families of government employees out of the country, urging people not to travel to Belarus with a warning saying not only is there this military buildup, but there's also the threat of arbitrary detentions as well as arbitrary enforcement of the law there in Belarus, Joe.
And Carol, Aaron mentioned that British Prime Minister Boris Johnson plans to travel to Kyiv today to discuss the Russian troop buildup. Quickly, how is the White House trying to line up U.S. allies so everyone is on the same page here?
Well, they're having repeated conversations with the European allies at all levels. And one key meeting to look forward to, Joe, is next week when President Biden is expected to host the new chancellor of Germany. Germany is key in this, and the White House is really trying to get them on board. The president saying yesterday diplomacy is really the path that he would like to see this go.
Carol Lee and Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much.
Now, there's new information this morning in the ongoing investigation into the attack on the Capitol. The House committee investigating the January 6th insurrection has received new testimony from Mark Short, who was the chief of staff to former Vice President Mike Pence. Short was with the former vice president in the Capitol on January 6th, and he's now one of the highest-ranking officials within the Trump White House to testify before the House committee, especially as so many have chosen to not cooperate. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Batali joins us now. Ali, good morning. So what do we know about Short's testimony to the committee? What did he tell them? And what does this mean for the investigation to finally have a key player within the Trump White House willingly cooperate?
Yeah, Savannah, I mean, I know the story has been how many people have said they won't cooperate, and certainly that is an important thread in this. But what we're seeing with people like Mark Short, who was a top and longtime advisor to the former vice president, what we're seeing with Short cooperating is that there are key people in this White House who are talking to the committee, and in Short's case, giving lengthy testimony last week, according to the sources who confirmed this deposition to us. And what it shows is that the committee is hearing from the people in the top reaches of this White House. Even if people like Mark Meadows aren't cooperating, we know that they've had informal conversations with people like Bill Barr. We know they've talked to Kayleigh McEnany, who was the White House press secretary at the time. There are people in the upper echelons of the Trump White House who are cooperating. Short, though, provides some really interesting insight because he worked for the vice president and was with him on January 6th at the Capitol. That wasn't the only key place that Short was, though. There's also other meetings that Pence was a part of with the former president in the days leading up to January 6th. We know that there were sustained pressure campaigns on Pence from people like Trump to overturn the election results, and especially in light of the comments that the former president made over the weekend where he said that Pence could have overturned the election in Trump's own reading of the Electoral Count Act, which the Senate, by the way, is still trying to reform for that reason. Given all those comments, it makes all the people around Pence that much more important, the insight that they can give into that day and what the former vice president was hearing specifically from Trump.
And Ali, what about Pence? I mean, does this set the stage for him to potentially testify?
Look, I can't presuppose anything at this point, but what we're seeing is that Pence could testify. We know that he's one of the people that the January 6th committee would probably like to speak to. At the same time, though, we're seeing that even if that doesn't happen, they are talking to the people who were physically around him on January 6th. Remember, the day that the vice president had to be evacuated from the Capitol because rioters were going through that building chanting things like "Hang Mike Pence."
And Ali, quickly, I want to ask you about a report from the New York Times that gets at a little bit of what you were talking about a minute ago, sheds light on former President Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Now, NBC News has not yet confirmed this report, and we've reached out to the Trump team for any response. But walk us through what this report suggests here about Trump's priorities after the election.
It sort of builds upon reporting that was already out there about the idea of draft executive orders that would have asked different government agencies to seize election machines and ballots. Now we're seeing that former President Donald Trump may have been closer to those efforts, according to the New York Times, trying to leverage at least 3 government entities, the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, and Department of Justice, asking people within each of those entities or having his aides and allies do so if they could legally seize voting machines. In the case of 2 of those agencies, the New York Times is reporting draft executive orders that would effectively ask them to seize those voting vending machines. And I can't underscore enough just how stunning these revelations are. It shows that as we learn more and get more distance from January 6th, we're getting more information about the role of the president himself at that time. And certainly that's a key focus for the January 6th committee.
Absolutely. Ali Vitale, thank you so much.
Over in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson is facing a torrent of criticism after initial findings of the so-called Partygate report were released. The report is an investigation into whether a series of gatherings held at Johnson's 10 Downing Street residence broke COVID lockdown rules. It found there were, quote, failures of leadership and judgment by different parts of Number 10 and the Cabinet Office, that more than a dozen social gatherings took place. Johnson apologized to Parliament in yesterday's fiery and emotional debate.
Firstly, I want to say sorry. And I'm sorry for the things we simply didn't get right, and also sorry for the way that this matter has been handled. And it's no use saying that this or that was within the rules, and it's no use saying that people were working hard. This pandemic was hard for everyone. We asked people across this country to make the most extraordinary sacrifices. I get it, and I will fix it.
NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons is with us now. So, Keir, this was only a preliminary report, but it was pretty damning. What are the key headlines here?
Yeah, it was pretty damning. And, Joe, to give you a picture of the split screen here in Britain right now, as we speak, Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, is headed to Ukraine to meet with President Zelensky with this damning report still in his inbox. That's why it matters for the Biden administration, because, of course, Britain is a key ally on crucial foreign policy issues, crises like Ukraine. And the details of this report are a difficult read for the Prime Minister. It says some behaviour at gatherings was difficult to justify. It even talks about the excessive consumption of alcohol. It talks about a serious failure to observe standards, failures of leadership and judgment. It says some events should not have taken place at all. So there was some events, for example, that were in the Prime Minister's apartment in Downing Street, his private flat. And again, that conclusion that there was an excessive consumption of alcohol that was not appropriate. I mean, rough translation of that, Joe, people were drunk. And we're talking about inside Downing Street, the head of the British government, one of the most famous political offices in the world. Pretty extraordinary. One political journalist here describing Downing Street as more like a medieval court than a modern government office.
Yeah, so Keir, let's talk about what's next. Even before this report was released, there were calls for Johnson to resign. So how did his apology go down in Parliament? Can he survive this?
Yeah, good question. He can for now. There were raucous scenes in Parliament. There often are, of course. There was strong words from the leader of the opposition. Take a listen.
By routinely breaking the rules he set, the Prime Minister took us all for fools. He held people sacrificing contempt. He showed himself unfit for office. But, Prime Minister, the British public aren't fools. They never believed a word of it. They think the Prime Minister should do the decent thing and resign. Of course he won't, because he is a man without shame.
Well, they can laugh. They can laugh. But the public know. The public know this is a man they can no longer trust. He has been investigated by the police. He misled the House. He must now resign.
What was really stunning, though, Joe, was the former Prime Minister Theresa May calling Boris Johnson effectively either arrogant or incompetent. His own party criticising him in the House of Commons.
And that may be key moving forward. All right, Keir Simmons, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
And now to some big news on the COVID front. Pfizer could be filing for authorization of its vaccine for kids under the age of 5, according to a new Washington Post report. Now, for a 2-dose regimen for kids 6 months old to 5 years old, we could see that happen as early as today. A potential 3-dose regimen is still being tested, and data from those trials won't be available until late March. We reached out to Pfizer and they said, quote, at this time, we have not filed a submission and we're continuing to collect and analyze data from both 2 and 3 doses in our younger age cohort. As part of our ongoing commitment, we will share new updates as they become available. We've also got news on the Moderna shot. The FDA has granted that full approval in the U.S., making it the second COVID vaccine to receive that full regulatory approval. The vaccine will now be called Spikevax and is approved for anyone 18 and older. Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton joins us now on all this. She's a professor of anesthesiology and critical care medicine and the co-founder of Goodstock Consulting. Dr. Hilton, good morning. Thanks for being here. So what do we need to know about shots for kids younger than 5 years old, especially knowing that the numbers for kids who are already eligible are not all that high? What do you want parents of young children to know who are maybe nervous about this?
Right. Well, what I hope parents see is that the process, the scientific process of proving these agents to be safe has been followed. There's not been a rushed out thing for our children. Literally, adults, we've been now being able to be vaccinated for over a year. I received my first dose on December 15, 2020. And so we did the right thing about making sure this is safe for our children. And at this point, we have 3,800 kids hospitalized with COVID. This is not the time to say, well, maybe my child will be the lucky one and get COVID and not pass away. We know, unfortunately, some children are experiencing some severe disease with COVID-19. And if you can vaccinate your child for that protection, it is greatly worth it.
And doctor, I want to ask you about that other news that I mentioned, Moderna now fully approved by the FDA. First, does it change anything about how the vaccine is administered on your end? What's that process like? And then also, do you think that more people would maybe get this shot now that it's fully approved? Maybe somebody who had been hesitant to get vaccinated when it just had that emergency use authorization.
Right. You know, it's one of those things. I don't know what would cause those other persons who are anti-vax at this point to tip over. I do not know. But what I will stress to them is that if we look at hospitalizations this past weekend, from Sunday, we had a decrease in hospitalization by 3,000 people. Right? 3,007 people decrease in hospitalization. But we had deaths of 3,377 people yesterday. So that decrease in hospitalization is not because those persons necessarily went home. It's because they went to a different level of home. And I hope everyone understands that this is not a pandemic that is over, that unfortunately we are still losing on average one person every 34 seconds in America. And if we're looking at our case number, oftentimes people can breathe a sigh of relief because our case numbers are decreasing, but it's not in all states. In 14 states, we have increase in case numbers. And it's in those smaller states, those rural areas. And so making sure that your family is vaccinated, making sure you're boosted, those are going to be the things that protect you during this next surge.
And Dr. Hilton, while I've got you, I want to get a viewer question in. Rick Eller asks, Omicron is dominant. Are the previous variations, alpha, beta, et cetera, still around, or have they been, quote unquote, eradicated?
Right. And they're very much still around, right? They can be in smaller numbers, but not only is Omicron, we know we have BA2, which is, we're calling it a stealth Omicron, that is also being reported now in the United States of America, in Denmark, across Europe. We know that there are going to be other variants that come. And so it's one of those things. I say, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready, meaning that when the next variant comes, of which there will be another variant, if you're already vaccinated, if you're already boosted, if you've already made N95 masks your routine, then you won't get surprised by the next wave that comes across, and you and your family can live to see what 2023 looks like.
Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton, thank you so much. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, let us know. They're ready to answer them. Email us at morningnewsnow@NBCUNI.com. You can let us know if you want to stay anonymous, and thanks to those who have sent them in.
Breaking news out of North Carolina this morning. A massive fire has erupted inside a fertilizer plant in Winston-Salem. Firefighters were forced to abandon their efforts to contain the flames. That's because the plant has large volumes of ammonium nitrate, which could cause an explosion if the fire reaches it. Some 6,000 people living within a 1-mile area around the plant have been told to evacuate. So far, no injuries have been reported. No word yet on what started the fire.
And it seems there's another major storm developing in the Midwest. For the latest on what to expect, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Michelle Grossman is with us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, just 3 days after our nor'easter, we are tracking another powerful winter storm. There are some differences, though. With the nor'easter, it was all snow. It moved out pretty quickly. It was said and done in 24 hours. This is going to move painfully slow. We're going to be tracking this through Friday, and we're going to introduce some ice, too. So that makes for very dangerous conditions. Let's look at the winter alerts, because we already have 62 million Americans impacted. Where you see the white, that is your winter weather advisory. The pink is your winter storm warning, and the blue is your winter winter storm watch. So we are going to look at dangerous ice conditions over the next several days. Here is the setup. We have a sweeping cold front. Ahead of that cold front, we have really warm air, almost tropical-like air coming from the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to continue to draw that moisture. Rain and snow from Texas to Michigan. And then look what happens as we go throughout Wednesday. Again, this front is moving very, very slowly. This storm will blossom. So now you notice some blue, you notice some pink on the map. That pink is some ice. So Dallas, you're affected with some ice. Oklahoma City, you're into the snow. And this is stretching all the way from the southern plains to the Great Lakes and then eventually into the interior Northeast. So very difficult travel, slippery conditions, even some power outages is what we're going to be watching over the next several days. This is Thursday. We're now into the Ohio Valley, snow stretching from the Northeast, still into the southern plains, moving very, very slowly. We're looking at some ice and also some rain on the warm side of the storm. And it's really not out of here until Friday. So this is a picture on Friday. We're looking at mainly rain, but along the I-95, we could see a little burst of ice with that cold air really working in. Here's your ice forecast. This is what we're most concerned with: dangerous driving conditions, down trees leading to power outages, because we're going to have really cold conditions, many spots below freezing for an extended period of time, 2-3 days. So we could see 1/4 of an inch of ice in some spots, Paducah into Cincinnati. And just to remind you, because now is the time to prepare, up to 1/4 inch of ice. You could see some slick roads, some bridges, hazardous travel, the icy glaze on the trees where it kind of looks pretty. 1/4 to 1/2 inch, that's when we're going to see those trees coming down and those power outages. And then above that, we could see extended periods of power outages. Back to you guys.
All right.
Ooh. Lots of ice.
Exactly. We know to keep an eye on it.
Ice forecast, when that's the title of your graphic. Oh, yeah. All right, Michelle. Thanks. See you next hour.
Coming up, a plea deal rejected for 2 of the men facing hate crime charges in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. More on the move by a federal judge and what it all means for the case.
And crisis in the Amazon. The cleanup underway as contamination concerns grow after a massive oil spill in the rainforest. You're watching Morning News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We have new developments in the federal hate crime case against Travis and Gregory McMichael, 2 of the men convicted of murdering Ahmaud Arbery.
Yeah, a federal judge in Georgia rejected a plea deal prosecutors had struck with the defendants over the weekend. The terms had been objected by Arbery's parents. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos has been following the case, and he joins us now. Hi, Danny. Good morning. So what do we know about the judge's decision to reject this plea bargain?
Not a lot, in that we know that the judge apparently realized that the prosecutor and the family were much farther apart than initially they indicated. In fact, the prosecution and the family appeared to be on two totally different pages, one believing they had the family's agreement and the family apparently not agreeing. But here's the key. The family or a victim does not get to guide the prosecution. The government, the DOJ, makes those decisions. The family and the victims are not the client of the government. So, but I should add that federal law, the Crime Victims' Rights Act, allows families and victims the right to at least be heard at things like sentencing hearings and plea hearings. So they have a voice. The extent to which the judge and the prosecutor has to take that voice into account, kind of a gray area.
So, Danny, as you mentioned, the Arbery family slammed the deal, saying prosecutors went behind their back. Here's some of what Arbery's mother had to say about that yesterday.
It's disrespectful. Yeah, I fought so hard to get these guys in state prison. And once I gave them, I told them very, very adamantly that I wanted them to go to state prison and do their time that Judge Wansby gave them back on the 7th of January. And then I got up this morning and found out that they had accepted this ridiculous plea. Very disrespectful.
So, Danny, you touched on this already, but I mean, how much do prosecutors weigh what the victim's family thinks about this, and what happens now moving forward here?
So federal law requires prosecutors to at least have contact with the family and keep them apprised of what's going on, but they don't have to take orders from the family. Now, in most cases, I should say in some cases, families are happy about a plea agreement because it gives them certainty. The family is getting something in return. They're avoiding the risk of a trial and the risk of an acquittal. But in this case, it appears that Arbery's family is not happy with the deal reached, and it isn't outweighed by the fact that these men are going to be pleading guilty. I kind of sympathize with them because, look, they already are guilty in the state case. They already have substantial prison terms. It may seem to these to the family members that this is just a reduction of the state sentence itself if they get to serve it in federal prison.
And hey, Danny, quickly, a third man convicted of killing Arbery has also been charged in the federal hate crimes case. William Bryan, he's the one who recorded the death, as some people might remember. Why wasn't he included in this deal, and what's next for his federal case?
Most likely because he wanted no part of it. I mean, from the beginning, Bryan's entire position has been, those guys are different. That father and son duo, they had the guns. They were the ones who were armed, and I didn't even communicate with them. Look for Bryan, who is not the father or son team, to going forward in appeal, essentially argue that I had nothing to do with those guys, and my verdict was against the great weight of the evidence. So he's going to separate himself and continue to do so.
All right, Danny Ceballos, thank you so much.
A massive cleanup effort is underway this morning in Ecuador after an oil spill in the country's Amazon rainforest. Images captured by an activist show a damaged pipeline spraying crude oil. Indigenous communities in the region fear that could threaten their waterways. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson has details.
Beneath the lush green canopy of the Amazon rainforest, disaster and devastation. A continuous spray of crude oil gushing from a busted pipe into Ecuador's rainforest. Landscapes once green, now coated in black. These images shared by the Confederation of Indigenous Nationalities of Ecuador on Friday, just after the spill began. Now, the Ecuadorian government says they're preparing legal action against OCP Ecuador, the company in charge of the country's second largest pipeline. The company says a rock slide in the Piedrafena zone caused the pipe to bust, impacting more than 220,000 square feet of protected land and water, according to government officials. Land that is home to indigenous communities, rare wildlife, and plants.
Aquí nos encontramos la dirección zonal 8, la dirección zonal 9, para ver que toda esta remediación quede en perfectas y óptimas condiciones para el bienestar de todas las personas y que no haya afectación a terceros.
OCP Ecuador said Saturday that the pipeline through which 450,000 barrels of oil flow daily had stopped production and that the spill had been contained. So, quote, it cannot contaminate any bodies of water. but some on the ground say they're feeling anything but safe.
The oil companies that come to our land to destroy it bring with them so much noise that is not native to the rainforest. These oil and mineral companies are destroying our land, and they leave only contamination, sickness, and death.
NBC News first spoke to Nemo Gigita, a leader of the Guarani people, in November. She says the latest oil spill has reached the banks of the Coca River, calling the situation, quote, critical because more than 60,000 people depend on water from this river.
We know these pipelines are going to spill. It's a question of when, not if. Clearly, government and company claims of environmental responsibility and safeguards are not working, and that's taking a devastating toll on the lives and livelihoods of Indigenous people who live there.
Kevin Koning has spent more than 2 decades working with Indigenous groups in the Amazon, and he says there's no slowdown in sight as Ecuador's president has promised to double oil production and open new parts of the rainforest to exploration.
What responsibility, if any, do Americans have in all of this?
Consumers here in the United States, have to realize that there is a price that is being paid in those communities where oil is being extracted.
That was Priscilla Thompson reporting.
Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention has advised against travel to a dozen destinations, including Mexico, Brazil, Singapore, Ecuador, Philippines, and Paraguay. The CDC now lists nearly 130 countries and territories with COVID-19 cases as level 4, very high. An online news outlet in Mexico said that one of its journalists was shot to death, the 4th journalist to be killed in the country in less than a month. Armando Linares, the director of the news outlet, said that 3 assailants fatally shot Roberto Toledo. Prosecutors say they're investigating report. Linares said the website had received threats for reporting on governmental corruption. And finally, a flamingo called Cora Cora was returned to the wild at a lagoon in Bolivia. The bird had dislocated its leg and needed surgery and rehabilitation before it could return to its natural habitat. Oh. Those are your headlines, guys.
Wow. Right, good for Cora Cora. Looks like ready to go.
Fixed Cora.
They need those legs. So,
yeah.
All right.
Stand on one leg again.
There you go. Exactly. Thank you, Ali.
Thanks. All right. Coming up on Morning News Now, officers on leave. New developments in the investigation into the death of a woman after an online date, as we learn more about a similar case in the same city that same day.
Plus, move over sleep sounds. There's a new trick on TikTok to get you snoozing in less than 2 minutes. But does it really work? If it does, I'll join TikTok. Yeah. We're going to talk to a professional about this and more in our weekly check-in.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela.
Better do it fast.
The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Looks like the New York Times is the big winner when it comes to the latest internet game sensation, the popular word puzzle Wordle. The Times announced yesterday it is purchasing the game from software engineer Josh Wardle for a price in the low 7 figures. Wardle created Wordle back in October after he and his partner got into playing the Times crosswords and spelling bee games during the pandemic. Wordle is a free game that gives people 6 tries without any hints to try and guess a new 5-letter word each day. Get this, just 90 people were playing Wordle back in November. So now it's estimated millions play every day, and they're proudly posting their daily results, filling social media with green, yellow, and gray squares. The purchase is part of the New York Times effort to increase its digital subscriptions. The company says the game will initially remain free for new and existing players. The big question everyone is asking is how long will that last?
Yeah, not long.
Yeah.
It's going to be behind.
Hopefully they give it some time because I'm addicted. I've been doing it for 3 weeks. I look forward to it every day.
Were you one of the 90?
It doesn't take much time. I was not one of the 90, no. Ooh, that's very specific. That was like his aunt and his cousins and like. Yeah.
How large is his family? Exactly. Those were all the players. All right. The low 7 figures. I mean.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, there you have it. Hopefully it stays free. All right, now this morning we have new developments in the case of Lauren Smithfields, the Black 23-year-old woman found dead in her apartment in Bridgeport, Connecticut back in December. 2 detectives have now been suspended for their handling of the investigation, and it comes as another family demands justice after a 53-year-old Black woman was found dead in the same city on the same day. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esamoah has the latest.
2 Connecticut detectives suspended and placed on administrative leave in an announcement from Bridgeport's mayor. They're accused of mishandling investigations into the deaths of 2 Black women.
I am extremely disappointed with the leadership of the Bridgeport Police Department and have found the actions taken up to this point with regards to these 2 investigations unacceptable.
Lauren Smithfields and Brenda Lee Rawls found dead the same day in the same city. Now the families of those women are speaking out.
They treated her as if they found a body on the street with no identification or anything. That was very disrespectful.
Following their criticism and community demonstrations, the detectives Kevin Cronin and Angel Llanos now temporarily off the job and under investigation.
For lack of sensitivity to the public, for failure to follow police policy in the handling of these 2 matters.
Just 2 weeks before Christmas, Lauren Smithfields was found dead in her apartment. The family previously told NBC they were not notified by police within 24 hours and had challenges contacting the detective on the case.
He told me directly on the phone, stop calling me, and hung up in my face.
Right. Exactly.
Like, it was just total disrespect.
Exactly.
According to a police incident report provided by the family attorney, the 23-year-old was found by a 37-year-old white man she allegedly met on the dating app Bumble. NBC is not naming him because he has not been charged.
We know that if it was a Black male with a white female that was found dead at 23 years old, this person would have been a person of interest, and that didn't happen here.
The 2 families are now represented by the same lawyer, Darnell Crossland. The family preparing to sue the city of Bridgeport for its, quote, racially insensitive handling of the case. The Connecticut chief medical examiner ruled Smithfield's cause of death an accident due to acute drug-related intoxication. Now police say there's a criminal investigation into Smithfield's death. After the mayor's announcement on Sunday, the family called for more accountability, asking why the evidence the family collected at the scene, including blood-stained sheets, a sedative pill, and a used condom, was not immediately sent to the lab for testing.
I want an outside investigation. We want the Department of Justice to come in and do their own investigation.
On the same day of Lauren Smithfield's death, Brenda Lee Rawls was found dead at a Bridgeport residence, according to the family.
Did the police ever contact you regarding the fact that your sister had died or where her remains were?
No. We had to do practically our own investigation. This detective that was supposed to be on Brenda case, I called 4 to 5 times. He never ever called me back.
The family says Rawls went to a man's house the evening of December 11th. They didn't hear from her for 2 days. When they went to his house on December 14th,
is Brenda there? And he said, no, Brenda passed away on Sunday. He claimed that he tried to wake her up and she wouldn't wake up. There was no scene investigation. His apartment, his house was not quarantined to collect evidence. We're not getting any answers from the police department.
Rawls' cause of death has not yet been determined. The detectives on leave, Cronin and Llanos, did not immediately respond to our requests for comment.
I mean, whatever happened that night, we want to know. And we want to feel like that they care as much as we care.
Our thanks to Zincle Esemwa for that report, who spoke directly with the attorney representing the victims' families, who said in the Smithfield case they intend to sue for at least $30 million in punitive damages, and no notice of claim has been filed in the case of Rawls yet, but he says that's something we can definitely expect.
It's Tuesday, which means it's time now for our weekly mental health check-in. We're taking a moment to reflect on some of the biggest mental health headlines and how they might be affecting you.
Yeah, let's bring in Dr. Erica Richards to help guide us through some of these topics. Dr. Richards is the chair of psychiatry at Sibley Memorial Hospital and an assistant professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins Medicine. Good to have you with us, Doctor. So let's start with COVID anxiety. We've seen the guidelines change as the science is updated, as new variants emerge, but the headlines can still be pretty scary. Hospitalization rates, long COVID. So how do we start to go about our daily routines, minimize some of the COVID fears without maybe giving up some of the protections that help us feel safe?
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Such a good question, such timely articles. So what's become evident is that we really need to learn how to live with the existence of COVID, not wait until COVID goes away to return to our normal lives. So on that note, we have to acknowledge it's been a very difficult 22 months, and a lot of that's been rooted in fear. Fear serves a purpose. It keeps us safe. It teaches us to avoid danger, and it helps us avoid threat. And in all fairness, it's probably kept a lot of people from catching COVID over the past nearly 2 years. But there's an issue, there's a consequence, and too much fear can lead to mental health issues. So at Johns Hopkins Hospital, what we're seeing is when people are living in a constant state of fear, there's more depression, there's more anxiety, there's more unhealthy eating habits, the use of alcohol and drugs. So we want people to start to understand how to understand the fear, but how to get out with it. So there's 3 important concepts to remember. The vaccines are available, masks help prevent the spread, and that there's safe ways to gather and to practice self-care. We want people to start to implement those things.
And one of the things that people might start to deal with as we kind of return to normal is returning to their office after nearly 2 years, in some cases, of working from home. Concerns about the return can range from convenience to health and safety in the office. What can people do to try to get comfortable with going back to the office, and any tips for employees to effectively communicate any concerns they might have?
So there's a great Vogue article that discusses this. And what I think has happened is that the return to work has been delayed at least twice for most people with each surge. And so what we have to accept is that at some point, in some form, people will return to the office. And we want them to be prepared for that. There's 3 things that I want to highlight from that article that people should consider. Number 1, feel free to ask questions and share your concerns. If it's a fear about catching COVID, if it's a fear about the commute, if it's childcare, really bring these up in a safe setting. Maybe your employers haven't thought about this. Maybe you're highlighting some things that they need to fix before people get back to the office. So that's number 1. Number 2, incorporate home comfort. If it's coffee, if it's tea, if it's something else that you need, take that with you. And number 3, set goals. Figure out how you plan to improve your career, your trajectory, and what you want to accomplish going back into the office, at least part-time.
All right, we teased this one. TikTok, a new trend is circulating, how to fall asleep in under 2 minutes. The claim is the trick is to clear your mind. I can't read. And then picture a calming scenario. We're a little tight on time here, but does something like this actually work?
Yeah. It does work. It does work. This is a personal trainer out of Montreal and it's important to understand, we've coined the term pandemic insomnia because we know that more people are having difficulty with sleep. It implements mindfulness technique. Clear your mind, rest your body, and prepare to be in that moment to fall asleep.
All right. Sometimes easier said than done, but
yeah,
give
definitely. Because I feel like it's what I try to do, but I do have issues.
And then you start thinking about other things.
Yeah.
All right. Dr. Erica Edwards, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, a deep freeze in Florida causing problems for farmers.
When we return, the fight underway to save their crops and their livelihoods. That's up next on Morning News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As the Northeast digs out from a major snowstorm, farmers all the way down in Florida are fighting to save their crops after a deep freeze there.
The bitter cold is only the latest in a series of challenges, actually, that citrus farmers have faced in recent years. And it's likely to affect consumers far beyond the Sunshine State. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders has more.
The race is on to pick as many strawberries as possible. Growers say, despite the freezing temperatures, it appears their crops survived.
In the battle to save Florida's crops from the freezing cold, some farmers this week launched an aerial assault, deployed more than 24 helicopters.
Helicoptering is trying to push warmer air down on the crops to try to save it. Sometimes it works, but sometimes it don't.
Just about 2 years ago, these same farmers plowed under abundant crops as the pandemic broke supply lines, costing them millions, and the hits keep coming.
Our fuel costs are double, our fertilizer costs are 65% higher, and now we're facing the freeze.
Florida's citrus growers, desperate to save their fruit, have iced it over, locking it in at 32 degrees as ambient temperatures drop even lower.
See, that's actually freezing it. We've had three days of freezes, and this is some damage from that.
Florida is on pace to produce the smallest crop of oranges since World War II. Larry Black's family began citrus farming in the 1800s.
Is the freeze that you just had, is that the biggest problem?
No, the biggest issue is citrus greening.
And when a tree is hit with that disease, it drops its fruit early, upwards of 40%. That is a complete loss.
We've been dealing with the disease for about 15 years, citrus greening. This is before the freeze, was going to be the smallest crop since the 1940s.
With the freeze, the price of some fruits and vegetables will now rise at the grocery store as farmers across the state scramble to harvest what survived.
A strawberry begins as this bloom, and 21 days later, looks like this. The good news? That means they'll be ripe again for Valentine's Day.
Some good news. Carrie Sanders, thank you so much.
And now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is with us this morning. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Well, the Federal Trade Commission says criminals use social media platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp to scam nearly $800 million from people last year. That's up almost 18-fold over the past 4 years and now accounts for about a quarter of all fraud losses nationwide. The FTC says the recent surge in online investing is a big target for scams, which involve not only stocks, bonds, and cryptocurrency, but also art, precious metals, and even investment advice. Sony is buying video game maker Bungie for $3.6 billion. Bungie is the original creator of Halo and the developer of Destiny. The deal comes just a few weeks after Microsoft paid nearly $68 billion for Activision Blizzard and Take-Two bid $11 billion for Zynga, the maker of Words with Friends. The video game space is consolidating as companies look to tap a surge in demand created by the pandemic. And Domino's will pay you to pick up your own pizza. The chain will offer customers a $3 credit through the end of May if they choose carryout over delivery for online orders. The credit is good for a week and can be used on another carryout order. Domino's, like other restaurants, is having a hard time getting enough drivers. Delivery accounts for 2/3 of the company's sales. Guys?
All right.
Well, you know what I'm going to say. Now I want Domino's for lunch. I'm looking at those pictures before 8 a.m. It's so hard.
All right.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, exactly.
Pizza for lunch. All right.
Thanks, Silvana.
Thank you. Coming up, finding a safe space at the skating rink.
This is a place to come where we can just gather. And the main feedback that I get from people is like, just thank you.
When we return, more on the retro trend connecting queer people of color. This is Morning News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Gideon. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shifrin. Sean White takes the goal.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
Welcome back. Roller skating rinks were once really a place to meet friends for fun on the weekend.
Now, a new group in New York City is using roller skating to create a safe space for queer people of color to connect.
Train Cohen Express, the Green Point. Stand clear, the closing doors, please.
I think I skate, it's supposed to be twice a week, but it's usually more like 6 times a week. If I'm not at the rink, I'm just skating around the house. Honestly, if I could sleep in my skates, I probably would. I am the founder of Orbit Collective, a safe space for Black and brown, queer, gender nonconforming skaters. The idea for Orbit Collective started as seeking community and seeking, I guess, my tribe. I identify as a queer non-binary femme. I know that there's plenty of Black and POC skaters.
Ooh, do the table, do the table.
There's a rich culture, especially in New York. But specifically for queer skaters, that's the crowd that I love to be around.
Serve the camera, baby. Serve it.
In New York City proper, the only rink that we have is Crazy Legs. And it's not even a rink, it's a gym. There were a ton at one point. I'm always heartbroken that I wasn't alive to experience them. So way before my time, we had transitioned from the disco era to hip hop. They took the disco records and then started scratching them up and making beats and then rhyming over them, and then hip hop was born in the Bronx. A lot of those artists I know got their start in rinks.
Roller skating, it's more than fun, it's art.
Back before all of that, roller skating was actually very segregated. There was a lot of restrictions. There were only designated nights for Black and POC people to skate, and that was it. There was a lot of protesting and speaking up for your rights in terms of having permission to even skate. Given what my ancestors had to deal with just to have the opportunity to skate, I think it's amazing to carry on their legacy. And I will say that skating, especially with a lot of like older generations, has connected me to music that I wasn't around to hear in a different way. When you have these labels of like queer or non-binary or anything like that, by default you have to have an armor up because the world isn't as open or sensitive to these identities. There are things that you have to deal with, things like sexual harassment, unfortunately. Skating in and of itself is a very individual sport, but there's also partner skating and like group skating, and so sometimes certain touches or whatnot can be very inappropriate or feel uncomfortable, but we always practice open consent. Like this. Oh. This is a place to come where we can just gather, and the main feedback that I get from people is like, just thank you. And then also the other key word is, I feel safe.
Very cool. I feel safe. Those words mean a lot.
Yeah, they really do. Also, it kind of makes me want to get out on some skates. I bet I would be not good at all, though.
Neither would I.
Yeah.
I see a story.
Yeah, I know, really.
Sam
Yeah,
and Joe
us on
Fall.
skates.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, brink of war, a high-stakes showdown between the U.S. and Russia at the United Nations. Russia insists it will not invade Ukraine, accusing the U.S. of causing panic. All of this while Russia masses thousands of troops along Ukraine's border.
With Russia is continuing its buildup of its forces around Ukraine, we are ready no matter what happens.
The major punishment the U.S. is now planning if Russia doesn't send its forces home. Major progress in the fight against COVID. A vaccine for kids younger than 5 could be available sooner than expected. Pfizer could apply for FDA authorization as early as today. We have a doctor joining us live with what parents need to know. Wild winter. Millions of people are preparing for yet another winter storm. The Northeast digs out from last weekend's storm. Now the Midwest is bracing for a hit. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with the latest track. Plus, the first qualifying event with opening ceremonies just days away. Athletes are heading to Beijing. Their first obstacle, making sure they don't test positive for COVID. We're going to take a look at the lengths some athletes are going to trying to avoid the virus before they compete. Not just the athletes, of course, but we have colleagues who are there and very nervous about whether they would catch COVID and what would happen.
Yeah, exactly. What it means then, what's quarantine look like there, which we'll get into all that. But I like how you said that. It's like the first event.
It is. Kind of
Funny.
is. So
Yeah.
More on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with a potential new breakthrough in the U.S. vaccination efforts.
Yeah, Pfizer could be close to filing for authorization of its vaccine for children under the age of 5. If approved, millions of kids would be eligible to receive 2 doses of the vaccine protecting protecting against some of the most dangerous COVID strains. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with the latest on these vaccines. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. This is the last age group that we have been waiting for that 2-dose COVID vaccine, children between the ages of 6 months and 5 years old. And a former FDA chief says the agency could be close to considering it.
A COVID vaccine could be available for children under the age of 5 by the end of the month. According to the Washington Post, Pfizer is expected to submit an emergency use authorization request to the FDA as soon as today for its 2-shot COVID vaccine. This comes after the company added a 3rd dose to its clinical trial, saying 2 doses did not provide a strong enough immune response for children between 6 months and 5 years old.
Previously, we had data showing that the childhood vaccine for 6 months to 4 years wasn't as protective against infection as the adult vaccine. That's the reason why they pushed it out and asked for that 3rd dose.
In response to the report, Pfizer tells NBC News at this time, we have not filed a submission and we're continuing to collect and analyze data from both 2 and 3 doses in our younger age cohort. Kids between 5 and 11 are already eligible for Pfizer's COVID vaccine, and just over a quarter have received 1 dose. While still high, new COVID cases in children are declining, falling to about 800,000 new infections recorded last week. That's nearly a quarter of all reported cases in the U.S.
We're still at a really high level of hospitalizations and daily deaths, but there's going to be a rapid decline from that. We are rapidly approaching the definition of what an endemic respiratory disease looks like.
Meanwhile, New York City's mayor is reminding municipal employees, including police officers, they'll be fired unless they're vaccinated by the end of next week.
The worst thing I can do is to state that here's a rule that we're requiring of New Yorkers and then change that. Then what about all those other New Yorkers that follow the rule? That's the problem.
Other cities are changing their COVID safety policies. Starting today, San Francisco is loosening its mask rules, but only for people who are fully vaccinated and boosted. In Denver, masks won't be required inside businesses and indoor public spaces by the end of the week.
Denver will not be extending our public health order.
And back to vaccination rates for younger kids. Look, Savannah and Joe, there has been a lot of skepticism among some parents getting children ages 5 to 11-year-old vaccinated because, either they've been susceptible to vaccine misinformation or they may think that the virus just doesn't affect kids. But the CDC has released data showing that in major cities, virtually all of the kids who become seriously ill were not fully vaccinated. So public health officials plan to double down on their awareness campaign. Savannah.
Gabe Gutierrez, great point there, and good to make aware of the concerns of those parents. Thank you so much. Let's now bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock for more on this. She's an emergency medicine physician and the CEO of Advancing Health Equity. Dr. Blackstock, good morning. So let's start with the Omicron subvariant. So that's this other one that might be more contagious, and this new study suggests that vaccinated people are less likely to spread it than unvaccinated people. Is that kind of new information? Is that always the case with variants, and does this make it less of a concern in the U.S.? And how do we know about what it does do to unvaccinated people?
Good morning, Savannah. Thank you so much for having me. So, yeah, we're finding out more and more about this subvariant of Omicron, BA2. And so the data that we have so far, I would say, is reassuring. We're seeing that vaccine effectiveness is holding up against BA2. And we're also seeing, as you mentioned, that people who are fully vaccinated are less likely to transmit the infection to others. Again, there's a lot that we still don't know. BA2, we know, can outcompete BA1 and actually may lead to a slower decline in cases as a result. We also don't know if you can be reinfected with BA2 if you've had BA1 previously. So there's still a lot of data that we need to analyze. But so far, the data that we have is reassuring.
Okay, that's great to hear. Now, there could be a potential new vaccine available in the U.S. Novavax filed its request for an emergency use authorization of its, and here's the important part, protein-based COVID vaccine. Tell us how that's different from the 3 vaccines we have in the U.S. What's different about the technology? And do you think this option could persuade people who have not yet been vaccinated to get vaccinated because of this difference?
Savannah, it may. So it uses a protein-based subunit. So essentially what it does is it introduces nanoparticles of the spike protein to the immune system, and then the immune system responds to that. It's a different technology than the mRNA vaccines, which essentially tell the immune system how to make the spike protein, and then the immune system responds. And so I think because it is a technology that's been around for a while, that's been used in hepatitis B and pertussis vaccines, people may be more willing to take this vaccine.
All right, and doctor, before I let you go, I do want to ask you a viewer question. It's about reinfection, something you just mentioned a moment ago. It says, my daughter, age 5, contracted COVID. She then passed it on to her 15-year-old sister, to me and her father. My daughter is getting well, but we still have symptoms. Is it possible for us to reinfect her while she's recovering? That's a great question. What do you say, doctor?
Yeah, great question. And the thought is that people are not able to be reinfected for about 90 days once they have been infected. So they should be good in the clear for at least 3 months, although these new variants have been behaving differently, but they should be in the clear for at least 90 days.
So hopefully that means our viewer's 5-year-old is in the clear, and we're thinking about that whole family who is sick. Dr. Uche Blackstock, thank you so much, and I'm sure our viewer thanks you as well. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, let us know. They are ready to answer them. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com and let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
There are some new major developments this morning in the investigation into the attack on the Capitol. The New York Times is new reporting about what they say may have been going on inside the White House in the weeks after the election and former President Trump's possible involvement. This, as a prosecutor investigating the election in Georgia, is calling for additional security for her office. Here's NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson.
One Georgia prosecutor so concerned about the former president's comments that she's asking the FBI for security help. And it comes as new reporting overnight shows just how directly involved Mr. Trump may have been in a push to try and seize voting machines in an attempt to try and prove his election fraud lies. As former President Trump ramps up his rhetoric while weighing a run for office, new questions this morning over his role in attempts to interfere with the last election. Overnight, the New York Times reporting that 6 weeks after the 2020 race, which he lost, Mr. Trump directed his attorney Rudy Giuliani to ask the Department of Homeland Security if it could legally take control of voting machines in key swing states. The DHS official Giuliani reached said he did not have the authority to do so, the Times reported, according to 3 people familiar with the matter. NBC News has reached out to representatives from Mr. Trump and to Giuliani, but has not heard back. It comes as backlash, including from some Republicans, is intensifying after a weekend rally where Mr. Trump called for mass protests in cities where prosecutors are investigating him.
If these radical, vicious, racist prosecutors do anything wrong or illegal, I hope we are going to have in this country the biggest protest we have ever had.
Those comments described as alarming by Fulton County DA Fani Willis. She's looking into whether Mr. Trump broke the law by trying to interfere with Georgia's legitimate 2020 election results. The FBI responding that it's gathering information on any potential threats and sharing it with law enforcement partners. The top Republican on the committee investigating that attack on the Capitol, Congresswoman Liz Cheney, speaking exclusively with NBC News about what she sees as a warning sign.
I think that it tells us that he clearly would do this all again if he were given the chance.
Mr. Trump also suggesting he'd go easy on the more than 700 people arrested so far, charged with breaking the law during the Capitol attack.
If I run and if I win, we will treat those people from January 6th fairly. If it requires pardons, we will give them pardons.
But even longtime Trump ally, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, concerned.
I don't want to reinforce that defiling the Capitol was okay. I don't want to do anything that would make this more likely in the future.
And as the January 6th committee sifts through Trump White House documents handed over by the National Archives, we've learned a new detail overnight about the condition of some of the documents the archives received. They're now confirming that included paper records that had been ripped up by former President Trump. In a statement, they say White House records management officials had taped together some of those documents before turning them over to the National Archives. But they also have a number of torn up documents that had not been reconstructed. Back to you.
Jackson, thanks so much. This morning, Russia is still threatening a potential invasion on Ukraine's border. It follows a United Nations Security Council meeting where diplomacy appeared to hit a roadblock.
NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is at the White House with the latest on this.
Good morning. Secretary of State Tony Blinken is scheduled to speak with his Russian counterpart this morning following that fierce public face-off over Ukraine at the United Nations Security Council. And now another disagreement. Russia is disputing that it sent a written response to the U.S. after the U.S.'s latest effort to defuse the Ukraine crisis. Still, President Biden is warning Russia if it walks away from diplomacy, there will be swift and severe consequences.
With Russian forces by air and sea ramping up their training missions as the showdown over Ukraine escalates, President Biden says the U.S. remains committed to diplomacy, but will respond forcefully if Russia invades.
With Russia's continuing its buildup of its forces around Ukraine, we are ready no matter what happens.
Those tensions on full display Monday during a meeting of the UN Security Council, a bitter diplomatic clash between the U.S. and Russia, reminiscent of the Cold War, with both sides blaming the other for the crisis. The U.S.'s UN ambassador condemning Russian aggression as dangerous, a threat to Ukraine and to Europe.
Russia's actions strike at the very heart of the UN Charter. This is as clear and consequential a threat to peace and security as anyone can imagine.
Russia's ambassador insists Moscow has no plans to invade, accusing the U.S. and its allies of whipping up hysteria to try to weaken Russia.
You are almost calling for this. You want it to happen. You're waiting for it to happen, as if you want to make your words become a reality.
Still, despite its protests, Russia is showing no signs of backing down. And in Ukraine, U.S. military advisors are training local troops. The pressure is building here at home as well. A bipartisan group of senators could soon have a deal on stiff sanctions meant to deter Vladimir Putin from invading and severely punishing Russia if it does. And the White House says it's now developed specific sanction packages to target Russian elites who are in or near Putin's inner circle if he proceeds.
Today, the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson travels to Kyiv for talks with Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky. On Monday, Johnson said that Vladimir Putin needed to, quote, step back from the brink. But one ominous sign about Putin's intentions, the Russians have recently begun moving in supplies of blood to their troops along the Ukrainian border, what could be a sign they are in the final stages of preparation for an invasion. Back to you.
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you.
Let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather.
Michelle Grossman is back with us this hour. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys, and we are watching a major winter storm. We're looking at a prolonged period of time where we're going to be seeing rain, ice, and also snow. We're tracking this through the late part of Friday, and already 82 million Americans under some sort of winter weather alert. You can see that here. Your white, that's your winter weather advisory. The pink is your winter storm warning. The blue is a winter storm watch. And again, these are up through Friday in some spots, all the way stretching from Texas, the Southern Plains, to the interior parts of the Northeast. So this is what the setup is. We have a sweeping cold front. Out ahead of that cold front, we have some really warm air. We're pulling in moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. And then some Arctic air is going to funnel in behind that. That's going to set up a clash, a battle zone, so to speak, along that cold front. And that's where we're going to see that ice setting up. To the colder side, we're going to see the snow, and then the warmer side, we'll see that rain. And that rain and snow will stretch from Texas all the way to Michigan. So this is a look at Wednesday evening. This is when this storm is really going to blossom. We're going to see heavy snow, significant ice. Notice Dallas. You are in the pink, Oklahoma City, you're in the blue, that's snow. And we have snow even in the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, into the interior parts of Northeast by late Wednesday into Thursday. So in terms of the ice, this is our greatest concern, because when you have ice, especially a quarter inch, a half inch, even over that, you're going to have power lines coming down, trees coming down. So we're going to have power outages, and it's going to be cold with temperatures below freezing. Now, as opposed to last year, we had really frigid temperatures in Texas when we had all those power outages and all those problems in Texas. This is going to be shorter in duration. It's not going to be quite as cold. So that's a silver lining, but still significant ice from Dallas all the way to Springfield. You see the blue, that's your thickest ice. And then snow, we could see over a foot of snow in some spots. Moderate snow from Denver to northern Texas. But notice off to the right-hand part of your screen, we're looking at some really heavy snow in St. Louis. That's in your purple and pinks. So as we go throughout Thursday morning, we continue to watch this cold front move very, very slowly. Now, our nor'easter that we had over the weekend, it was quick. It was all snow. It was out of here in 24 hours. This is going to take a long time. This cold front is moving slow. We sort of need an area of low pressure really kick it off the coast, but that won't be until Friday. So this is Thursday evening, the rain changing to ice and snow from Arkansas to Ohio Valley. You can see a lot of blue too in parts of the interior Northeast. So, places that didn't get the snow from this nor'easter, you're going to get the snow this time around. Power outages are likely from the ice. Notice those blues at the top, a quarter inch, a half inch. That's what we're seeing, a huge swath from Texas into the Ohio Valley, parts of the Northeast. We'll see this accumulating ice, and that's what we're going to be really watching over the next several days. So certainly dangerous travel, power outages. Then finally on Friday, here it goes. It's off the coast late on Friday, but notice some ping for Philadelphia, maybe stretching to D.C. We'll have to watch that. Also New York City, so really big, the I-95 corridor on a Friday evening. We could see that last thump of ice with that cold air really filtering in, and then we're set up for a really cold weekend. So that ice threat, the greatest across the inland areas, but of course the I-95 corridor, as I just showed you, could see that. Snow, wet snow, heavy snow, really tough, snow to shovel. We're looking from Watertown to Syracuse, Buffalo, along the Great Lakes, into Burlington, also Rutland. So this is really the setup. We have that really warm air where you see the oranges, the reds, the yellows. That's the warm stuff. So 66 degrees in Memphis today, 68 in Dallas, but not far to the west. We're looking at below freezing temperatures. This cold front's going to sweep through. That's going to drop the temperatures in Texas. So you're going to start out in the mid-50s, but drop to below freezing by later on Wednesday into Thursday. So guys, this is sort of like the visitor that comes into town, stays a little too long, and we're going to be watching this for a few days.
Yeah, and messes stuff up along the way while they're there. They trash your house.
Yeah, right. Messes up the room.
Or your sidewalks, at least. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that description of really hard to shovel snow. That sounds lovely. All right, Michelle, thanks so much.
I know.
Now, meanwhile, we're keeping an eye on a fertilizer plant fire in North Carolina. Officials are going door to door asking residents within 1 mile of the plant to evacuate as the risk of a large explosion remains high across the area. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has the latest on this developing story. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. We're talking about thousands of people being evacuated, as you mentioned, within a 1 mile radius of a fertilizer plant, and that includes parts of Wake Forest University and a minimum security prison. Overnight, a massive fire breaking out at this fertilizer plant in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Just be advised, we've got what appears to be almost a city block on fire.
Fears of an explosion leading to the evacuation of more than 6,000 residents living within a 1 mile perimeter of the plant.
Please exit the area. You can stay somewhere else tonight.
Nearly 100 firefighters and personnel battling the blaze for hours.
We fought the fire for 2 hours. It began affecting a rail car. Once the rail car was involved, it became an explosive hazard.
Fire officials say the chemical in that rail car, ammonium nitrate, is a dangerous combination with the intensity of the heat. Firefighters have had to step back because of the explosion risk.
The fire truck that's located on the backside of the building, it's still there, it's still flowing water. There's no firefighters there.
The fire stirring up memories of the devastating explosion at a fertilizer plant in West Texas back in 2013. 15 people were killed, more than 200 injured, and roughly 150 buildings damaged or destroyed. Back in Winston-Salem, firefighters working around the clock.
There is still a potential for explosion. We do not know the full extent of the time we'll be here. It will not be anytime soon that we'll be leaving.
And officials are warning of poor air quality this morning, encouraging people to keep their distance from the scene. Even the firefighters doing so to a certain degree. They're using drones to monitor the situation. And Savannah, still no word on what could have caused this dangerous blaze.
All right, Emily Aketa with some good warnings if you're in the area. Thank you so much. And coming up, more state legislatures are moving forward with bills to stop discussions of race and sexual orientation in the classroom.
That includes Florida. The bill's lawmakers are likely to pass in the Sunshine State, and why GOP lawmakers are trying to change what's being taught in schools.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because this is it, right?
Republican lawmakers in Florida are moving ahead with controversial legislation that would repress discussions about sexual orientation and race in schools. And Florida is not the only state looking to pass these kinds of measures. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from the Florida State Capitol in Tallahassee. Vaughn, good morning. So first, let's talk about what's being proposed. It's more than one bill. So what are in these bills? What are they hoping to accomplish?
Yeah, Joe, as these state legislatures around the country are coming into session, we are seeing Republican-backed bills spring up here in which are directly targeting and censoring what teachers and other educators in public schoolrooms are able to discuss. There is a bill actually in the next half hour here, the quote Stop Woke Act, which was backed by the governor here, Ron DeSantis here, which specifically targets, I'm going to read just a little bit of part of it here. It says that no person is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously, solely by virtue of his or her race or sex. But then there's also specific legislation that is targeting the language spoken about, quote, sexual orientation and gender identity. That is House Bill 1557, which has already passed the Education Committee. That says a school district may not encourage classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in primary grade levels or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students. I was able to catch up with the chair of the House Education Committee here in Florida, one of the Republicans that voted yes on that measure. Take a listen to part of our conversation. Allowing parents to sue a school district over their student potentially feeling uncomfortable about the idea of sexual orientation being discussed.
Well, I mean, I'm just,
that's what your bill. That's what the bill that you voted yes on says.
Right. No, and I'm proud that I voted yes on it. I'll be voting yes on it again when it hits the floor.
And so, what do you tell those young LGBT students here, who are Florida residents here, who feel like they're alienated?
They're not being alienated.
If they're not able to talk about sexual orientation and gender identity because the school.
No kid should be treated any differently than any other kid.
Representative Latvala and I talked for a couple minutes, and there weren't many direct answers that were given by the representative for his reasoning as to why he voted for this legislation, which again explicitly says that school educators are not to, quote, promote sexual orientation or gender identity discussions in the classroom. It's very open-ended.
Yeah, and critics have dubbed that the Don't Say Gay bill. So what are opponents saying about this bill?
I talked with Representative Carlos Guillermo Smith here, who is an out gay representative from the Orlando area. I talked with him after he got out of one of his committee hearings last night. Take a listen.
It sends a terrible message to LGBTQ youth that somehow conversations about them, about their families, about who they are dangerous. These are not dangerous conversations. I can tell you LGBTQ people are represented in every single one of our schools in Florida.
Again, this is Joe stigmatizing the conversation of sexual orientation and gender identity by not allowing educators to speak about it. That is at the height of concern of Representative Smith and others who we talked to.
And that stigmatization can have mental health impacts, which is important to note. Now, you spoke with a student who's outspoken against the legislation. What was their message?
Yeah, meet sophomore at Leon High School, just down the road from here in Tallahassee, Kaylee Sandel, who wanted to make it clear about what she was hearing from her fellow students and from her teachers. Take a listen.
The underlying problem is that students aren't feeling safe at school. They aren't feeling comfortable at school. And when a student doesn't feel safe or comfortable, they can't learn, and that's when the grades start dropping. And that's why a lot of times kids have higher suicidal rates, because they don't feel loved, they don't feel safe in their schools. It doesn't matter if someone is straight, gay, lesbian, they're still human, they're still students, we're still children.
And that is where you hear Kaylee's frustration here, is the attempted limiting of conversations around sexual orientation, gender identity, race, sex, basic history here that led us to this moment in 2022. All of these pieces of legislation are working their way through the Florida House and the Senate right now, potentially landing on the desk of Republican Ron DeSantis. Joe.
Ron Hilliard, important to cover this topic. Thanks so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Let's now take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us again from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Boris Johnson will ask Sue Gray to produce a new report into Partygate allegations in an attempt to quell growing anger from members of his own party and to save his job. The report said there had been a failure of leadership, excess drinking from government officials, and that some of the events should never have taken place. However, Ms. Gray said she couldn't produce a meaningful report because the police had asked her not to reveal certain details they were looking into. The latest bout of turmoil in Burkina Faso seems to have settled down for the time being. Burkina Faso's military government said it had restored the constitution a week after taking power and has appointed the coup's leader as head of state for a transitional period. The statement didn't give a timeline for the transition period. And COVID may have made it difficult to travel, but that hasn't stopped millions of people from across the globe celebrating the Lunar New Year and welcoming in the Year of the Tiger. From Beijing to Bangkok, people have been walking under traditional lanterns, artists have been performing the dragon dance, while others simply just prayed. And those are your headlines, guys.
Good to see those celebrations continuing.
Yes, and happy Lunar New Year. Ali, thank you so much.
Oh, nice.
Coming up, with the Winter Olympics set to start later this week, athletes heading to Beijing are facing an extra challenge: avoiding COVID.
The unique ways they're trying to dodge the virus so they can earn a spot on the Olympic podium.
Plus, is Tom Brady retiring, or is he looking for his 8th Super Bowl ring? The 44-year-old star quarterback now sounding off on his own future and the speculation. Next.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This is the cute one. An Idaho second grader has written a book that's become so popular, there's a waiting list for it at his local public library. But he did it in an unconventional way. Listen to this. 8-year-old Dylan Helbig wrote a Christmas story in a red-covered notebook and even illustrated it, as you can see there. And during a visit to his local library in Boise with his grandmother, Dylan quietly slipped the book onto the shelf in the children's picture book section. Well, librarians later discovered it, and after reading it, they added it to the library's collection with a barcode and everything. And if you're curious, the book tells the story of Dylan decorating his Christmas tree when the star on top explodes, blasting him back to the first Thanksgiving and the North Pole. And there are now a few dozen people on the wait list to check out Dylan's book, and we hear he's already working on a sequel. And Joe, I think he's going to need a publishing deal so he can make a few more copies.
He's going to need to make a bunch of them and get them in libraries throughout Idaho.
So
in bookstores, start selling them.
Yeah. Like I was like, I'm just going to leave this here.
I like
People
that.
will want to
Good
read
idea.
it. Yeah.
It worked.
Yeah, it did.
All right. Thank you, Samantha.
Yeah.
After years of intense training and dedication, thousands of athletes are making their way to Beijing for the Winter Olympics. But before they can compete, they face one more daunting qualifying event: avoiding COVID. We spoke to Mark Kennedy, a curling alternate and 2010 gold medalist from Canada, and Stefan Schmidt, a speed skater from Denmark, about the precautions each of them took before heading to Beijing. Here's what they had to say.
COVID's a big part of the anxiety and the nerves right now. I think once we get into the village and get settled and feel a little safer and feel like we've arrived, then we can start to focus on the curling.
I feel like there's been several start lines, if you can say it like that. So first, of course, you have to train, improve, don't get injured, don't get sick. Then you have to qualify for the games. That's like the first start line, I feel like. Then there is making it to the games without getting COVID and all these things. That's like the second start line. And then you go to the third and the real start line, which is the actual race.
We moved into a house in Abbotsford. There was 8 of us. It was an incredible environment in the frat house. We had a pool table. We had some poker tournaments. We had a gym in the garage. The quote frat house without the booze was legit. It felt like kind of a university atmosphere. And I think it took a lot of some of the virus anxiety away from them, you know, being able to create our own comfortable bubble. And I think it's really going to help with their preparation getting over to Beijing.
It does feel like I've been kind of in my own bubble, in my own company. I've been on the phone with my family and my girlfriend very much, but other than that, the actual like physical social interaction with other people haven't been that much this last month.
Although I feel like a veteran, I feel like a rookie just because of how much the games have changed. COVID has thrown a whole new, element at all these athletes that is just, it's difficult.
Yeah, I think with all the stresses that comes with being an athlete and wanting to perform in general, you just have this little extra layer on top, which is this whole risk of getting sick. So I think it's actually been harder than I thought it would be.
I think every Olympic athlete this year is going to have some type of mental challenge, whether it's away from family, whether it's COVID anxiety, travel anxiety. As athletes, we learn to adapt and adjust and get comfortable with being uncomfortable, and the ones that can do that the best are going to be able to perform well.
So once those athletes make it to Beijing, they will enter what's known as the Olympic bubble, which is the strictest ever created for a global sporting event. Athletes and their teams have an 83-page playbook of rules and requirements to follow. while they're at the games. Sports reporter and co-author of Axios Sports, Jeff Tracy, joins us now to tell us more about what all this looks like. Jeff, good morning to you. So the COVID test started before the athletes even board a plane for Beijing. We've seen our colleagues going through test after test after test. Tell us more. What are the protocols and requirements before they fly out?
Yeah, so a lot of negative tests. Table stakes is just 2 negatives within 96 hours of your departure, and they have to be 24 hours apart. And then, of course, when you land, you have to test negative again, and that result even could take about 6 hours. So you have a very nervous waiting game even after getting off the plane. And you actually have to take 4 of those tests before leaving if you've tested positive recently. And so these people, you know, as those guys were just saying, they've done crazy things. Think first few months of the pandemic for everyone when you're doing everything possible in your power to not test positive. You know, for the most part, it's working, but there actually, unfortunately, have been a handful of positives already in that closed loop bubble, because obviously they're testing every day. And if you do test positive, you are put directly into isolation, you know, after a confirmatory test.
Yeah, so Jeff, we're going to ask you more about that. Let's go in order first, though. So, I mean, this is like an Olympic sport just to even get there and get off the plane. So what does happen once they get off the plane? What are some of the rules of the bubble that are described in that 83-page playbook, and how does it really work to get to all the events and that kind of thing?
Yeah, so, you know, we think of a bubble like the NBA bubble in Disney World, say, in 2020, which was crazy, huge, and such an undertaking. But that was just one location. This is an entire region of China. And so instead of thinking of it like one big bubble, they say, you know, the closed loop system, it's kind of a bunch of smaller bubbles. So there's the Beijing area with the village and the venues around there, but there are 2 other regions having events during the Olympics as well, as far as 100 miles away from Beijing. And so every mode of transportation, be it plane, train, or automobile, is equally bubbled with all of the workers and athletes fully within the protocols of, you know, quarantining, masking, and ensuring that they are not testing positive.
And you mentioned a handful of people have tested positive. So what does happen if you test positive, either when you arrive or during the game?
How do you get out?
You go directly into isolation. If you're asymptomatic, there's just a sort of facility, kind of a hotel. If you are symptomatic, you go to a hospital. And from there, it again is this waiting game. You can't get out until you test negative twice 24 hours apart from each other. And so obviously, that could be 2 days later, that could be 2 weeks later, that could be even more. And, you know, those symptomatic athletes also need to no longer be showing symptoms, even if they do test negative. And so it's really, really tough. You know, one of the bobsledder favorites, Alana Myers-Taylor, just tested positive, dealing with that right now.
Yikes, hard to hear that. Enough anxiety already just being an Olympic athlete.
Well, and then you hear about people who never have symptoms but test positive for literally months. So that could become a problem.
All right, we'll hope the test numbers stay low. Jeff, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jeff. Looking forward to the games.
Thanks so much.
Now, after a weekend of speculation about Tom Brady's reported retirement, the superstar quarterback says he's still deciding what comes next. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the very latest on all this back and forth that everybody's watching. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, kind of a wild weekend, right? Amidst all of the goodbyes that were given out to one of the greatest players of all time, it now appears that the future Hall of Famer has future options open. And Tom Brady has made it clear that he hasn't made up his mind just yet, putting even more attention on what his potential next steps might be.
This morning, number 12 isn't done just yet. On the Let's Go podcast with Jim Gray, Tom Brady says he still hasn't decided about his future in football.
I'm just still going through the process that I said I was going through. So sometimes it takes some time to really evaluate how you feel and what you want to do. And I think when the time's right, I'll be ready to make a decision one way or another.
Even if the season didn't end with an 8th Super Bowl ring for the Bucs QB, his outstanding play at the age of 44 further cementing his legacy as the greatest quarterback in NFL history. But over the weekend, it appeared his storied NFL career might finally be coming to a close.
Breaking news, Tom Brady is retiring after 22 spectacular seasons in the NFL.
ESPN broke the news prematurely, as it turns out, on playoff weekend.
I think one thing I've learned about sports is, you control what you can control. And, people want to be, in front of the news often. And I totally understand that. I understand that's the environment we're in. But I think for me, I'm just literally it's day to day.
In addition, on Twitter, some fans went so far as to blame Giselle, speculating Brady's supermodel wife may be pressuring him to call it quits. Drafted in the 6th round, the 199th pick, Brady has rewritten the record books to win 7 Super Bowls, 5 of them as MVP. He spent 2 decades with the New England Patriots before leaving in 2019, only to win yet another Super Bowl in Tampa Bay.
He's going to go down in history as the greatest player in the 102-year history of the NFL.
The oldest active player in the league, Brady's indicated he isn't looking for a farewell tour, but as the face of the NFL for an entire generation, his decision, whenever it comes, will have a massive impact on the entire league.
There's a lot of people that don't know the NFL without Tom Brady. That's a sad thing to think about moving forward. That day's going to come eventually.
Now, there were some questions about whether or not Tom was waiting because of a potential contract clause that would give him $15 million. The Athletic reporting that regardless of when Brady potentially announced retirement or not, he was entitled to $15 million as of Friday. However, if he does retire, he does owe the Buccaneers organization $16 million. So when you look at both, it's essentially a wash. But as for right now, future still undecided.
Yeah, if he retires. If. All right, Morgan Chesky, thanks so much.
Coming up, if you use Venmo or PayPal for business, listen up.
Yeah, the way you do your taxes next year will change. What you need to do now to avoid a headache in 2023.
Plus, remembering Miss USA, how friends and colleagues are paying tribute to Chesley Christ as we learn more about her struggles with mental health next.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Now, a word of warning for those of you who use Venmo or PayPal to run your business. The IRS says you may need to keep track of those transactions and potentially pay taxes on them next year. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has been looking into this for us. Tom, we were just discussing it in my household this week. Let's be clear right up front. We're not talking about sending money to friends or family. That's not going to be taxed, right?
That's right. And by the way, you still owe me a bunch of money, but you're absolutely right. Let's repeat
Reminder.
that. The IRS is not going to collect taxes on money you get from someone else because they owe you for a split lunch, for example, or the money that Joe owes me. But it's not even going to tax money, for example, you send to your college kids. The IRS is really focusing on small businesses and side jobs like online arts and crafts or fishing tours or car detailing where people usually pay in cash and then a lot of people don't declare it to the IRS. Today, many customers are paying with these third-party apps, and that means an electronic record of the transaction exists, and the IRS is keeping track.
With the new
When was the last time you used cash?
Now it's easy for customers to Venmo your business.
Millions of Americans use payment apps every day, transferring money to friends and family at garage sales, Airbnbs, Etsy, eBay, and small businesses. But suddenly the tax rules have changed. The IRS used to require small business owners to report payment app income over $20,000 and 200 transactions annually. Now for tax year 2022, they must report income over just $600 a year. Brianna Sandoval is a hairstylist in San Diego. A lot of her customers pay with Venmo. The new rules could complicate things.
A big headache is a good way to categorize it. It just makes it another thing that I then have to do.
Jeff Clem is a professional music teacher in Akron, Ohio.
It's really just the convenience. Everybody's got one of them, Venmo, PayPal, Zelle.
Now the IRS says it will send 1099-K forms to anyone who earns at least $600 in payment app income for goods or services, to include when filing their taxes next year in 2023, making it very tough to hide cash income.
It's not just income tax. I mean, there's, the additional self-employment tax that applies to these businesses, and that's a big burden.
If you use Venmo, this is important. The IRS is not taxing your personal transfers. PayPal and Venmo say users can separate business from personal transactions with a simple button. Zelle says it's not subject to the law since it doesn't actually handle funds itself. The new IRS rule is meant for businesses, large and small, and a small business can be really small. Where do we draw the line? If you are a kid out of high school and you're mowing lawns over the summer and you make more than $600, would you have to have one of these forms?
Potentially, yeah. So keep good records. In that instance, there's a good chance you may get a form, especially if you're using PayPal or Venmo.
Yeah, so I made the example there of the kid mowing your lawn. What about the babysitter? What about the dog walker, right? In theory, in theory, they would have to get these forms. They would have to file it with their taxes. 16-year-olds, for example. The truth is the IRS is not interested in your babysitter or in your kid mowing the lawn. But if you are using these payment apps to buy something or pay for a service, press the button that says you're paying for goods and services. That signals it's a business transaction. If you're just transferring money to a friend, the babysitter, for example, could be a friend. You can mark it as a personal transaction. And if you're sending money to me, Joe, you can also make that a personal transaction.
It's on the way, Tom. Just check it out. Okay. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
All right.
Interesting. All right, now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is back with us. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Kia is recalling more than 400,000 vehicles in the U.S. to fix a problem with the airbags. The automaker says a computer cover can make contact with a memory chip and damage the circuits, which may prevent the airbags from inflating in a crash. The recall covers certain Kia Forte cars from the 2017 and 2018 model years and Sedona minivans and Soul SUVs from 2017 through 2019. Dealers will inspect the vehicles and either update or replace the software. Starbucks is facing a growing campaign to unionize workers at its U.S. stores. Employees at more than 50 locations in 19 states are seeking union elections, with 15 joining the drive just yesterday. Last month, workers at 3 Starbucks in New York State held union elections, with the majority voting in favor at 2 stores. The push still only affects a fraction of the nearly 9,000 stores run by Starbucks. And Pinterest is launching a new augmented reality tool for furniture, letting consumers see how items would look in their homes through the app. The tool will initially work with 20,000 products from retail partners such as Crate & Barrel, Wayfair, and West Elm. Prices and product details will appear within the pins. Research firm eMarketer says the number of consumers who use augmented reality content at least once a month is estimated to top 100 million this year. Guys.
All right.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Thank you, Silvana. Appreciate it.
I like those ones where you can put a haircut on, in the AR thing. Yeah. All right. That could be cool. Thank you. Yeah. Now we turn to a story that we do want to warn you deals with suicide and may be upsetting. The latest on the tragic death of former Miss USA and Extra TV correspondent Chesley Christ. Former colleagues and friends have been paying tribute to her, and she passed away on Sunday. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford has more on this for us. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
That's right, Savannah. As you mentioned, this outpouring of love and tributes, they continue to grow this morning. And the NYPD is investigating this as a suicide and now confirms that Chesley left a note behind indicating her plan to end her life.
This morning, new tributes pouring in for former Miss USA Chesley Christ, who died by suicide Sunday.
This is how we'll remember our friend.
Style must have you. Her colleagues at Extra remembering the former correspondent with behind-the-scenes clips.
I've got great aim, man.
Family and friends calling her an inspiration.
She just was an impressive person that affected all of us.
Ryan Miles met Chesley when she competed for Miss North Carolina and won the Miss USA title in 2019. The two friends bonding over travel and photography.
She was so charismatic and so charming.
But the pressures were immense. Chesley describing the expectations she faced in an Allure essay last year. Pageant girls are supposed to be model tall and slender, she wrote. But my 5'6" frame won with six-pack abs and a head of natural curls in a time when generations of black women have been taught that being too black would cost them wins in the boardroom and on pageant stages. She also said that she, quote, cringed at the idea of turning 30, writing, "It feels like a cold reminder that I'm running out of time to matter in society's eyes." She would have turned 31 in April. Chesley also opened up about battling online trolls.
When I was Miss USA, I received hateful comments. People even messaged me telling me to kill myself.
Did she ever express any of those things to you?
Certainly, we heard her talk about some of the negative things that people would say.
Despite the apparent hate, Chesley maintained her platform to connect with fans. From beauty tips to mental health and openly talking about racism and how that became one of the reasons she stopped practicing law.
There's just the general lack of diversity in the legal profession and the constant microaggressions.
Across social media, so many expressing their grief, including acclaimed actor Viola Davis, tweeting, "For those that suffer in silence, please know you are not alone."
Her grandfather spoke to New York Daily News about her death, saying he is absolutely devastated by her loss, calling her the rare type of person who has a heart for others, and that it's simply hard to imagine that she's no longer here. If you or someone you know is considering suicide, please contact the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. That's 1-800-273-TALK or 8255. You can also just text TALK to the crisis text line at 741-741. You can also go to suicidepreventionlifeline.org, and remember, there is always strength in asking for help.
Oh, there's so much strength and such good resources there, Morgan. Thank you so much.
Coming up, we're looking back on 40 years of late night.
Yeah, it's been 4 decades since David Letterman hit the airwaves. Our Harry Smith takes a look back at the show's creation and its fan following next.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Gideon! Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shiflett. Sean White takes the goal.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
40 years ago to the day, a little show called Late Night with David Letterman premiered here on NBC.
In Letterman's run, the show racked up a fandom that embraced weird, sarcastic, and crazy comedy. And one of those fans, and a former guest on the show, was our very own Harry Smith, who has this story.
First off, we fans never knew there was a show called Late Night.
Welcome to our show. It's Late Night, and
40 years ago, we knew it as and called it Letterman.
And the #1 shocking revelation about Mick Jagger once slept with Robert Redford for free.
And we talked about it constantly. Like, did you see Letterman last night?
Ignition. It appears that David Letterman has come out of that midnight. This is the stupidest thing I've ever witnessed network money spent on. And frankly, I'm proud to be a part of it. Let's get physical.
As a talk show, it was conventional, only in that it had a desk and a host and a band. It was irreverent.
Hey, shut up!
Often silly, sometimes sardonic.
We didn't really plan today's show. But that doesn't mean it still can't be fun. This is the General Electric building, and, you know, I have a little gift, and we thought, what the heck, let's just drop in and
always
say hello.
in on its own jokes.
You mean we need authorization to drop off a fruit basket? Yes. To drop off a fruit basket?
Yes, you need authorization.
Oh, this is going to be fun to work with these people, isn't it?
Steve O'Donnell was Letterman's head writer for 10 years.
So bring me to the day-to-day. You become head writer of this show. It's Monday morning. You're in the writer's room. And what's it like in there?
The experience of putting on a late-night comedy show was like simultaneously putting out a small-town newspaper and organizing every single day a small-town parade, because there were various...
And while David Letterman didn't exactly invent irony, he and his writers conspired to make it a kind of comedy we couldn't get enough of.
Like, so what, like 2 of them toasted?
There was a little freedom to experiment. In one way, the pressure was on to do an interesting show, but there was also like, man, no one's watching, so we could do the most strange, surreal things we could.
Until Letterman, the laws of late night consisted of a monologue, host laughing at guest stories, and maybe a song. It was not this. Or this.
There's very little I can do from this position.
And then there was Larry Bud Melman.
Good night, everybody!
Neither fish nor fowl,
Well, why don't you crawl on the bed then and take a nap?
but more of a befuddled foil,
Sleep tight.
a frequent comic non sequitur
I hope it didn't hurt your glasses.
played by the late Calvert DeForest. The Letterman regulars were often within reach. Bob Costas, Marv Albert, and yes, Al Roker.
What's this? I think you ought to think about having that biopsy.
The Letterman owes some debt to TV pioneers Steve Allen and Ernie Kovacs. Letterman boldly discarded the norms, besmirched the bean counters, and glorified in the dumb.
Ladies and gentlemen, please say hello to Harry Smith. Harry, come on.
Guests like this reporter feared we'd not be able to roll with him.
I think, oh no, we did. We made fun of you. Yeah,
Oh, that's right. You were nice to her in your room.
Yeah, that's how that works. And tonight we'll make fun of her and be nice to you.
And sometimes there was an uncomfortable Dave-guest dynamic.
I thought that I would never want to do this show with you.
Now why? Because you thought I was
David Letterman did not break the mold. He melded it to fit his vision. And a big part of watching the show was watching Dave enjoy what he had wrought.
Have a good night. Thank
you. Our thanks to Harry for that report. And you can actually check out David Letterman tonight on Late Night with Seth Meyers right here on NBC.
That was fun. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, diplomacy deteriorating as the threat of war in Eastern Europe grows. This morning, increased fears of a Russian invasion of Ukraine after a high-stakes UN meeting leads to a heated exchange between Russia and the U.S.
The situation we're facing in Europe is urgent and dangerous. This is as clear and consequential a threat to peace and security as anyone can imagine.
Now, President Biden insisting the U.S. is ready no matter what happens. We have team coverage from Kyiv to Washington. Key witness, major developments in the investigation into the Capitol insurrection as the former chief of staff to then Vice President Mike Pence testifies before a House committee. What we're learning about his testimony and what it means for the investigation. 1-2 punch, tens of millions of Americans bracing for another winter storm. This morning, watches and warnings in effect from the south to the northeast, with many parts still digging out from last weekend's blizzard. And not even the Sunshine State can escape the deep freeze. We're tracking the latest conditions. And big buyout. Everyone's favorite 5-letter puzzle just got a 7-figure deal. Details on Wordle's massive acquisition by the New York Times and why the news has some players UPSET.
I don't know if that was one of the words yet. Do you play Wordle?
I don't. You do, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm all in.
I'm worried I'm going to, fall into that trap, and then it's like all I'm going to do.
Just
every
one a
time I have
day.
minute.
You just a few minutes a day. It's something to look forward to.
How long does it take you to do one?
Minutes.
Yeah. Minutes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. All right.
Very
That's
good.
a sell. I'll give it a shot. All right. We begin now with those continuing building tensions in Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin is set to hold a news conference today as Russian troops gather on the Ukrainian border.
This comes after an angry exchange on the floor of the United Nations. The Russian ambassador claimed the U.S. was trying to whip up hysteria, while the American ambassador warned of horrific consequences if Russia invades Ukraine.
The discussions about a threat of war is provocative in and of itself. You are almost calling for this. You want it to happen. You're waiting for it to happen, as if you want to make your words become a reality.
This is the largest, hear me clearly, mobilization of troops in Europe in decades. And as we speak, Russia is sending even more forces and arms to join them. If Russia further invades Ukraine, none of us will be able to say we didn't see it coming, and the consequences will be horrific.
We have a team of correspondents bringing you the latest on the high-stakes negotiations. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv, and we're also joined by White House correspondent Carol Lee. Aaron, we're going to start with you. Ukrainian leaders have pushed for calm, but in the aftermath of yesterday's diplomatic dust-up at the UN, what are they saying about the path forward?
Hey, Joe. Well, the Ukrainian president up until this point has been, as you say, urging calm, essentially downplaying the threat, saying that he does not believe that Russia will invade Ukraine. But at yesterday's UN Security Council meeting, there was a shift in tone from the Ukrainian ambassador to the United Nations, not only during the meeting itself, backing up the United States assessment of the situation, but following the meeting, saying that he agrees that a potential attack could be, quote, imminent. And that is a departure from what we've been hearing from other Ukrainian officials of late. And I've been having conversations with experts here in Ukraine, and they say that there is a bit of a division in Kyiv itself. You have the political establishment that's urging this calm, not wanting people here in Ukraine to panic. But then you have experts who are familiar with the situation, as well as members of the Ukrainian military, saying more needs to be done to present a unified front against this Russian aggression. I was speaking to one hybrid warfare expert who was telling me that she's been seeing an increasing number of hybrid warfare type attacks on Ukraine from Russia, and she says that President Zelensky could be doing more. Take a listen.
I think that his message is a bit vague and unclear when he's saying that we should save Ukrainian economy and the threat is overestimated. I think that's not how Ukrainian experts and military people see it. I see that the risk of escalation is high. I think that the Ukrainian president could be much more, first of all, grateful for the international support he gets these days, but also much more vocal about the threat.
President Zelensky is expected to meet with British Prime Minister Boris Johnson here in Kyiv. There will be a press conference later today. All eyes will be on President Zelensky's tone, especially given what played out in New York yesterday.
So, Carol, the White House has said diplomacy is the plan. We know Secretary of State Antony Blinken is set to meet with his Russian, or speak with his Russian counterpart this morning. So far, we've only seen, though, the continued buildup of Russian troops. Now reports say Russia is sending blood to those troops on the Ukrainian border. So how is the president responding? Any chance we could see a pivot here?
Well, Joe, I think what you're seeing from the administration in the past few days is really an escalation in terms of rhetoric on two fronts. One, real warnings, stark warnings about what it could look like if Russia does invade Ukraine. And you heard the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, recently say that this could wind up being horrific and that there would be a lot of casualties. So and you heard, again, the U.S. ambassador to the UN sounding these similar tones yesterday at that meeting, really laying out the stakes here and what could happen both to Russia and to Ukraine. So there's that piece of it. And then you have the sanctions piece of it, the response piece, and you hear the U.S. increasingly being vocal about what types of sanctions Russia would face if it does invade. And they're saying they're bringing the hammer, sanctions that Russia has never seen before, and that the response would be swift and sweeping. And so those are ways of them trying to deter Russia from invading. At the same time, we know from talking to administration officials, and they've said this publicly, they really want a diplomatic solution. They don't want this to go to the space of that they've been outlining, where they've said that what a war could actually look like and what the sanctions could look like, because that could come back and hurt the U.S. economy and Europe's as well.
So, Aaron, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said that Moscow is putting 5,000 troops in Belarus, that's just north of Ukraine. Now the State Department is ordering American families and government officials out of there. Quickly, what can you tell us about what's happening in Belarus?
Well, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations yesterday saying that more Russian troops are on the way. They expect up to 30,000 to be deployed to Belarus. The Belarusian representative to the United Nations yesterday saying that they are there for military exercises expected to take place later in February. But it's clear that the United States and other Western allies are not buying that line, essentially ordering the families of government employees out of the country, urging people not to travel to Belarus, with a warning saying not only is there this military buildup, but there's also the threat of arbitrary detentions as well as arbitrary enforcement of the law there in Belarus, Joe.
And Carol, Aaron mentioned that British Prime Minister Boris Johnson plans to travel to Kyiv today to discuss the Russian troop buildup. Quickly, how is the White House trying to line up U.S. allies so everyone is on the same page here?
Well, they're having repeated conversations with their European allies at all levels. And one key meeting to look forward to, Joe, is next week when President Biden is expected to host the new chancellor of Germany. Germany is key in this, and the White House is really trying to get them on board. The president saying yesterday, diplomacy is really the path that he would like to see this go.
Carol Lee and Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much.
Now, there's new information this morning in the ongoing investigation into the attack on the Capitol. The House committee investigating the January 6th insurrection has received new testimony from Mark Short, who was the chief of staff to former Vice President Mike Pence. Short was with the former vice president in the Capitol on January 6th, and he's now one of the highest-ranking officials within the Trump White House to testify before the House committee, especially as so many have chosen to not cooperate. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. Ali, good morning. So what do we know about Short's testimony to the committee? What did he tell them? And what does this mean for the investigation to finally have a key player within the Trump White House willingly cooperate?
Yeah, Savannah, I mean, I know the story has been how many people have said they won't cooperate, and certainly that is an important thread in this. But what we're seeing with people like Mark Short, who was a top and longtime advisor to the former vice president, what we're seeing with Short cooperating is that there are key people in this White House who are talking to the committee, and in Short's case, giving lengthy testimony last week, according to the sources who confirmed this deposition to us. And what it shows is that the committee is hearing from the people in the top reaches of this White House. Even if people like Mark Meadows aren't cooperating, we know that they've had informal conversations with people like Bill Barr. We know they've talked to Kayleigh McEnany, who was the White House press secretary at the time. There are people in the upper echelons of the Trump White House who are cooperating. Short, though, provides some really interesting insight because he worked for the vice president and was with him on January 6th at the Capitol. That wasn't the only key place that Short was, though. There's also other meetings that Pence was a part of with the former president in the days leading up to January 6th. We know that there were sustained pressure campaigns on Pence from people like Trump to overturn the election results, and especially in light of the comments that the former president made over the weekend where he said that Pence could have overturned the election in Trump's own reading of the Electoral Count Act, which the Senate, by the way, is still trying to reform for that reason. Given all those comments, it makes all the people around Pence that much more important, the insight that they can give into that day and what the former vice president was hearing specifically from Trump.
And Allie, what about Pence? I mean, does this set the stage for him to potentially testify?
Look, I can't presuppose anything at this point, but what we're seeing is that Pence could testify. We know that he's one of the people that the January 6th committee would probably like to speak to. At the same time, though, we're seeing that even if that doesn't happen, they are talking to the people who were physically around him on January 6th. Remember, the day that the vice president had to be evacuated from the Capitol because rioters were going through that building chanting things like "Hang Mike Pence."
And Allie, quickly, I want to ask you about a report from the New York Times that gets at a little bit of what you were talking about a minute ago, sheds light on former President Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Now, NBC News has not yet confirmed this report, and we've reached out to the Trump team for any response. But walk us through what this report suggests here about Trump's priorities after the election.
It sort of builds upon reporting that was already out there about the idea of draft executive orders that would have asked different government agencies to seize election machines and ballots. Now we're seeing that former President Donald Trump may have been closer to those efforts, according to the New York Times, trying to leverage at least 3 government entities, the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, and Department of Justice, asking people within each of those entities or having his aides and allies do so if they could legally seize voting machines. In the case of 2 of those agencies, the New York Times is reporting draft executive orders that would effectively ask them to seize those voting machines. And I can't underscore enough just how stunning these revelations are. It shows that as we learn more and get more distance from January 6th, we're getting more information about the role of the president himself at that time. And certainly that's a key focus for the January 6th committee.
Absolutely. Ali Vitale, thank you so much.
Over in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson is facing a torrent of criticism after initial findings of the so-called Partygate report were released. The report is an investigation into whether a series of gatherings held at Johnson's 10 Downing Street residence broke COVID lockdown rules and found there were, quote, failures of leadership and judgment by different parts of Number 10 and the Cabinet Office, and that more than a dozen social gatherings took place. Johnson apologized to Parliament in yesterday's fiery and emotional debate.
Firstly, I want to say sorry. And I'm sorry for the things we simply didn't get right, and also sorry for the way that this matter has been handled. And it's no use saying that this or that was within the rules, and it's no use saying that people were working hard. This pandemic was hard for everyone. We asked people across this country to make the most extraordinary sacrifices. I get it, and I will fix it.
NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons is with us now. So, Keir, this was only a preliminary report, but it was pretty damning. What are the key headlines here?
Yeah, it was pretty damning. And, Joe, to give you a picture of the split screen here in Britain right now, As we speak, Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, is headed to Ukraine to meet with President Zelensky with this damning report still in his inbox. That's why it matters for the Biden administration, because, of course, Britain is a key ally on crucial foreign policy issues, crises like Ukraine. And the details of this report are a difficult read for the Prime Minister. It says some behaviour at gatherings was difficult to justify. It even talks about the excessive consumption of alcohol. It talks about a serious failure to observe standards, failures of leadership and judgment. It says some events should not have taken place at all. So there was some events, for example, that were in the Prime Minister's apartment in Downing Street, his private flat. And again, that conclusion that there was an excessive consumption of alcohol that was not appropriate. I mean, rough translation of that, Joe, people were drunk. And we're talking about inside Downing Street, the head of the British government, one of the most famous political offices in the world. Pretty extraordinary. One political journalist here describing Downing Street as more like a medieval court than a modern government office.
Yeah, so Keir, let's talk about what's next. Even before this report was released, there were calls for Johnson to resign. So how did his apology go down in Parliament? Can he survive this?
Yeah, good question. He can for now. There were raucous scenes in Parliament. There often are, of course. There was strong words from the leader of the opposition. Take a listen.
By routinely breaking the rules he set, the Prime Minister took us all for fools. He held people sacrificing contempt. He showed himself unfit for office. But, Prime Minister, the British public aren't fools. They never believed a word of it. They think the Prime Minister should do the decent thing and resign. Of course he won't, because he is a man without shame.
Well, they can laugh. They can laugh. But the public know. The public know this is a man they can no longer trust. He has been investigated by the police. He misled the House. He must now resign.
What was really stunning, though, Joe, was the former Prime Minister Theresa May calling Boris Johnson effectively either arrogant or incompetent. His own party criticising him in the House of Commons.
And that may be key moving forward. All right, Keir Simmons, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
And now to some big news on the COVID front. Pfizer could be filing for authorization of its vaccine for kids under the age of 5, according to a new Washington Post report. Now, for a 2-dose regimen for kids 6 months old to 5 years old, we could see that happen as early as today. A potential 3-dose regimen is still being tested, and data from those trials won't be available until late March. We reached out to Pfizer and they said, quote, at this time, we have not filed a submission and we're continuing to collect and analyze data from both 2 and 3 doses in our younger age cohort. As part of our ongoing commitment, we will share new updates as they become available. We've also got news on the Moderna shot. The FDA has granted that full approval in the U.S., making it the second COVID vaccine to receive that full regulatory approval. The vaccine will now be called Spikevax and is approved for anyone 18 and older. Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton joins us now on all this. She's a professor of anesthesiology and critical care medicine and the co-founder of Goodstock Consulting. Dr. Hilton, good morning. Thanks for being here. So what do we need to know about shots for kids younger than 5 years old, especially knowing that the numbers for kids who are already eligible are not all that high? What do you want parents of young children to know who are maybe nervous about this?
Right. Well, what I hope parents see is that the process, the scientific process of proving these agents to be safe has been followed. There's not been a rushed out thing for our children. Literally adults, we've been now being able to be vaccinated for over a year. I received my first dose on December 15, 2020. And so we did the right thing about making sure this is safe for our children. And at this point, we have 3,800 kids hospitalized with COVID. This is not the time to say, well, maybe my child will be the lucky one and get COVID and not pass away. We know, unfortunately, some children are experiencing some severe disease with COVID-19. And if you can vaccinate your child for that protection, it is greatly worth it.
And doctor, I want to ask you about that other news that I mentioned, Moderna now fully approved by the FDA. First, does it change anything about how the vaccine is administered on your end? What's that process like? And then also, do you think that more people would maybe get this shot now that it's fully approved? Maybe somebody who had been hesitant to get vaccinated when it just had that emergency use authorization.
Right. You know, it's one of those things. I don't know what would cause those other persons who are anti-vax at this point to tip over. I do not know. But what I will stress to them is that if we look at hospitalizations this past weekend, from Sunday, we had a decrease in hospitalization by 3,000 people, right? 3,007 people decrease in hospitalization. But we had deaths of 3,377 people yesterday. So that decrease in hospitalization is not because those persons necessarily went home. It's because they went to a different level of home. And I hope everyone understands that this is not a pandemic that is over. And unfortunately, we are still losing on average one person every 34 seconds in America. And if we're looking at our case number, oftentimes people can breathe a sigh of relief because our case numbers are decreasing, but it's not in all states. In 14 states, we have increase in case numbers. And it's in those smaller states, those rural areas. And so making sure that your family is vaccinated, making sure you're boosted, those are going to be the things that protect you during this next surge.
And Dr. Hilton, while I've got you, I want to get a viewer question in. Rick Eller asks, Omicron is dominant. Are the previous variations, alpha, beta, et cetera, still around, or have they been, quote unquote, eradicated?
Right. And they're very much still around, right? They can be in smaller numbers, but not only is Omicron, we know we have BA2, which is, we're calling it a stealth Omicron, that is also being reported now in the United States of America, in Denmark, across Europe. We know that there are going to be other variants that come. And so it's one of those things. I say, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready, meaning that when the next variant comes, of which there will be another variant, if you're already vaccinated, if you're already boosted, if you've already made N95 masks your routine, then you won't get surprised by the next wave that comes across, and you and your family can live to see what 2023 looks like.
Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton, thank you so much. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, let us know. They're ready to answer them. Email us at morningnewsnow@NBCUNI.com. You can let us know if you want to stay anonymous, and thanks to those who have sent them in.
Breaking news out of North Carolina this morning. A massive fire has erupted inside a fertilizer plant in Winston-Salem. Firefighters were forced to abandon their efforts to contain the flames. That's because the plant has large volumes of ammonium nitrate, which could cause an explosion if the fire reaches it. Some 6,000 people living within a 1-mile area around the plant have been told to evacuate. So far, no injuries have been reported. No word yet on what started the fire.
And it seems there's another major storm developing in the Midwest. For the latest on what to expect, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Michelle Grossman is with us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, just 3 days after our nor'easter, we are tracking another powerful winter storm. There are some differences, though. With the nor'easter, it was all snow. It moved out pretty quickly. It was said and done in 24 hours. This is going to move painfully slow. We're going to be tracking this through Friday, and we're going to introduce some ice, too. So that makes for very dangerous conditions. Let's look at the winter alerts, because we already have 62 million Americans impacted. Where you see the white, that is your winter weather advisory. The pink is your winter storm warning, and the blue is your winter storm watch. So we are going to look at dangerous ice conditions over the next several days. Here is the setup. We have a sweeping cold front. Ahead of that cold front, we have really warm air, almost tropical-like air coming from the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to continue to draw that moisture. Rain and snow from Texas to Michigan. And then look what happens as we go throughout Wednesday. Again, this front is moving very, very slowly. This storm will blossom. So now you notice some blue, you notice some pink on the map. That pink is some ice. So Dallas, you're affected with some ice. Oklahoma City, you're into the snow. And this is stretching all the way from the southern plains to the Great Lakes and then eventually into the interior Northeast. So very difficult travel, slippery conditions, even some power outages is what we're going to be watching over the next several days. This is Thursday. We're now into the Ohio Valley, snow stretching from the Northeast, still into the southern plains, moving very, very slowly. We're looking at some ice and also some rain on the warm side of the storm. And it's really not out of here until Friday. So this is a picture on Friday. We're looking at mainly rain, but along the I-95, we could see little bursts of ice with that cold air really working in. Here's your ice forecast. This is what we're most concerned with: dangerous driving conditions, down trees leading to power outages, because we're going to have really cold conditions, many spots below freezing for an extended period of time, 2-3 days. So we could see 1/4 of an inch of ice in some spots, Paducah into Cincinnati. And just to remind you, because now is the time to prepare, up to 1/4 inch of ice. You could see some slick roads, some bridges, hazardous travel, the icy glaze on the trees where it kind of looks pretty. 1/4 to 1/2 inch, that's when we're going to see those trees coming down and those power outages. And then above that, we could see extended periods of power outages. Back to you guys.
All right.
Ooh. Lots of ice.
Exactly. We know to keep an eye on it.
Ice forecast, when that's the title of your graphic. All right, Michelle. Thanks. See you next hour.
Coming up, a plea deal rejected for two of the men facing hate crime charges in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. More on the move by a federal judge and what it all means for the case.
And crisis in the Amazon. The cleanup underway as contamination concerns grow after a massive oil spill in the rainforest. You're watching Morning News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing.
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go.
CNBC, get yours.
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is goal for Rolo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Diaz. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shiflett. Sean White takes the goal. Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We have new developments in the federal hate crime case against Travis and Gregory McMichael, 2 of the men convicted of murdering Ahmaud Arbery.
Yeah, a federal judge in Georgia rejected a plea deal prosecutors had struck with the defendants over the weekend. The terms had been objected by Arbery's parents. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos has been following the case, and he joins us now. Hi, Danny. Good morning. So what do we know about the judge's decision to reject this plea bargain?
Not a lot, in that we know that the judge apparently realized that the prosecutor and the family were much farther apart than initially they indicated. In fact, the prosecution and the family appeared to be on 2 totally different pages, one believing they had the family's agreement and the family apparently not agreeing. But here's the key. The family or a victim does not get to guide the prosecution. The government, the DOJ, makes those decisions. The family and the victims are not the client of the government. So, but I should add that federal law, the Crime Victims' Rights Act, allows families and victims the right to at least be heard at things like sentencing hearings and plea hearings. So they have a voice. The extent to which the judge and the prosecutor has to take that voice into account, kind of a gray area.
So, Danny, as you mentioned, the Arbery family slammed the deal, saying prosecutors went behind their back. Here's some of what Arbery's mother had to say about that yesterday.
It's disrespectful. I fought so hard to get these guys in state prison. And once I gave them, I told them very, very adamantly that I wanted them to go to state prison and do their time that Judge Wansby gave them back on the 7th of January. Then I got up this morning and found out that they had accepted this ridiculous plea. Very disrespectful.
So, Danny, you touched on this already, but I mean, how much do prosecutors weigh what the victim's family thinks about this, and what happens now moving forward here?
The federal law requires prosecutors to at least have contact with the family and keep them apprised of what's going on, but they don't have to take orders from the family. Now, in most cases, I should say in some cases, families are happy about a plea agreement because it gives them certainty. The family is getting something in return. They're avoiding the risk of a trial and the risk of an acquittal. But in this case, it appears that Arbery's family is not happy with the deal reached, and it isn't outweighed by the fact that these men are going to be pleading guilty. I kind of sympathize with them because, look, they already are guilty in the state case. They already have substantial prison terms. It may seem to these to the family members that this is just a reduction of the state sentence itself if they get to serve it in federal prison.
And hey, Danny, quickly, a third man convicted of killing Arbery has also been charged in the federal hate crimes case. William Bryan, he's the one who recorded the death, as some people might remember. Why wasn't he included in this deal, and what's next for his federal case?
Most likely because he wanted no part of it. I mean, from the beginning, Bryan's entire position has been those guys are different. That father and son duo, they had the guns. They were the ones who were armed, and I didn't even communicate with them. Look for Bryan, who is not the father or son team, to going forward in appeal, essentially argue that I had nothing to do with those guys, and my verdict was against the great weight of the evidence. So he's going to separate himself and continue to do so.
All right, Danny Ceballos, thank you so much.
A massive cleanup effort is underway this morning in Ecuador after an oil spill in the country's Amazon rainforest. Images captured by an activist show a damaged pipeline spraying crude oil. Indigenous communities in the region fear that could threaten their waterways. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson has details.
Beneath the lush green canopy of the Amazon rainforest, disaster and devastation. A continuous spray of crude oil gushing from a busted pipe into Ecuador's rainforest. Landscapes once green, now coated in black. These images shared by the Confederation of Indigenous Nationalities of Ecuador on Friday, just after the spill began. Now, the Ecuadorian government says they're preparing legal action against OCP Ecuador, the company in charge of the country's second largest pipeline. The company says a rock slide in the Piedrafena zone caused the pipe to bust, impacting more than 220,000 square feet of protected land and water, according to government officials. Land that is home to indigenous communities, rare wildlife, and plants.
Aquí nos encontramos la dirección zonal 8, la dirección zonal 9, para ver que toda esta remediación quede en perfectas y óptimas condiciones para el bienestar de todas las personas y que no haya afectación a terceros.
OCP Ecuador said Saturday that the pipeline through which 450,000 barrels of oil flow daily had stopped production and that the spill had been contained, so, quote, it cannot contaminate any bodies of water. But some on the ground say they're feeling anything but safe.
The oil companies that come to our land to destroy it bring with them so much noise that is not native to the rainforest. These oil and mineral companies are destroying our land, and they leave only contamination, sickness, and death.
NBC News first spoke to Nemo Gigita, a leader of the Guarani people, in November. She says the latest oil spill has reached the banks of the Coca River, calling the situation, quote, critical, because more than 60,000 people depend on water from this river.
We know these pipelines are going to spill. It's a question of when, not if. Clearly, government and company claims of environmental responsibility and safeguards are not working, and that's taking a devastating toll on the lives and livelihoods of indigenous people who live there.
Kevin Koning has spent more than 2 decades working with indigenous groups in the Amazon, and he says there's no slowdown in sight as Ecuador's president has promised to double oil production and open new parts of the rainforest to exploration.
What responsibility, if any, do Americans have in all of this?
Consumers here in the United States, have to realize that there is a price that is being paid in those communities where oil is being extracted.
That was Priscilla Thompson reporting.
Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Ellie Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ellie, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention has advised against travel to a dozen destinations, including Mexico, Brazil, Singapore, Ecuador, Philippines, and Paraguay. The CDC now lists nearly 130 countries and territories with COVID-19 cases as level 4, very high. An online news outlet in Mexico said that one of its journalists was shot to death, the 4th journalist to be killed in the country in less than a month. Armando Linares, the director of the news outlet, said that 3 assailants fatally shot Roberto Toledo. Prosecutors say they're investigating the report. Linares said the website had received threats for reporting on governmental corruption. And finally, a flamingo called Cora Cora was returned to the wild at a lagoon in Bolivia. The bird had dislocated its leg and needed surgery and rehabilitation before it could return to its natural habitat.
Oh.
Those are your headlines, guys.
Wow.
Good for Cora Cora. Looks like ready to go.
Fixed Cora Cora.
They need those legs. So,
Yeah.
All right.
Stand on one leg again.
There you go. Exactly. Thank you, Allie.
Thanks. All right. Coming up on Morning News Now, officers on leave. New developments in the investigation into the death of a woman after an online date, as we learn more about a similar case in the same city that same day.
Plus, move over, sleep sounds. There's a new trick on TikTok to get you snoozing in less than 2 minutes. But does it really work? If it does, I'll join TikTok.
Yeah.
We're going to talk to a professional about this and more in our weekly check-in.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Looks like the New York Times is the big winner when it comes to the latest internet game sensation, the popular word puzzle Wordle. The Times announced yesterday it is purchasing the game from software engineer Josh Wardle for a price in the low 7 figures. Wardle created Wordle back in October after he and his partner got into playing the Times crosswords and spelling bee games during the pandemic. Wordle is a free game that gives people 6 tries without any hints to try and guess a new 5-letter word each day. Get this, just 90 people were playing Wordle back in November. So now it's estimated millions play every day, and they're proudly posting their daily results, filling social media with green, yellow, and gray squares. The purchase is part of the New York Times effort to increase its digital subscriptions. The company says the game will initially remain free for new and existing players. The big question everyone is asking is how long will that last?
Yeah, not long.
Yeah.
It's going to be behind.
Hopefully they give it some time because I'm addicted. I've been doing it for 3 weeks. I look forward to it every day.
Were you one of the 90?
It doesn't take much time. I was not one of the 90, no. Ooh, that's very specific. That was like
Very
his
specific 90.
aunt and his cousins and like. Yeah.
How large is his family? Exactly. Those were all the players. All right. The low 7 figures. I mean,
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. There you have it.
All right.
Hopefully it stays free. All right. Now, this morning, we have new developments in the case of Lauren Smithfields, the Black 23-year-old woman found dead in her apartment in Bridgeport, Connecticut back in December. 2 detectives have now been suspended for their handling of the investigation, and it comes as another family demands justice after a 53-year-old Black woman was found dead in the same city on the same day. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esamoah has the latest.
2 Connecticut detectives suspended and placed on administrative leave in an announcement from Bridgeport's mayor. They're accused of mishandling investigations into the deaths of 2 Black women.
I am extremely disappointed with the leadership of the Bridgeport Police Department and have found the actions taken up to this point with regards to these 2 investigations unacceptable.
Lauren Smithfields and Brenda Lee Rawls found dead the same day in the same city. Now the families of those women are speaking out.
They treated her as if they found a body on the street with no identification or anything. That was very disrespectful.
Following their criticism and community demonstrations, the detectives Kevin Cronin and Angel Llanos now temporarily off the job and under investigation.
For lack of sensitivity to the public, for failure to follow police policy in the handling of these 2 matters.
Just 2 weeks before Christmas, Lauren Smithfields was found dead in her apartment. The family previously told NBC they were not notified by police within 24 hours and had challenges contacting the detective on the case.
He told me directly on the phone, stop calling me, and hung up in my face.
Right. Exactly.
Like, it was just total disrespect.
Exactly.
According to a police incident report provided by the family attorney, the 23-year-old was found by a 37-year-old white man she allegedly met on the dating app Bumble. NBC is not naming him because he has not been charged.
We know that if it was a Black male with a white female that was found dead at 23 years old, this person would have been a person of interest, and that didn't happen here.
The 2 families are now represented by the same lawyer, Darnell Crossland, the family preparing to sue the city of Bridgeport for its, quote, racially insensitive handling of the case. The Connecticut chief medical examiner ruled Smithfield's cause of death an accident due to acute drug-related intoxication. Now police say there's a criminal investigation into Smithfield's death. After the mayor's announcement on Sunday, the family called for more accountability, asking why the evidence the family collected at the scene, including blood-stained sheets, a sedative pill, and a used condom, was not immediately sent to the lab for testing.
I want an outside investigation. We want the Department of Justice to come in and do their own investigation.
On the same day of Lauren Smithfield's death, Brenda Lee Rawls was found dead at a Bridgeport residence, according to the family.
Did the police ever contact you regarding the fact that your sister had died or where her remains were?
No. We had to do practically our own investigation. This detective that was supposed to be on Brenda case, I called 4 to 5 times. He never ever called me back.
The family says Rawls went to a man's house the evening of December 11th. They didn't hear from her for 2 days. When they went to his house on December 14th,
is Brenda there? And he said, no, Brenda passed away on Sunday. He claimed that he tried to wake her up and she wouldn't wake up. There was no scene investigation. His apartment, his house was not quarantined to collect evidence. We're not getting any answers from the police department.
Rawls' cause of death has not yet been determined. The detectives on leave, Cronin and Llanos, did not immediately respond to our requests for comment.
I mean, whatever happened that night, we want to know. And we want to feel like that they care as much as we care.
Our thanks to Zincle Esamoah for that report, who spoke directly with the attorney representing the victims' families, who said in the Smithfield case they intend to sue for at least $30 million in punitive damages, and no notice of claim has been filed in the case of Rawls yet, but he says that's something we can definitely expect.
It's Tuesday, which means it's time now for our weekly mental health check-in. We're taking a moment to reflect on some of the biggest mental health headlines and how they might be affecting you.
Yeah, let's bring in Dr. Erica Richards to help guide us through some of these topics. Dr. Richards is the chair of psychiatry at Sibley Memorial Hospital and an assistant professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins Medicine.
Good to have you with us, Doctor. So let's start with COVID anxiety. We've seen the guidelines change as the science is updated, as new variants emerge, but the headlines can still be pretty scary. Hospitalization rates, long COVID. So how do we start to go about our daily routines, minimize some of the COVID fears without maybe giving up some of the protections that help us feel safe?
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Such a good question, such timely articles. So what's become evident is that we really need to learn how to live with the existence of COVID, not wait until COVID goes away to return to our normal lives. So on that note, we have to acknowledge it's been a very difficult 22 months, and a lot of that's been rooted in fear. Fear serves a purpose. It keeps us safe. It teaches us to avoid danger, and it helps us avoid threat. And in all fairness, it's probably kept a lot of people from catching COVID over the past nearly 2 years. But there's an issue, there's a consequence, and too much fear can lead to mental health issues. So at Johns Hopkins Hospital, what we're seeing is when people are living in a constant state of fear, there's more depression, there's more anxiety, there's more unhealthy eating habits, the use of alcohol and drugs. So we want people to start to understand how to understand the fear, but how to get out with it. So there's 3 important concepts to remember. The vaccines are available, masks help prevent the spread, and that there's safe ways to gather and to practice self-care. We want people to start to implement those things.
And one of the things that people might start to deal with as we kind of return to normal is returning to their office after nearly 2 years, in some cases, of working from home. Concerns about the return can range from convenience to health and safety in the office. What can people do to try to get comfortable with going back to the office, and any tips for employees to effectively communicate any concerns they might have?
So there's a great Vogue article that discusses this. And what I think has happened is that the return to work has been delayed at least twice for most people with each surge. And so what we have to accept is that at some point, in some form, people will return to the office. And we want them to be prepared for that. There's 3 things that I want to highlight from that article that people should consider. Number 1, feel free to ask questions and share your concerns. If it's a fear about catching COVID, if it's a fear about the commute, if it's childcare, really bring these up in a safe setting. Maybe your employers haven't thought about this. Maybe you're highlighting some things that they need to fix before people get back to the office. So that's number 1. Number 2, incorporate home comfort. If it's coffee, if it's tea, if it's something else that you need, take that with you. And number 3, set goals. Figure out how you plan to improve your career, your trajectory, and what you want to accomplish going back into the office, at least part-time.
All right, we teased this one. TikTok, a new trend is circulating, how to fall asleep in under 2 minutes. The claim is the trick is to clear your mind. I can't read. And then picture a calming scenario. We're a little tight on time here, but does something like this actually work?
Yeah.
It does work. It does work. This is a personal trainer out of Montreal and it's important to understand, we've coined the term pandemic insomnia because we know that more people are having difficulty with sleep. It implements mindfulness technique. Clear your mind, rest your body, and prepare to be in that moment to fall asleep.
All right. Sometimes easier said than done, but
yeah,
give
definitely. Because I feel like it's what I try to do, but
yeah.
I do have issues.
And then you start thinking about other things.
Yeah.
All right. As always, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Coming up, a deep freeze in Florida causing problems for farmers.
When we return, the fight underway to save their crops and their livelihoods. That's up next on Morning News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing.
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh yeah, this is it.
As the Northeast digs out from a major snowstorm, farmers all the way down in Florida are fighting to save their crops after a deep freeze there.
Yeah, the bitter cold is only the latest in a series of challenges, actually, that citrus farmers have faced in recent years. And it's likely to affect consumers far beyond the Sunshine State. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders has more.
The race is on to pick as many strawberries as possible. Growers say, despite the freezing temperatures, it appears their crops survived. In the battle to save Florida's crops from the freezing cold, some farmers this week launched an aerial assault, deployed more than 24 helicopters.
Helicoptering is trying to push warmer air down on the crops to try to save it. Sometimes it works, but sometimes it don't.
Just about 2 years ago, these same farmers plowed under abundant crops as the pandemic broke supply lines, costing them millions, and the hits keep coming.
Our fuel costs are double, our fertilizer costs are 65% higher, and now we're facing the freeze.
Florida's citrus growers, desperate to save their fruit, have iced it over, locking it in at 32 degrees as ambient temperatures drop even lower.
See, that's actually freezing it. We've had three days of freezes, and this is some damage from that.
Florida is on pace to produce the smallest crop of oranges since World War II. Larry Black's family began citrus farming in the 1800s. Is the freeze that you just had, is that the biggest problem?
No, the biggest issue is citrus greening.
And when a tree is hit with that disease, it drops its fruit early, upwards of 40%. That is a complete loss.
We've been dealing with the disease for about 15 years, citrus greening. This is, before the freeze, was going to be the smallest crop since the 1940s.
With the freeze, the price of some fruits and vegetables will now rise at the grocery store as farmers across the state scramble to harvest what survived. A strawberry begins as this bloom, and 21 days later, looks like this. The good news? That means they'll be ripe again for Valentine's Day.
Good news. Carrie Sanders, thank you so much.
And now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is with us this morning. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Well, the Federal Trade Commission says criminals use social media platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp to scam nearly $800 million from people last year. That's up almost 18-fold over the past 4 years and now accounts for about a quarter of all fraud losses nationwide. The FTC says the recent surge in online investing is a big target for scams, which involve not only stocks, bonds, and cryptocurrency, but also art, precious metals, and even investment advice. Sony is buying video game maker Bungie for $3.6 billion. Bungie is the original creator of Halo and the developer of Destiny. The deal comes just a few weeks after Microsoft paid nearly $68 billion for Activision Blizzard and Take-Two bid $11 billion for Zynga, the maker of Words with Friends. The video game space is consolidating as companies look to tap a surge in demand created by the pandemic. And Domino's will pay you to pick up your own pizza. The chain will offer customers a $3 credit through the end of May if they choose carryout over delivery for online orders. The credit is good for a week and can be used on another carryout order. Domino's, like other restaurants, is having a hard time getting enough drivers. Delivery accounts for 2/3 of the company's sales. Guys?
All right.
Well, you know what I'm going to say. Now I want Domino's for lunch. I'm looking at those pictures before 8 a.m. It's so hard.
All right.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, exactly.
Pizza for lunch. All right.
Thanks, Silvana.
Thank you. Coming up, finding a safe space at the skating rink.
This is a place to come where we can just gather. And the main feedback that I get from people is like, just thank you.
When we return, more on the retro trend connecting queer people of color. This is Morning News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. Roller skating rinks were once really a place to meet friends for fun on the weekend.
Now, a new group in New York City is using roller skating to create a safe space for queer people of color to connect.
Train going express to Greenpoint. Stand clear to close the doors, please.
I think I skate, it's supposed to be twice a week, but it's usually more like 6 times a week. If I'm not at the rink, I'm just skating around the house. Honestly, if I could sleep in my skates, I probably would. I am the founder of Orbit Collective, a safe space for Black and brown, queer, gender nonconforming skaters. The idea for Orbit Collective started as seeking community and seeking, I guess, my tribe. I identify as a queer non-binary femme. I know that there's plenty of Black and POC skaters.
Ooh, to the table, to the table.
There's a rich culture, especially in New York. But specifically for queer skaters, that's the crowd that I love to be around.
Serve the camera, baby. Serve it.
In New York City proper, the only rink that we have is Crazy Legs. And it's not even a rink, it's a gym. There were a ton at one point. I'm always heartbroken that I wasn't alive to experience them. So way before my time, we had transitioned from the disco era to hip hop. They took the disco records and then started scratching them up and making beats and then rhyming over them, and then hip hop was born in the Bronx. A lot of those artists I know got their start in rinks.
Roller skating, it's more than fun, it's art.
Back before all of that, roller skating was actually very segregated. There was a lot of restrictions. There were only designated nights for Black and POC people to skate, and that was it. There was a lot of protesting and speaking up for your rights in terms of having permission to even skate. Given what my ancestors had to deal with just to have the opportunity to skate, I think it's amazing to carry on their legacy. And I will say that skating, especially with a lot of like older generations, has connected me to music that I wasn't around to hear in a different way. When you have these labels of like queer or non-binary or anything like that, by default you have to have an armor up because the world isn't as open or sensitive to these identities. There are things that you have to deal with, things like sexual harassment, unfortunately. Skating in and of itself is a very individual sport, but there's also partner skating and like group skating, and so sometimes certain touches or whatnot can be very inappropriate or feel uncomfortable, but we always practice open consent. Like this. Oh. This is a place to come where we can just gather, and the main feedback that I get from people is like, just thank you. And then also the other key word is, I feel safe.
Very cool. I feel safe. Those words mean a lot.
Yeah, they really do. Also, it kind of makes me want to get out on some skates. I bet I would be not good at all, though.
Neither would I.
Yeah.
I see a story.
Yeah, I know, really.
Savannah
Yeah, us on skates.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, brink of war, a high-stakes showdown between the U.S. and Russia at the United Nations. Russia insists it will not invade Ukraine, accusing the U.S. of causing panic. All of this while Russia masses thousands of troops along Ukraine's border.
With Russia continuing its buildup of its forces around Ukraine, we are ready no matter what happens.
The major punishment the U.S. is now planning if Russia doesn't send its forces home. Major progress in the fight against COVID. A vaccine for kids younger than 5 could be available sooner than expected. Pfizer could apply for FDA authorization as early as today. We have a doctor joining us live with what parents need to know. Wild winter. Millions of people are preparing for yet another winter storm. The Northeast digs out from last weekend's storm. Now the Midwest is bracing for a hit. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with the latest track. Plus, the first qualifying event with opening ceremonies just days away. Athletes are heading to Beijing. Their first obstacle, making sure they don't test positive for COVID. We're going to take a look at the lengths some athletes are going to trying to avoid the virus before they compete. Not just the athletes, of course, but we have colleagues who are there and very nervous about whether they would catch COVID and what would happen.
Yeah, exactly. What it means then, what's quarantine look like there, which we'll get into all that. But I like how you said that's like the first event.
It is. Kind of is. So
yeah.
More on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with a potential new breakthrough in the U.S. vaccination efforts.
Yeah, Pfizer could be close to filing for authorization of its vaccine for children under the age of 5. If approved, millions of kids would be eligible to receive 2 doses of the vaccine, protecting against some of the most dangerous COVID strains. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with the latest on these vaccines. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. This is the last age group that we have been waiting for that 2-dose COVID vaccine, children between the ages of 6 months and 5 years old. And a former FDA chief says the agency could be close to considering it.
A COVID vaccine could be available for children under the age of 5 by the end of the month. According to the Washington Post, Pfizer is expected to submit an emergency use authorization request to the FDA as soon as today for its 2-shot COVID vaccine. This comes after the company added a 3rd dose to its clinical trial, saying 2 doses did not provide a strong enough immune response for children between 6 months and 5 years old.
Previously, we had data showing that the childhood vaccine for 6 months to 4 years wasn't as protective against infection as the adult vaccine. That's the reason why they pushed it out and asked for that 3rd dose.
In response to the report, Pfizer tells NBC News at this time, we have not filed a submission and we're continuing to collect and analyze data from both 2 and 3 doses in our younger age cohort. Kids between 5 and 11 are already eligible for Pfizer's COVID vaccine, and just over a quarter have received 1 dose. While still high, new COVID cases in children are declining. falling to about 800,000 new infections recorded last week. That's nearly a quarter of all reported cases in the U.S.
We're still at a really high level of hospitalizations and daily deaths, but there's going to be a rapid decline from that. We are rapidly approaching the definition of what an endemic respiratory disease looks like.
Meanwhile, New York City's mayor is reminding municipal employees, including police officers, they'll be fired unless they're vaccinated by the end of next week.
The worst thing I can do is to state that here's a rule that we're requiring of New Yorkers and then change that. Then what about all those other New Yorkers that follow the rule? That's the problem.
Other cities are changing their COVID safety policies. Starting today, San Francisco is loosening its mask rules, but only for people who are fully vaccinated and boosted. In Denver, masks won't be required inside businesses and indoor public spaces by the end of the week.
Denver will not be extending our public health order.
And back to vaccination rates for younger kids. Look, Savannah and Joe, there has been a lot of skepticism among some parents getting children ages 5 to 11-year-old vaccinated because, either they've been susceptible to vaccine misinformation or they may think that the virus just doesn't affect kids. But the CDC has released data showing that in major cities, virtually all of the kids who become seriously ill were not fully vaccinated, so public health officials plan to double down on their awareness campaign. Savannah.
Gabe Gutierrez, great point there, and good to make aware of the concerns of those parents. Thank you so much. Let's now bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock for more on this. She's an emergency medicine physician and the CEO of Advancing Health Equity. Dr. Blackstock, good morning. So let's start with the Omicron subvariant. So that's this other one that might be more contagious, and this new study suggests that vaccinated people are less likely to spread it than unvaccinated people. Is that kind of new information? Is that always the case with variants, and does this make it less of a concern in the U.S.? And how do we know about what it does do to unvaccinated people?
Good morning, Savannah. Thank you so much for having me. So, yeah, we're finding out more and more about this subvariant of Omicron, BA2. And so the data that we have so far, I would say, is reassuring. We're seeing that vaccine effectiveness is holding up against BA2. And we're also seeing, as you mentioned, that people who are fully vaccinated are less likely to transmit the infection to others. Again, there's a lot that we still don't know. BA2, we know, can outcompete BA1 and actually may lead to a slower decline in cases as a result. We also don't know if you can be reinfected with BA2 if you've had BA1 previously. So there's still a lot of data that we need to analyze. But so far, the data that we have is reassuring.
Okay, that's great to hear. Now, there could be a potential new vaccine available in the U.S. Novavax filed its request for an emergency use authorization of its, and here's the important part, protein-based COVID vaccine. Tell us how that's different from the 3 vaccines we have in the U.S. What's different about the technology? And do you think this option could persuade people who have not yet been vaccinated to get vaccinated because of this difference?
Savannah, it may. So it uses a protein-based subunit. So essentially what it does is it introduces nanoparticles of the spike protein to the immune system, and then the immune system responds to that. It's a different technology than the mRNA vaccines, which essentially tell the immune system how to make the spike protein, and then the immune system responds. And so I think because it is a technology that's been around for a while, that's been used in hepatitis B and pertussis vaccines, people may be more willing to take this vaccine.
All right, and doctor, before I let you go, I do want to ask you a viewer question. It's about reinfection, something you just mentioned a moment ago. It says, my daughter, age 5, contracted COVID. She then passed it on to her 15-year-old sister, to me and her father. My daughter is getting well, but we still have symptoms. Is it possible for us to reinfect her while she's recovering? That's a great question. What do you say, doctor?
Yeah, great question. And the thought is that people are not able to be reinfected for about 90 days once they have been infected. So they should be good in the clear for at least 3 months, although these new variants have been behaving differently, but they should be in the clear for at least 90 days.
So hopefully that means our viewer's 5-year-old is in the clear, and we're thinking about that whole family who is sick. Dr. Uche Blackstock, thank you so much, and I'm sure our viewer thanks you as well. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, let us know. They are ready to answer them. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com and let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
There are some new major developments this morning in the investigation into the attack on the Capitol. The New York Times is new reporting about what they say may have been going on inside the White House in the weeks after the election and former President Trump's possible involvement. This as a prosecutor investigating the election in Georgia is calling for additional security for her office. Here's NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson.
One Georgia prosecutor so concerned about the former president's comments that she's asking the FBI for security help. And it comes as new reporting overnight shows just how directly involved Mr. Trump may have been in a push to try and seize voting machines in an attempt to try and prove his election fraud lies. As former President Trump ramps up his rhetoric while weighing a run for office, new questions this morning over his role in attempts to interfere with the last election. Overnight, the New York Times reporting that 6 weeks after the 2020 race, which he lost, Mr. Trump directed his attorney Rudy Giuliani to ask the Department of Homeland Security if it could legally take control of voting machines in key swing states. The DHS official Giuliani reached said he did not have the authority to do so, the Times reported, according to 3 people familiar with the matter. NBC News has reached out to representatives from Mr. Trump and to Giuliani, but has not heard back. It comes as backlash, including from some Republicans, is intensifying after a weekend rally where Mr. Trump called for mass protests in cities where prosecutors are investigating him.
If these radical, vicious, racist prosecutors do anything wrong or illegal, I hope we are going to have in this country the biggest protest we have ever had.
Those comments described as alarming by Fulton County DA Fani Willis. She's looking into whether Mr. Trump broke the law by trying to interfere with Georgia's legitimate 2020 election results. The FBI responding that it's gathering information on any potential threats and sharing it with law enforcement partners. The top Republican on the committee investigating that attack on the Capitol, Congresswoman Liz Cheney, speaking exclusively with NBC News about what she sees as a warning sign.
I think that it tells us that he clearly would do this all again if he were given the chance.
Mr. Trump also suggesting he'd go easy on the more than 700 people arrested so far, charged with breaking the law during the Capitol attack.
If I run and if I win, we will treat those people from January 6th fairly. If it requires pardons, we will give them pardons.
But even longtime Trump ally, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, concerned.
I don't want to reinforce that defiling the Capitol was okay. I don't want to do anything that would make this more likely in the future.
And as the January 6th committee sifts through Trump White House documents handed over by the National Archives, we've learned a new detail overnight about the condition of some of the documents the archives received. They're now confirming that included paper records that had been ripped up by former President Trump. In a statement, they say White House records management officials had taped together some of those documents before turning them over to the National Archives. But they also have a number of torn up documents that had not been reconstructed. Back to you.
Jackson, thanks so much. This morning, Russia is still threatening a potential invasion on Ukraine's border. It follows a United Nations Security Council meeting where diplomacy appeared to hit a roadblock.
NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is at the White House with the latest on this.
Good morning. Secretary of State Tony Blinken is scheduled to speak with his Russian counterpart this morning following that fierce public face-off over Ukraine at the United Nations Security Council. And now another disagreement. Russia is disputing that it sent a written response to the U.S. after the U.S.'s latest effort to defuse the Ukraine crisis. Still, President Biden is warning Russia if it walks away from diplomacy, there will be swift and severe consequences.
With Russian forces by air and sea ramping up their training missions as the showdown over Ukraine escalates, President Biden says the U.S. remains committed to diplomacy, but will respond forcefully if Russia invades.
With Russia's continuing its buildup of its forces around Ukraine, we are ready no matter what happens.
Those tensions on full display Monday during a meeting of the UN Security Council, a bitter diplomatic clash between the U.S. and Russia, reminiscent of the Cold War, with both sides blaming the other for the crisis. The U.S.'s UN ambassador condemning Russian aggression as dangerous, a threat to Ukraine and to Europe.
Russia's actions strike at the very heart of the UN Charter. This is as clear and consequential a threat to peace and security as anyone can imagine.
Russia's ambassador insists Moscow has no plans to invade, accusing the U.S. and its allies of whipping up hysteria to try to weaken Russia.
You are almost calling for this. You want it to happen. You're waiting for it to happen, as if you want to make your words become a reality.
Still, despite its protests, Russia is showing no signs of backing down. And in Ukraine, U.S. military advisors are training local troops. The pressure is building here at home as well. A bipartisan group of senators could soon have a deal on stiff sanctions meant to deter Vladimir Putin from invading and severely punishing Russia if it does. And the White House says it's now developed specific sanction packages to target Russian elites who are in or near Putin's inner circle if he proceeds.
Today, the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson travels to Kyiv for talks with Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky. On Monday, Johnson said that Vladimir Putin needed to, quote, step back from the brink. But one ominous sign about Putin's intentions, the Russians have recently begun moving in supplies of blood to their troops along the Ukrainian border. What could be a sign they are in the final stages of preparation for an invasion. Back to you.
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you.
Let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather.
Michelle Grossman is back with us this hour. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys, and we are watching a major winter storm. We're looking at a prolonged period of time where we're going to be seeing rain, ice, and also snow. We're tracking this through the late part of Friday, and already 82 million Americans under some sort of winter weather alert. You can see that here. Your white, that's your winter weather advisory. The pink is your winter storm warning. The blue is a winter storm watch. And again, these are up through Friday in some spots, all the way stretching from Texas, the Southern Plains, to the interior parts of the Northeast. So this is what the setup is. We have a sweeping cold front. Out ahead of that cold front, we have some really warm air. We're pulling in moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. And then some Arctic air is going to funnel in behind that. That's going to set up a clash, a battle zone, so to speak, along that cold front. And that's where we're going to see that ice setting up. To the colder side, we're going to see the snow, and then the warmer side, we'll see that rain. And that rain and snow will stretch from Texas all the way to Michigan. So this is a look at Wednesday evening. This is when this storm is really going to blossom. We're going to see heavy snow, significant ice. Notice Dallas. You are in the pink. Oklahoma City, you're in the blue. That's snow. And we have snow even in the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, into the interior parts of Northeast by late Wednesday into Thursday. So in terms of the ice, this is our greatest concern, because when you have ice, especially a quarter inch, a half inch, even over that, you're going to have power lines coming down, trees coming down. So we're going to have power outages, and it's going to be cold with temperatures below freezing. Now, as opposed to last year, we had really frigid temperatures in Texas when we had all those power outages and all those problems in Texas. This is going to be shorter in duration. It's not going to be quite as cold. So that's a silver lining, but still significant ice from Dallas all the way to Springfield. You see the blue, that's your thickest ice. And then snow, we could see over a foot of snow in some spots, moderate snow from Denver to northern Texas. But notice off to the right-hand part of your screen, we're looking at some really heavy snow in St. Louis. That's in your purple and pinks. So as we go throughout Thursday morning, we continue to watch this cold front move very, very slowly. Now, our nor'easter that we had over the weekend, it was quick. It was all snow. It was out of here in 24 hours. This is going to take a long time. This cold front is moving slow. We sort of need an area of low pressure to really kick it off the coast, but that won't be until Friday. So this is Thursday evening, the rain changing to ice and snow from Arkansas to Ohio Valley. You can see a lot of blue too in parts of the interior Northeast. So, places that didn't get the snow from this nor'easter, you're going to get the snow this time around. Power outages are likely from the ice. Notice those blues at the top, a quarter inch, a half inch. That's what we're seeing, a huge swath from Texas into the Ohio Valley, parts of the Northeast. We'll see this accumulating ice, and that's what we're going to be really watching over the next several days. So certainly dangerous travel, power outages. Then finally on Friday, here it goes. It's off the coast late on Friday, but notice some pink for Philadelphia, maybe stretching to D.C. We'll have to watch that. Also New York City, so really big, the I-95 corridor on a Friday evening. We could see that last thump of ice with that cold air really filtering in, and then we're set up for a really cold weekend. So that ice threat, the greatest across the inland areas, but of course the I-95 corridor, as I just showed you, could see that. Snow, wet snow, heavy snow, really tough, snow to shovel. We're looking from Watertown to Syracuse, Buffalo, along the Great Lakes, into Burlington, also Rutland. So this is really the setup. We have that really warm air where you see the oranges, the reds, the yellows. That's the warm stuff. So 66 degrees in Memphis today, 68 in Dallas, but not far to the west. We're looking at below freezing temperatures. This cold front's going to sweep through. That's going to drop the temperatures in Texas. So you're going to start out in the mid-50s, but drop to below freezing by later on Wednesday into Thursday. So guys, this is sort of like the visitor that comes into town, stays a little too long, and we're going to be watching this for a few days.
Yeah, and messes stuff up along the way while they're there. They trash your house.
Yeah, right. Messes up the room.
Or your sidewalks, at least. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that description of really hard to shovel snow. That sounds lovely. All right, Michelle, thanks so much.
I know.
Now, meanwhile, we're keeping an eye on a fertilizer plant fire in North Carolina. Officials are going door to door asking residents within 1 mile of the plant to evacuate as the risk of a large explosion remains high across the area. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has the latest on this developing story. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. We're talking about thousands of people being evacuated, as you mentioned, within a 1 mile radius of a fertilizer plant, and that includes parts of Wake Forest University and a minimum security prison. Overnight, a massive fire breaking out at this fertilizer plant in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Just be advised, we've got what appears to be almost a city block on fire.
Fears of an explosion leading to the evacuation of more than 6,000 residents living within a 1 mile perimeter of the plant.
Please exit the area. You can stay somewhere else tonight.
Nearly 100 firefighters and personnel battling the blaze for hours.
We fought the fire for 2 hours. It began affecting a rail car. Once the rail car was involved, it became an explosive hazard.
Fire officials say the chemical in that rail car, ammonium nitrate, is a dangerous combination with the intensity of the heat. Firefighters have had to step back because of the explosion risk.
The fire truck that's located on the backside of the building, it's still there, it's still flowing water. There's no firefighters there.
The fire stirring up memories of the devastating explosion at a fertilizer plant in West Texas back in 2013. 15 people were killed, more than 200 injured, and roughly 150 buildings damaged or destroyed. Back in Winston-Salem, firefighters working around the clock.
There is still a potential for explosion. We do not know the full extent of the time we'll be here. It will not be anytime soon that we'll be leaving.
And officials are warning of poor air quality this morning, encouraging people to keep their distance from the scene. Even the firefighters doing so to a certain degree. They're using drones to monitor the situation. And Savannah, still no word on what could have caused this dangerous blaze.
All right, Emily Aketa with some good warnings if you're in the area. Thank you so much. And coming up, more state legislatures are moving forward with bills to stop discussions of race and sexual orientation in the classroom.
That includes Florida. The bill's lawmakers are likely to pass in the Sunshine State, and why GOP lawmakers are trying to change what's being taught in schools.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Republican lawmakers in Florida are moving ahead with controversial legislation that would repress discussions about sexual orientation and race in schools. And Florida is not the only state looking to pass these kinds of measures. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from the Florida State Capitol in Tallahassee. Vaughn, good morning. So first, let's talk about what's being proposed. It's more than one bill. So what are in these bills? What are they hoping to accomplish?
Yeah, Joe, as these state legislatures around the country are coming into session, we are seeing Republican-backed bills spring up here in which are directly targeting and censoring what teachers and other educators in public schoolrooms are able to discuss. There is a bill actually in the next half hour here, the quote Stop Woke Act, which was backed by the governor here, Ron DeSantis here, which specifically targets, I'm going to read just a little bit of part of it here. It says that no person is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously, solely by virtue of his or her race or sex. But then there's also specific legislation that is targeting the language spoken about, quote, sexual orientation and gender identity. That is House Bill 1557, which has already passed the Education Committee. That says a school district may not encourage classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in primary grade levels or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students. I was able to catch up with the chair of the House Education Committee here in Florida, one of the Republicans that voted yes on that measure. Take a listen to part of our conversation. Allowing parents to sue a school district over their student potentially feeling uncomfortable about the idea of sexual orientation being discussed.
Well, I mean, I'm just,
that's what your bill. That's what the bill that you voted yes on says.
Right. No, and I'm proud that I voted yes on it. I'll be voting yes on it again when it hits the floor.
And so, what do you tell those young LGBT students here, who are Florida residents here, who feel like they're alienated?
They're not being alienated.
If they're not able to talk about sexual orientation and gender identity because the school.
No kid should be treated any differently than any other kid.
Representative Latvala and I talked for a couple minutes, and there weren't many direct answers that were given by the representative for his reasoning as to why he voted for this legislation, which again explicitly says that school educators are not to, quote, promote sexual orientation or gender identity discussions in the classroom. It's very open-ended.
Yeah, and critics have dubbed that the Don't Say Gay bill. So what are opponents saying about this bill?
I talked with Representative Carlos Guillermo Smith here, who is an out gay representative from the Orlando area. I talked with him after he got out of one of his committee hearings last night. Take a listen.
It sends a terrible message to LGBTQ youth that somehow conversations about them, about their families, about who they are dangerous. These are not dangerous conversations. I can tell you LGBTQ people are represented in every single one of our schools in Florida.
Again, this is Joe stigmatizing the conversation of sexual orientation and gender identity by not allowing educators to speak about it. That is at the height of concern of Representative Smith and others who we talked to.
And that stigmatization can have mental health impacts, which is important to note. Now, you spoke with a student who's outspoken against the legislation. What was their message?
Yeah, meet sophomore at Leon High School, just down the road from here in Tallahassee, Kaylee Sandel, who wanted to make it clear about what she was hearing from her fellow students and from her teachers. Take a listen.
The underlying problem is that students aren't feeling safe at school. They aren't feeling comfortable at school. And when a student doesn't feel safe or comfortable, they can't learn, and that's when the grades start dropping. And that's why a lot of times kids have higher suicidal rates, because they don't feel loved, they don't feel safe in their schools. It doesn't matter if someone is straight, gay, lesbian, they're still human, they're still students, we're still children.
And that is where you hear Kaylee's frustration here, is the attempted limiting of conversations around sexual orientation, gender identity, race, sex, basic history here that led us to this moment in 2022. All of these pieces of legislation are working their way through the Florida House and the Senate right now, potentially landing on the desk of Republican Ron DeSantis, Joe.
Ron Hilliard, important to cover this topic. Thanks so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Let's now take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Ali Arouzi joins us again from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Boris Johnson will ask Sue Gray to produce a new report into Partygate allegations in an attempt to quell growing anger from members of his own party and to save his job. The report said there had been a failure of leadership, excess drinking from government officials, and that some of the events should never have taken place. However, Ms. Gray said she couldn't produce a meaningful report because the police had asked her not to reveal certain details they were looking into. The latest bout of turmoil in Burkina Faso seems to have settled down for the time being. Burkina Faso's military government said it had restored the constitution a week after taking power and has appointed the coup's leader as head of state for a transitional period. The statement didn't give a timeline for the transition period. And COVID may have made it difficult to travel, but that hasn't stopped millions of people from across the globe celebrating the Lunar New Year and welcoming in the Year of the Tiger. From Beijing to Bangkok, people have been walking under traditional lanterns, artists have been performing the dragon dance, while others simply just prayed. And those are your headlines, guys.
Good to see those celebrations continuing.
Yes, and happy Lunar New Year. Ali, thank you so much.
Very nice.
Coming up, with the Winter Olympics set to start later this week, athletes heading to Beijing are facing an extra challenge: avoiding COVID.
The unique ways they're trying to dodge the virus so they can earn a spot on the Olympic podium.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. This is the cute one. An Idaho second grader has written a book that's become so popular, there's a waiting list for it at his local public library. But he did it in an unconventional way. Listen to this. 8-year-old Dylan Helbig wrote a Christmas story in a red-covered notebook and even illustrated it, as you can see there. And during a visit to his local library in Boise with his grandmother, Dylan quietly slipped the book onto the shelf in the children's picture book section. Well, librarians later discovered it, and after reading it, they added it to the library's collection with a barcode and everything. And if you're curious, the book tells the story of Dylan decorating his Christmas tree when the star on top explodes, blasting him back to the first Thanksgiving and the North Pole. And there are now a few dozen people on the wait list to check out Dylan's book, and we hear he's already working on a sequel. And Joe, I think he's going to need a publishing deal so he can make a few more copies.
He's going to need to make a bunch of them and get them in libraries throughout Idaho.
So cute.
In bookstores, start selling them.
Like I was like, I'm just going to leave this here.
I like that.
People will want to
Good
read
idea.
it. Yeah.
It worked.
Yeah, it did.
All right. Thank you, Samantha.
Yeah.
After years of intense training and dedication, thousands of athletes are making their way to Beijing for the Winter Olympics. But before they can compete, they face one more daunting qualifying event: avoiding COVID. We spoke to Mark Kennedy, a curling alternate and 2010 gold medalist from Canada, and Stefan Schmidt, a speed skater from Denmark, about the precautions each of them took before heading to Beijing. Here's what they had to say.
COVID's a big part of the anxiety and the nerves right now. I think once we get into the village and get settled and feel a little safer and feel like we've arrived, then we can start to focus on the curling.
I feel like there's been several start lines, if you can say it like that. So first, of course, you have to train, improve, don't get injured, don't get sick. Then you have to qualify for the games. That's like the first start line, I feel like. Then there is making it to the games without getting COVID and all these things. That's like the second start line. And then you go to the third and the real start line, which is the actual race.
We moved into a house in Abbotsford. There was 8 of us. It was an incredible environment in the frat house. We had a pool table. We had some poker tournaments. We had a gym in the garage. The quote frat house without the booze was legit. It felt like kind of a university atmosphere. And I think it took a lot of some of the virus anxiety away from them, you know, being able to create our own comfortable bubble. And I think it's really going to help with their preparation getting over to Beijing.
It does feel like I've been kind of in my own bubble, in my own company. I've been on the phone with my family and my girlfriend very much, but other than that, the actual like physical social interaction with with other people haven't been that much this last month.
Although I feel like a veteran, I feel like a rookie just because of how much the games have changed. COVID has thrown a whole new, element at all these athletes that is just, it's difficult.
Yeah, I think with all the stresses that comes with being an athlete and wanting to perform in general, you just have this little extra layer on top, which is this whole risk of getting sick. So I think it's actually been harder than I thought it would be.
I think every Olympic athlete this year is going to have some type of mental challenge, whether it's away from family, whether it's COVID anxiety, travel anxiety. As athletes, we learn to adapt and adjust and get comfortable with being uncomfortable, and the ones that can do that the best are going to be able to perform well.
So once those athletes make it to Beijing, they will enter what's known as the Olympic bubble, which is the strictest ever created for a global sporting event. Athletes and their teams have an 83-page playbook of rules and requirements to follow while they're at the games. Sports reporter and co-author of Axios Sports, Jeff Tracy, joins us now to tell us more about what all this looks like. Jeff, good morning to you. So the COVID test started before the athletes even board a plane for Beijing. We've seen our colleagues going through test after test. Tell us more. What are the protocols and requirements before they fly out?
Yeah, so a lot of negative tests. Table stakes is just 2 negatives within 96 hours of your departure, and they have to be 24 hours apart. And then, of course, when you land, you have to test negative again, and that result even could take about 6 hours. So you have a very nervous waiting game even after getting off the plane. And you actually have to take 4 of those tests before leaving if you've tested positive recently. And so these people, you know, as those guys were just saying, they've done crazy things. Think first few months of the pandemic for everyone when you're doing everything possible in your power to not test positive. You know, for the most part, it's working, but there actually, unfortunately, have been a handful of positives already in that closed loop bubble, because obviously they're testing every day. And if you do test positive, you are put directly into isolation, you know, after a confirmatory test.
Yeah, so Jeff, we're going to ask you more about that. Let's go in order first, though. So, I mean, this is like an Olympic sport just to even get there and get off the plane. So what does happen once they get off the plane? What are some of the rules of the bubble that are described in that 83-page playbook, and how does it really work to get to all the events and that kind of thing?
Yeah, so, you know, we think of a bubble like the NBA bubble in Disney World, say, in 2020, which was crazy, huge, and such an undertaking. But that was just one location. This is an entire region of China. And so instead of thinking of it like one big bubble, they say, you know, the closed loop system, it's kind of a bunch of smaller bubbles. So there's the Beijing area with the village and the venues around there, but there are 2 other regions having events during the Olympics as well, as far as 100 miles away from Beijing. And so every mode of transportation, be it plane, train, or automobile, is equally bubbled with all of the workers and athletes fully within the protocols of, you know, quarantining, masking, and ensuring that they are not testing positive.
And you mentioned a handful of people have tested positive. So what does happen if you test positive, either when you arrive or during the game?
How do you get out?
You go directly into isolation. If you're asymptomatic, there's just a sort of facility, kind of a hotel. If you are symptomatic, you go to a hospital. And from there, it again is this waiting game. You can't get out until you test negative twice 24 hours apart from each other. And so obviously, that could be 2 days later, that could be 2 weeks later, that could be even more. And you know, those symptomatic athletes also need to no longer be showing symptoms, even if they do test negative. And so it's really, really tough. You know, one of the bobsledder favorites, Alana Myers-Taylor, just tested positive, dealing with that right now.
Yikes, hard to hear that. Enough anxiety already just being an Olympic athlete.
And then you hear about people who never have symptoms but test positive for literally months. So that could become a problem.
All right, we'll hope the test numbers stay low. Jeff, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jeff. Looking forward to the games.
Thanks so much.
Coming up, if you use Venmo or PayPal for business, listen up.
Yeah, the way you do your taxes next year will change. What you need to do now to avoid a headache in 2023.
Plus, remembering Miss USA, how friends and colleagues are paying tribute to Chesley Christ as we learn more about her struggles with mental health next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Now, a word of warning for those of you who use Venmo or PayPal to run your business. The IRS says you may need to keep track of those transactions and potentially pay taxes on them next year. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has been looking into this for us. Tom, we were just discussing it in my household this week. Let's be clear right up front. We're not talking about sending money to friends or family. That's not going to be taxed, right?
That's right. And by the way, you still owe me a bunch of money, but you're absolutely right. Let's repeat that. The IRS is not going to collect taxes on money you get from someone else because they owe you for a split lunch, for example, or the money that Joe owes me. But it's not even going to tax money, for example, you send to your college kids. The IRS is really focusing on small businesses and side jobs like online arts and crafts or fishing tours or car detailing where people usually pay in cash and then a lot of people don't declare it to the IRS. Today, many customers are paying with these third-party apps, and that means an electronic record of the transaction exists, and the IRS is keeping track. When was the last time you used cash?
Now it's easy for customers to Venmo your business.
Millions of Americans use payment apps every day, transferring money to friends and family at garage sales, Airbnbs, Etsy, eBay, and small businesses. But suddenly the tax rules have changed. The IRS used to require small business owners to report payment app income over $20,000 and 200 transactions annually. Now for tax year 2022, they must report income over just $600 a year. Brianna Sandoval is a hairstylist in San Diego. A lot of her customers pay with Venmo. The new rules could complicate things.
A big headache is a good way to categorize it. It just makes it another thing that I then have to do.
Jeff Clem is a professional music teacher in Akron, Ohio.
It's really just the convenience. Everybody's got one of them, Venmo, PayPal, Zelle.
Now the IRS says it will send 1099-K forms to anyone who earns at least $600 in payment app income for goods or services, to include when filing their taxes next year in 2023, making it very tough to hide cash income.
It's not just income tax. I mean, there's, the additional self-employment tax that applies to these businesses, and that's a big burden.
If you use Venmo, this is important. The IRS is not taxing your personal transfers. PayPal and Venmo say users can separate business from personal transactions with a simple button. Zelle says it's not subject to the law since it doesn't actually handle funds itself. The new IRS rule is meant for businesses, large and small, and a small business can be really small. Where do we draw the line? If you are a kid out of high school and you're mowing lawns over the summer and you make more than $600, would you have to have one of these forms?
Potentially, yeah. So keep good records. In that instance, there's a good chance you may get a form, especially if you're using PayPal or Venmo.
Yeah, so I made the example there of the kid mowing your lawn. What about the babysitter? What about the dog walker, right? In theory, in theory, they would have to get these forms. They would have to file it with their taxes. 16-year-olds, for example. The truth is the IRS is not interested in your babysitter or in your kid mowing the lawn. But if you are using these payment apps to buy something or pay for a service, press the button that says you're paying for goods and services. That signals it's a business transaction. If you're just transferring money to a friend, the babysitter, for example, could be a friend. You can mark it as a personal transaction. And if you're sending money to me, Joe, you can also make that a personal transaction.
It's on the way, Tom. Just check it out. Okay. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
All right.
Interesting. All right, now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is back with us. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Kia is recalling more than 400,000 vehicles in the U.S. to fix a problem with the airbags. The automaker says a computer cover can make contact with a memory chip and damage the circuits, which may prevent the airbags from inflating in a crash. The recall covers certain Kia Forte cars from the 2017 and 2018 model years and Sedona minivans and Soul SUVs from 2017 through 2019. Dealers will inspect the vehicles and either update or replace the software. Starbucks is facing a growing campaign to unionize workers at its U.S. stores. Employees at more than 50 locations in 19 states are seeking union elections, with 15 joining the drive just yesterday. Last month, workers at 3 Starbucks in New York State held union elections, with the majority voting in favor at 2 stores. The push still only affects a fraction of the nearly 9,000 stores run by Starbucks. And Pinterest is launching a new augmented reality tool for furniture, letting consumers see how items would look in their homes through the app. The tool will initially work with 20,000 products from retail partners such as Crate & Barrel, Wayfair, and West Elm. Prices and product details will appear within the pins. Research firm eMarketer says the number of consumers who use augmented reality content at least once a month is estimated to top 100 million this year. Guys.
All right.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Thank you, Silvana. Appreciate it.
I like those ones where you can like put a haircut on, you know, in the AR thing. Yeah. All right. That could be cool. Thank you. Yeah. Now we turn to a story that we do want to warn you deals with suicide and may be upsetting. The latest on the tragic death of former Miss USA and Extra TV correspondent Chesley Christ. Former colleagues and friends have been paying tribute to her, and she passed away on Sunday. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford has more on this for us. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
That's right, Savannah. As you mentioned, this outpouring of love and tributes, they continue to grow this morning. And the NYPD is investigating this as a suicide and now confirms that Chesley left a note behind indicating her plan to end her life.
This morning, new tributes pouring in for former Miss USA Chesley Christ, who died by suicide Sunday.
This is how we'll remember our friend.
Style must have you. Her colleagues at Extra remembering the former correspondent with behind-the-scenes clips.
I've got great aim, man.
Family and friends calling her an inspiration.
She just was an impressive person that affected all of us.
Ryan Miles met Chesley when she competed for Miss North Carolina and won the Miss USA title in 2019. The two friends bonding over travel and photography.
She was so charismatic and so charming.
But the pressures were immense. Chesley describing the expectations she faced in an Allure essay last year. Pageant girls are supposed to be model tall and slender, she wrote. But my 5'6" frame won with six-pack abs and a head of natural curls in a time when generations of black women have been taught that being too black would cost them wins in the boardroom and on pageant stages. She also said that she, quote, cringed at the idea of turning 30, writing, "It feels like a cold reminder that I'm running out of time to matter in society's eyes." She would have turned 31 in April. Chesley also opened up about battling online trolls.
When I was Miss USA, I received hateful comments. People even messaged me telling me to kill myself.
Did she ever express any of those things to you?
Certainly, we heard her talk about some of the negative things that people would say.
Despite the apparent hate, Chesley maintained her platform to connect with fans. From beauty tips to mental health and openly talking about racism and how that became one of the reasons she stopped practicing law.
There's just the general lack of diversity in the legal profession and the constant microaggressions.
Across social media, so many expressing their grief, including acclaimed actor Viola Davis, tweeting, "For those that suffer in silence, please know you are not alone."
Her grandfather spoke to New York Daily News about her death, saying he is absolutely devastated by her loss, calling her the rare type of person who has a heart for others, and that it's simply hard to imagine that she's no longer here. If you or someone you know is considering suicide, please contact the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. That's 1-800-273-TALK or 8255. You can also just text TALK to the crisis text line at 741-741. You can also go to suicidepreventionlifeline.org, and remember, there is always strength in asking for help.
Oh, there's so much strength and such good resources there, Morgan. Thank you so much.
Coming up, we're looking back on 40 years of late night.
Yeah, it's been 4 decades since David Letterman hit the airwaves. Our Harry Smith takes a look back at the show's creation and its fan following next.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Years ago to the day, a little show called Late Night with David Letterman premiered here on NBC.
In Letterman's run, the show racked up a fandom that embraced weird, sarcastic, and crazy comedy. And one of those fans, and a former guest on the show, was our very own Harry Smith, who has this story.
David Letterman!
First off, we fans never knew there was a show called Late Night.
Welcome to our show. It's Late Night, and
40 years ago, we knew it as and called it Letterman.
And the #1 shocking revelation about Mick Jagger once slept with Robert Redford for free.
And we talked about it constantly. Like, did you see Letterman last night?
Ignition. It appears that David Letterman has come out of that midnight.
This is the stupidest thing I've ever witnessed network money spent on. And frankly, I'm proud to be a part of it. Let's get physical.
As a talk show, it was conventional, only in that it had a desk and a host and a band. It was irreverent.
Hey, shut up!
Often silly. Sometimes sardonic.
We didn't really plan today's show. But that doesn't mean it still can't be fun. This is the General Electric building, and, you know, I have a little gift, and we thought, what the heck, let's just drop in and
always
say hello.
in on its own jokes.
You mean we need authorization to drop off a fruit basket? drop off a fruit basket?
Yes, you need authorization.
Oh, this is going to be fun to work with these people, isn't it?
Steve O'Donnell was Letterman's head writer for 10 years.
So bring me to the day-to-day. You become head writer of this show. It's Monday morning. You're in the writer's room. And what's it like in there?
The experience of putting on a late-night comedy show was like simultaneously putting out a small-town newspaper and organizing every single day a small-town parade, because there were various...
And while David Letterman didn't exactly invent irony, he and his writers conspired to make it a kind of comedy we couldn't get enough of.
Like, so what, like 2 of them posted?
There was a little freedom to experiment. In one way, the pressure was on to do an interesting show, but there was also like, man, no one's watching, so we could do the most strange, surreal things we could.
Until Letterman, the laws of late night consisted of a monologue, host laughing at guest stories, and maybe a song. It was not this. Or this.
There's very little I can do from this position.
And then there was Larry Bud Melman.
Good night, everybody.
Neither fish nor fowl,
Well, why don't you crawl on the fence and take a nap?
but more of a befuddled foil,
Sleep tight.
a frequent comic non sequitur
I hope it didn't hurt your glasses.
played by the late Calvert DeForest. The Letterman regulars were often within reach. Bob Costas, Marv Albert, and yes, Al Roker.
What's this? I think you ought to think about having that biopsy.
The Letterman owes some debt to TV pioneers Steve Allen and Ernie Kovacs. Letterman boldly discarded the norms, besmirched the bean counters, and glorified in the dumb.
Ladies and gentlemen, please say hello to Harry Smith. Harry, come on.
Guests like this reporter feared we'd not be able to roll with him.
I think, oh no, we made fun of you. Yeah,
Oh, that's right. You were nice to her in your room.
Yeah, that's how that works. And tonight we'll make fun of her and be nice to you.
And sometimes there was an uncomfortable Dave-guest dynamic.
I thought that I would never want to do this show with you.
Now why? Because you thought I was
David Letterman did not break the mold. He melded it to fit his vision. And a big part of watching the show was watching Dave enjoy what he had wrought.
Have a good night. Thank
you. Our thanks to Harry for that report. And you can actually check out David Letterman tonight on Late Night with Seth Meyers right here on NBC.
That was fun. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Right now on NBC News Now, dose for children. The first COVID vaccine for kids under 5 could be available in just a matter of weeks. We'll tell you about the progress as Omicron cases continue dropping across the country. Plus, breaking right now, Brady bows out after intense speculation. The star quarterback announces he is in fact retiring from the NFL. Also breaking, Inferno. Evacuations currently underway in North Carolina after a fertilizer plant goes up in flames. What went wrong and where the firefight stands right now. And Veep impact, the former chief of staff to Mike Pence testifying before the January 6th committee. What it could signal about just how closely the former vice president is cooperating. Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to see you. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Aaron Gilchrist is on assignment. We begin right now with the pandemic and a pretty major step forward in the race to vaccinate. The FDA could expand the use of Pfizer's COVID vaccine to kids under 5. A person familiar with that plan confirms this could happen by the end of the month. Meanwhile, the U.S. has confirmed more than 20 million cases in January alone. Now, that is the most cases in a single month since the start of the pandemic. The U.S. now surpassing 75 million confirmed cases offices nationwide. And just take a look at where trends stand today. 20 states, if you look at your screen here, and Washington, D.C., all reporting a decrease in cases. Our very own doctor on duty is standing by with what you need to know. But let's first begin with NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren. Kristen, it's great to see you this afternoon. Let's go ahead and begin with that news about Pfizer's COVID vaccine for kids under 5. I mean, what do we know about a potential approval timeline, and really how is Pfizer responding?
Right. Good morning, Morgan. Children between 6 months and 5 years old who haven't been eligible for the vaccine thus far. So a person with knowledge of Pfizer's plan says the company is expected to submit an emergency use authorization request to the FDA that could come as early as today or tomorrow. And that means that shots could be getting into the arms of children in that youngest group by the end of this month, by the end of February. They're talking about a 2-dose regimen. They had, of course, been testing a 3-dose regimen, but the data on that would have taken longer. So now that submission expected to come very soon for the 2-dose regimen for those children 6 months to 5 years old, Morgan.
And Kristen, can you give us a sense about, kids and the pandemic more broadly? I mean, what are cases like right now among kids? And are kids who can get vaccinated actually going through with it and getting the shot?
Right. And that's a good question. So looking at those children in the next age group up from 5 to 11, 28% of children have now at least gotten 1 dose in that age group 5 to 11. That is, we do see cases now beginning to come down. Hospitalizations in this age group were down about 15% over the past 2 weeks. But as of last week, 800,000 cases of COVID were confirmed in that age group. So still an awful lot of kids getting sick, but we are beginning to see hospitalizations come down, Morgan.
All right. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren for us there. Kristen, thank you. I want to go ahead and bring in Dr. Ali Raja now, a professor of emergency medicine at Harvard Medical School. Dr. Raja, thanks for joining us. And, as we just reported, we heard Kristen say a little more than a quarter of kids between 5 and 11 have actually received at least 1 dose of a COVID vaccine. But, Doctor, why do you think that number is so low? I mean, what's your advice to parents who are still sort of on the fence about getting their kids vaccinated?
Thanks for asking, Morgan. It's such a key question. As Kristen just said, only 28% of the kids from 5 to 11 are currently vaccinated. I run into this all the time with the parents that I see who bring in their kids to the emergency department. And, it's a different reason for so many people. Some people are working parents who just can't get time off to take their kids to the pediatrician or to the vaccination clinics. Some people just have this hesitancy about the fact that the emergency use authorizations, at least according to them, were pushed through too quickly. I've got to tell you, the key to this is actually building a little bit of trust. And the American Association of Pediatrics has put out a bunch of great talking points for pediatricians and parents to talk about this together.
And Dr. Raja, I think more broadly, something I keep hearing about just anecdotally is this question of fatigue. So many people are hoping that this downward trend in cases, it means that we're finally rounding the bend to this pandemic that none of us could have imagined we would be in for this long. I mean, when it comes to those downward trends and COVID mandates, do you think we're kind of entering a place where as a country we should lift those indoor mask mandates again? I mean, what are you telling your patients about when and where they should continue to mask up?
You're so right, Morgan. I mean, it's been exhausting, right? My own kids are in elementary school, and they've been their 3rd school year of dealing with all this. I get it. I love seeing the fact that cases are coming down. But we have to remember that 99% of the country is still classified by the CDC as having high transmission rates. Wow. And hospitalizations are still pretty high all over the country. So I do like where we're headed. I think we're going to get there soon, but we're not quite ready to lift those mask mandates just yet.
Dr. Ali Raja, I cannot thank you enough for being with us. We really appreciate your expertise and your time.
Thanks, Morgan.
Breaking news right now in the world of sports. Superstar quarterback Tom Brady officially announcing his retirement, ending days of speculation about his future. The 44-year-old leaves the NFL after 22 seasons and, yes, 7 Super Bowl rings. We are covering this breaking story from every angle this hour. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky. Morgan, you have been on this story. Talk to us about the announcement that I know you've been reporting on and the timing of how all of this unfolded.
Yeah, Morgan, it's been a bit of a wild ride over the last several days or so. We heard that announcement over the weekend that Tom Brady was retiring. ESPN saying that it was according to sources close to the future Hall of Famer. And yet, Brady came out on a podcast yesterday and said that he was still considering his future in football and that he had not made his mind up yet. That came out Monday evening around 7 o'clock. So at some point between then and this morning, he reached that decision that everyone was waiting to hear from, whether or not he would remain a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. And he decided to release the news in an Instagram post this morning, reading in part. It was a long series of messages here, but it reads, "I've always believed the sport of football is an all-in proposition. If a 100% competitive commitment isn't there, you won't succeed. And success is what I love so much about our game. I have tried my very best these past 22 years. There are no shortcuts to success on the field or in life." Brady goes on to say, "This is difficult for me to write, but here it goes. I'm not going to make that competitive a commitment anymore. I have loved my NFL career, and now it is time to focus my time and energy on other things that require my attention. Right now, it's best I leave the field of play to the next generation of dedicated and committed athletes." So this was a lengthy Instagram post, Morgan, in which he thanked the Bucs organization, head coach Bruce Arians, the owners, the Glazer family, his Bucs teammates, his wife Giselle, and his 3 children. Notably, he did not thank anyone or anything from New England, from Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, to Coach Belichick, to even his former Patriot teammates, although he did say he thanked all of the great teammates that he's had a chance to play with over this storied 22-season career. Morgan?
That's interesting, but Morgan, you know, how is the football world reacting? What are fans saying? What are his former colleagues saying?
Yeah, well, it's interesting because a lot of people already kind of weighed in over the weekend whenever they heard that Tom was retiring, despite not hearing it directly from Brady himself. We're hearing now that people realize that it's official. This is the end of an era. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell had this to say earlier this morning, saying in part, "Tom Brady will be remembered as one of the greatest to ever play in the NFL. It has been a privilege to watch him compete and have him in the NFL. We thank him for his many contributions to our game and wish Tom and his family all the best in the future." We've already seen messages from the Buccaneers organization, from the Patriots organization. The owner of the Patriots, Robert Kraft, also putting out a personalized thank you to Tom as well, saying that it was an absolute pleasure to work with him during the majority of Tom's career, which was, of course, spent in New England until those last 2 seasons in Tampa Bay, one of which resulted in a Super Bowl. So, of course, we'll only hear more as the day goes on. But it really is the end of an era. I had a chance to speak to one reporter yesterday who says that there are kids today, Morgan, that have only known Tom Brady as the guy who just finds a way to win, whether it be making a deep run in the playoffs or getting one of those 7 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Now, a fresh start.
Fresh start indeed. All right, Morgan Chesky for us there. Morgan, thank you. Joining us for more on this, we have Ken Belson, NFL reporter for the New York Times. Ken, you know, to say Tom Brady has had an extraordinary career is, of course, an understatement. I was watching the news this weekend, and I looked at my husband, and I was like, yo, can you imagine being a decade older and being at, like, in the best shape of your life, playing football at 44 as the best quarterback in the world? I mean, can you talk to us a little bit about his legacy in football and really, and the entire sports world?
Yeah, well, he's clearly expanded the boundaries of what we think of as an NFL player. He played until 44, which is the grand old age. I mean, and then didn't just play until 44. He statistically had one of his best seasons this year and could have gone to the Super Bowl yet another time. So in that way, he's been groundbreaking, not just in the total number of yards or even Super Bowl rings, but what a player of a certain age can do in a very violent and tough sport. That alone is great. Obviously, the level of perfection, he obviously had a lot of help with Belichick and teammates. But to play at such a high level for so long, even quarterbacks like Brett Favre, Ben Roethlisberger, who retired this year as well, they really had steep declines in their last few years. Brady just kept going year after year. And that's groundbreaking, really.
All right. Ken Belson for us there from the New York Times. Ken, thanks so much.
Now to the high stakes in Washington over Russia's possible invasion of Ukraine. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke by phone with his Russian counterpart today. This new round of talks comes following a very tense public face-off at the UN on Monday. Russia accusing the West of whipping up tensions, the U.S. countering, warning that if Russia does invade Ukraine, that, quote, the consequences will be horrific. This, of course, is more support for Ukraine landed in Kyiv today, a shipment of U.S. aid, including tons of ammunition and defense equipment. A senior U.S. defense official confirms Russia has also begun moving in supplies of blood to troops all along the border with Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Kyiv. Aaron, you know, there has been, as we mentioned, so many accusations, right? Russia telling the U.S. that we've sort of been creating a bunch of drama around this situation that may or may not be warranted. Do we have a sense of how the call today between Blinken and Russia's foreign minister played out? I mean, Lavrov has been through, like, so many presidents, and now he's in this situation again.
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. And we're beginning to get a sense of the phone call. We just received a readout from the State Department of that call between U.S. Secretary of State Blinken and Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. The readout reading in part, quote, the secretary urged immediate Russian de-escalation and the withdrawal of troops and equipment from Ukraine's borders. He emphasized that further invasion of Ukraine would be met with swift and severe consequences and urged Russia to pursue a diplomatic path. Now, we have yet to receive a readout from the Kremlin. The United States waiting on a response to two proposals currently on the table. One proposal from NATO, the other proposal from the United States. A response had been received by the State Department yesterday, although the Kremlin this morning clarifying the situation, saying that that was not the main response, that there is another response that is going to follow. So the United States, no doubt, waiting on that. That must have been a topic of the conversation during that call as well. The key goal right now of the West is to put as much pressure on Russia as possible. I've been speaking to multiple experts here in Kiev who say that they do not believe Russian President Vladimir Putin has made a decision yet on a possible invasion. And really the goal of Ukraine and the West at this point is to outline in very stark terms the costs that would be associated on a possible attack on Ukraine at this point, Morgan.
And Aaron, I mean, Ukraine's President Zelensky is meeting British Prime Minister Boris Johnson there in Kyiv today. What might we expect to come from that meeting?
Yeah, when the British Prime Minister landed, he immediately tweeted saying, quote, as a friend and a democratic partner, the UK will continue to uphold Ukraine's sovereignty in the face of those who seek to destroy it. He has a meeting with President Zelensky today. President Zelensky has been the focus of much conversation here in Kyiv as well as in Washington in terms of his tone and his rhetoric surrounding the situation. President Zelensky has said he does not believe that Russia is going to invade Ukraine, and he believes that the rhetoric coming from Washington is too alarmist. I was speaking to a hybrid warfare expert here in Ukraine earlier today, and she's been critical of Zelensky's response, saying he needs to do more. Take a listen to what she had to say.
I think that his message is a bit vague and unclear when he's saying that we should save Ukrainian economy and the threat is overestimated. I think it's not. That's not how Ukrainian experts and military people see it. I see that the risk of escalation is high.
Now, we expect to hear from President Zelensky within the next hour. There is a joint press conference with President Zelensky and British Prime Minister Boris Johnson scheduled for then, Morgan.
And we look forward to hearing from you as you bring us more on that. Aaron McLaughlin there for us in Kyiv. Aaron, thank you. Now to the president's potential Supreme Court pick. Today, lawmakers from the Senate Judiciary Committee are headed to the White House to meet with the president as well as the vice president. On the agenda, of course, potential candidates and the process ahead. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now. Carol, you know, what's expected to be discussed in detail at today's meeting? Where do we expect things to go?
Well, I think, Morgan, the president mostly just wants to meet with senators to try to get a sense of where they are on the process, to convey how he sees things, to talk through perhaps some of the picks that he's considering. We know he's considering more than a dozen women, according to the White House, and that he is set to make a decision within the next few weeks. And one of the things that he said he would do leading up to that is really consult with senators. He's a former senator. He's a former chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, so he knows this process well, has a lot of respect for the Senate's role in this process. And this is really, according to White House officials, the beginning of that effort to formally reach out to senators and just touch base and get their input and share where his head is at.
All right, NBC's Carol Lee for us there live from the White House. Carol, thank you. We're also following breaking news out of North Carolina right now, where crews are battling a massive fire at a fertilizer facility. Thousands of people are being urged to evacuate the area, and that's near the Weaver fertilizer plant in Winston-Salem. The fire erupted overnight, and now officials are warning of a possible explosion fueled by ammonium nitrate inside that factory. NBC News correspondent Emily Akeda has been following that story for us. Emily, tell us more.
Hey there. Well, they say that the next 24 hours will really be the highest risk. Already officials say that they have heard several smaller explosions, but they're fearful something much more catastrophic could play out with hundreds of tons of ammonium nitrate on site.
Overnight, a massive fire breaking out at this fertilizer plant in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Just be advised, we've got what appears to be almost a city block on fire.
Fears of an explosion leading to the evacuation of more than 6,000 residents living within a 1-mile perimeter of the plant.
Please exit the area. You can stay somewhere else tonight.
Nearly 100 firefighters and personnel battling the blaze for hours.
We fought the fire for 2 hours. It began affecting a rail car. Once the rail car was involved, it became an explosive hazard.
Fire officials say the chemical in that rail car, ammonium nitrate, is a dangerous combination with the intensity of the heat. Firefighters have had to step back because of the explosion risk.
Fire truck that's located on the backside of the building, that it's still there, it's still flowing water. There's no firefighters there.
The fire stirring up memories of the devastating explosion at a fertilizer plant in West Texas back in 2013. 15 people were killed, more than 200 injured, and roughly 150 buildings damaged or destroyed. Back in Winston-Salem, firefighters working around the clock.
There is still a potential for explosion. We do not know the full extent of the time we'll be here. It will not be anytime soon that we'll be leaving.
And officials are still investigating the cause into this fire, but they say they are far from pinpointing something at this point. We are told that the plant was inspected just last December, and reportedly, Morgan, there were no issues.
All right, Emily Akeda there for us. Emily, thank you. Taxed for going high tech. Coming up, how getting paid for your side hustle through PayPal or even Venmo could actually open you up to an IRS investigation. Stay with us.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
For months now, we have been talking about the Great Resignation, with record numbers of people quitting their jobs and not immediately jumping into new ones. Well, today the Bureau of Labor Statistics is out with new numbers, and they're pretty remarkable. December job openings are up to 10.9 million, while quits are down only slightly to 4.3 million, and that was after November's record high. Here to break this all down for us is NBC News Now anchor Allison Morris, and she covers the markets and economy for us. Allison, let's just get straight into it. I mean, is the Great Resignation still going strong? What do these numbers actually tell us?
Yeah, Morgan, I would say so. I mean, look, the quits number came down a little bit to 4.3 million, but that is still 4.3 million Americans quitting their jobs in December. The record is only 4.5. So, yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that we are still in the midst of this Great Resignation, or at least we were in 2021. This is the December report, the very last one for last year. I think another thing that's really interesting is that this was a December report, right? This can be a really wonky month. We've got the holidays. Businesses are often closed for a couple of weeks. We had the Omicron surge. So to see people still quitting their jobs and those kinds of numbers, I think it definitely tells you the Great Resignation is still around.
But tell us one other thing. I mean, where does it say that people are quitting or seeing fewer quits when it comes to industries?
Yeah, so this was kind of interesting. We saw more quits or quits go up in things like manufacturing. It makes sense, right? Factory jobs, manufacturing jobs can be tough places to work in the winter. Not so surprised that a lot of people said, I can't do this when the weather gets really cold. One interesting thing we did see, though, fewer quits in healthcare, fewer quits in food services. These are the industries that have been basically leading the way. People saying, I'm burnt out. I can't work at a hospital anymore. I'm exhausted. I don't want to work at a restaurant that's empty for no tips. So interesting to see those drops.
You know, one other thing, though, about the job openings, what does it mean that those job openings are actually up a bit from where they were last month?
Yeah, that was kind of a surprise, right? In December, we thought job openings might come down a little bit. Instead, they went up. Actually, it looks like these numbers are backwards here. What it should say is that the November job openings were 10.6. They went up to 10.9 in December. And what we're seeing again there is what we've been talking about all year long, right? That we're seeing openings in healthcare. We're seeing openings in restaurant services. We saw openings in education. We've been talking about the staffing shortages at schools across the country, so having trouble filling a lot of those jobs. Just a reminder, though, this was the last report for 2021, so I'll be curious to see what January's report looks like next month to see if the Great Resignation is carrying over into 2022.
We will find out. Yeah. Allison Morris for us there. Allison, as always, thank you.
See you soon.
And if you're a small business owner who uses PayPal or Venmo to get paid, well, listen up, because the IRS says that you could actually be taxed for those transactions. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello shows us the fine print on these new changes.
When was the last time you used cash?
Now it's easy for customers to Venmo your business.
Millions of Americans use payment apps every day, transferring money to friends and family at garage sales, Airbnbs, Etsy, eBay, and small businesses. But suddenly the tax rules have changed. The IRS used to require small business owners to report payment app income over $20,000 and 200 transactions annually. Now, for tax year 2022, they must report income over just $600 a year. Brianna Sandoval is a hairstylist in San Diego. A lot of her customers pay with Venmo. The new rules could complicate things.
A big headache is a good way to categorize it. It just makes it another thing that I then have to do.
Jeff Clem is a professional music teacher in Akron, Ohio.
It's really just the convenience. Everybody's got one of them, Venmo, PayPal, Zelle.
Now the IRS says it will send 1099-K forms to anyone who earns at least $600 in payment app income for goods or services, to include when filing their taxes next year in 2023, making it very tough to hide cash income.
It's not just income tax. I mean, there's, the additional self-employment tax that applies to these businesses, and that's a big burden.
If you use Venmo, this is important. The IRS is not taxing your personal transfers. PayPal and Venmo say users can separate business from personal transactions with a simple button. Zelle says it's not subject to the law since it doesn't actually handle funds itself. The new IRS rule is meant for businesses, large and small, and a small business can be really small.
Where do we draw the line? If you are a kid out of high school and you're mowing lawns over the summer and you make more than $600, would you have to have one of these forms?
Potentially, yeah. So keep good records. You know, in that instance, there's a good chance you may get a form, especially if you're using PayPal or Venmo.
Coming up, Chief of Staff turned key witness. Still ahead, what former Vice President Pence's top aide told a congressional committee about closed-door meetings to overturn the election. Stay with us.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Making news right now, a viewing will be held today for fallen New York officer Wilbert Mora. Officer Mora was shot alongside his colleague Jason Rivera on January 21st while responding to a family dispute in Harlem. Mora died at the hospital days later. He was just 27 years old. His funeral will be held tomorrow at St. Patrick's Cathedral here in Manhattan, where Rivera's was also held. Michael Avenatti is weighing whether to take the stand in his own defense. Avenatti represented the adult film star Stormy Daniels in her lawsuits against former President Donald Trump. Avenatti is accused of stealing $300,000 in proceeds from her book, and he's representing himself in the trial. And a Tennessee comic book store has raised over $90,000 to distribute free copies of the book Mouse. As we reported yesterday, the award-winning graphic novel about the Holocaust was banned from school curriculum in Tennessee's McMinn County. School board members claim it's because of explicit language and nudity among mice. Last week, Nirvana Comics in Knoxville, Tennessee, started a GoFundMe campaign promising to ship a free copy of Mouse to any student who is interested. A dramatic revelation in the Capitol riot investigation. Two sources tell NBC News the former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence testified before the January 6th committee. Mark Short was with Pence at the Capitol when he was presiding over the counting of electoral votes for the 2020 election. Now, that's when a crowd started to form outside the building and soon turned violent. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. Ali, do we have any specifics about the content of Mark Short's testimony?
No, but Morgan, what you just laid out means it doesn't take much to guess what the committee might want to talk with Mark Short about. He's someone who has been in the former vice president's close orbit for many years. He remains in the vice president's close orbit still. And he was with Pence on the day that he was here certifying the electoral count on the day of the January 6th insurrection. That close proximity, both to Pence in the meetings before January 6th and with being with him on the 6th itself, makes Short one of the key people that the committee has wanted to speak to, and a sign that there are people in the top reaches of this former White House talking with them and engaging with them on key issues.
And Ali, I mean, why is Mark's testimony so significant? And I also want to ask you, while I have you, about the National Archives reporting that some of Trump documents released to the committee had been ripped up by the former president. Some were even apparently taped back together by the White House officials. So what more do we also know about that?
Well, it's significant because of the role that he played with Pence and continues to play with Pence. You have to imagine that he didn't just go forward going along with this subpoena without talking to his former boss. And it is a sign that people within Pence world are cooperating with this probe. We know that the vice president was the target of some of the people who were in that riot, saying things like "hang Mike Pence" as they stormed the building that I'm standing in. All of that is extremely significant. And to say nothing of the comments that the former president himself made only just a few days ago, where he reiterated that he believed that the former vice president could overturn the election results and that Trump believes Pence just chose not to. Of course, that's not the way that this works. Vice presidents can't just go in and overturn the will of the people here. So that's one of the pieces for the January 6th committee. And the other piece here is that we know that they have started to get those documents from the National Archives. Initially, they had been tied up in court, but the courts have ruled that the committee could have them. Now, the National Archives is turning them over, but we're also learning that some of those pages have been pieced back together. Anyone who has covered former President Trump knows that he is someone who, when he's done with a piece of paper, has been known to rip it up and discard it. That's not what you do if you're president, though, because you have to preserve those papers. The National Archives now saying in a statement that they're confirming that that's what some of the paperwork that they're dealing with looks like, saying that some of the Trump presidential records they've received included paper records that had been torn up by former President Trump. As it has been reported, this is something that he has done, and so they are in some cases taping them back together themselves. In other cases, they're documents that were previously taped back together, but nonetheless, just a little bit of color to what some of these documents might look like, and a window into what was happening in the White House then.
A really important window. Ali Vitale there for us live from Capitol Hill. Ali, thank you. A Georgia district attorney is now asking the FBI for security help after former President Trump said this at a rally over the weekend.
If these radical, vicious, racist prosecutors do anything wrong or illegal, I hope we are going to have in this country the biggest protest we have ever had in Washington, D.C., in New York, in Atlanta, and elsewhere.
Fannie Willis, the DA for Fulton County, is currently investigating Trump over allegations that he attempted to illegally influence the 2020 election. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now. Ken, specifically, what kind of help is the DA requesting from the FBI?
Morgan, she asked the federal government to provide protective resources for the courthouse and the DA's office, including intelligence and federal agents. But that's not really what the FBI does. They don't protect buildings. They investigate criminal threats. The FBI's Atlanta field office issued a statement last night saying they are gathering information about potential threats and will share what they learn with local authorities. And that's not to understate the seriousness of this, Morgan. FBI and DHS officials have told Congress recently that the kind of rhetoric Trump is engaged in is dangerous and inflammatory and could lead to violence. He's essentially painted a target on the backs of these 3 prosecutors, calling them mentally sick and vicious and horrible people. And all it takes, of course, is one disturbed individual to take that to heart. We saw on January 6th that there are a group of people ready to do violence when Trump talks like that. So this is a threat these officials say they have to take seriously.
You know, Ken, the New York Times reports that Trump had actually considered potential proposals to seize voting machines after the election, which he eventually decided against doing. What more do we know about that?
The Times reports that about 6 weeks after Election Day, Trump directed his lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, to ask the Department of Homeland Security if it could legally take control of voting machines in key swing states. Giuliani then called the department's acting deputy secretary, the Times says, who said he lacked the authority to audit or impound the machines. Now, this is part of a pattern, obviously, of Trump contemplating how to use the levers of governmental power to remain in office, and it's something the January 6th committee is investigating. Remember that Trump also contemplated having the Department of Defense seize voting machines, according to reports, and he pressed the Justice Department to announce investigations of fraud, even though investigators had found none. Had any of this actually happened, it would have pushed the United States into uncharted territory. As of now, we've seen no evidence that the Justice Department is investigating Trump for any of this behavior, though there are a lot of people who think that should happen, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Ken Delanian for us there. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Meanwhile, Republican state legislators from Florida to Arizona are targeting school curriculums all across the country. In particular, they're focused on LGBTQ issues and topics around race and identity in the classroom. Critics say they're growing increasingly concerned the bills unfairly target vulnerable students.
And if this bill passes, which we believe, sadly, that it will tell young kids that something is wrong with you, so wrong and twisted that we can't even talk about you in school. And sometimes that trauma builds to the worst thing.
And that was Chasten Buttigieg there speaking. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has been following this story for us, and he joins us now from Tallahassee, Florida. Vaughn, you know, how many bills like this are being considered just across the country? I mean, give us the big picture here. Which ones in particular are getting the most attention right now?
Yeah, good morning, Morgan. We're talking about multiple states here, more than 24, to be more specific, that have introduced legislation here this January, bills ranging near the number of 70. When we're talking about these types of bills, just look over in Indiana. There's a bill that bars inside of the classroom the idea of anti-American ideology from being taught. In Arizona, there's another bill that bars books and videos and other forms of media from including, quote, homosexuality, which, of course, is just the existence of being gay. You're talking about efforts here by Republican-led legislatures to censor, to repress speech, repress conversations inside of classrooms, educational institutions about history, about sexuality, about race, and about sex. These are happening, including right here in Florida, Morgan.
And Vaughn, I mean, focusing on Florida, what exactly are the state legislators there considering? I mean, and what are we hearing from both the lawmakers and the students about all of this?
In fact, right now, there is a hearing underway here at the Florida State Capitol. The House is considering what Ron DeSantis, the governor here, called the, quote, Stop Woke Act, which I want to just read you a couple passages from. In part, quote, instruction and supporting materials on the topics enumerated in this section must be consistent with the following principles of individual freedom. No person is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously, solely by virtue of his or her race or sex. Another part of that, a person by virtue of his or her race or sex does not bear responsibility for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race or sex. Another passage, a person shouldn't be made to feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or any other form of psychological distress on account of his or her own race. There is another passage of this, quote, Stop Woke Act, in which it directly talks about not making anybody feel ashamed for the past, potentially what their race may have inflicted on the past but it'd be remiss not to mention that here right in Tallahassee, about 200 years ago, it was U.S. troops led by President Andrew Jackson that forcibly removed multiple Native American tribes from this very land where this legislation is being debated today.
And what are students saying, though, Vaughn? I mean, it's hard when I hear the word woke sort of reappropriated. It sounds like they're almost trying to say something that is even less kind when I hear that word now, and people are using it in this negative way to sort of cast aspersions. What are the students saying about all this?
Right. There's actually another bill that directly calls out sexual orientation and gender identity. That's HB 1557 here, which says a school district may not encourage classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity. Again, you say this is directly calling out a particular subject matter here, sexual orientation and gender identity. I was able to catch up with the chairman of the House Education Committee here, Republican, who passed and pressed forward this measure here. But I also met up with Kaylee, a sophomore in high school from the high school just about a half mile from here. Take a listen to part of our exchanges. And so what do you tell those young LGBT students here who are Florida residents here who feel like they're alienated?
They're not being alienated.
If they're not able to talk about sexual orientation and gender identity because the school...
No kid should be treated any differently than any other kid.
What they're doing isn't solving the underlying problem. The underlying problem is that students aren't feeling safe at school. They aren't feeling comfortable at school. And when a student doesn't feel safe or comfortable, they can't learn.
Again, we can't repeat it enough here in these weeks ahead as these legislatures debate these measures here. There are Republican legislators around the country, including here in Florida, who are efforting to limit the speech around race, sexuality, in history, Morgan.
At a time when those discussions are certainly taking hold, even outside the classroom, as kids are trying to really understand the world we live in. Vaughn Hilliard for us there. Thank you so much. Republicans are sharpening their strategy to take back Congress in this year's midterm elections, and they're trying to flip the script on COVID measures, harnessing many voters' pandemic fatigue. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now. Mark, can you just give us a few examples of how Republican candidates are really planning to tackle COVID on the campaign trail?
Yeah, Morgan, in Pennsylvania, celebrity Dr. Mehmet Oz is running advertisements going directly after the Biden administration on its handling of COVID. We've also seen Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who's up for re-election this year, have an ad aimed directly at Anthony Fauci. And this all comes in the context of declining approval numbers for President Biden when it comes to his COVID handling, as well as declining numbers for Anthony Fauci.
And Mark, I mean, what are political analysts saying about how voters are responding to this attempted messaging?
Yeah, and so, this all kind of comes in the context, Morgan, of Democrats using COVID to their advantage in the 2020 elections. It is very doubtful that, Joe Biden used that to his advantage. But 2 years later, after the Delta surge, after the Omicron surge, we've seen where President Biden and Democrats are the ones who are now on the defensive, with COVID continuing to be an issue. And Democrats are all divided, where there is a new Monmouth poll showing that 70% of Americans say that COVID is here to stay and you need to be able to deal with it. And Democrats split on that issue, which is a headache for them.
And do Democrats really have a strategy to counter the GOP strategy here? I mean, especially as you and I have talked about earlier in the week, the way that the GOP is sort of shifting its focus away from some of those traditional talking points and just focusing on the people involved. How will Democrats counter that?
Yeah, Morgan, they don't have an answer right now. And again, this is a developing issue, but so much of the White House strategy and the Democratic strategy was rooted in their criticism of the Trump era, as well as the early vaccination effort. But now after vaccinations, with 75% of Americans receiving at least one dose, there really hasn't been kind of a plan B on how Democrats use COVID as a political tool, or at least to have a defense against what we're seeing coming from Republicans.
Wow. All right, Mark Murray, a lot to unpack, and this year is only just beginning, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate it. Taking a tumble while playing winter sports could literally put you on ice. Coming up next, what doctors want you to know before hitting the slopes. Stay with us.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in prime time and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Sean White, what are you trying to prove?
Sean White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Sean White, what are you trying to prove?
Sean White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Rain, snow, sleet, ice, you name it, and we could see it over the next few days. The next big storm is already taking shape and has 82 million people on alert. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Michelle, I guess the big question is when should people start feeling the impacts from this storm?
Good morning. Well, it's going to be as early as tonight. So with this storm, it's going to be a long duration. We're going to be talking about it for at least 4 days through Friday. It's not off the coast until later on Friday. So with our nor'easter, it was quick. It was all snow. This is going to be different. We're going to have ice and rain also. Taking a look at winter radar, you can see we are quiet. So it's literally the calm before the storm. But we are under many alerts. 82 million of us. Where you see the white, that's your winter weather advisory. Your pink is your winter storm warning. And the blue is a winter storm watch. So really, this storm is going to get going tonight and last through Thursday into Friday. So this is the setup here. We have a sweeping cold front. Ahead of the cold front, we have really warm air back behind this cold front. We're looking at Arctic air mass. So when you see this clash, it's that battle zone where we're going to see some ice and we're going to see some snow. So that cold front is going to draw that Gulf moisture, and we're going to see rain and snow forming from Texas to Michigan. That really gets going tonight into tomorrow and Thursday. So that storm blossoms tomorrow. We're going to see heavy snow where you see the darker blues and significant ice where you see the pink. In Dallas, you're into that. Oklahoma City, you're into snow. Now look what happens as we go throughout Thursday. This is a very slow moving cold front. So that's the bad news too. We're going to have ice and it's going to last for a long time. So very slow moving. Rain changes to ice and snow from Arkansas to Ohio. And you can see just a huge swath of moisture here. Where the blue, that's your snow. The pink is your ice. And then we have some heavy rain ahead of this front. And that's the warm sector of the storm. And it's really not until Friday until it's off the coast, off the seaboard. And we could see a little ice along the I-95 as it gets that little last cold lift later on Friday. So here's your ice forecast. This is our biggest concern where the impacts will be dangerous driving. We can certainly see some downed trees, some downed power lines leading to power outages for several days. Your blue, that is where we're going to see a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch. Little Rock, Paducah, Lexington, Cincinnati, up into the interior parts of Northeast. And then also a lot of snow with this storm. We're looking at 12 to 18 inches possible in some spots. Morgan?
All right, NBC's Michelle Grossman for us there. Michelle, thank you. Well, hitting the slopes could have you hitting the emergency room. In 2020, there were more than 42,000 visits to the ER just from skiing and snowboarding accidents. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn is here with a closer look at just how you can stay safe. Vicki, tell us all the things.
Hey, Morgan, winter is a great time to get outside and enjoy Mother Nature. But when you combine slick surfaces and high speeds, you also up your risk for injury. But don't worry, we got you covered, Morgan. We talked to the experts about different things you need to keep in mind so that you can be safe and protect your family while you're out there having fun in the snow and ice.
From Olympic athletes to everyday thrill seekers, winter sports take many to new heights, but not without the risk of serious injury.
They're so enthralled by the sport that they forget about the injury risk.
Dr. Wimi Diogi is an orthopedic surgeon who serves as director of sports medicine at MedStar Washington Hospital Center in Washington, D.C.
Is this the busiest time of year for a doctor like yourself?
For ski-related, snowboard-related injuries, absolutely.
In 2020, skiing resulted in more than 23,000 visits to the ER. Snowboarding, another 19,000. That's why safety experts say when it comes to taking the right precautions, there are just some things you just shouldn't let slide, like making sure you have the proper gear. What are some of the most common injuries?
There's a large number of concussions, lacerations, fractures. It's really important to wear a helmet when you're performing these sports.
Before hitting the slopes, Dr. Diogi says be honest about your skill level. Don't attempt a double black diamond if you've only experienced a bunny hill. And for those over age 40, he suggests scheduling a checkup with your doctor.
You're going to be doing activities that are going to test your aerobic and anaerobic fitness. You need to get an expert's consultation to make sure that you're healthy before you jump out there.
As ski and snowboard injuries reach their peak, keeping doctors busy, this time of year also has ski shops like this one in high demand.
One of the keys to staying safe on the slopes, selecting the right equipment.
The first hill to climb, dressing the part. Start by wearing several light and loose layers, followed by an outer layer that's wind and water resistant, like these snow bibs.
Focus on fit. Lisa Ski NYC store manager Charlie Marone says find an adjustable helmet.
Look for the knobs in the back. A lot of ski helmets, the newer ones, have knobs that you can tighten it.
Like a nice snug fit.
Right.
What's next?
Next, you want goggles. You want to make sure they fit your face right. You want to cover the sides as well.
Let's get to the skis now. What do we need to know?
You want to get the right size. Typically for beginners, we want to be under the chin because the shorter ski is easier to ski with. And then you want to look at the width here. Wider ski, easier to navigate as well.
How about the boots?
You want to get the right size, it's very important. You want to be a snug fit, you want to hug your foot.
Because boots mold to your feet, Marone recommends buying new rather than used.
When you do used boot, you don't know what foot's been in it. It wouldn't fit your foot correctly.
Once you have your boots properly fitted, make sure an expert has set your bindings according to your height, weight, and ability so that the skis will release and prevent injury if you have a bad fall.
And because so many winter activities combine high speed and slick surfaces, you can't skate around the risk of falling. But you can learn a safer way to take a tumble. If you lose your balance while ice skating, try to land on your behind, or you'll have the best cushioning. And avoid putting your hands on the ice, especially at a crowded rink where another skater's blade could cut you. Sledding, a popular winter pastime for children, also sends thousands to the ER each year.
Do you recommend wearing a helmet when kids are tubing or sledding?
You can never go wrong wearing a helmet.
For added protection, kids should also avoid sledding head first and stick to hills free of obstacles with plenty of room at the bottom. Avoid those that end in a street or a body of water. A guide to help you and your family enjoy the ride this winter.
Now, Vicki, I have never been brave enough to actually try snowboarding, but what else should skiers and snowboarders do before they actually hit the slopes?
Morgan, Dr. Diogi says, like anything else, you want to warm up with light stretching, some exercise ahead of time, and then make sure you stay hydrated and you listen to your body. You don't overexert yourself. He says he can't count the number of patients who told him they went out for that one last run. That's what wound them up in the ER. Skiers, by the way, a lot of knee injuries. Snowboarders, maybe it's a good idea you avoided this, Morgan. They suffer from a lot of internal injuries when they get hurt, right? The spleen, the liver, the kidneys. So just be careful. By the way, I should say, we've got a ton more winter safety tricks and tips for you on Consumer Confidential. We got 25 minutes tomorrow. It's going to be streaming at 11:30 Eastern Time. You got it on Today All Day. You can go to today.com and check that all out.
Well, I cannot wait to see that. Vicki Wynn, thanks for bringing us all of this. We look forward to seeing you there. That's wonderful.
Great to see you, Morgan.
All right. Well, new tributes are pouring in for a young woman taken all too soon. How former Miss USA Chesley Christ is being remembered by family, friends, and fans. Stay with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Tributes are pouring in today for former Miss USA Chesley Christ after her shocking death over the weekend. Christ was honored last night by the entertainment news show Extra, where she was a correspondent. The NYPD is investigating her death as a suicide and is confirming that she left a note before she died.
New tributes pouring in for former Miss USA Chesley Christ, who died by suicide Sunday.
This is how we'll remember our friend.
Style must have you. Her colleagues at Extra remembering the former correspondent with behind-the-scenes clips.
I've got great aim, man.
Family and friends calling her an inspiration.
She just was an impressive person that affected all of us.
Ryan Miles met Chesley when she competed for Miss North Carolina and won the Miss USA title in 2019. The two friends bonding over travel and photography.
She was so charismatic and so charming.
But the pressures were immense. Chesley describing the expectations she faced in an Allure essay last year. Pageant girls are supposed to be model tall and slender, she wrote. But my 5'6" frame won with six-pack abs and a head of natural curls in a time when generations of black women have been taught that being too black would cost them wins in the boardroom and on pageant stages. She also said that she, quote, cringed at the idea of turning 30, writing, "It feels like a cold reminder that I'm running out of time to matter in society's eyes." She would have turned 31 in April. Chesley also opened up about battling online trolls.
When I was Miss USA, I received hateful comments. People even messaged me telling me to kill myself.
Did she ever express any of those things to you?
Certainly, we heard her talk about some of the negative things that people would say.
Despite the apparent hate, Chesley maintained her platform to connect with fans. From beauty tips to mental health and openly talking about racism and how that became one of the reasons she stopped practicing law.
It's just the general lack of diversity in the legal profession and the constant microaggressions.
Across social media, so many expressing their grief, including acclaimed actor Viola Davis, tweeting, "For those that suffer in silence, please know you are not alone."
When that same essay for Allure, Chris was writing that she cringed at the idea of turning 30, saying that it really felt like a cold reminder, as we mentioned, that time was running out in society's eyes, and she would have turned 31 in April. If you or someone you know needs help right now, the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All you have to do is call 1-800-273-TALK. You can also text STRENGTH to 741-741, or you can even go to suicidepreventionlifeline.org. Breaking news first on NBC News Now, making it official. NFL star Tom Brady revealing that after 22 seasons, he's retiring from the NFL. And downward trend, the latest numbers giving hope that the recent COVID surge may be behind us as promising news emerges about vaccines for kids under 5. Under fire, daytime TV host Whoopi Goldberg facing backlash over her comments about the Holocaust.
The Holocaust isn't about race. No, it's not about race.
No, it's about a different race.
But it's not about race.
What she says she meant by that and how her critics are now responding. Fill in the blanks. The New York Times, now the new owners of my favorite new game, the hit online puzzle Wordle. Why the paper is shelling out pretty big money for the game that everybody is talking about. Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Aaron Gilchrist is on assignment. We begin this hour with breaking news about one of the biggest names in professional sports. Legendary quarterback Tom Brady is officially retiring from the NFL after 22 seasons. The announcement this morning ends days of speculation over the 44-year-old's future. He leaves the sport with a record 7 Super Bowl rings. So we are covering this breaking story from every angle. Let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky. Morgan, you know, Tom is leaving at the height of his career, an incredible season. What can you tell us about the timing of his decision to retire now?
It's certainly interesting, Morgan, considering over the fact that over the weekend, that news broke out that the 44-year-old Brady would be retiring, and then we all waited to see what exactly he would say, and he didn't say anything until last night in a podcast where he very clearly said that his mind was not made up. He was still considering all his options and that he had to take some time before making a decision. So I guess overnight was enough time to make that decision, because in this Instagram post today, he said everything we had anticipated hearing from him as soon as that news broke on Saturday. I do want to read you a portion of that lengthy Instagram statement, reading in part. I've always believed the sport of football is an all-in proposition. If a 100% competitive commitment isn't there, you won't succeed, and success is what I love so much about our game. I've tried my very best these past 22 years. There are no shortcuts to success on the field or in life. This is difficult for me to ride, but here it goes. I am not going to make that competitive commitment anymore. I have loved my NFL career, and now it is time to focus my time and energy on other things that require my attention. Right now, it's best I leave the field of play to the next generation of dedicated and committed athletes. And of course, it remains to be seen what will come next for Tom, but this is capping off a storied 22-season career, 7 Super Bowls, as you mentioned, Morgan. Truly the end of an era here.
And what are people saying, Morgan? How are they responding to this announcement? I mean, I know, as you mentioned, you and I were talking about over the weekend, people were anticipating it coming, but now that it's finally here, how are people reacting?
Yeah, it's been interesting because when the news broke over the weekend, a lot of people immediately responded, both athletes, former coaches, fans in general, kind of thanking Tom for his incredible career. And now we're actually hearing it officially stated. It's been interesting to see who's kind of sharing their thoughts. We are hearing from NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell, who, of course, is no stranger to Brady at all. He shared this statement just a short time ago, saying Tom Brady will be remembered as one of the greatest to ever play in the NFL. It has been a privilege to watch him compete and have him in the NFL. We thank him for his many contributions to our game and wish Tom and his family all the best in the future. We've also heard from the New England Patriots. We've heard from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We've heard from the Patriots owner, Robert Kraft. Quick note here, Morgan, that in this lengthy goodbye announcing his retirement, Tom Brady thanked absolutely everyone he could with the Bucs organization. No one from the Patriots organization, or from New England for that matter. And so there's two ways to take that. Number one, whenever he left New England and had said his goodbye there, he treated that as final. Number two, that the omission was intentional. So some still open to interpretation. Morgan.
All right, Morgan Chesky for us there, who's been covering the story from the beginning. Morgan, thank you. And joining us now with a closer look at that announcement is Boston Globe columnist Tara Sullivan. Tara, what do you make of what Morgan just reported? The fact that, Tom Brady didn't necessarily mention his New England Patriots counterparts by name.
Well, I would say that I think there's probably a third option, that there's something still to come with the Patriots. He did have a very heartfelt goodbye when he first left New England, and he had only good things to say when he visited the Patriots this past season and beat them in Foxborough as a member of the Bucs. But it was absolutely noticeable by its absence, deafening by its silence, and something I think that we haven't heard the last of yet, because the fans in New England certainly noticed that they were not mentioned.
Can you talk to us a little bit about his legacy just overall and about the timing of this announcement? I mean, do we have any indication as to what's next for him?
Well, the what's next has been underway for a long time, right? I mean, aside from his family, which he mentioned, and his kids are getting older, and God bless him spending time with them, but he has so many businesses that are up and running and lucrative and successful, from the TB12 methods of fitness and such now to clothing lines and everything else. So I think the what's next has certainly been underway for a while. And as far as legacy, I thought about it when he wrote about feeling as, one of the luckiest people in the world. I do think you have to stop for a minute and say how lucky the sports world was, because you just don't see careers like that very often. And his legacy is literally one of the greatest winners and competitors that we've seen, particularly in team sports.
I have to admit, I am not the biggest football fan you've ever met, but even I can respect and understand and fully appreciate the magnitude of his legacy. Tara Sullivan from the Boston Globe, thank you so much for making time. Nearly 2 years into the pandemic, America has just set another COVID record. New numbers show the U.S. surpassed 20 million cases in January, and we have never hit that mark before in a single month. But other numbers are painting a much brighter picture. Nearly 24 states are reporting decreases in COVID cases over the last 2 weeks. Those are all the states here highlighted in green on your screen. Now, New York State has seen a 70% dip in cases. That's pretty big. And now we're learning the youngest Americans could be eligible for vaccines as early as the end of this month. A person familiar with that plan says that Pfizer is getting ready to submit data to the FDA. The new shot would cover kids between 6 months and 5 years old. As you can see, there's lots of big COVID news to get to this hour. So let's go ahead and start with CNBC senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell. Meg, that big news, vaccine, kids under 5. Pfizer says they have not filed a submission with the FDA and are continuing to really collect and analyze that data. But what do we know about their progress on that? I mean, what might this mean for the timeline of getting kids under 5 this vaccine?
Well, it would certainly speed up the timeline a lot from what we had been expecting. The last update we got from Pfizer was that in December, it reported that 2 doses of this very low dose of the vaccine didn't generate a high enough immune response in kids ages 2 to 4. It did generate a high enough response in even younger kids, 6 months to 2 years, but they were going to add a 3rd dose across the board because they thought that was what would be needed to provide really good protection. However, according to this newest reporting, first by the Washington Post, now matched by several organizations, the FDA has reportedly asked Pfizer to file the 2-dose data as it still looks at adding a 3rd dose so that the FDA can assess whether there's enough protection there to make this available now as we still gain those additional data. Importantly, in the update in December, the vaccine was found to be safe at this dose level, so that will inform a lot of what the agency looks at going forward.
And we also understand that yet another vaccine for adults could soon be available here in the U.S., and it's made by Novavax. Where is that in the approval process right now?
So the company announced yesterday they have now officially filed for emergency use authorization of this vaccine. This was one of the vaccines supported by Operation Warp Speed from the very beginning, and it's taken longer for this company to get to this point. This would be its first vaccine ever on the market. It had some manufacturing issues, just kind of getting all of that up and running. Now it has filed, and what's different about this vaccine is it's a protein-based vaccine, which is a sort of older, more tried and true technology. But we'll have to see what the FDA thinks about the data and how quickly it feels it needs to act on a 4th vaccine when we've got 3 out there already.
All right, NBC's Meg Terrell for us there. Meg, thank you. A new study just out today reveals a lesser-known side effect of the pandemic, and that's heart health problems. According to the Cleveland Clinic, since March of 2020, 41% of Americans have experienced at least one heart-related issue. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, this is pretty shocking. I mean, what are some of the other key findings we heard from this research?
That's right, Morgan. There were a lot of really interesting data points from this study. A couple that really stood out to us was that 77% of participants said that they were more likely to sit all day long in their offices or at home than prior to the pandemic. And 34% said that even if they had a family history of heart disease, they felt that they themselves couldn't limit their own risk. And a similar number, 34%, blamed their lack of being able to do something and everything. Basically, they say they don't have enough self-discipline to do the right things, to do what is necessary to improve their heart health, Morgan.
You mentioned sitting. I mean, how does sitting play into heart health?
Well, think about it, Morgan. Our bodies are meant to get up and move around. We have these large muscles, our leg muscles, our gluteus muscles. When you're not moving, that can result in weight gain, an increase in stress, increase in blood sugar. All of these things, Morgan, can really increase the risk of cardiovascular disease dramatically.
I was struck by the fact that you said that so many people felt like they didn't have the tools or the time or the ability to do the things that they need to be doing, especially those people who have a history of heart issues. What should they be doing? What are those things?
So, it's not just one thing, right? We really want people to basically do anything and everything that they can to improve their heart health. But specifically, we want blood pressure well controlled. We want cholesterol treated. We want people to eat a heart healthy diet. And possibly more than anything else, it is exercise, move, get up and move around. Those sedentary jobs, sitting all day, not good for any of you, particularly your heart health.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, thanks so much. Meanwhile, America is on a high-stakes diplomatic push to bring an end to the standoff at the Russia-Ukrainian border. Today, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke by phone with his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov. That call comes as Russia is ramping up its training missions. It has now set up camp in Belarus. Joint drills are set to start there just next week. And on Monday, the White House said that Russia had sent 5,000 troops into Belarus with plans for even more in the coming weeks. A senior U.S. official is also confirming that Russia has started moving blood supplies to its troops along the border there. So here to help us unpack this all, we have NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Ukraine. We also have NBC News reporter Matt Bodner in Moscow. Let's start with you, Matt Bodner, there in Moscow. Has there been any response from the Kremlin? We're hearing late-breaking news from the Kremlin in response to Putin. How did today's call with the Secretary of State Blinken and Lavrov go?
Thank you, Morgan. Well, let's start with Vladimir Putin. We've all been waiting for him to come out and speak publicly, kind of put his face behind some of the rhetoric we have been seeing. And I got to say, it doesn't really seem like he's tipped his hand one way or the other. He came out and said basically what we've been hearing from Lavrov earlier, that is the United States has ignored Russia's 3 key demands. Those taken as a whole essentially amount to dismantling NATO in Eastern Europe. But he also said Russia continues to study very carefully the U.S. and NATO written responses to those demands. He did this, meanwhile, by the way, while announcing a new gas deal with Hungary, really making the point that Hungary is going to be getting gas for a long time now at a much cheaper price, well below market rates. As for Lavrov's call with Blinken, more of the same. The one thing that really stuck out to me there was the way Lavrov talked about it. He said there must have been a misunderstanding because the United States completely ignored our key demands. So we're basically where we were, but it doesn't look like the Russians are yet ready to budge, just based on the rhetoric today.
Interesting. I want to get the other side of that story from Matt Bradley there in Ukraine. Matt, you visited a village there that would likely be on the front lines if a Russian incursion were to happen. I've been following your Instagram stories, all of your behind-the-scenes footage. To every one of our viewers, I recommend they go there and watch your reporting as it's unfolding on the ground because it is fascinating. What did you see? What did you find? What did you learn?
Yeah, I mean, it's like sort of a World War I type situation where it's trench warfare. It's not really on the front lines with Russia. It's on the front lines with a war that a lot of Americans don't know has been being fought for the past 8 years. And that's a conflict between Ukrainian regulars and essentially Russian-backed separatists who are also, or would have been, Ukrainian nationals, and they're fighting against the Ukrainian military. And they've been doing this since back in 2014. There was a lot of violence. 14,000 Ukrainians have been killed in this really long-running conflict. You know, it's one of the reasons why, when we talk about the Ukrainian attitude towards this, Morgan, why people here don't seem that worried, why they don't seem like there's an impending disaster like we're talking about in the States, because for them, they've been living it. And I spoke with one older gentleman, an older military soldier, and he told me what he had to say. Some people say that the Ukrainian military is outmanned and outgunned by the Russians. How do you feel about that?
I'm staying here. That's my land, and I could even with just by hands fight for this land, because that's my motherland.
And, you know, we spoke with some civilians in this village that's called Zolot, and, you know, they said that, you know, of course they don't want war, but for them, they don't have a part in this. They're just going to be the victims of a conflict that they say is being waged between elites in both countries. Morgan?
I've been so surprised to hear that. I mean, from your reporting I've heard there on NPR, the feeling that Ukrainians there are sort of just like expecting this, or that it's not as big of a deal as it feels to us. And if I am stalking your Instagram correctly, that gentleman's name was Grandpa. He went by the nickname Grandpa, and you said that you quoted him as saying, you know, I was born in Ukraine and I'll die in Ukraine. Does he truly not believe? Does anyone there believe that this time is different at all?
Yeah, I mean, they do, of course, because what they're hearing about is an enormous number of troops. The army they're fighting against is essentially a militia of fellow Ukrainians. These guys are regular army. They're fairly well armed. But when it comes to the actual Russian military launching a huge incursion with some 120,000 to 130,000 troops, a full First World Army with you know, naval attacks and attacks from the air, that is going to be an entirely different thing. Morgan?
All right, Matt Bradley there in Ukraine, Matt Bodner, my resident Russian expert there in Moscow. Thank you both for joining us. We really appreciate it. President Biden is intensifying his focus on his search for the next Supreme Court nominee. And today he plans to meet with 2 leaders of the Senate Judiciary Committee. He's weighing his best option for who would pass a Senate confirmation to fill retiring Justice Stephen Breyer's seat. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. Ali, look, Democrats appear pretty optimistic that they will have bipartisan support for the next justice. But, you know, give us a temperature reading on the Hill. I mean, is that as likely as they're hoping?
Yeah, Morgan, we're not talking big numbers of Republicans here, but certainly a targeted few. And Judiciary Chair Dick Durbin yesterday to me and other reporters said that his list of Republicans who he's reaching out to in this process might be longer than we imagine. He repeatedly underscored, though, that these are only people who he thinks may ultimately come around to supporting the eventual nominee, but that he has been doing outreach to them, making sure that they know he's willing to make that nominee available to them for extensive amounts of time so that they can form their own judgment. We've heard, of course, from senators like Senator Lindsey Graham, Senator Susan Collins, people who have voted in the past to confirm many of Biden's judicial nominees. They seem open, at least at this juncture, and certainly based on who the nominee is, this will change, but they seem open to at least entertaining this prospect. However, there are some Republicans who have taken issue with the promise that frames this entire process. Biden, during the 2020 campaign, you remember, we were both covering it, promised that he would nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court, making history with that pick. That's something that he's going to make good on here in this process. But people like Senator Ted Cruz taking issue with that. Listen.
Listen, Biden, the fact that he's willing to make a promise at the outset that it must be a black woman, I got to say that's offensive.
Right.
You know, black women are what, 6% of the U.S. population? He's saying to 94% of Americans, I don't give a damn about you.
And look, Senator Roger Wicker is someone else who made controversial comments about this promise, saying a few days ago that it was akin to affirmative action. I caught up with the senator yesterday and asked him if he still stood by those remarks, and he said he was going to let them stand. But I also think I've been hearing from Senate Democrats, including Durbin himself, who pointed out something that many of us already know, which is that to be a woman who's in this pool of people even being considered, you had to have already done extraordinary things, because the bar is already that much higher for women and women of color.
Yeah, the only thing offensive I heard was that clip. I think assuming that giving people opportunities in spaces they have historically and legally been excluded from, that you have always benefited from, the gentleman who was speaking, obviously, we saw Cruz, that's offensive. And assuming that that creation of opportunity is somehow a slap in the face of others is not the name of progress, especially in one of the most beautiful countries in the world. Ali Vitale for us there. Ali, thank you. Prosecutors in Minneapolis have a lot on their plate. They are zeroing in on the training of the 3 former officers charged in connection with the murder of George Floyd. They say the officers failed to follow department guidelines by not intervening while Floyd was being pressed to the ground by Derek Chauvin. But lawyers for the officers are questioning whether the officers even received proper training at all. NBC News national reporter Janelle Griffith joins us now. Janelle, look, defense attorneys questioned the former head of training for the Minneapolis Police Department for a 3rd day. What was the line of questioning? What were they really trying to get at?
So their defense is essentially that these 3 men were not trained properly on when to intervene or on when to use neck restraints. Yesterday, one of the defense attorneys tried to make the point that these officers had been trained on excited delirium, which is a disputed condition. And we know that when someone is experiencing this, if you believe in it in the first place, they may require more force when they're restrained. And therefore, they're trying to make the case that George Floyd was experiencing excited delirium. Therefore, the force was justified that these 3 officers used. But this training officer said that even if a person was experiencing excited delirium, if you buy into that, once a person stops resisting, you should let off the force. And they didn't.
NBC Janelle Griffith for us there. Janelle, thank you so much. A Connecticut police department is facing intense scrutiny over how it handled investigating the deaths of 2 Black women. The attorney for the families of Lauren Smith Fields and Brenda Lee Rawls is accusing the police of failing to collect evidence and properly investigate their deaths. Now the department is bracing for a lawsuit. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Asemua has more.
2 Connecticut detectives suspended and placed on administrative leave in an announcement from Bridgeport's mayor. They're accused of mishandling investigations into the deaths of 2 Black women.
I am extremely disappointed with the leadership of the Bridgeport Police Department and have found the actions taken up to this point with regard to these 2 investigations unacceptable.
Lauren Smith Fields and Brenda Lee Rawls found dead the same day in the same city. Now the families of those women are speaking out.
They treated her as if they found a body on the street with no identification or anything. That was very disrespectful.
Following their criticism and community demonstrations, the detectives Kevin Cronin and Angel Llanos now temporarily off the job and under investigation.
For lack of sensitivity to the public, for failure to follow police policy in the handling of these 2 matters.
Just 2 weeks before Christmas, Lauren Smith Fields was found dead in her apartment. The family previously told NBC they were not notified by police within 24 hours and had challenges contacting the detective on the case.
He told me directly on the phone, stop calling me, and hung up in my face.
Right. Exactly.
Like, it was just total disrespect.
Exactly.
According to a police incident report provided by the family attorney, the 23-year-old was found by a 37-year-old white man she allegedly met on the dating app Bumble. NBC is not naming him because he has not been charged.
We know that if it was a Black male with a white female that was found dead at 23 years old, this person would have been a person of interest, and that didn't happen here.
The 2 families are now represented by the same lawyer, Darnell Crossland. The family preparing to sue the city of Bridgeport for its, quote, racially insensitive handling of the case. The Connecticut chief medical examiner ruled Smithfield's cause of death an accident due to acute drug-related intoxication. Now police say there was a criminal investigation into Smithfield's death. After the mayor's announcement on Sunday, the family called for more accountability, asking why the evidence the family collected at the scene, including blood-stained sheets, a sedative pill, and a used condom, was not immediately sent to the lab for testing.
I want an outside investigation. We want the Department of Justice to come in and do their own investigation.
On the same day of Lauren Smith Fields' death, Brenda Lee Rawls was found dead at a Bridgeport residence, according to the family.
Did the police ever contact you regarding the fact that your sister had died or where her remains were?
No. We had to do practically our own investigation. This detective that was supposed to be on Brenda case, I called 4 to 5 times He never, ever called me back.
The family says Rawls went to a man's house the evening of December 11th. They didn't hear from her for 2 days. When they went to his house on December 14th,
Is Brenda there? And he said, no, Brenda passed away on Sunday. He claimed that he tried to wake her up and she wouldn't wake up. There was no scene investigation. His apartment, his house was not quarantined to collect evidence. We're not getting any answers from the police department.
Rawls' cause of death has not yet been determined. The detectives on leave, Cronin and Llanos, did not immediately respond to our requests for comment.
I mean, whatever happened that night, we want to know. And we want to feel like that they care as much as we care.
Sinclair, we know that too often in cases, especially those involving African-American women, that they go underreported, but also under-investigated. So what is the police department saying about these cases?
Yeah, Morgan, that's so true. And in this case, the police department tells us that these are, quote, active investigations. They didn't say much else, but I spoke with the lawyer representing both families. He tells me that in the case of Smith Fields, they intend to sue for around $30 million in punitive damages. So there's still a lot to follow in these cases, Morgan.
And I know you'll keep us up to date. Sinclair Semoa, thank you so much. On the money this hour, new numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics giving us a better picture of where the Great Resignation is headed. Now, back in December, 4.3 million workers quit their jobs, which is down slightly from that November's record high. Any job openings? Well, they are at nearly 11 million. That's almost 5 million more job openings than unemployed workers. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins me now. Dom, we just touched on those new labor numbers. How is the market reacting to those numbers?
So the market's reacting a little bit more tepidly right now. And part of it has to do with those numbers, the economic data this morning, and part of it just has to do with this notion that we're still trying to recover from one of the worst months that we've seen in over a year for the general market overall. Now, technology shares did lead that decline. But what's interesting about the data this morning is that it still shows that there's a great imbalance in the American workforce. That's what that data tells you. You mentioned the numbers. The consensus forecast by economists were lower than them as well. It's also, by the way, nearly 1.5% higher than November. It means that there are roughly, like you said, 4.6 million more job openings. Now, if you take a look at the overall JOLTS data, the job openings and labor turnover survey, what it does tell you is about the level of market slack or tightness in the economy right now. You may recall with that Great Resignation, we did see a little of that pace slow down this past December. So it tells you the economy, Morgan, is still trying to work through a lot of different factors with the pandemic.
Oh, well, speaking of those factors, I have a couple of car questions for you here. We know that Kia is recalling more than 400,000 cars in the U.S. What is the issue there?
So it's 410,000 vehicles that Kia is recalling here, and it covers models including the Forte compacts from 2017 to 18, as well as Soul small SUVs and Sedona minivans from 2017 to 2019. What there is a possible problem with the airbags that may keep them from deploying during a crash. Now, owners will be notified by mail starting on March 21st, and Kia says they've logged around 13 customer complaints and 947 warranty claims, but as of now, no crashes or injuries yet. So we'll see how that pans out, Morgan.
All right. CNBC's Dominic Chu for us. Dom, thank you.
Sure.
And if you spent any time on the internet recently, there's a very good chance you've come across these colorful cubes. They're my favorite. I'm sure many of you already know, yes, what I'm talking about. For the rest of you, they're part of the latest gaming sensation known as Wordle. It is a wildly popular and also incredibly fun puzzle game that was just acquired by the New York Times. The Times is already very well known for its own daily crossword puzzle. So here to take a look at what this latest acquisition means for the newspaper, we have CNBC reporter Yasmin Khurram. Yasmin, I'm really excited about this news. I won't lie. I love this game. I wake up like every day. It's the first thing I do. Just break down the details of this deal for us. I mean, what are some of the key takeaways here?
Morgan, this might be the biggest purchase of a puzzle in history. Wordle launched in October with only 90 users. And since then, as you said, it's become a cultural phenomenon. According to the New York Times, Wordle has millions of daily users playing this game. For people who have never played, you try to guess a 5-letter word in 6 tries. The game tells you which letters are in the correct position and which letters of your guess are in the incorrect position, but that they're in the word. This is a big move by the New York York Times that is adding to its portfolio of games. It's already known for the crossword puzzle, the spelling bee. As of December, the Times has over 1 million game subscribers. The guy who founded the game is named Josh Wardle. And in a statement on Twitter, he posted that while it's been incredible to watch a game bring so much joy to many, it has also been a little overwhelming. After all, I am just one person. He notes that the Times gameplay was a big part in its origin. So this acquisition, he said, feels right to him. Now, the Times said that this will remain free to play. And as of now, Wardle will not change. That remains to be seen, though.
All right. Yasmin Karam for us there. Yasmin, thank you so much. And making news right now, 3 people are dead after 2 cars collided head-on in Maryland. Emergency crews were called to the Bel Air bypass early Monday afternoon, and investigators say a Toyota SUV crossed into the opposing lane and slammed into a Honda sedan. 2 others are said to be hurt, but we do not know how seriously yet. The bypass was shut down for several hours as emergency workers responded. Bill Cosby is asking the Supreme Court not to hear his sexual assault case. Our NBC station in Chicago reports that Cosby's lawyer made the request of the justices on Monday. His lawyer says the case's narrow set of facts should not be of interest to the high court. Cosby's conviction was overturned by a Pennsylvania appeals court last year. And you could be the owner of ex-Tampa Bay Buccaneers player Antonio Brown's glove. It was the one that he wore during his meltdown at MetLife Stadium. The glove is now up for auction. The bidding starts at $1,700. You may remember Brown made headlines for abruptly walking off the field after being benched by his coach during a game in January. Today, federal prisons are under lockdown all across the country. It was prompted by a fight inside a Texas facility. The U.S. Bureau of Prisons says 2 inmates were killed in that clash. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney has more. Ken, what was it about this fight in Texas that made prison officials lock down 120 other prisons?
We don't know for sure, Morgan, but there are some reports that this fight involved the violent El Salvadoran gang MS-13, which is present in almost every prison in America. A senior law enforcement official told NBC News the lockdown went into effect at all of the nation's 122 federal prisons to prevent the violence from spreading. It's worth noting that a nationwide lockdown means almost no movement allowed by inmates, and lockdowns put a real strain on the prison workforce because staff has to bring inmates their food and handle other issues that inmates would normally be able to do on their own, Morgan.
And Ken, I mean, there has been a recent wave of violence at federal prisons as well as issues within the Bureau of Prisons itself. What is going on there? Are they related?
Yeah, the BOP has struggled through a series of problems in recent years, including widespread staffing shortages, serious employee misconduct, and a series of escapes and deaths. And it's not clear if it's related, but nationwide lockdowns almost never happen. However, such measures have been imposed more often in recent years. For example, in 2020, when the federal prison system was hit hard by COVID-19, and in 2021 after the January 6th riot, and a few weeks later, right before President Biden's inauguration, Morgan.
Ken, I also know that you're following a series of bomb threats against historically black colleges and universities, also known as HBCUs across the country, that have happened just in the last 48 hours. Can you share any more of your reporting on that?
Yeah, we've counted reports of threats at 15 colleges or universities. Some of them are in remote classes today, while others have been given the all clear. It's important to stress that bomb threats in this country typically have not corresponded with actual bombings. You may recall that there was a series of threats in the fall against Ivy League universities. No bombs were found, and NBC News reported in November that the FBI had concluded a teenage gamer was involved in that one. That said, Morgan, this is being taken very seriously, in part because a law enforcement official told me the same racist language has been used in many of these threats against HBCUs. The FBI issued a statement this morning saying it was aware of the series of bomb threats around the country and is working with law enforcement partners to address them, Morgan.
All right, Ken Delaney for us there in Washington, D.C. Ken, thank you. The country's largest death row is shutting down. California is moving all prisoners facing capital punishment to other prisons within the next 2 years. It's Governor Gavin Newsom's latest move against the death penalty after he placed a moratorium on executions 3 years ago. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now. Jesse, how many people are we talking about here who are on death row in California as we speak? And really, what's going to happen with them?
Yeah, Morgan, yesterday the governor was asked what the current number of people on death row is. He didn't have specifics, but we know that in recent years, that number in California has been more than 700 people potentially facing the death penalty. And while that's the law on the books in California, the reality is that hasn't been the law in practice in that state for about 16 years. 2006 was the last time anyone was executed by the state of California. And you mentioned the governor instituted a moratorium in recent years as well. So at this point, people are really just waiting on death row. The governor says that moving people off of death row serves two purposes. One, he says it upholds the will of voters to have those convicted, condemned inmates working and providing some of the pay they earn to the families of victims. And he also says it could provide for that death row space to now be repurposed for rehabilitation. Here's part of what the governor said yesterday about how he feels about the death penalty.
Guilt or innocent is secondary to wealth and race. And that's a hell of a thing. The prospect of your ending up on death row has more to do with your wealth and race than it does your guilt or innocence. Think about that for a second. When we talk about justice, we preach justice, but as a nation, we don't practice it on death row. Quite the contrary.
So again, the governor looking at this both in the legal space, but also, Morgan, as a moral imperative.
And Jesse, back in 2016, California voters approved an initiative to expedite executions, not to stop them. So how is this decision by the governor really sitting with these voters who put him in office?
Yeah, and Morgan, that year, voters also had the opportunity in California to repeal the death penalty, and that vote failed by more than 6 points. So in 2016, also in 2012, voters in California supported the death penalty. But there's also been polling suggesting that there's support for the governor's moratorium. We did reach out to one victims' families group, and here's what they had to say for us earlier today. They sent us a statement saying this governor has been usurping the law for years with his moratorium, and in doing so, pouring salt in the wounds of victims. Now he wants to enforce just bits and pieces of the very same law he's been defying. It's disgusting. So clearly, there is no one opinion on this. Obviously, we're going to have to see what kind of polling comes out of this. And as this plan moves forward, the governor does plan, and the state of California does plan over the next 2 years to be trying to get everyone off of death row, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Jesse Kirsch for us there. Jesse, thank you. The controversy is growing for British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. A new government report is sharply criticizing him over parties held at his official residence during the height of the pandemic. The report called his conduct, quote, a serious failure and difficult to justify. It goes on to say that Johnson and his staff had flouted COVID rules that they themselves had imposed on the rest of the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga is following the story for us. Claudia, what else did this report really say about these parties? Were there any details it proffered? I mean, what are Johnson's fellow conservatives saying about this report?
Hey, Morgan. Well, the full report hasn't come out yet. What we saw yesterday was an anticipation or an update, as it was called, of that report. But what was contained in that was damning enough or criticizing enough of the Prime Minister, especially that part that you read. It said that it was a failure of judgment and leadership for Boris Johnson to apologize repeatedly in the House of Commons yesterday, creating an outrage within members of Parliament, not only in the opposition, in the Labour Party, but also within his own party, the Conservative Party, with prominent members criticizing him openly in the House of Commons yesterday. One of them, Theresa May, who was Prime Minister right before him. She said, well, either the Prime Minister didn't read his own rules that he actually set for the nation, or he didn't understand them, or he thought that they didn't apply to number 10, which is the official residence and office for the Prime Minister of the UK. And another prominent member of the Conservative Party, Aaron Bell, went even harder. He said he reminded the Prime Minister that while he was having parties, he couldn't attend because of the lockdown rules, the funeral of his own grandmother. Asking the Prime Minister whether he took him for a fool, which seems to be also the same question that the public is asking the Prime Minister right now, Morgan.
And that is what I wanted to ask you just very quickly. You know, how is the British public generally reacting to this report?
From what we see from social media and interviews and general interviews, we see that there is an outrage among the public. I mean, there is a mistrust in the government, because while they were asked to stay indoors and delay or postpone weddings, and they couldn't go to funerals, they couldn't go to see loved ones in their hospitals, where in 12 different occasions, members of the staff, including the Prime Minister, in 12 different occasions, they were having so-called parties or gatherings or whatever you want to call it with cheese and wine. And I mean, you can guess how that goes down with the public right now, especially, of course, in Britain, Morgan.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga for us there. Claudio, thank you. Meanwhile, staying overseas, nuclear talks with Iran are entering the final stretch. A State Department official now says Iran's leaders will soon have to decide whether to return to the 2015 nuclear deal. The U.S., Britain, Russia, France, China, and Germany are currently negotiating with Iran on restrictions to its nuclear program. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins us now. Dan, just give us the bottom line. I mean, how are these talks going? And frankly, how is Iran dealing with these negotiations now, especially after former President Trump rejected the previous agreement?
I think what the U.S. is saying, what the White House is clearly trying to convey, is that this is sort of a make or break moment. The 10 months have passed. They've finally gotten down to some really concrete discussions and negotiations. And now the governments, including Iran's negotiating team, have to go back to their capitals and decide, are they going to make some of these tough compromises and make this deal work and revive this nuclear deal that was really designed to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. And so the question is, what will Iran do? The ball is sort of in their court. I think the Biden administration has made it pretty clear they're ready to go back to that deal from 2015 and lift economic sanctions if Iran winds down and pulls back on its nuclear program and its uranium enrichment.
All right, NBC's Dan DeLuce for us there. Dan, thank you for the update. It's been 1 year since Myanmar's military coup, and more than 1,500 people have reportedly been killed. Tens of thousands more have been displaced. Coming up, what the resistance looks like today.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Protests in Chile and fireworks in China. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer takes us around the world in 60 seconds.
Chile, where an anti-immigration protest turned violent. Demonstrators in the city of Iquique marched through the streets, tore down migrant camps, and burned their belongings in the street.
The government has to do its work. Go to the border and protect this country. They need to do their work.
An influx of Venezuelans fleeing their nation's economic collapse has heightened tensions in Chile in recent years. Israel, where Amnesty International released a report accusing the government of apartheid against Palestinians. The UK-based organization centered its claims on land seizure, unlawful killings, and denial of citizenship. The report drew fierce criticism from Israel's government. And China, where a ban on fireworks has improved air pollution ahead of the Winter Olympics in Beijing. Lighting fireworks and firecrackers is a traditional part of the Lunar New Year celebration in China, but it also lessens air quality in several cities already suffering from smog. And that's the world now.
It's been 1 year since the military coup in Myanmar, and in that time, people there have taken to the streets begging for democracy. They've been met with a brutal crackdown. Ali Arouzi walks us through exactly what happened.
$1,507 lives. The number of lives that have been lost in Myanmar at the hands of security forces since the military coup, according to estimates by local monitoring group AAPP. The bloody takeover has seen peaceful protesters shot down in the streets, the country's democratically elected leaders jailed, and a surge of refugees fleeing across the border to Thailand. It all started a year ago today on February 1st, 2021, with a workout video. In the foreground, a fitness instructor filming her exercise outside Myanmar's parliamentary complex. In the background, a convoy of armed cars from Myanmar's military leadership en route to detain Aung San Suu Kyi, the democratically elected state councillor of Myanmar, and the president, U Win Mint. The military takes over control of the government, declares a state of emergency, and hands power to military chief Min Aung Hlaing. February 2nd, the first sounds of resistance. Pro-democracy activist groups organized the banging of pots and pans in Myanmar's largest city, Yangon. February 3rd, police filed charges against Aung San Suu Kyi, claiming she had illegally imported walkie-talkies to Myanmar and that she violated COVID restrictions. February 6th, the junta orders a shutdown of the internet in an effort to quell protests. February 7th, a large-scale show of defiance as thousands throughout Myanmar march against the coup, the largest protest in Myanmar since 2007. February 20th, police opened fire on anti-coup protesters, killing 2 in the worst day of violence since the coup began. March 27th, the military marks Armed Forces Day with a parade. Troops kill at least 160 anti-coup protesters, according to Reuters. March 28th, 3,000 villagers flee Myanmar to Thailand, according to a local human rights organization, after the army launched airstrikes at the Karen state, a region controlled by rebel groups. May 24th, American journalist Danny Fenster is detained at the Yangon airport before boarding a flight to Malaysia. He's eventually charged with breaking immigration law, unlawful association with the opponents of the regime, and disseminating information that could be harmful to the military, carrying a sentence of 11 years in prison. May 26th, Aung San Suu Kyi's lawyer speaks to CNBC, saying he barely received any time to talk with his client.
The police who kept them in custody granted us only 30 minutes to discuss for all cases.
June 8th, the UN releases a statement saying an estimated 100,000 people in the Kaya state of Myanmar have been displaced due to military violence. November 15th, after months of negotiations, American journalist Danny Fenster is freed from jail in Myanmar and flies back to the U.S.
A lot of citizens, doctors, teachers that are in prison right now. This will be a short little celebration, but let's keep focused on what the actual story is here.
January 14th, 5 new corruption charges are levied at Aung San Suu Kyi by the military junta. She now faces up to 164 years in jail. The last year, Myanmar has seen nearly 9,000 people arrested, charged, or sentenced by the junta since the coup. And more than 1,500 people have been killed by the junta, according to AAPP.
A lot of people in Myanmar that I speak to now see the situation as that they're on their own, and they realize that. And they do feel abandoned by Western democracies, by the international human rights movement, by the international media, by everyone.
That was Ali Arouzi reporting. The U.S., Canada, and Britain recently imposed sanctions on 2 major companies connected to the junta as the international community piles on pressure in an effort to bring an end to human rights violations in the region. Late Night's very first host is playing guest tonight. David Letterman is dropping by his old gig for its 40th anniversary. And just after the break, Harry Smith has an inside look on how the weird, silly show first got its start. Stay with us.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have 2?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Actress and talk show host Whoopi Goldberg is under fire. The co-host of The View sparked outrage on yesterday's show when she repeatedly said the Holocaust was not about race. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer reports.
After making those controversial comments on The View yesterday, Whoopi Goldberg eventually responded to the outcry and apologized, but a new TV appearance overnight raised more questions.
Whoopi Goldberg under pressure.
And I'm getting, all of the
the mail from folks and the very real anger.
Trying to backtrack and apologize after making controversial comments Monday.
So if you're going to do this, then let's be truthful about it, because the Holocaust isn't about race.
It happened during a debate on The View over the banning of Mouse, a graphic novel on the horrors of the Holocaust by a Tennessee school board.
It's not about race. It's not about race.
What is it about?
Because it's about man's inhumanity to man.
But it's about white supremacy.
But these are two white groups of people.
The outcry was swift, with many pointing out the Nazis used racist propaganda during the Holocaust. Goldberg taking to Twitter to explain. On today's show, I said that the Holocaust was not about race, but about man's inhumanity to man. I should have said it's about both. Adding, the Jewish people around the world have always had my support, and that will never waver. I'm sorry for the hurt I have caused. Later weighing in further during a Stephen Colbert appearance.
When you talk about being a racist, I was saying you can't call this racism. You couldn't tell who was Jewish. People were very angry, and they said, no, we are a race. And I understand. I understand. I felt differently. I respect everything everyone is saying to me, and I don't want to fake apologize. I'm very upset about that people are misunderstood what I was saying.
Goldberg has a history of controversial moments, including defending Bill Cosby on The View, which she later retracted, now apologizing and saying she'll approach discussions around the Holocaust with more consideration.
I will work hard not to think that way again.
NBC News has reached out to Goldberg and The View, but we have not yet heard back. Back to you.
40 years ago today, Late Night with David Letterman premiered right here on NBC. In its 11-year run on the network, not only did the show rack up awards, but it really developed a fandom that embraced the weird and crazy comedy that Letterman brought. Here's NBC's Harry Smith.
40 years ago tonight, television changed in a big way. Johnny Carson was the king of the late night, and after Johnny Carson, a young comic from Indianapolis took to the airwaves and changed television forever.
First off, we fans never knew there was a show called Late Night.
Welcome to our show. It's Late Night, and
40 years ago, we knew it as and called it Letterman.
And the #1 shocking revelation about Mick Jagger once slept with Robert Redford for free.
And we talked about it constantly. Like, did you see Letterman last night?
ignition. It appears that David Letterman has come out of that myth.
This is the stupidest thing I've ever witnessed network money spent on. And frankly, I'm proud to be a part of it.
Let's get physical.
As a talk show, it was conventional, only in that it had a desk and a host and a band. It was irreverent.
Hey, shut up.
Often silly. Sometimes sardonic.
We didn't really plan today's show. But that doesn't mean it still can't be fun. This is the General Electric building, and, you know, I have a little gift, and we thought, what the heck, let's just drop in and
always
say hello.
in on its own jokes.
You mean we need authorization to drop off a fruit basket? To drop off a fruit basket?
Yes, you need authorization.
Oh, this is going to be fun to work with these people, isn't it?
Steve O'Donnell was Letterman's head writer for 10 years.
So bring me to the day-to-day. You become head writer of this show. It's Monday morning. You're in the writer's room. And what's it like in there?
The experience of putting on a late-night comedy show was like simultaneously putting out a small-town newspaper and organizing every single day a small-town parade, because there were various...
And while David Letterman didn't exactly invent irony, he and his writers conspired to make it a kind of comedy we couldn't get enough of.
Like, so what, like 2 of them posted?
There was a little freedom to experiment. In one way, the pressure was on to do an interesting show, but there was also like, man, no one's watching, so we could do the most strange, surreal things we could.
Until Letterman, the laws of late night consisted of a monologue, host laughing at guest stories, and maybe a song. It was not this. Or this.
There's very little I can do from this position.
And then there was Larry Bud Melton.
Good night, everybody.
Neither fish nor fowl,
Well, why don't you crawl on the bed then and take a nap?
but more of a befuddled foil,
Sleep tight.
a frequent comic non sequitur
I hope it didn't hurt your glasses.
played by the late Calvert DeForest. The Letterman regulars were often within reach. Bob Costas, Marv Albert, and yes, Al Roker.
What's this? I think you ought to think about having that biopsy.
The Letterman owes some debt to TV pioneers Steve Allen and Ernie Kovacs. Letterman boldly discarded the norms, besmirched the bean counters, and glorified in the dumb.
Ladies and gentlemen, please say hello to Harry Smith. Harry, come on.
Guests like this reporter feared we'd not be able to roll with him.
I think, oh no, we did. We made fun of you. Yeah,
Oh, that's right. You were nice to her and you were.
Yeah, that's how that works. And tonight we'll make fun of her and be nice to you.
And sometimes there was an uncomfortable Dave-guest dynamic.
I thought that I would never want to do this show with you.
Now why? Because you thought I was
David Letterman did not break the mold. He melded it to fit his vision. And a big part of watching the show was watching Dave enjoy what he had wrought.
Have a good night. Thank you.
In its 11-year run, Late Night won 5 Emmys and even a Peabody Award. Well done.
Well done indeed. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford, and your news continues right now. Right now on NBC News Now, dose for children. The first COVID vaccine for kids under 5 could be available in just a matter of weeks. We'll tell you about the progress as Omicron cases continue dropping across the country. Plus, breaking right now, Brady bows out after intense speculation. The star quarterback announces he is in fact retiring from the NFL. Also breaking, Inferno. Evacuations currently underway in North Carolina after a fertilizer plant goes up in flames. What went wrong and where the firefight stands right now. And Veep impact, the former chief of staff to Mike Pence testifying before the January 6th committee. What it could signal about just how closely the former vice president is cooperating. Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to see you. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Aaron Gilchrist is on assignment. We begin right now with the pandemic and a pretty major step forward in the race to vaccinate. The FDA could expand the use of Pfizer's COVID vaccine to kids under 5. A person familiar with that plan confirms this could happen by the end of the month. Meanwhile, the U.S. has confirmed more than 20 million cases in January alone. Now, that is the most cases in a single month since the start of the pandemic. The U.S. now surpassing 75 million confirmed cases nationwide. And just take a look at where trends stand today. 20 states, if you look at your screen here, and Washington, D.C., all reporting a decrease in cases. Our very own doctor on duty is standing by with what you need to know. But let's first begin with NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren. Kristen, it's great to see you this afternoon. Let's go ahead and begin with that news about Pfizer's COVID vaccine for kids under 5. I mean, what do we know about a potential approval timeline, and really how is Pfizer responding?
Right. Good morning, Morgan. And this is really big news for parents of those youngest kids. We're talking about children between 6 months and 5 years old who haven't been eligible for the vaccine thus far. So a person with knowledge of Pfizer's plan says the company is expected to submit an emergency use authorization request to the FDA that could come as early as today or tomorrow. And that means that shots could be getting into the arms of children in that youngest group by the end of this month, by the end of February. They're talking about a 2-dose regimen. They had, of course, been testing a 3-dose regimen, but the data on that would have have taken longer. So now that submission expected to come very soon for the 2-dose regimen for those children 6 months to 5 years old, Morgan.
And Kristen, can you give us a sense about, kids and the pandemic more broadly? I mean, what are cases like right now among kids? And are kids who can get vaccinated actually going through with it and getting the shot?
Right, and that's a good question. So looking at those children in the next age group up from 5 to 11, 28% of children have now at least gotten 1 dose in that age group, 5 to 11. That is, we do see cases now beginning to come down. Hospitalizations in this age group were down about 15% over the past 2 weeks. But as of last week, 800,000 cases of COVID were confirmed in that age group. So still an awful lot of kids getting sick, but we are beginning to see hospitalizations come down, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Kristen Dahlgren for us there. Kristen, thank you. I want to go ahead and bring in Dr. Ali Raja now, a professor of emergency medicine at Harvard Medical School. Dr. Raja, thanks for joining us. And, as we just reported, we heard Kristen say a little more than a quarter of kids between 5 and 11 have actually received at least 1 dose of a COVID vaccine. But, Doctor, why do you think that number is so low? I mean, what's your advice to parents who are still sort of on the fence about getting their kids vaccinated?
Thanks for asking, Morgan. It's such a key question. As Kristen just said, only 28% of the kids from 5 to 11 are currently vaccinated. I run into this all the time with the parents that I see who bring in their kids to the emergency department. And, it's a different reason for so many people. Some people are working parents who just can't get time off to take their kids to the pediatrician or to the vaccination clinics. Some people just have this hesitancy about the fact that the emergency use authorizations, at least according to them, were pushed through too quickly. I've got to tell you, the key to this is actually building a little bit of trust. And the American Association of Pediatrics has put out a bunch of great talking points for pediatricians and parents to talk about this together.
And Dr. Raja, I think more broadly, something I keep hearing about just anecdotally is this question of fatigue. So many people are hoping that this downward trend in cases, it means that we're finally rounding the bend to this pandemic that none of us could have imagined we would be in for this long. I mean, when it comes to those downward trends and COVID mandates, do you think we're kind of entering a place where as a country we should lift those indoor mask mandates again? I mean, what are you telling your patients about when and where they should continue to mask up?
You're so right, Morgan. I mean, it's been exhausting, right? My own kids are in elementary school, and they've been their 3rd school year of dealing with all this. I get it. I love seeing the fact that cases are coming down. But we have to remember that 99% of the country is still classified by the CDC as having high transmission rates.
Wow.
And hospitalizations are still pretty high all over the country. So I do like where we're headed. I think we're going to get there soon, but we're not quite ready to lift those mask mandates just yet.
Dr. Ali Raja, I cannot thank you enough for being with us. We really appreciate your expertise and your time.
Thanks, Morgan.
Breaking news right now in the world of sports. Superstar quarterback Tom Brady officially announcing his retirement, ending days of speculation about his future. The 44-year-old leaves the NFL after 22 seasons and, yes, 7 Super Bowl rings. We are covering this breaking story from every angle this hour. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky. Morgan, you have been on this story. Talk to us about the announcement that I know you've been reporting on and the timing of how all of this unfolded.
Yeah, Morgan, it's been a bit of a wild ride over the last several days or so. We heard that announcement over the weekend that Tom Brady was retiring. ESPN saying that it was according to sources close to the future Hall of Famer. And yet, Brady came out on a podcast yesterday and said that he was still considering his future in football and that he had not made his mind up yet. That came out Monday evening around 7 o'clock. So at some point between then and this morning, he reached that decision that everyone was waiting to hear from, whether or not he would remain a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. And he decided to release the news in an Instagram post this morning, reading in part. It was a long series of messages here, but it reads, "I've always believed the sport of football is an all-in proposition. If a 100% competitive commitment isn't there, you won't succeed. And success is what I love so much about our game. I have tried my very best these past 22 years. There are no shortcuts to success on the field or in life." Brady goes on to say, "This is difficult for me to write, but here it goes. I'm not going to make that competitive a commitment anymore. I have loved my NFL career, and now it is time to focus my time and energy on other things that require my attention." Right now, it's best I leave the field of play to the next generation of dedicated and committed athletes. So this was a lengthy Instagram post, Morgan, in which he thanked the Bucs organization, head coach Bruce Arians, the owners, the Glazer family, his Bucs teammates, his wife Giselle, and his 3 children. Notably, he did not thank anyone or anything from New England, from Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, to Coach Belichick, to even his former Patriot teammates, although he did say he thanked all of the great teammates that he's had a chance to play with over this storied 22-season career. Morgan?
That's interesting, but Morgan, you know, how is the football world reacting? What are fans saying? What are his former colleagues saying?
Yeah, well, it's interesting because a lot of people already kind of weighed in over the weekend whenever they heard that Tom was retiring, despite not hearing it directly from Brady himself. We're hearing now that people realize that it's official. This is the end of an era. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell had this to say earlier this morning, saying in part, Tom Brady will be remembered as one of the greatest to ever play in the NFL. It has been a privilege to watch him compete and have him in the NFL. We thank him for his many contributions to our game and wish Tom and his family all the best in the future. We've already seen messages from the Buccaneers organization, from the Patriots organization. The owner of the Patriots, Robert Kraft, also putting out a personalized thank you to Tom as well, saying that it was an absolute pleasure to work with him during the majority of Tom's career, which was, of course, spent in New England until those last 2 seasons in Tampa Bay, one of which resulted in a Super Bowl. So, of course, we'll only hear more as the day goes on. But it really is the end of an era. I had a chance to speak to one reporter yesterday who says that there are kids today, Morgan, that have only known Tom Brady as the guy who just finds a way to win, whether it be making a deep run in the playoffs or getting one of those 7 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Now, a fresh start.
Fresh start indeed. All right, Morgan Chesky for us there. Morgan, thank you. Joining us for more on this, we have Ken Belson, NFL reporter for the New York Times. Ken, you know, to say Tom Brady has had an extraordinary career is, of course, an understatement. I was watching the news this weekend, and I looked at my husband, and I was like, yo, can you imagine being a decade older and being at, like, in the best shape of your life, playing football at 44 as the best quarterback in the world? I mean, can you talk to us a little bit about his legacy in football and really in the entire sports world?
Yeah, well, he's clearly expanded the boundaries of what we think of as an NFL player. He played until 44, which is the grand old age. I mean, and then didn't just play until 44. He statistically had one of his best seasons this year. Wow. And could have gone to the Super Bowl yet another time. So in that way, he's been groundbreaking, not just in the total number of yards or even Super Bowl rings, but what a player of a certain age can do in a very violent and tough sport. That alone is great. Obviously, the level of perfection, he obviously had a lot of help with Belichick and teammates. But to play at such a high level for so long, even quarterbacks like Brett Favre, Ben Roethlisberger, who retired this year as well, they really had steep declines in their last few years. Brady just kept going year after year. And that's groundbreaking, really.
All right. Ken Belson for us there from the New York Times. Ken, thanks so much. Now to the high stakes in Washington over Russia's possible invasion of Ukraine. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke by phone with his Russian counterpart today. This new round of talks comes following a very tense public face-off at the UN on Monday. Russia accusing the West of whipping up tensions, the U.S. countering, warning that if Russia does invade Ukraine, that, quote, the consequences will be horrific. This, of course, is more support for Ukraine landed in Kyiv today, a shipment of U.S. aid, including tons of ammunition and defense equipment. A senior U.S. defense official confirms Russia has also begun moving in supplies of blood to troops all along the border with Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Kyiv. Aaron, you know, there has been, as we mentioned, so many accusations, right? Russia telling the U.S. that we've sort of been creating a bunch of drama around this situation that may or may not be warranted. Do we have a sense of how the call today between Blinken and Russia's foreign minister played out? I mean, Lavrov has been through, like, so many presidents, and now he's in this situation again.
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. And we're beginning to get a sense of the phone call. We just received a readout from the State Department of that call between U.S. Secretary of State Blinken and Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. The readout reading in part, quote, the secretary urged immediate Russian de-escalation and the withdrawal of troops and equipment from Ukraine's borders. He emphasized that further invasion of Ukraine would be met with swift and severe consequences and urged Russia to pursue a diplomatic path. Now, we have yet to receive a readout from the Kremlin. The United States waiting on a response to two proposals currently on the table. One proposal from NATO, the other proposal from the United States. A response had been received by the State Department yesterday, although the Kremlin this morning clarifying the situation, saying that that was not the main response, that there is another response that is going to follow. So the United States, no doubt, waiting on that. That must have been a topic of the conversation during that call as well. The key goal right now of the West is to put as much pressure on Russia as possible. I've been speaking to multiple experts here in Kiev who say that they do not believe Russian President Vladimir Putin has made a decision yet on a possible invasion. And really the goal of Ukraine and the West at this point is to outline in very stark terms the costs that would be associated on a possible attack on Ukraine at this point, Morgan.
And Aaron, I mean, Ukraine's President Zelensky is meeting British Prime Minister Boris Johnson there in Kiev today. What might we expect to come from that meeting?
Yeah, when the British Prime Minister landed, he immediately tweeted saying, quote, as a friend and a democratic partner, the UK will continue to uphold Ukraine's sovereignty in the face of those who seek to destroy it. He has a meeting with President Zelensky today. President Zelensky has been the focus of much conversation here in Kiev as well as in Washington in terms of his tone and his rhetoric surrounding the situation. President Zelensky has said he does not believe that Russia is going to invade Ukraine, and he believes that the rhetoric coming from Washington is too alarmist. I was speaking to a hybrid warfare expert here in Ukraine earlier today, and she's been critical of Zelensky's response, saying he needs to do more. Take a listen to what she had to say.
I think that his message is a bit vague and unclear when he's saying that we should save Ukrainian economy and the threat is overestimated. I think that's not how Ukrainian experts and military people see it. I see that the risk of escalation is high.
Now, we expect to hear from President Zelensky within the next hour. There is a joint press conference with President Zelensky and British Prime Minister Boris Johnson scheduled for then, Morgan.
And we look forward to hearing from you as you bring us more on that. Aaron McLaughlin there for us in Kiev. Aaron, thank you. Now to the president's potential Supreme Court pick. Today, lawmakers from the Senate Judiciary Committee are headed to the White House to meet with the president as well as the vice president. On the agenda, of course, potential candidates and the process ahead. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now. Carol, you know, what's expected to be discussed in detail at today's meeting? Where do we expect things to go?
Well, I think, Morgan, the president mostly just wants to meet with senators to try to get a sense of where they are on the process, to convey how he sees things, to talk through perhaps some of the picks that he's considering. We know he's considering more than a dozen women, according to the White House, and that he is set to make a decision within the next few weeks. And one of the things that he said he would do leading up to that is really consult with senators. He's a former senator. He's a former chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, so he knows this process well, has a lot of respect for the Senate's role in this process. And this is really, according to White House officials, the beginning of that effort to formally reach out to senators and just touch base and get their input and share where his head is at.
All right, NBC's Carol Lee for us there live from the White House. Carol, thank you. We're also following breaking news out of North Carolina right now, where crews are battling a massive fire at a fertilizer facility. Thousands of people are being urged to evacuate the area, and that's near the Weaver fertilizer plant in Winston-Salem. The fire erupted overnight, and now officials are warning of a possible explosion fueled by ammonium nitrate inside that factory. NBC News correspondent Emily Akeda has been following that story for us. Emily, tell us more.
Hey there. Well, they say that the next 24 hours will really be the highest risk. Already officials say that they have heard several smaller explosions, but they're fearful something much more catastrophic could play out with hundreds of tons of ammonium nitrate on site.
Overnight, a massive fire breaking out at this fertilizer plant in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Just be advised, we've got what appears to be almost a city block on fire.
Fears of an explosion leading to the evacuation of more than 6,000 residents living within a 1-mile perimeter of the plant.
Please exit the area. You can stay somewhere else tonight.
Nearly 100 firefighters and personnel battling the blaze for hours.
We fought the fire for 2 hours. It began affecting a rail car. Once the rail car was involved, it became an explosive hazard.
Fire officials say the chemical in that rail car, ammonium nitrate, is a dangerous combination with the intensity of the heat. Firefighters have had to step back because of the explosion risk.
The fire truck that's located on the backside of the building, that it's still there, it's still flowing water. There's no firefighters there.
The fire stirring up memories of the devastating explosion at a fertilizer plant in West Texas back in 2013. 15 people were killed, more than 200 injured, and roughly 150 buildings damaged or destroyed. Back in Winston-Salem, firefighters working around the clock.
There is still a potential for explosion. We do not know the full extent of the time we'll be here. It will not be anytime soon that we'll be leaving.
And officials are still investigating the cause into this fire, but they say they are far from pinpointing something at this point. We are told that the plant was inspected just last December, and reportedly, Morgan, there were no issues.
All right, Emily Cada there for us. Emily, thank you. Taxed for going high tech. Coming up, how getting paid for your side hustle through PayPal or even Venmo could actually open you up to an IRS investigation. Stay with us.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it. What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
For months now, we have been talking about the Great Resignation, with record numbers of people quitting their jobs and not immediately jumping into new ones. Well, today the Bureau of Labor Statistics is out with new numbers, and they're pretty remarkable. December job openings are up to 10.9 million, while quits are down only slightly to 4.3 million, and that was after November's record high. Here to break this all down for us is NBC News Now anchor Allison Morris, and she covers the markets and economy for us. Allison, let's just get straight into it. I mean, is the Great Resignation still going strong? What do these numbers actually tell us?
Yeah, Morgan, I would say so. I mean, look, the quits number came down a little bit to 4.3 million, but that is still 4.3 million Americans quitting their jobs in December. The record is only 4.5. So, yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that we are still in the midst of this Great Resignation, or at least we were in 2021. This is the December report, the very last one for last year. I think another thing that's really interesting is that this was a December report, right? This can be a really wonky month. We've got the holidays. Businesses are often closed for a couple of weeks. We had the Omicron surge. So to see people still quitting their jobs and those kinds of numbers, I think it definitely tells you the Great Resignation is still around.
But tell us one other thing. I mean, where does it say that people are quitting or seeing fewer quits when it comes to industries?
Yeah, so this was kind of interesting. We saw more quits or quits go up in things like manufacturing. It makes sense, right? Factory jobs, manufacturing jobs can be tough places to work in the winter. Not so surprised that a lot of people said, I can't do this when the weather gets really cold. One interesting thing we did see, though, fewer quits in healthcare, fewer quits in food services. These are the industries that have been basically leading the way. People saying, I'm burnt out. I can't work at a hospital anymore. I'm exhausted. I don't want to work at a restaurant that's empty for no tips. So interesting to see those drops.
You know, one other thing, though, about the job openings, what does it mean that those job openings are actually up a bit from where they were last month?
Yeah, that was kind of a surprise, right? In December, we thought job openings might come down a little bit. Instead, they went up. Actually, it looks like these numbers are backwards here. What it should say is that the November job openings were 10.6. They went up to 10.9 in December. And what we're seeing again there is what we've been talking about all year long, right? That we're seeing openings in healthcare. We're seeing openings in restaurant services. We saw openings in education. We've been talking about the staffing shortages at schools across the country, so having trouble filling a lot of those jobs. Just a reminder, though, this was the last report for 2021, so I'll be curious to see what January's report looks like next month to see if the Great Resignation is carrying over into 2022.
We will find out. Yeah. Allison Morris for us there. Allison, as always, thank you.
See you soon.
And if you're a small business owner who uses PayPal or Venmo to get paid, well, listen up, because the IRS says that you could actually be taxed for those transactions. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello shows us the fine print on these new changes.
When was the last time you used cash?
Now it's easy for customers to Venmo your business.
Millions of Americans use payment apps every day, transferring money to friends and family at garage sales, Airbnbs, Etsy, eBay, and small businesses. But suddenly the tax rules have changed. The IRS used to require small business owners to report payment app income over $20,000 and 200 transactions annually. Now, for tax year 2022, they must report income over just $600 a year. Brianna Sandoval is a hairstylist in San Diego. A lot of her customers pay with Venmo. The new rules could complicate things.
A big headache is a good way to categorize it. It just makes it another thing that I then have to do.
Jeff Clem is a professional music teacher in Akron, Ohio.
It's really just the convenience. Everybody's got one of them, Venmo, PayPal, Zelle.
Now the IRS says it will send 1099-K forms to anyone who earns at least $600 in payment app income for goods or services, to include when filing their taxes next year in 2023, making it very tough to hide cash income.
It's not just income tax. I mean, there's, the additional self-employment tax that applies to these businesses, and that's a big burden.
If you use Venmo, this is important. The IRS is not taxing your personal transfers. PayPal and Venmo say users can separate business from personal transactions with a simple button. Zelle says it's not subject to the law since it doesn't actually handle funds itself. The new IRS rule is meant for businesses, large and small, and a small business can be really small.
Where do we draw the line? If you are a kid out of high school and you're mowing lawns over the summer and you make more than $600, would you have to have one of these forms?
Potentially, yeah. So keep good records. In that instance,
there's a good chance you may get a form, especially if you're using PayPal or Venmo.
Coming up, Chief of Staff turned key witness. Still ahead, what former Vice President Pence's top aide told a congressional committee about closed-door meetings to overturn the election. Stay with us.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Making news right now, a viewing will be held today for fallen New York officer Wilbert Mora. Officer Mora was shot alongside his colleague Jason Rivera on January 21st while responding to a family dispute in Harlem. Mora died at the hospital days later. He was just 27 years old. His funeral will be held tomorrow at St. Patrick's Cathedral here in Manhattan, where Rivera's was also held. Michael Avenatti is weighing whether to take the stand in his own defense. Avenatti represented the adult film star Stormy Daniels in her lawsuits against former President Donald Trump. Avenatti is accused of stealing $300,000 in proceeds from her book, and he's representing himself in the trial. And a Tennessee comic book store has raised over $90,000 to distribute free copies of the book Mouse. As we reported yesterday, the award-winning graphic novel about the Holocaust was banned from school curriculum in Tennessee's McMinn County. School board members claim it's because of explicit language and nudity among mice. Last week, Nirvana Comics in Knoxville, Tennessee, started a GoFundMe campaign promising to ship a free copy of Mouse to any student who is interested. A dramatic revelation in the Capitol riot investigation. 2 sources tell NBC News the former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence testified before the January 6th committee. Mark Short was with Pence at the Capitol when he was presiding over the counting of electoral votes for the 2020 election. Now, that's when a crowd started to form outside the building and soon turned violent. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. Ali, do we have any specifics about the content of Mark Short's testimony?
No, but Morgan, what you just laid out means it doesn't take much to guess what the committee might want to talk with Mark Short about. He's someone who has been in the former vice president's close orbit for many years. He remains in the vice president's close orbit still, and he was with Pence on the day that he was here certifying the electoral count on the day of the January 6th insurrection. That close proximity, both to Pence in the meetings before January 6th and with being with him on the 6th itself, makes Short one of the key people that the committee has wanted to speak to, and a sign that there are people in the top reaches of this former White House talking with them and engaging with them on key issues.
And Allie, I mean, why is Mark's testimony so significant? And I also want to ask you, while I have you, about the National Archives reporting that some of Trump documents released to the committee had been ripped up by the former president. Some were even apparently taped back together by the White House officials. So what more do we also know about that?
Well, it's significant because of the role that he played with Pence and continues to play with Pence. You have to imagine that he didn't just go forward going along with this subpoena without talking to his former boss. And it is a sign that people within Pence world are cooperating with this probe. We know that the vice president was the target of some of the people who were in that riot, saying things like "hang Mike Pence" as they stormed the building that I'm standing in. All of that is extremely significant. And to say nothing of the comments that the former president himself made only just a few days ago, where he reiterated that he believed that the former vice president could overturn the election results and that Trump believes Pence just chose not to. Of course, that's not the way that this works. Vice presidents can't just go in and overturn the will of the people here. So that's one of the pieces for the January 6th committee. And the other piece here is that we know that they have started to get those documents from the National Archives. Initially, they had been tied up in court, but the courts have ruled that the committee could have them. Now, the National Archives is turning them over, but we're also learning that some of those pages have been pieced back together. Anyone who has covered former President Trump knows that he is someone who, when he's done with a piece of paper, has been known to rip it up and discard it. That's not what you do if you're president, though, because you have to preserve those papers. The National Archives now saying in a statement that they're confirming that that's what some of the paperwork that they're dealing with looks like, saying that some of the Trump presidential records they've received included paper records that had been torn up by former President Trump. As it has been reported, this is something that he has done, and so they are in some cases taping them back together themselves. In other cases, they're documents that were previously taped back together, but nonetheless just a little bit of color to what some of these documents might look like, and a window into what was happening in the White House then.
A really important window. Allie Vitale there for us live from Capitol Hill. Allie, thank you. A Georgia district attorney is now asking the FBI for security help after former President Trump said this at a rally over the weekend.
If these radical, vicious, racist prosecutors do anything wrong or illegal, I hope we are going to have in this country the biggest protest we have ever had in Washington, D.C., in New York, in Atlanta, and elsewhere.
Fani Willis, the DA for Fulton County, is currently investigating Trump over allegations that he attempted to illegally influence the 2020 election. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now. Ken, specifically, what kind of help is the DA requesting from the FBI?
Morgan, she asked the federal government to provide protective resources for the courthouse and the DA's office, including intelligence and federal agents. But that's not really what the FBI does. They don't protect buildings. They investigate criminal threats. The FBI's Atlanta field office issued a statement last night saying they are gathering information about potential threats and will share what they learn with local authorities. And that's not to understate the seriousness of this, Morgan. FBI and DHS officials have told Congress recently that the kind of rhetoric Trump is engaged in is dangerous and inflammatory and could lead to violence. He's essentially painted a target on the backs of these three prosecutors, calling them mentally sick and vicious and horrible people. And all it takes, of course, is one disturbed individual to take that to heart. We saw on January 6th that there are a group of people ready to do violence when Trump talks like that. So this is a threat these officials say they have to take seriously.
You know, Ken, the New York Times reports that Trump had actually considered potential proposals to seize voting machines after the election, which he eventually decided against doing. What more do we know about that?
The Times reports that about 6 weeks after Election Day, Trump directed his lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, to ask the Department of Homeland Security if it could legally take control of voting machines in key swing states. Giuliani then called the department's acting deputy secretary, the Times says, who said he lacked the authority to audit or impound the machines. Now, this is part of a pattern, obviously, of Trump contemplating how to use the levers of governmental power to remain in office, and it's something the January 6th committee is investigating. Remember that Trump also contemplated having the Department of Defense seize voting machines, according to reports, and he pressed the Justice Department to announce investigations of fraud, even though investigators had found none. Had any of this actually happened, it would have pushed the United States into uncharted territory. As of now, we've seen no evidence that the Justice Department is investigating Trump for any of this behavior, though there are a lot of people who think that should happen, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Ken Delaney for us there. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Meanwhile, Republican state legislators from Florida to Arizona are targeting school curriculums all across the country. In particular, they're focused on LGBTQ issues and topics around race and identity in the classroom. Critics say they're growing increasingly concerned the bills unfairly target vulnerable students.
And if this bill passes, which we believe, sadly, that it will tell young kids that something is wrong with you, so wrong and twisted that we can't even talk about you in school. And sometimes that trauma builds to the worst thing.
And that was Chasten Buttigieg there speaking. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has been following this story for us, and he joins us now from Tallahassee, Florida. Vaughn, you know, how many bills like this are being considered just across the country? I mean, give us the big picture here. Which ones in particular are getting the most attention right now?
Yeah, good morning, Morgan. We're talking about multiple states here, more than 24 to be more specific, that have introduced legislation here this January, bills ranging near the number of 70. When we're talking about these types of bills, just look over in Indiana. There's a bill that bars inside of the classroom the idea of anti-American ideology from being taught. In Arizona, there's another bill that bars books and videos and other forms of media from including, quote, homosexuality, which of course is just the existence of being gay. You're talking about efforts here by Republican-led legislatures to censor, to repress speech, repress conversations inside of classrooms, educational institutions about history, about sexuality, about race, and about sex. These are happening, including right here in Florida, Morgan.
And Vaughn, I mean, focusing on Florida, what exactly are the state legislators there considering? I mean, and what are we hearing from both the lawmakers and the students about all of this?
In fact, right now, there is a hearing underway here at the Florida State Capitol. The House is considering what Ron DeSantis, the governor here, called the, quote, Stop Woke Act, which I want to just read you a couple passages from. In part, quote, instruction and supporting materials on the topics enumerated in this section must be consistent with the following principles of individual freedom. No person is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously, solely by virtue of his or her race or sex. Another part of that, a person by virtue of his or her race or sex does not bear responsibility for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race or sex. Another passage, a person shouldn't be made to feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or any other form of psychological distress on account of his or her own race. There is another passage of this, quote, Stop Woke Act, in which it directly talks about not making anybody feel ashamed for the past, potentially what their race may have inflicted on the past. But I'd be remiss not to mention that here right in Tallahassee, about 200 years ago, it was U.S. troops led by President Andrew Jackson that forcibly removed multiple Native American tribes from this very land where this legislation is being debated today.
And what are students saying, though, Vaughn? I mean, it's hard when I hear the word woke sort of reappropriated. It sounds like they're almost trying to say something that is even less kind when I hear that word now, and people are using it in this negative way to sort of cast aspersions. What are the students saying about all this?
Right. There's actually another bill that directly calls out sexual orientation and gender identity. That's HB 1557 here, which says a school district may not encourage classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity. Again, you say this is directly calling out a particular subject matter here, sexual orientation and gender identity. I was able to catch up with the chairman of the House Education Committee here, Republican, who passed and press forward this measure here. But I also met up with Kaylee, a sophomore in high school from the high school just about a half mile from here. Take a listen to part of our exchanges. And so what do you tell those young LGBT students here who are Florida residents here who feel like they're alienated?
They're not being alienated.
If they're not able to talk about sexual orientation and gender identity because the school...
No kid should be treated any differently than any other kid.
What they're doing isn't solving the underlying problem. The underlying problem is that students aren't feeling safe at school. They aren't feeling comfortable at school. And when a student doesn't feel safe or comfortable, they can't learn.
Again, we can't repeat it enough here in these weeks ahead as these legislatures debate these measures here. There are Republican legislators around the country, including here in Florida, who are efforting to limit the speech around race, sexuality, and history, Morgan.
At a time when those discussions are certainly taking hold, even outside the classroom, as kids are trying to really understand the world we live in. Vaughn Hilliard for us there. Thank you so much. Republicans are sharpening their strategy to take back Congress in this year's midterm elections, and they're trying to flip the script on COVID measures, harnessing many voters' pandemic fatigue. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now. Mark, can you just give us a few examples of how Republican candidates are really planning to tackle COVID on the campaign trail?
Yeah, Morgan, in Pennsylvania, celebrity Dr. Mehmet Oz is running advertisements going directly after the Biden administration on its handling of COVID. We've also seen Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who's up for re-election this year, have an ad aimed directly at Anthony Fauci. And this all comes in the context of declining approval numbers for President Biden when it comes to his COVID handling, as well as declining numbers for Anthony Fauci.
And Mark, I mean, what are political analysts saying about how voters are responding to this attempt at messaging?
Yeah, and so, this all kind of comes in the context, Morgan, of Democrats using COVID to their advantage in the 2020 elections. It is very doubtful that, Joe Biden used that to his advantage. But 2 years later, after the Delta surge, after the Omicron surge, we've seen where President Biden and Democrats are the ones who are now on the defensive, with COVID continuing to be an issue. And Democrats are all divided, where there is a new Monmouth poll showing that 70% of Americans say that COVID is here to stay and you need to be able to deal with it. And Democrats split on that issue, which is a headache for them.
And do Democrats really have a strategy to counter the GOP strategy here? I mean, especially as you and I have talked about earlier in the week, the way that the GOP is sort of shifting its focus away from some of those traditional talking points and just focusing on the people involved. How will Democrats counter that?
Yeah, Morgan, they don't have an answer right now. And again, this is a developing issue, but so much of the White House strategy and the Democratic strategy was rooted in their criticism of the Trump era, as well as the early vaccination effort. But now after vaccinations, with 75% of Americans receiving at least one dose, there really hasn't been kind of a plan B on how Democrats use COVID as a political tool, or at least to have a defense against what we're seeing coming from Republicans.
Wow. All right, Mark Murray, a lot to unpack, and this year is only just beginning, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate it. Taking a tumble while playing winter sports could literally put you on ice. Coming up next, what doctors want you to know before hitting the slopes. Stay with us.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours. In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Rain, snow, sleet, ice, you name it, and we could see it over the next few days. The next big storm is already taking shape and has 82 million people on alert. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Michelle, I guess the big question is when should people start feeling the impacts from this storm?
Good morning. Well, it's going to be as early as tonight. So with this storm, it's going to be a long duration. We're going to be talking about it for at least 4 days through Friday. It's not off the coast until later on Friday. So with our nor'easter, it was quick. It was all snow. This is going to be different. We're going to have ice and rain also. Taking a look at winter radar, you can see we are quiet. So it's literally the calm before the storm. But we are under many, many alerts. 82 million of us. Where you see the white, that's your winter weather advisory. Your pink is your winter storm warning. And the blue is a winter storm watch. So really, this storm is going to get going tonight and last through Thursday into Friday. So this is the setup here. We have a sweeping cold front. Ahead of the cold front, we have really warm air back behind this cold front. We're looking at Arctic air mass. So when you see this clash, it's that battle zone where we're going to see some ice and we're going to see some snow. So that cold front is going to draw that Gulf moisture, and we're going to see rain and snow forming from Texas to Michigan. That really gets going tonight into tomorrow and Thursday. So that storm blossoms tomorrow. We're going to see heavy snow where you see the darker blues and significant ice where you see the pink. In Dallas, you're into that. Oklahoma City, you're into snow. Now look what happens as we go throughout Thursday. This is a very slow moving cold front. So that's the bad news too. We're going to have ice and it's going to last for a long time. So very, very slow moving. Rain changes to ice and snow from Arkansas to Ohio. And you can see just a huge swath of moisture here. Where the blue, that's your snow. The pink is your ice. And then we have some heavy rain ahead of this front. And that's the warm sector of the storm. And it's really not until Friday until it's off the coast, off the seaboard. And we could see a little ice along the I-95 as it gets that little last cold lift later on Friday. So here's your ice forecast. This is our biggest concern where the impacts will be dangerous driving. We can certainly see some downed trees, some downed power lines leading to power outages for several days. Your blue, that is where we're going to see a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch. Little Rock, Paducah, Lexington, Cincinnati, up into the interior parts of Northeast. And then also a lot of snow with this storm. We're looking at 12 to 18 inches possible in some spots. Morgan?
All right, NBC's Michelle Grossman for us there. Michelle, thank you. Well, hitting the slopes could have you hitting the emergency room. In 2020, there were more than 42,000 visits to the ER just from skiing and snowboarding accidents. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn is here with a closer look at just how you can stay safe. Vicki, tell us all the things.
Hey, Morgan, winter is a great time to get outside and enjoy Mother Nature. But when you combine slick surfaces and high speeds, you also up your risk for injury. But don't worry, we got you covered, Morgan. We talked to the experts about different things you need to keep in mind so that you can be safe and protect your family while you're out there having fun in the snow and ice.
From Olympic athletes to everyday thrill seekers, winter sports take many to new heights, but not without the risk of serious injury.
They're so enthralled by the sport that they forget about the injury risk.
Dr. Wimi Diogi is an orthopedic surgeon who serves as director of sports medicine at MedStar Washington Hospital Center in Washington, D.C.
Is this the busiest time of year for a doctor like yourself?
For ski-related, snowboard-related injuries, absolutely.
In 2020, skiing resulted in more than 23,000 visits to the ER. Snowboarding, another 19,000. That's why safety experts say when it comes to taking the right precautions, there are just some things you just shouldn't let slide, like making sure you have the proper gear.
What are some of the most common injuries?
There's a large number of concussions, lacerations, fractures. It's really important to wear a helmet when you're performing these sports.
Before hitting the slopes, Dr. Duogi says be honest about your skill level. Don't attempt a double black diamond if you've only experienced a bunny hill. And for those over age 40, he suggests scheduling a checkup with your doctor.
You're going to be doing activities that are going to test your aerobic and anaerobic fitness. You need to get an expert's consultation to make sure that you're healthy before you jump out there.
As ski and snowboard injuries reach their peak, keeping doctors busy, this time of year also has ski shops like this one in high demand.
One of the keys to staying safe on the slopes, selecting the right equipment.
The first hill to climb, dressing the part. Start by wearing several light and loose layers, followed by an outer layer that's wind and water resistant, like these snow bibs.
Focus on fit. Lisa Ski NYC store manager Charlie Marone says find an adjustable helmet.
Look for the knobs in the back. A lot of ski helmets, the newer ones, have knobs that you can tighten it.
Like a nice snug fit.
Right.
What's next?
Next, you want goggles. You want to make sure they fit your face right. You want to cover the sides as well.
Let's get to the skis now. What do we need to know?
You want to get the right size. Typically for beginners, we want to be under the chin because the shortest ski is easier to ski with. And then you want to look at the width here. Wider ski, easier to navigate as well.
How about the boots?
You want to get the right size, it's very important. You want to be a snug fit, you want to hug your foot.
Because boots mold to your feet, Marone recommends buying new rather than used.
When you do used boot, you don't know what foot's been in it. It wouldn't fit your foot correctly.
Once you have your boots properly fitted, make sure an expert has set your bindings according to your height, weight, and ability so that the skis will release and prevent injury if you have a bad fall.
And because so many winter activities combine high speed and slick surfaces, you can't skate around the risk of falling. But you can learn a safer way to take a tumble. If you lose your balance while ice skating, try to land on your behind, or you'll have the best cushioning. And avoid putting your hands on the ice, especially at a crowded rink where another skater's blade could cut you. Sledding, a popular winter pastime for children, also sends thousands to the ER each year.
Do you recommend wearing a helmet when kids are tubing or sledding?
You can never go wrong wearing a helmet.
For added protection, kids should also avoid sledding head first and stick to hills free of obstacles with plenty of room at the bottom. Avoid those that end in a street or a body of water. A guide to help you and your family enjoy the ride this winter.
Now, Vicki, I have never been brave enough to actually try snowboarding, but what else should skiers and snowboarders do before they actually hit the slopes?
Morgan, Dr. Duogi says, like anything else, you want to warm up with light stretching, some exercise ahead of time, and then make sure you stay hydrated and you listen to your body. You don't overexert yourself. He says he can't count the number of patients who told him they went out for that one last run. That's what wound them up in the ER. Skiers, by the way, a lot of knee injuries. Snowboarders, maybe it's a good idea you avoided this, Morgan. They suffer from a lot of internal injuries when they get hurt, right? The spleen, the liver, the kidneys. So just be careful. By the way, I should say we've got a ton more winter safety tricks and tips for you on Consumer Confidential. We got 25 minutes tomorrow. It's going to be streaming at 11:30 Eastern Time. You got it on Today All Day. You can go to today.com and check that all out.
Well, I cannot wait to see that. Vicki Nguyen, thanks for bringing us all of this. We look forward to seeing you there. That's wonderful.
Great to see you, Morgan.
All right. Well, new tributes are pouring in for a young woman taken all too soon. How former Miss USA Chesley Christ is being remembered by family, friends, and fans. Stay with us.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. and she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Tributes are pouring in today for former Miss USA Chesley Christ after her shocking death over the weekend. Christ was honored last night by the entertainment news show Extra, where she was a correspondent. The NYPD is investigating her death as a suicide and is confirming that she left a note before she died.
New tributes pouring in for former Miss USA Chesley Christ, who died by suicide Sunday.
This is how we'll remember our friend.
Style must have you. Her colleagues at Extra remembering the former correspondent with behind-the-scenes clips.
I got great aim, man.
Family and friends calling her an inspiration.
She just was an impressive person that affected all of us.
Ryan Miles met Chesley when she competed for Miss North Carolina and won the Miss USA title in 2019. The two friends bonding over travel and photography.
She was so charismatic and so charming.
But the pressures were immense. Chesley describing the expectations she faced in an Allure essay last year. Pageant girls are supposed to be model tall and slender, she wrote. But my 5'6" frame won with six-pack abs and a head of natural curls in a time when generations of black women have been taught that being too black would cost them wins in the boardroom and on pageant stages. She also said that she, quote, cringed at the idea of turning 30, writing, "It feels like a cold reminder that I'm running out of time to matter in society's eyes." She would have turned 31 in April. Chesley also opened up about battling online trolls.
When I was Miss USA, I received hateful comments. People even messaged me telling me to kill myself.
Did she ever express any of those things to you?
Certainly, we heard her talk about some of the negative things that people would say.
Despite the apparent hate, Chesley maintained her platform to connect with fans. From beauty tips to mental health and openly talking about racism and how that became one of the reasons she stopped practicing law.
There's just the general lack of diversity in the legal profession and the constant microaggressions.
Across social media, so many expressing their grief, including acclaimed actor Viola Davis, tweeting, "For those that suffer in silence, please know you are not alone."
When that same essay for Allure, Christ was writing that she cringed at the idea of turning 30, saying that it really felt like a cold reminder, as we mentioned, that time was running out in society's eyes, and she would have turned 31 in April. If you or someone you know needs help right now, the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All you have to do is call 1-800-273-TALK. You can also text STRENGTH to 741-741, or you can even go to suicidepreventionlifeline.org. Breaking news first on NBC News Now, making it official. NFL star Tom Brady revealing that after 22 seasons, he's retiring from the NFL. And downward trend, the latest numbers giving hope that the recent COVID surge may be behind us as promising news emerges about vaccines for kids under 5. Under fire, daytime TV host Whoopi Goldberg facing backlash over her comments about the Holocaust.
The Holocaust isn't about race. No, it's not about race.
It is.
No, it's about
a different race.
But it's not about race.
What she says she meant by that and how her critics are now responding. Fill in the blanks. The New York Times, now the new owners of my favorite new game, the hit online puzzle Wordle. Why the paper is shelling out pretty big money for the game that everybody is talking about. Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Aaron Gilchrist is on assignment. We begin this hour with breaking news about one of the biggest names in professional sports. Legendary quarterback Tom Brady is officially retiring from the NFL after 22 seasons. The announcement this morning ends days of speculation over the 44-year-old's future. He leaves the sport with a record 7 Super Bowl rings. So we are covering this breaking story from every angle. Let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky. Morgan, you know, Tom is leaving at the height of his career, an incredible season. What can you tell us about the timing of his decision to retire now?
It's certainly interesting, Morgan, considering over the fact that over the weekend, rather, that news broke out that the 44-year-old Brady would be retiring, and then we all waited to see what exactly he would say, and he didn't say anything until last night in a podcast where he very clearly said that his mind was not made up. He was still considering all his options and that he had to take some time before making a decision. So I guess overnight was enough time to make that decision, because in this Instagram post today, he said everything we had anticipated hearing from him as soon as that news broke on Saturday. I do want to read you a portion of that lengthy Instagram statement, reading in part. I've always believed the sport of football is an all-in proposition. If a 100% competitive commitment isn't there, you won't succeed, and success is what I love so much about our game. I've tried my very best these past 22 years. There are no shortcuts to success on the field or in life. This is difficult for me to ride, but here it goes. I am not going to make that competitive commitment anymore. I have loved my NFL career, and now it is time to focus my time and energy on other things that require my attention. Right now, it's best I leave the field of play to the next generation of dedicated and committed athletes. And of course, it remains to be seen what will come next for Tom, but this is capping off a storied 22-season career, 7 Super Bowls, as you mentioned, Morgan. Truly the end of an era here.
And what are people saying, Morgan? How are they responding to this announcement? I mean, I know, as you mentioned, you and I were talking about over the weekend, people were anticipating it coming, but now that it's finally here, how are people reacting?
Yeah, it's been interesting because when the news broke over the weekend, a lot of people immediately responded, both athletes, former coaches, fans in general, kind of thanking Tom for his incredible career. And now we're actually hearing it officially stated. It's been interesting to see who's kind of sharing their thoughts. We are hearing from NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell, who, of course, is no stranger to Brady at all. He shared this statement just a short time ago, saying Tom Brady will be remembered as one of the greatest to ever play in the NFL. It has been a privilege to watch him compete and have him in the NFL. We thank him for his many contributions to our game and wish Tom and his family all the best in the future. We've also heard from the New England Patriots. We've heard from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We've heard from the Patriots owner, Robert Kraft. Quick note here, Morgan, that in this lengthy goodbye announcing his retirement, Tom Brady thanked absolutely everyone he could with the Bucs organization, no one from the Patriots organization or from New England for that matter. And so there's 2 ways to take that. Number one, whenever he left New England and had said his goodbye there, he treated that as final. Number 2, that the omission was intentional. So some still open to interpretation. Morgan.
All right, Morgan Chesky for us there, who's been covering the story from the beginning. Morgan, thank you. And joining us now with a closer look at that announcement is Boston Globe columnist Tara Sullivan. Tara, what do you make of what Morgan just reported? The fact that, you know, Tom Brady didn't necessarily mention his New England Patriots counterparts by name.
Well, I would say that I think there's probably a third option, that there's something still to come with the Patriots. He did have a very heartfelt goodbye when he first left New England, and he had only good things to say when he visited the Patriots this past season and beat them in Foxborough as a member of the Bucs. But it was absolutely noticeable by its absence, deafening by its silence, and something I think that we haven't heard the last of yet, because the fans in New England certainly noticed that they were not mentioned.
Can you talk to us a little bit about his legacy just overall and about the timing of this announcement? I mean, do we have any indication as to what's next for him?
Well, Well, the what's next has been underway for a long time, right? I mean, aside from his family, which he mentioned, and his kids are getting older, and God bless him spending time with them, but he has so many businesses that are up and running and lucrative and successful, from the TB12 methods of, you know, fitness and such now to clothing lines and everything else. So I think the what's next has certainly been underway for a while. And as far as legacy, you know, I thought about it when he wrote about feeling as, you know, one of the luckiest people in the world. I do think you have to stop for a minute and say how lucky the sports world was, because you just don't see careers like that very often. And his legacy is literally one of the greatest winners and competitors that we've seen, particularly in team sports.
I have to admit, I am not the biggest football fan you've ever met, but even I can respect and understand and fully appreciate the magnitude of his legacy. Tara Sullivan from the Boston Globe, thank you so much for making time. Nearly 2 years into the pandemic, America has just set another COVID record. New numbers show the U.S. surpassed 20 million cases in January, and we have never hit that mark before in a single month. But other numbers are painting a much brighter picture. Nearly 24 states are reporting decreases in COVID cases over the last 2 weeks. Those are all the states here highlighted in green on your screen. Now, New York State has seen a 70% dip in cases. That's pretty big. And now we're learning the youngest Americans could be eligible for vaccines as early as the end of this month. A person familiar with that plan says that Pfizer is getting ready to submit data to the FDA. The new shot would cover kids between 6 months and 5 years old. As you can see, there's lots of big COVID news to get to this hour. So let's go ahead and start with CNBC senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell. Meg, that big news, vaccine, kids under 5. Pfizer says they have not filed a submission with the FDA and are continuing to really collect and analyze that data. But what do we know about their progress on that? I mean, what might this mean for the timeline of getting kids under 5 this vaccine?
Well, it would certainly speed up the timeline a lot from what we had been expecting. The last update we got from Pfizer was that in December, it reported that 2 doses of this very low dose of the vaccine didn't generate a high enough immune response in kids ages 2 to 4. It did generate a high enough response in even younger kids, 6 months to 2 years, but they were going to add a 3rd dose across the board because they thought that was what would be needed to provide really good protection. However, according to this newest reporting, first by the Washington Post, now matched by several organizations, the FDA has reportedly asked Pfizer to file the 2-dose data as it still looks at adding a 3rd dose so that the FDA can assess whether there's enough protection there to make this available now as we still gain those additional data. Importantly, in the update in December, the vaccine was found to be safe at this dose level, so that will inform a lot of what the agency looks at going forward.
And we also understand that yet another vaccine for adults could soon be available here in the U.S., and it's made by Novavax. Where is that in the approval process right now?
So the company announced yesterday they have now officially filed for emergency use authorization of this vaccine. This was one of the vaccines supported by Operation Warp Speed from the very beginning, and it's taken longer for this company to get to this point. This would be its first vaccine ever on the market. It had some manufacturing issues, just kind of getting all of that up and running. Now it has filed, and what's different about this vaccine is it's a protein-based vaccine, which is a sort of older, more tried and true technology. But we'll have to see what the FDA thinks about the data and how quickly it feels it needs to act on a 4th vaccine when we've got 3 out there already.
All right, CNBC's Meg Terrell for us there. Meg, thank you. A new study just out today reveals a lesser-known side effect of the pandemic, and that's heart health problems. According to the Cleveland Clinic, since March of 2020, 41% of Americans have experienced at least one heart-related issue. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, this is pretty shocking. I mean, what are some of the other key findings we heard from this research?
That's right, Morgan. There were a lot of really interesting data points from this study. A couple that really stood out to us was that 77% of participants said that they were more likely to sit all day long in their offices or at home than prior to the pandemic. And 34% said that even if they had a family history of heart disease, they felt that they themselves couldn't limit their own risk. And a similar number, 34%, blamed their lack of being able to do something and everything. Basically, they say they don't have enough self-discipline to do the right things, to do what is necessary to improve their heart health, Morgan.
You mentioned sitting. I mean, how does sitting play into heart health?
Well, think about it, Morgan. Our bodies are meant to get up and move around. We have these large muscles, our leg muscles, our gluteus muscles. when you're not moving, that can result in weight gain, an increase in stress, increase in blood sugar. All of these things, Morgan, can really increase the risk of cardiovascular disease dramatically.
I was struck by the fact that you said that so many people felt like they didn't have the tools or the time or the ability to do the things that they need to be doing, especially those people who have a history of heart issues. What should they be doing? What are those things?
So, it's not just one thing, right? We really want people to basically do anything and everything that they can to improve their heart health. But specifically, we want blood pressure well controlled. We want cholesterol treated. We want people to eat a heart healthy diet. And possibly more than anything else, it is exercise, move, get up and move around. Those sedentary jobs, sitting all day, not good for any of you, particularly your heart health.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, thanks so much. Meanwhile, America is on a high-stakes diplomatic push to bring an end to the standoff at the Russia-Ukrainian border. Today, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke by phone with his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov. That call comes as Russia is ramping up its training missions. It has now set up camp in Belarus. Joint drills are set to start there just next week. And on Monday, the White House said that Russia had sent 5,000 troops into Belarus with plans for even more in the coming weeks. A senior U.S. official is also confirming that Russia has started moving blood supplies to its troops along the border there. So here to help us unpack this all, we have NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Ukraine. We also have NBC News reporter Matt Bodner in Moscow. Let's start with you, Matt Bodner, there in Moscow. Has there been any response from the Kremlin? We're hearing late-breaking news from the Kremlin in response to Putin. How did today's call with the Secretary of State Blinken and Lavrov go?
Thank you, Morgan. Well, let's start with Vladimir Putin. We've all been waiting for him to come out and speak publicly, kind of put his face behind some of the rhetoric we have been seeing. And I got to say, it doesn't really seem like he's tipped his hand one way or the other. He came out and said basically what we've been hearing from Lavrov earlier, that is the United States has ignored Russia's 3 key demands. Those taken as a whole essentially amount to dismantling NATO in Eastern Europe. But he also said Russia continues to study very carefully the U.S. and NATO written responses to those demands. He did this, meanwhile, by the way, while announcing a new gas deal with Hungary, really making the point that Hungary is going to be getting gas for a long time now at a much cheaper price, well below market rates. As for Lavrov's call with Blinken, more of the same, though. One thing that really stuck out to me there was the way Lavrov talked about it. He said there must have been a misunderstanding because the United States completely ignored our key demands. So we're basically where we were, but it doesn't look like the Russians are yet ready to budge, just based on the rhetoric today.
Interesting. I want to get the other side of that story from Matt Bradley there in Ukraine. Matt, you visited a village there that would likely be on the front lines if a Russian incursion were to happen. I've been following your Instagram stories, all of your behind-the-scenes footage. To every one of our viewers, I recommend they go there and watch your reporting as it's unfolding on the ground because it is fascinating. What did you see? What did you find? What did you learn?
Yeah, I mean, Morgan, it's like sort of a World War I type situation where it's trench warfare. It's not really on the front lines with Russia. It's on the front lines with a war that a lot of Americans don't know has been being fought for the past 8 years. And that's a conflict between Ukrainian regulars and essentially Russian-backed separatists who are also, or would have been, Ukrainian nationals, and they're fighting against the Ukrainian military. And they've been doing this since back in 2014. There was a lot of violence. 14,000 Ukrainians have been killed in this really long-running conflict. It's one of the reasons why, when we talk about the Ukrainian attitude towards this, Morgan, why people here don't seem that worried, why they don't seem like there's an impending disaster like we're talking about in the States, because for them, they've been living it. And I spoke with one older gentleman, an older military soldier, and he told me what he had to say. Some people say that the Ukrainian military is outmanned and outgunned by the Russians. How do you feel about that?
I'm staying here. That's my land, and I could even with just by hands fight for this land because that's my motherland.
And, we spoke with some civilians in this village that's called Zalat, and, they said that, of course, they don't want war, but for them, they don't have a part in this. They're just going to be the victims of a conflict that they say is being waged between elites in both countries. Morgan?
I've been so surprised to hear that. I mean, from your reporting I've heard there on NPR, the feeling that Ukrainians there are sort of just like expecting this, or that it's not as big of a deal as it feels to us. And if I am stalking your Instagram correctly, that gentleman's name was Grandpa. He went by the nickname Grandpa, and you said that you quoted him as saying, you know, I was born in Ukraine and I'll die in Ukraine. Does he truly not believe? Does anyone there believe that this time is different at all?
Yeah, I mean, they do, of course, because what they're hearing about is an enormous number of troops. The army they're fighting against is essentially a militia of fellow Ukrainians. These guys are regular army. They're fairly well armed. But when it comes to the actual Russian military launching a huge incursion with some 120,000 to 130,000 troops, a full first world army with naval attacks and attacks from the air, that is going to be an entirely different thing. Morgan?
All right, Matt Bradley there in Ukraine, Matt Bodner, my resident Russian expert there in Moscow. Thank you both for joining us. We really appreciate it. President Biden is intensifying his focus on his search for the next Supreme Court nominee. And today he plans to meet with 2 leaders of the Senate Judiciary Committee. He's weighing his best option for who would pass a Senate confirmation to fill retiring Justice Stephen Breyer's seat. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. Ali, look, Democrats appear pretty optimistic that they will have bipartisan support for the next justice. But, you know, give us a temperature reading on the Hill. I mean, is that as likely as they're hoping?
Yeah, Morgan, we're not talking big numbers of Republicans here, but certainly a targeted few. And Judiciary Chair Dick Durbin yesterday to me and other reporters said that his list of Republicans who he's reaching out to in this process might be longer than we imagine. He repeatedly underscored, though, that these are only people who he thinks may ultimately come around to supporting the eventual nominee, but that he has been doing outreach to them, making sure that they know he's willing to make that nominee available to them for extensive amounts of time so that they can form their own judgment. We've heard, of course, from senators like Senator Lindsey Graham, Senator Susan Collins, people who have voted in the past to confirm many of Biden's judicial nominees. They seem open, at least at this juncture, and certainly based on who the nominee is, this will change, but they seem open to at least entertaining this prospect. However, there are some Republicans who have taken issue with the promise that frames this entire process. Biden, during the 2020 campaign, you remember, we were both covering it, promised that he would nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court, making history with that pick. That's something that he's going to make good on here in this process. But people like Senator Ted Cruz taking issue with that. Listen,
Biden, the fact that he's willing to make a promise at the outset that it must be a black woman, I got to say that's offensive.
Right.
You know, black women are what, 6% of the U.S. population? He's saying to 94% of Americans, I don't give a damn about you.
And look, Senator Roger Wicker is someone else who made controversial comments about this promise, saying a few days ago that it was akin to affirmative action. I caught up with the senator yesterday and asked him if he still stood by those remarks, and he said he was going to let them stand. But I also think I've been hearing from Senate Democrats, including Durbin himself, who pointed out something that many of us already know, which is that to be a woman who's in this pool of people even being considered, you had to have already done extraordinary things, because the bar is already that much higher for women and women of color.
Yeah, the only thing offensive I heard was that clip. I think assuming that giving people opportunities in spaces they have historically and legally been excluded from, that you have always benefited from, the gentleman who was speaking, obviously, we saw Cruz, that's offensive. And assuming that creation of opportunity is somehow a slap in the face of others is not the name of progress, especially in one of the most beautiful countries in the world. Ali Vitale for us there. Ali, thank you. Prosecutors in Minneapolis have a lot on their plate. They are zeroing in on the training of the 3 former officers charged in connection with the murder of George Floyd. They say the officers failed to follow department guidelines by not intervening while Floyd was being pressed to the ground by Derek Chauvin. But lawyers for the officers are questioning whether the officers even received proper training at all. NBC News national reporter Janelle Griffith joins us now. Janelle, look, defense attorneys questioned the former head of training for the Minneapolis Police Department for a 3rd day. What was the line of questioning? What were they really trying to get at?
So their defense is essentially that these three men were not trained properly on when to intervene or on when to use neck restraints. Yesterday, one of the defense attorneys tried to make the point that these officers had been trained on excited delirium, which is a disputed condition. And we know that when someone is experiencing this, if you believe in it in the first place, they may require more force when they're restrained. And therefore, they're trying to make the case that George Floyd was experiencing excited delirium. Therefore, the force was justified that these three officers used. But this training officer said that even if a person was experiencing excited delirium, if you buy into that, once a person stops resisting, you should let off the force. And they didn't.
NBC Janelle Griffith for us there. Janelle, thank you so much. A Connecticut police department is facing intense scrutiny over how it handled investigating the deaths of two black women. The attorney for the families of Lauren Smith Fields and Brenda Lee Rawls is accusing the police of failing to collect evidence and properly investigate their deaths. Now the department is bracing for a lawsuit. NBC News Now correspondent Sinclair Semua has more.
Two Connecticut detectives suspended and placed on administrative leave in an announcement from Bridgeport's mayor. They're accused of mishandling investigations into the deaths of two black women.
I am extremely disappointed with the leadership of the Bridgeport Police Department and have found the actions taken up to this point with regards to these two investigations unacceptable.
Lauren Smith Fields and Brenda Lee Rawls found dead the same day in the same city. Now the families of those women are speaking out.
They treated her as if they found a body on the street with no identification or anything. That was very disrespectful.
Following their criticism and community demonstrations, the detectives Kevin Cronin and Angel Llanos now temporarily off the job and under investigation.
For lack of sensitivity to the public, for failure to follow police policy in the handling of these two matters.
Just 2 weeks before Christmas, Lauren Smith Fields was found dead in her apartment. The family previously told NBC they were not notified by police within 24 hours and had challenges contacting the detective on the case.
He told me directly on the phone, stop calling me, and hung up in my face.
Right. Exactly.
Like, it was just total disrespect.
Exactly.
According to a police incident report provided by the family attorney, the 23-year-old was found by a 37-year-old white man she allegedly met on the dating app Bumble. NBC is not naming him because he has not been charged.
We know that if it was a black male with a white female that was found dead at 23 years old, this person would have been a person of interest, and that didn't happen here.
The two families are now represented by the same lawyer, Darnell Crossland. The family preparing to sue the city of Bridgeport for its, quote, racially insensitive handling of the case. The Connecticut chief medical examiner ruled Smithfield's cause of death an accident due to acute drug-related intoxication. Now police say there's a criminal investigation into Smithfield's death. After the mayor's announcement on Sunday, the family called for more accountability, asking why the evidence the family collected at the scene, including blood-stained sheets, a sedative pill, and a used condom, was not immediately sent to the lab for testing.
I want an outside investigation. We want the Department of Justice to come in and do their own investigation.
On the same day of Lauren Smith Fields' death, Brenda Lee Rawls was found dead at a Bridgeport residence, according to the family.
Did the police ever contact you regarding the fact that your sister had died or where her remains were?
No. We had to do practically our own investigation. This detective that was supposed to be on Brenda case, I called 4 to 5 times. He never ever called me back.
The family says Rawls went to a man's house the evening of December 11th. They didn't hear from her for 2 days. When they went to his house on December 14th,
is Brenda there? And he said, no, Brenda passed away on Sunday. He claimed that he tried to wake her up and she wouldn't wake up. There was no scene investigation. His apartment, his house was not quarantined to collect evidence. We're not getting any answers from the police department.
Rawls' cause of death has not yet been determined. The detectives on leave, Cronin and Llanos, did not immediately respond to our requests for comment.
I mean, whatever happened that night, we want to know. And we want to feel like that they care as much as we care.
Sinclair, we know that too often in cases, especially those involving African-American women, that they go underreported but also under-investigated. So what is the police department saying about these cases?
Yeah, Morgan, that's so true. And in this case, the police department tells us that these are, quote, active investigations. They didn't say much else, but I spoke with the lawyer representing both families. He tells me that in the case of Smithfields, they intend to sue for around $30 million in punitive damages. So there's still a lot to follow in these cases, Morgan.
And I know you'll keep us up to date. Zinkla Semoa, thank you so much. On the money this hour, new numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics giving us a better picture of where the Great Resignation is headed. Now, back in December, 4.3 million workers quit their jobs, which is down slightly from that November's record high. Any job openings? Well, they are at nearly 11 million. That's almost 5 million more job openings than unemployed workers. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins me now. Dom, we just touched on those new labor numbers. How is the market reacting to those numbers?
So the market's reacting a little bit more tepidly right now. And part of it has to do with those numbers, the economic data this morning, and part of it just has to do with this notion that we're still trying to recover from one of the worst months that we've seen in over a year for the general market overall. Now, technology shares did lead that decline. But what's interesting about the data this morning is that it still shows that there's a great imbalance in the American workforce. That's what that data tells you. You mentioned the numbers. The consensus forecast by economists were lower than them as well. It's also, by the way, nearly 1.5% higher than November. It means that there are roughly, like you said, 4.6 million more job openings. Now, if you take a look at the overall JOLTS data, the job openings and labor turnover survey, what it does tell you is about the level of market slack or tightness in the economy right now. You may recall with that Great Resignation, we did see a little of that pace slow down this past December. So it tells you the economy, Morgan, is still trying to work through a lot of different factors with the pandemic.
Oh, well, speaking of those factors, I have a couple of car questions for you here. We know that Kia is recalling more than 400,000 cars in the U.S. What is the issue there?
So it's 410,000 vehicles that Kia is recalling here, and it covers models including the Forte compacts from 2017 to 18, as well as Soul small SUVs and Sedona minivans from 2017 to 2019. What there is a possible problem with the airbags that may keep them from deploying during a crash. Now, owners will be notified by mail starting on March 21st, and Kia says they've logged around 13 customer complaints and 947 warranty claims, but as of now, no crashes or injuries yet. So we'll see how that pans out, Morgan.
All right. CNBC's Dominic Chu for us. Dom, thank you.
Sure.
And if you spent any time on the internet recently, there's a very good chance you've come across these colorful cubes. They're my favorite. I'm sure many of you already know, yes, what I'm talking about. For the rest of you, they're part of the latest gaming sensation known as Wordle. It is a wildly popular and also incredibly fun puzzle game that was just acquired by the New York Times. The Times is already very well known for its own daily crossword puzzle. So here to take a look at what this latest acquisition means for the newspaper, we have CNBC reporter Yasmin Khurram. Yasmin, I'm really excited about this news. I won't lie. I love this game. I wake up like every day. It's the first thing I do. Just break down the details of this deal for us. I mean, what are some of the key takeaways here?
Morgan, this might be the biggest purchase of a puzzle in history. Wordle launched in October with only 90 users. And since then, as you said, it's become a cultural phenomenon. According to the New York Times, Wordle has millions of daily users playing this game. For people who have never played, you try to guess a 5-letter word in 6 tries. The game tells you which letters are in the correct position and which letters of your guess are in the incorrect position, but that they're in the word. This is a big move by the New York Times that is adding to its portfolio of games. It's already known for the crossword puzzle, the spelling bee. As of December, the Times has over 1 million game subscribers. The guy who founded the game is named Josh Wardle. And in a statement on Twitter, he posted that while it's been incredible to watch a game bring so much joy to many, it has also been a little overwhelming. After all, I am just one person. He notes that the Times gameplay was a big part in its origin. So this acquisition, he said, feels right to him. Now, the Times said that this will remain free to play, and as of now, Wordle will not change. That remains to be seen, though.
All right. Yasmin Khurram for us there. Yasmin, thank you so much. And making news right now, 3 people are dead after 2 cars collided head-on in Maryland. Emergency crews were called to the Bel Air bypass early Monday afternoon, and investigators say a Toyota SUV crossed into the opposing lane and slammed into a Honda sedan. 2 others are said to be hurt, but we do not know how seriously yet. The bypass was shut down for several hours as emergency workers responded. Bill Cosby is asking the Supreme Court not to hear his sexual assault case. Our NBC station in Chicago reports that Cosby's lawyer made the request of the justices on Monday. His lawyer says the case's narrow set of facts should not be of interest to the high court. Cosby's conviction was overturned by a Pennsylvania appeals court last year. And you could be the owner of ex-Tampa Bay Buccaneers player Antonio Brown's glove. It was the one that he wore during his meltdown at MetLife Stadium. The glove is now up for auction. The bidding starts at $1,700. You may remember Brown made headlines for abruptly walking off the field after being benched by his coach during a game in January. Today, federal prisons are under lockdown all across the country. It was prompted by a fight inside a Texas facility. The U.S. Bureau of Prisons says 2 inmates were killed in that clash. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney has more. Ken, what was it about this fight in Texas that made prison officials lock down 120 other prisons?
We don't know for sure, Morgan, but there are some reports that this fight involved the violent El Salvadoran gang MS-13, which is present in almost every prison in America. A senior law enforcement official told NBC News the lockdown went into effect at all of the nation's 122 federal prisons to prevent the violence from spreading. It's worth noting that a nationwide lockdown means almost no movement allowed by inmates, and lockdowns put a real strain on the prison workforce because staff has to bring inmates their food and handle other issues that inmates would normally be able to do on their own, Morgan.
And Ken, I mean, there has been a recent wave of violence at federal prisons as well as issues within the Bureau of Prisons itself. What is going on there? Are they related?
Yeah, the BOP has struggled through a series of problems in recent years, including widespread staffing shortages, serious employee misconduct, and a series of escapes and deaths. And it's not clear if it's related, but nationwide lockdowns almost never happen. However, such measures have been imposed more often in recent years. For example, in 2020, when the federal prison system was hit hard by COVID-19, and in 2021 after the January 6th riot, and a few weeks later, right before President Biden's inauguration, Morgan.
Ken, I also know that you're following a series of bomb threats against historically black colleges and universities, also known as HBCUs across the country, that have happened just in the last 48 hours. Can you share any more of your reporting on that?
Yeah, we've counted reports of threats at 15 colleges or universities. Some of them are in remote classes today, while others have been given the all clear. It's important to stress that bomb threats in this country typically have not corresponded with actual bombings. You may recall that there was a series of threats in the fall against Ivy League universities. No bombs were found, and NBC News reported in November that the FBI had concluded a teenage gamer was involved in that one. That said, Morgan, this is being taken very seriously, in part because a law enforcement official told me the same racist language has been used in many of these threats against HBCUs. The FBI issued a statement this morning saying it was aware of the series of bomb threats around the country and is working with law enforcement partners to address them, Morgan.
All right, Ken Delaney for us there in Washington, D.C. Ken, thank you. The country's largest death row is shutting down. California is moving all prisoners facing capital punishment to other prisons within the next 2 years. It's Governor Gavin Newsom's latest move against the death penalty after he placed a moratorium on executions 3 years ago. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now. Jesse, how many people are we talking about here who are on death row in California as we speak, and really what's going to happen with them?
Yeah, Morgan, yesterday the governor was asked what the current number of people on death row is. He didn't have specifics, but we know that in recent years, that number in California has been more than 700 people potentially facing the death penalty. And while that's the law on the books in California, the reality is that hasn't been the law in practice in that state for about 16 years. 2006 was the last time anyone was executed by the state of California. And you mentioned the governor instituted a moratorium in recent years as well. So at this point, people are really just waiting on death row. The governor says that moving people off of death row serves 2 purposes. One, he says it upholds the will of voters to have those convicted, condemned inmates working and providing some of the pay they earn to the families of victims. And he also says it could provide for that death row space to now be repurposed for rehabilitation. Here's part of what the governor said yesterday about how he feels about the death penalty.
Guilt or innocent is secondary to wealth and race. And that's a hell of a thing. The prospect of you ending up on death row has more to do with your wealth and race than it does your guilt or innocence. Think about that for a second. We talk about justice, we preach justice, but as a nation, we don't practice it on death row. Quite the contrary.
So again, the governor looking at this both in the legal space, but also, Morgan, as a moral imperative.
And Jesse, back in 2016, California voters approved an initiative to expedite executions, not to stop them. So how is this decision by the governor really sitting with these voters who put him in office?
Yeah, and Morgan, that year, voters also had the opportunity in California to repeal the death penalty, and that vote failed by more than 6 points. So in 2016, also in 2012, voters in California supported the death penalty. But there's also been polling suggesting that there's support for the governor's moratorium. We did reach out to one victims' families group, and here's what they had to say for us earlier today. They sent us a statement saying this governor has been usurping the law for years with his moratorium, and in doing so, pouring salt in the wounds of victims. Now he wants to enforce just bits and pieces of the very same law he's been defying. It's disgusting. So clearly, there is no one opinion on this. Obviously, we're going to have to see what kind of polling comes out of this. And as this plan moves forward, the governor does plan, and the state of California does plan over the next 2 years to be trying to get everyone off of death row, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Jesse Kirsch for us there. Jesse, thank you. The controversy is growing for British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. A new government report is sharply criticizing him over parties held at his official residence during the height of the pandemic. The report called his conduct, quote, a serious failure and difficult to justify. It goes on to say that Johnson and his staff had flouted COVID rules that they themselves had imposed on the rest of the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is following the story for us. Claudio, what else did this report really say about these parties? Were there any details it proffered? I mean, what are Johnson's fellow conservatives saying about this report?
Hey, Morgan. Well, the full report hasn't come out yet. What we saw yesterday was an anticipation or an update, as it was called, of that report. But what was contained in that was damning enough or criticizing enough of the Prime Minister, especially that part that you read. It said that it was a failure of judgment and leadership for Boris Johnson to apologize repeatedly in the House of Commons yesterday, creating an outrage within members of Parliament, not only in the opposition, in the Labour Party, but also within his own party, the Conservative Party, with prominent members criticizing him openly in the House of Commons yesterday. One of them, Theresa May, who was Prime Minister right before him. She said, well, either the Prime Minister didn't read his own rules that he actually set for the nation, or he didn't understand them, or he thought that they didn't apply to number 10, which is the official residence and office for the Prime Minister of the UK. And another prominent member of the Conservative Party, Aaron Bell, went even harder. He said he reminded the Prime Minister that while he was having parties, he couldn't attend because of the lockdown rules, the funeral of his own grandmother, asking the Prime Minister whether he took him for a fool, which seems to be also the same question that the public is asking the Prime Minister right now, Morgan.
And that is what I wanted to ask you just very quickly. You know, how is the British public generally reacting to this report?
From what we see from social media and interviews and general interviews, we see that there is an outrage among the public. Maybe there is a mistrust in the government, because while they were asked to stay indoors and delay or postpone weddings, and they couldn't go to funerals, they couldn't go to see loved ones in their hospitals, where in 12 different occasions, members of the staff, including the Prime Minister, in 12 different occasions, they were having so-called parties or gatherings or whatever you want to call it with cheese and wine. And I mean, you can guess how that goes down with the public right now, especially, of course, in Britain, Morgan.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga for us there. Claudio, thank you. Meanwhile, staying overseas, nuclear talks with Iran are entering the final stretch. A State Department official now says Iran's leaders will soon have to decide whether to return to the 2015 nuclear deal. The U.S., Britain, Russia, France, China, and Germany are currently negotiating with Iran on restrictions to its nuclear program. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins us now. Dan, just give us the bottom line. I mean, how are these talks going? And frankly, how is Iran dealing with these negotiations now, especially after former President Trump rejected the previous agreement?
I think what the U.S. is saying, what the White House is clearly trying to convey, is that this is sort of a make or break moment. The 10 months have passed. They've finally gotten down to some really concrete discussions and negotiations. And now the governments, including Iran's negotiating team, have to go back to their capitals and decide, are they going to make some of these tough compromises and make this deal work and revive this nuclear deal that was really designed to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. And so the question is, what will Iran do? The ball is sort of in their court. I think the Biden administration has made it pretty clear they're ready to go back to that deal from 2015 and lift economic sanctions if Iran winds down and pulls back on its nuclear program and its uranium enrichment.
All right, NBC's Dan DeLuce for us there. Dan, thank you for that update. It's been 1 year since Myanmar's military coup, and more than 1,500 people have reportedly been killed. Tens of thousands more have been displaced. Coming up, what the resistance looks like today.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I'm firing you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Protests in Chile and fireworks in China. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer takes us around the world in 60 seconds.
Chile, where an anti-immigration protest turned violent. Demonstrators in the city of Iquique marched through the streets, tore down migrant camps, and burned their belongings in the street.
The government has to do its work. Go to the border and protect this country. They need to do their work.
An influx of Venezuelans fleeing their nation's economic collapse has heightened tensions in Chile in recent years. Israel, where Amnesty International released a report accusing the government of apartheid against Palestinians. The UK-based organization centered its claims on land seizure, unlawful killings, and denial of citizenship. The report drew fierce criticism from Israel's government. And China, where a ban on fireworks has improved air pollution ahead of the Winter Olympics in Beijing. Lighting fireworks and firecrackers is a traditional part of the Lunar New Year celebration in China, but it also lessens air quality in several cities already suffering from smog. And that's the world now.
It's been 1 year since the military coup in Myanmar, and in that time, people there have taken to the streets begging for democracy. They've been met with a brutal crackdown. Ali Arouzi walks us through exactly what happened.
$1,507 lives. The number of lives that have been lost in Myanmar at the hands of security forces since the military coup, according to estimates by local monitoring group AAPP. The bloody takeover has seen peaceful protesters shot down in the streets, the country's democratically elected leaders jailed, and a surge of refugees fleeing across the border to Thailand. It all started a year ago today on February 1st, 2021, with a workout video. In the foreground, a fitness instructor filming her exercise outside Myanmar's parliamentary complex. In the background, a convoy of armed cars from Myanmar's military leadership en route to detain Aung San Suu Kyi, the democratically elected state councillor of Myanmar, and the president, U Win Mint. The military takes over control of the government, declares a state of emergency, and hands power to military chief Min Aung Hlaing. February 2nd, the first sounds of resistance. Pro-democracy activist groups organized the banging of pots and pans in Myanmar's largest city, Yangon. February 3rd, police filed charges against Aung San Suu Kyi, claiming she had illegally imported walkie-talkies to Myanmar and that she violated COVID restrictions. February 6th, the junta orders a shutdown of the internet in an effort to quell protests. February 7th, a large-scale show of defiance as thousands throughout Myanmar march against the coup, the largest protest in Myanmar since 2007. February 20th, police opened fire on anti-coup protesters, killing 2 in the worst day of violence since the coup began. March 27th, the military marks Armed Forces Day with a parade. Troops kill at least 160 anti-coup protesters, according to Reuters. March 28th, 3,000 villagers flee Myanmar to Thailand, according to a local human rights organization, after the army launched airstrikes at the Karen state, a region controlled by rebel groups. May 24th, American journalist Danny Fenster is detained at the Yangon airport before boarding a flight to Malaysia. He's eventually charged with breaking immigration law, unlawful association with the opponents of the regime, and disseminating information that could be harmful to the military, carrying a sentence of 11 years in prison. May 26th, Aung San Suu Kyi's lawyer speaks to CNBC, saying he barely received any time to talk with his client.
The police who kept them in custody granted us only 30 minutes to discuss for all cases.
June 8th, the UN releases a statement saying an estimated 100,000 people in the Kaya state of Myanmar have been displaced due to military violence. November 15th, after months of negotiations, American journalist Danny Fenster is freed from jail in Myanmar and flies back to the US.
A lot of citizens, doctors, teachers that are in prison right now. This will be a short little celebration, but let's keep focused on what the actual story is here.
January 14th, 5 new corruption charges are levied at Aung San Suu Kyi by the military junta. She now faces up to 164 years in jail. The last year in Myanmar has seen nearly 9,000 people arrested, charged, or sentenced by the junta since the coup. And more than 1,500 people have been killed by the junta, according to AAPP.
A lot of people in Myanmar that I speak to now see the situation as they're on their own, and they realize that. And they do feel abandoned by Western democracies, by the international human rights movement, by the international media, by everyone.
That was Ali Arouzi reporting. The U.S., Canada, and Britain recently imposed sanctions on 2 major companies connected to the junta as the international community piles on pressure in an effort to bring an end to human rights violations in the region. Late Night's very first host is playing guest tonight. David Letterman is dropping by his old gig for its 40th anniversary. And just after the break, Harry Smith has an inside look on how the weird, silly show first got its start. Stay with us.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Actress and talk show host Whoopi Goldberg is under fire. The co-host of The View sparked outrage on yesterday's show when she repeatedly said the Holocaust was not about race. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer reports.
After making those controversial comments on The View yesterday, Whoopi Goldberg eventually responded to the outcry and apologized, but a new TV appearance overnight raised more questions.
Whoopi Goldberg under pressure.
And I'm getting, all of the mail from folks and the very real anger.
Trying to backtrack and apologize after making controversial comments Monday.
If you're going to do this, then let's be truthful about it, because the Holocaust isn't about race.
It happened during a debate on The View over the banning of Mouse, a graphic novel on the horrors of the Holocaust by a Tennessee school board.
It's not about race. It's not about race. What is it about? Because it's about man's inhumanity to man.
But it's about white supremacy.
But these are two white groups of people.
The outcry was swift, with many pointing out the Nazis used racist propaganda during the Holocaust. Goldberg taking to Twitter to explain. On today's show, I said that the Holocaust was not about race, but about man's inhumanity to man. I should have said it's about both. Adding, the Jewish people around the world have always had my support, and that will never waver. I'm sorry for the hurt I have caused. Later weighing in further during a Stephen Colbert appearance.
When you talk about being a racist, I was saying you can't call this racism. You couldn't tell who was Jewish. People were very angry, and they said, no, we are a race. And I understand. I understand. I felt differently. I respect everything everyone is saying to me, and I don't want to fake apologize. I am very upset about that people are misunderstood what I was saying.
Goldberg has a history of controversial moments, including defending Bill Cosby on The View, which she later retracted, now apologizing and saying she'll approach discussions around the Holocaust with more consideration.
I will work hard not to think that way again.
NBC News has reached out to Goldberg and The View, but we have not yet heard back. Back to you.
40 years ago today, Late Night with David Letterman premiered right here on NBC. In its 11-year run on the network, not only did the show rack up awards, but it really developed a fandom that embraced the weird and crazy comedy that Letterman brought. Here's NBC's Harry Smith.
40 years ago tonight, television changed in a big way. Johnny Carson was the king of the late night, and after Johnny Carson, a young comic from Indianapolis took to the airwaves and changed television forever. First off, we fans never knew there was a show called Late Night.
Welcome to our show. It's Late Night, and
40 years ago, we knew it as and called it Letterman.
And the #1 shocking revelation about Mick Jagger once slept with Robert Redford for free.
And we talked about it constantly. Like, did you see Letterman last night?
Ignition. It appears that David Letterman has come out of that myth. This is the stupidest thing I've ever witnessed network money spent on. And frankly, I'm proud to be a part of it. Let's get physical.
As a talk show, it was conventional, only in that it had a desk and a host and a band. It was irreverent.
Hey, shut up!
Often silly. Sometimes sardonic.
We didn't really plan today's show. But that doesn't mean it still can't be fun. This is the General Electric building, and, you know, I have a little gift, and we thought, what the heck, let's just drop in and
always
say hello.
in on its own jokes.
You mean we need authorization to drop off a fruit basket? To drop off a fruit basket?
Yes, you need authorization.
Oh, this is going to be fun to work with these people, isn't it?
Steve O'Donnell was Letterman's head writer for 10 years.
So bring me to the day-to-day. You become head writer of this show. It's Monday morning. You're in the writer's room. And what's it like in there?
The experience of putting on a late-night comedy show was like simultaneously putting out a small-town newspaper and organizing every single day a small-town parade, because there were various...
And while David Letterman didn't exactly invent irony, he and his writers conspired to make it a kind of comedy we couldn't get enough of.
Like, so what, like 2 of them toasted?
There was a little freedom to experiment. In one way, the pressure was on to do an interesting show, but there was also like, man, no one's watching, so we could do the most strange, surreal things we could.
Until Letterman, the laws of late night consisted of a monologue, host laughing at guest stories, and maybe a song. It was not this. Or this.
There's very little I can do from this position.
And then there was Larry Bud Melman.
Good night, everybody!
Neither fish nor fowl,
Well, why don't you crawl on the tent and take a nap?
but more of a befuddled foil,
Sleep tight.
a frequent comic non sequitur
I hope it didn't hurt your glasses.
played by the late Calvert DeForest. The Letterman regulars were often within reach. Bob Costas, Marv Albert, and yes, Al Roker.
What's this? I think you ought to think about having that biopsy.
The Letterman owes some debt to TV pioneers Steve Allen and Ernie Kovacs. Letterman boldly discarded the norms, besmirched the bean counters, and glorified in the dumb.
Ladies and gentlemen, please say hello to Harry Smith. Harry, come on.
Guests like this reporter feared we'd not be able to roll with him.
I think, oh no, we did. We made fun of you.
Yeah, that's right. You were nice to her and you were.
Yeah, that's how that works. And tonight we'll make fun of her and be nice to you.
And sometimes there was an uncomfortable Dave-guest dynamic.
I thought that I would never want to do this show with you.
Now why? Because you thought I was
David Letterman did not break the mold. He melded it to fit his vision. And a big part of watching the show was watching Dave enjoy what he had wrought.
Have a good night. Thank you.
In its 11-year run, Late Night won 5 Emmys and even a Peabody Award. Well done.
Well done indeed. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford, and your news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Bomb threats at more than a dozen historically black colleges and universities on this first day of Black History Month. What the FBI is doing about them. President Biden meeting with the top 2 lawmakers on the Senate Judiciary Committee, talking about his SCOTUS picks. Can the president get Republicans and Democrats on the same page? Plus, Tom Brady hanging up his cleats for real this time. A look back at his 22 seasons in the NFL and what's next for the 7-time Super Bowl champ. We start with the bomb threats today at more than a dozen historically black colleges and universities. NBC national security correspondent Ken Delaney is in our Washington bureau. Ken, this is the second day of threats. Howard University there in D.C., the first to issue a shelter-in-place order today. It's now been lifted. But what other schools were targeted, and what are you hearing about how this is affecting students and staff?
On the first day of Black History Month, Allison, these bomb threats have forced several historically black colleges and universities to temporarily cancel classes. No bombs have been found, and several universities have since given the all-clear to students and faculty. At least 15 campuses received threats over the last 2 days, including, as you said, Howard University here in Washington to Xavier University of Louisiana. The president of Edward Waters University in Jacksonville, Florida, denounced the threats in a tweet, saying the vicious and racially motivated targeting of Florida's first HBCU is extremely unsettling for our community. Allison.
Ken, this isn't the first time. There were similar threats at least 8 HBCUs on January 5th, all of which were unfounded, according to the FBI. But do we know what's going on here? What's the FBI saying about this?
Yeah, the sad fact is that these sorts of bomb threats are more common than people realize, although thankfully they almost never result in the discovery of an actual bomb. One law enforcement official told me that some of the same racist language was used in several of these threats, but that authorities don't yet know whether this was the work of extremists or pranksters. There was a series of threats made in the fall against Ivy League universities, but no bombs were found, and the FBI in that case linked the threats to a teenage gamer. In a statement today, the FBI said it's aware of the bomb threats and working with local law enforcement partners to address them. The FBI is, of course, asking members of the public that if they observe anything suspicious, they should report it immediately. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms is also investigating. Allison, it's a federal crime to use interstate facilities to make a bomb threat.
Ken, it is really sad that that's the lead story today on Black History Month, but it's important to report it. Thank you so much for being with us.
You bet.
You need to leave. That order coming from the fire chief in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, telling 6,000 residents to evacuate because of a massive fire at a fertilizer plant. Just look at that. Those pictures, incredible. There is a whole lot of ammonium nitrate at that plant, and there is concern that it could explode.
Experts are telling us is you've got about a 36-hour window, and that's going to be sometime tomorrow morning. As it's still burning, we're not to go anywhere near it for 36 hours.
A massive fire breaking out at this fertilizer plant in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Just be advised, we've got what appears to be almost a city block on fire.
Fears of an explosion leading to the evacuation of more than 6,000 residents living within a 1-mile perimeter of the plant.
Please exit the area. You can stay somewhere else tonight.
Nearly 100 firefighters and personnel battling the blaze for hours.
We fought the fire for 2 hours. It began affecting a rail car. Once the rail car was involved, it became an explosive hazard.
Fire officials say the chemical in that rail car, ammonium nitrate, is a dangerous combination with the intensity of the heat. Firefighters have had to step back because of the explosion risk.
The fire truck that's located on the backside of the building, it's still there. It's still flowing water. There's no firefighters there.
The fire stirring up memories of the devastating explosion at a fertilizer plant in West Texas back in 2013. 15 people were killed, more than 200 injured, and roughly 150 buildings damaged or destroyed. Back in Winston-Salem, firefighters working around the clock.
There is still a potential for explosion. We do not know the full extent of the time we'll be here. It will not be anytime soon that we'll be leaving.
That was Emily Ikeda reporting there. The GOAT making it official. That's right. Tom Brady finally announcing his retirement from the NFL after 22 incredible seasons, writing in a lengthy Instagram post, "I have loved my NFL career, and now it's time to focus my time and energy on other things that require my attention. My teammates, coaches, fellow competitors, and fans deserve 100% of me. But right now, I know it's best I leave the field of play to the next generation and of dedicated and committed athletes." Sports Illustrated senior writer Greg Bishop here to talk about the retirement announcement we have been all waiting for this week. So, Greg, it seemed like just a matter of time before Brady made this official after those first reports came out over the weekend. What else did he say about his decision to retire? I mean, interestingly enough, he never used the word retire in that 9-screen Instagram post.
Well, that is a very interesting point. And, you know, what stood out to me the most was the timing. Usually an elite NFL quarterback would step away because their arm strength is diminished or because they can't make the kind of throws that they used to make. You know, Tom Brady's a guy whose last touchdown pass in the NFL traveled 57 yards in the air. He was playing as well as anyone can possibly play at quarterback, and undoubtedly he has additional seasons in him. I guess it is interesting that he didn't use the word retire to me as well, because, you know, you could potentially see a comeback. I don't think we're going to see a Brett Favre reprise here, but it's definitely possible. And, you know, now it's left to us to grapple with his legacy.
I mean, it's just crazy, right? If you said Brady is retiring, I'd believe it. If you said Brady was going to win the Super Bowl again next year, I'd believe it. You can't say that about too many people. This guy's next stop will undoubtedly be the Hall of Fame. Let's just go through some of his career highlights. We're talking about a 7-time Super Bowl champ, a 5-time Super Bowl MVP, 3-time league MVP. He's had more than 85,000 career passing yards and 624 career touchdowns. That is the most in NFL history. You have a new column called How Tom Brady, the Person and the Process, Made Greatness Seem Routine. You say we all took his greatness for granted, and you're absolutely right. Tell us more about your thinking there.
Yeah, you know, when you look at Tom Brady's legacy, it's hard to define it by any one game or any one season or any one moment. And the more I thought about it, like, Tom Brady is NFL history for the last 2 decades. He's a big impetus behind some of the rule changes we've seen in the league. And he's obviously had so many Super Bowls that it's tough to differentiate them. And yet, for all those spectacular moments and all the things that he did on the field of play, to me, what most defined him is something that's pretty boring. He got up every day. He went to work. He even worked out on Super Bowl Sunday when the Patriots or Bucks were not in the game for those years. And he basically, to me, he's process. It's a big thing in sports now, but he defined it, you know, and to him, it was doing the same things day after day, week after week, season after season.
Yeah, the sexy thing was winning the Super Bowls, right? But that discipline day in and day out, I mean, nobody matches Brady on that one. So let's talk about what the NFL looks like without him. I mean, how does his exit change the league next season?
Well, I think you've already started to see a change at quarterback. You know, Ben Roethlisberger retired. Aaron Rodgers likely going to be somewhere else next year. But fortunately, the league is in good hands. I think you only have to look as far as the Bills-Chiefs game from a couple weeks ago. The new guard, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. You look at Joe Burrow in the Super Bowl. I think we're coming to the end of a really incredible era of quarterback play in the NFL, one that featured Brady and Manning and everybody else. And I think we've already dawned on the new era, and I think right now it's somewhere closer to high noon.
I mean, how lucky are we, right, when you say it like that? After watching the games over the past few weeks, it's hard to be upset about this changing of the guard, because it really does look like we've got some great football ahead. Obviously, a ton of reaction coming in from all around the league. Patriots owner Robert Kraft saying, I have the greatest respect for Tom personally and always will. His humility coupled with his drive and ambition truly made him special. I will always feel a close bond to him and will always consider him an extension of my immediate family. Any other tributes catching your eye, or is there anyone you're still wondering, why haven't we heard from you yet?
No, I think that it's been perfectly captured across the league. To me, it speaks to Tom Brady and his influence, both with the new era that's coming up, how offenses play football now, the wide open passing games you see. But I also saw pretty much everyone weighing in, and I think that's important to note here, because you know, Tom Brady didn't just have an impact on the Patriots dynasty. He didn't just have an impact on bringing a Super Bowl to Tampa Bay. In fact, he had an impact pretty much on every person that plays or watches football, which is the vast majority of people in this country. And I think, as odd as it sounds, I think his legacy and what he did in the NFL will be appreciated more over time than it even is right now.
I mean, look, he even got the haters to like him. I'm a Steelers fan, and I think the guy is incredible. I mean, when you're that good, it's going to be really weird next year not watching him on Sundays. Greg, thank you so much for being with us today for the announcement that we all were just wondering if it was coming or not. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up, new talks between the U.S. and Russia, what Secretary of State Antony Blinken said to Moscow after the break.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold!
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Allison, we start with Tesla recalling 54,000 vehicles. Its full self-driving software allows cars to run stop signs without coming to a complete stop. Tesla says it will disable the feature with a software update. A Georgia sheriff offering $500,000 of his own money to anyone who has information leading to an arrest in a 2013 case. 17-year-old Kendrick Johnson was found dead in a rolled-up gym mat. Last month, authorities ruled his death an accident, but his family believes he was murdered. A suspect has been arrested after anti-Semitic vandalism appeared at Chicago synagogues, businesses, and a school. Mayor Lori Lightfoot calling the vandalism troubling, and officials are still investigating. Human rights group Amnesty International is accusing Israel of enforcing apartheid on Palestinians through segregation and exclusion. Israel is strongly criticizing the new report, saying it recycles lies from hate groups. And a lightning bolt that stretched almost 500 miles across 3 U.S. states has set a world record for the longest flash. The bolt went across Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi back in April 2020. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. Senators Dick Durbin and Chuck Grassley meeting with the president at the White House today. The top two lawmakers on the Senate Judiciary Committee sharing their thoughts on the Supreme Court vacancy. We have team coverage. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell's in Washington, and NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is on Capitol Hill. Kelly, the White House says the president invited Durbin and Grassley to get their advice about this opening. How did that meeting go?
Well, this is a critical step one of the president reaching out to senators who will play a key role in the process that takes a Supreme Court pick from nominee to confirm justice. And so you can't overstate the role of the Judiciary Committee. And so to have the top Democrat and top Republican on that committee today to visit with the president and vice president to give some of their thoughts about how this should go forward. And believe me, they come with thoughts because senators take very seriously their views about who can get through the committee, what they're looking for. So this is a real positive forward step, a tangible step, going from us all learning about the vacancy to a real process now. So President Biden talked about what he's looking for as this moves forward.
The Constitution says advise and consent, advice and consent. And I'm serious when I say it, that I want the advice of the Senate as well as the consent, if we can arrive on who the nominee should be. What I'm looking for is a candidate with character, with the qualities of a judge in terms of being courteous to the folks before them and treating people with respect.
So that gives you a sense of where the president's thinking is about what he's looking for. Of course, it's a pretty broad definition, and we know there are roughly a dozen names that we have confirmed through our sources are in the president's consideration, and at this point that means bios of those women, all legal minds, scholars, and judges are available to the president. There will be more in the process of getting background materials about them, deciding which within that group should get interviews and so forth. There's a lot of work to come, and a team is being assembled to help with that. Allison?
Speaking of that team, Kelly, we're learning that former Alabama Senator Doug Jones will play a key role here as the Sherpa. Could you tell us about that?
Yes, so in our reporting today, we have learned that Doug Jones, who was himself a former U.S. attorney and then became senator in Alabama, a red state, and he is a popular Democrat in the party. He is someone who has been a part of the Senate, understands the process, understands the law, and we understand he will now be what is known as the Sherpa, that has a place in Tibetan culture and in Washington culture. And that means the person who will be sort of the escort, the guide, the helper to the eventual nominee, making the introductions to other senators, helping to explain the process, being a support. Now, Doug Jones will be the leader of that team, but in this White House, we're told to expect a larger team of support staff who will be sort of a pop-up shop within the White House to aid this nominee. They'll be doing things like prepping for confirmation, prepping for the meetings, prepping for meetings with the president, all the background vetting, which is intense work about their past writings, their financial documents, all of those sorts of things. In essence, preparing for political battle. Yeah. And so Doug Jones will lead that team. Allison?
Sahil, you're reporting that Durbin says several Republican senators are open to President Biden's Supreme Court pick. Who are those Republicans, and what else is Durbin saying about reaching across the aisle?
Well, as you can imagine, Dick Durbin did not name names, but he told reporters yesterday that his list of Republican prospects who are open to this choice is longer than we might think. He said he has been texting and calling and having conversations in person with Republican senators who he believes are going to be open to this. And we know just based on history and records who are the likeliest prospects to be open to this. There are only 3 Republican senators in the chamber who have supported more than half of President Biden's more than 40 confirmed judges through the Senate. That is Susan Collins of Maine, Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska. Those are the 3 names that I suspect we'd be hearing the most about in terms of their willingness to cross party lines and vote for a judicial nominee picked by Biden. But it's far from clear right now. Durbin said after, or rather his office said after this meeting at the White House with Chuck Grassley, that he expects the process to be fair and timely. Democrats have a 50-50 margin in the Senate, not a lot of room for error here, but they have been rock solid behind President Biden's judicial nominees, unlike many of his legislative projects.
Kelly, yesterday, Republican Senator Ted Cruz, who's a member of the Judiciary Committee, said it's offensive for President Biden to limit his choice to a black woman. How is the White House responding to Cruz and other critics here?
Well, what they have said is we did not hear that similar response from Senators Cruz or others when Donald Trump said upon the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg that he would choose a woman, which he did at rallies, he did in conversations and question and answer moments with reporters when that vacancy became available. And the president then said he would choose a woman. And also President Reagan, choosing the first woman on the Supreme Court, Sandra Day O'Connor, also had announced that intention and that there was not Republican pushback. Ted Cruz in the video conversation said that black women represent a relatively small percentage of the entire American populace and that there are many, many qualified people for the bench. Of course, Cruz himself has at times been talked about as a potential Supreme Court justice with his Harvard Law degree and so forth. And he talked about wanting the president to consider a wider group of nominees. The president and the White House in the Biden administration are saying it is important for the president to choose a new justice that helps the court to reflect what America looks like. And there has never been a black woman on the Supreme Court. There have been a very limited number of African-American jurists on the Supreme Court. And so that this is a promise the president made as a candidate. One Republican said that was a distinction, that because it was a campaign promise, different than a sitting president making the promise. The White House is saying none of that makes sense to them because they believe that it is about reflecting the country. So that's one of the political arguments that is filling the space until we know exactly who that choice is. And the president has not yet responded to that directly.
Sahil, what do Cruz's colleagues in the Senate think of his comments?
Very few Republicans are going quite as far as Ted Cruz. The only one that comes close is Roger Wicker of Mississippi, who compared this choice to affirmative action, which he actually called, his exact words were affirmative racial discrimination, quote unquote. But most Republicans are critical in some form or fashion of President Biden's campaign promise to nominate a black woman. Some of them are saying, it just rules out so many prospective nominees, and they say he should consider a much wider array, and maybe if he wants to, if he believes that's the most qualified person, pick a black woman. But the reality is, Allison, the vast majority of Republicans are not in play and are going to vote against any plausible nominee that Joe Biden picks. So right now, they're kind of assessing the landscape. They don't want most Republicans don't want to get too far ahead of themselves because he hasn't made a choice. And I suspect, they're going to come up with their explanations for why they ultimately won't support the nominee. But Democrats have been very critical of Ted Cruz's comments. The White House, as well as Democratic leaders, point out that this is not very different than Ronald Reagan's promise as a candidate in the year 1980, before the presidential election, to put a woman on the Supreme Court. He made good on that with former Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, and of course Donald Trump saying he would replace Justice Ginsburg while he was president with a woman. Let's play what Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, had to say about this.
Every single member of this chamber, regardless of party, should embrace the president's commitment to make sure that our courts, and especially the Supreme Court, better reflect our country's diversity. And nominating a black woman as justice is a long overdue step towards achieving that goal.
And that's a pretty unanimous opinion in the Senate Democratic caucus, Allison.
Sahil, this is a high-stakes year for the Supreme Court, and it's not just because of Breyer's retirement. You're right, the High Court is gearing up for a politically explosive year with a series of blockbuster cases that have the power to reshape American life. What major cases should we be watching out for in 2022?
It's going to be an enormous year for the Supreme Court in terms of the consequences of their cases. Usually you have one or two big, high-profile blockbuster cases. This year, there are many more than that. And let's put this up on the screen, the cases that are coming up. The most prominent one that's gotten the most attention is the issue of abortion rights, a case from Mississippi, challenges the very core of Roe versus Wade, and the 6 conservative justices on the court expressed openness to curtailing, if not fully overruling, Roe versus Wade. That would be a politically explosive ruling if it lands. It's expected sometime around by the end of June, I should say, just a few months before the midterm elections. There's a case about gun rights, which could expand gun rights, allow a constitutional right for guns to be carried, recognize, I should say, a constitutional right for guns to be carried outside the home. Taxpayer funding for religious education, another hot-button issue that has divided the court along ideological lines. And recently, the court agreed to take up affirmative action in college admission. This was hanging by a thread when Justice Kennedy unexpectedly flipped and voted with liberals to save some level of race-conscious admissions policies. This time it's going to be much, much tougher, and conservatives can already taste victory on all these cases. Allison.
All right, Kelly, Sahel, thank you both. Secretary of State Antony Blinken talking with his Russian counterpart this morning, telling Russia to immediately withdraw troops from Ukraine's border. Meanwhile, the Kremlin saying the West is ignoring its key demands. We've got team coverage with NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube. But first, here's NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel in Ukraine.
Vladimir Putin tonight finally broke his silence. While there have been many rounds of negotiations between U.S., NATO, and Russian officials, we hadn't heard from Vladimir Putin himself talking about Ukraine, talking about the possible invasion of this country, the Russian military buildup, since late December. And in a very socially distanced press conference with the Prime Minister of Hungary, Putin said that the United States and NATO are ignoring Russia's security concerns, and he laid out what those security concerns are. He wants NATO to shrink to what it was in 1997. That will be a NATO that does not include much of Eastern Europe or the Baltics. He said there can be no offensive weapons near Russia's borders, and of course, the center of this current crisis, he does not want Ukraine to ever join NATO. What he didn't, however, mention was the 130,000 troops that Russia has positioned on 3 sides of the borders. It was as if they do not exist. Also, Putin's position is exactly the same. The 3 main arguments he was making are the exact same that he made several weeks ago, raising the question, have all the negotiations and all of the teleconferences that have been happening, the shuttle diplomacy in Europe, has it all been a waste of time or Putin playing for time? He did, however, leave the door open for diplomacy. He said he hopes the differences between the U.S., NATO, and Russia can be resolved in coming weeks. But for right now, those differences are significant.
All right, let's bring in Courtney Kube now. Courtney, Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby briefing reporters within the last hour. What is he saying about the Russian troop buildup near Ukraine?
That's right. So we're hearing the same thing from him that we've actually been hearing for several weeks now, and that is that the Russian military buildup all around Ukraine, really surrounding that country, continues to grow. Here's a little bit of how he explained the Russian military is still increasing its forces around Ukraine.
In addition to the combat capability that Mr. Putin continues to add and does continue to add to the western part of his country and in Belarus, he has also, over these many weeks, increased his logistics and sustainment capability. We believe that he has enough capability to move now if he wants to.
So when he was talking there about logistics and sustainment, some of that is some of the reporting that we've been hearing about just in the past couple of days, and that is that the Russians have been moving in some blood and plasma. And why that's significant is that's the kind of thing that takes a lot of infrastructure just to support, right? You have to have refrigeration. You have to be able to keep that blood good. Also, it may be an indication that the Russian military or Vladimir Putin believe that they may need supplies of blood in the coming days. So again, this is not indicative of something that might be imminent, but it's just another in a series of actions that the Russian military is taking around Ukraine that has Westerners and many people watching the situation concerned that he might be moving more towards an invasion.
Courtney, American instructors are training Ukrainian troops on how to use anti-tank weapons. What other military assistance is the U.S. providing right now?
So the U.S. actually, going back to when Donald Trump was president, the U.S. started providing these Javelin anti-tank missiles. And the reality is, look, these are the kinds of things that are almost built specifically to go after a Russian tank. The Russians use tanks. There's a lot of belief that if they were to actually invade or even a smaller incursion into Ukraine, that they would be on tracked vehicles, on tanks, and javelins would be the defense that the Ukrainian military would be able to use to stop that invasion. The U.S. has been providing them for several years now, but in addition to that, you know, the Biden administration has really stepped up the support to the Ukrainian military, both lethal and non-lethal. medical supplies, ammunition, weapons, more of these javelins. There was a pretty large package that the U.S. provided to them in 2021. It ended in late 2021, but then the Biden administration, President Biden, he signed another $200 million package in late December. That is all flowing in literally as we speak. Nearly every day this week, they're providing more and more. But it's not just the U.S. who sees how important it is to get more aid to the Ukrainian military. We are seeing lethal and non-lethal aid come from NATO allies and countries right in that area. Estonia sending them lethal aid. Even Germany providing them with helmets. So this is something that we have seen just in the past couple of weeks really step up. Again, really illustrating how concerned many allies and neighbors are that Russia may be moving towards some sort of a military action here.
All right, Courtney, thanks so much for reporting today. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
The New York Times reporting Donald Trump was directly involved in plans to overturn the 2020 election. Here's NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson.
As former President Trump ramps up his rhetoric while weighing a run for office, new questions over his role in attempts to interfere with the last election. The New York Times reporting that 6 weeks after the 2020 race, which he lost, Mr. Trump directed his attorney Rudy Giuliani to ask the Department of Homeland Security if it could legally take control of voting machines in key swing states. The DHS official Giuliani reached said he did not have the authority to do so, the Times reported, according to 3 people familiar with the matter. NBC News has reached out to representatives from Mr. Trump and to Giuliani, but has not heard back. It comes as backlash, including from some Republicans, is intensifying after a weekend rally where Mr. Trump called for mass protests in cities where prosecutors are investigating him.
If these radical, vicious, racist prosecutors do anything wrong or illegal, I hope we are going to have in this country the biggest protest we have ever had.
Those comments described as alarming by Fulton County DA Fani Willis. She's looking into whether Mr. Trump broke the law by trying to interfere with Georgia's legitimate 2020 election results. The FBI responding that it's gathering information on any potential threats and sharing it with law enforcement partners. The top Republican on the committee investigating that attack on the Capitol, Congresswoman Liz Cheney, speaking exclusively with NBC News about what she sees as a warning sign.
I think that it tells us that he clearly would do this all again if he were given the chance.
Mr. Trump also suggesting he'd go easy on the more than 700 people arrested so far, charged with breaking the law during the Capitol attack.
If I run and if I win, we will treat those people from January 6th fairly. If it requires pardons, we will give them pardons.
But even longtime Trump ally, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, concerned.
I don't want to reinforce that defiling the Capitol was okay. I don't want to do anything that would make this more likely in the future.
Coming up, breaking down Bitcoin, the crypto craze catching on with celebrities and even entire countries. What you need to know about the digital coins next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego. Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
Parents separated from their children, more than 1 million people detained in re-education camps. Uyghur Muslims accusing China of leaving their families broken. One of the reasons the U.S. is staging a diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Olympics starting Friday. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons traveled to Turkey, where he spoke with Uyghurs living in exile.
And I don't know, where is my sister?
Medine Nazimi is in Turkey, showing us a picture of her sister back home in China, who's been missing for 4 years. Medine, who fled China, could not see her mother before her mom died.
I cannot see her never again, but I don't have chance to go back to my country, and I don't have chance to see my family members, and it's so hard.
You couldn't go to say goodbye to your mum?
Yeah, even one time.
With pictures of missing loved ones, every one of these Uyghurs, a mainly Muslim minority group from China, has a story of families torn apart.
We are living very horrible nightmare.
You can see all the family is broken. We cannot get any information about our relatives.
All of them fled what the US government has called a genocide by the Chinese government against Uyghurs. More than 1 million people detained in what China calls re-education camps, designed to rid them of what they claim are separatist thoughts and religious extremism. Many Uyghurs say they are concentration camps. The State Department reports torture, forced sterilization and forced labor, which China denies. Senator Marco Rubio has championed sanctions on China over allegations of its treatment of Uyghurs.
The policy of the Chinese Communist Party here is to strip people of their identity, their religious identity, their ethnic identity, their family identity. And so they really have no regards to family units or anything that attaches people to the past.
This is the last picture Sudanisa has of her daughter, Shahid, taken 5 years ago. She was only 5. This woman breaks down as she describes one brief call with her teenage daughter. My heart is torn apart, she says. There is no humanity in this world. Please help us. The women gave us names and addresses, hoping we could help. Chinese officials told us it was not enough detail, but agreed to an interview.
This is the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, ratified by China in 1992, and it is very clear a child should not be separated from his or her parents against their will.
Such rights can be and should be guaranteed and protected. They are protected in China. In some cases, a child left behind in China is not willing to meet them.
The problem is that families tell me they're terrified, frightened to contact each other, because they believe they will be punished.
There are no such worries. The majority have no such problems.
But that is not what these Uyghurs told us.
But because of Chinese regime, we cannot live a normal life.
Many Uyghurs continue to call for a boycott of the Beijing Olympics. China says even the US diplomatic boycott violates the Olympic spirit.
El Salvador going all in on Bitcoin. The government rejecting calls to stop accepting it, saying the country has the right to make its own financial decisions. So why would a country like El Salvador use cryptocurrency in spite of all the warnings? NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson explains.
These days, cryptocurrency is going mainstream.
Fortune favors the brave.
Stars like Matt Damon, Paris Hilton, Megan Thee Stallion, all pushing crypto in sponsorships.
Hey, hotties, let's talk about Bitcoin.
So what is it? Think about crypto like it's part money, part investment vehicle, and all virtual. Kind of like when you buy things using a credit card. You don't ever see your cash. It's all just digital entries. But crypto cuts out the middlemen, like governments and banks, and replaces them with a decentralized digital ledger. Basically, a piece of technology that issues the crypto and logs its transactions. And it's global. No need to figure out an exchange rate between, say, American money to euros. Supporters say it can be safer because it uses tech to hide their identities and their balances. And they point out there's no single point of failure in its system, unlike with banks or credit card companies that are centralized by governments. But without a government or bank in control, if you lose your password or get hacked, you're probably not getting your money back. Most people buy crypto hoping it becomes the next big thing, shoots up in value, then suddenly their crypto would be worth a lot more money, at which point they could spend it or trade it for more dollars than they bought it for. Right now, companies from PayPal to Overstock.com, even Home Depot, accept certain forms of cryptocurrency. But because its price is so volatile, the whole thing can be tricky, since people may be less likely to use crypto like cash if they're not sure whether its value will surge or crash.
Coming up, books on race and sexuality disappearing from schools in Texas in record numbers. Over in Florida, Republicans are trying to stop conversations about race and sexual orientation in the classroom. We'll take you to both states after the break.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Republicans turning up the heat, trying to end discussions about race and sexual orientation in public school classrooms. NBC News senior digital investigative reporter Mike Hixenbaugh is in Texas, where libraries are pulling books on the subjects. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is in Florida, where the state's GOP-led legislature had a committee hearing today on the Stop Woke Act. Vaughn, we're going to start with you. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis backing this Stop Woke Act. It would bar schools from making students feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or any other form of psychological distress on account of his or her race, color, sex, or national origin. Tell us about today's hearing.
You know, this is a measure that was backed by the Republican governor here, Ron DeSantis, and it has led to this moment in which the House and the Senate are now taking up this piece of legislation. As part of it, it is an effort to limit the speech, not only inside of classrooms, but also workplaces as part of workplace training, in which it is not only targeting these employers and educators from not essentially making anybody feel, quote, discomfort for their own race or sex, but also you've got to look at the part of it in which it specifically says that nobody should be made feel guilty for what has happened in the past. And, you know, it's hard to push back against the framework in which this legislation is being discussed. We are here in the Tallahassee, which just about 200 years ago, you know, Andrew Jackson and U.S. troops pushed out multiple Native American tribes here. And yet this morning, a legislative hearing in order to push back and limit and censor these types of conversations that can take place.
Vaughn, Florida also considering the Don't Say Gay bill, supporters calling it parental rights education. This bill says a school district may not encourage classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in the primary grade levels, adding a parent of a student may bring an action against a school district, essentially sue the school. You spoke to the chair of Florida's House Education and Employment Committee. What did he tell you?
Yeah, I waited several hours to talk with him because not only did the chair vote for it through the House Education Committee, he said he is prepared to vote for it and approve it when it gets to the full House for a vote. Take a listen to part of our exchange.
I'm proud that I voted yes on it. I'll be voting yes on it again when it hits the floor.
And so what do you tell those young LGBT students here who are Florida residents here who feel like they're alienated?
They're not being alienated.
If they're not able to talk about sexual orientation and gender identity because the school...
No kid should be treated any differently than any other kid. Birds and the bees should, for a 6-year-old, should be left up to the parents to talk about, not their first grade teacher.
To be clear, though, you're not talking about the act of sex.
That's in the bill.
A sexual orientation. And gender identity is not sex.
But in the bill, it talks about sex.
And this is the part of Republican legislators like this gentleman, they're conflating this. There is no discussion about the act of sex, as he would like to suggest inside of this bill. It would purely limit educators' abilities to talk about sexual orientation and gender identity in the classroom. Allison?
Vaughn, what are you hearing from students about these proposals? What have they been telling you?
Yeah, I would like everybody to meet Kaylee Sandell. She ran over just after getting out of school to come and talk with us. She's a sophomore, a half mile down the road at Leon High School. Just take a listen to part of our conversation.
What they're doing isn't solving the underlying problem. The underlying problem is that students aren't feeling safe at school. They aren't feeling comfortable at school. And when a student doesn't feel safe or comfortable, they can't learn, and that's when the grades start dropping. And that's why a lot of times kids have higher suicidal rates, because they don't feel loved, they don't feel safe in their schools.
Because they don't feel safe in their schools. There's another bill, SB 1300, which I think over in Texas, Mike will be able to speak to a great extent, because that would allow here in Florida it easier for a community member to object to books inside of these schools here. And as the attorney who is pressing for this bill to pass in front of the House said just the other day, she said that right now there are books that, quote, have depictions of LGBTQ characters. I think it's quite explicit what these Republicans are targeting as part of this effort. Allison.
So, Vaughn, before we let you go, what happens now with these bills? What are you watching for next?
We're waiting for where they're going to be passing through in these committees. The House Education Committee already passing what opponents call the Don't Say Gay bill. Now it's a question of when does it get to the full House floor for a vote. But I just got to reiterate here, Allison, this isn't just Florida. It's Arizona. It's in Texas. And I think Antonia and Mike have been at the front lines here in this reporting and uncovering what was happening in Texas that is now permeating across Republican state legislatures across this country.
They sure have, and we're going there next. Vaughn Hilliard in Tallahassee, Florida. Thank you so much, my friend. All right, so let's take you to Texas, where hundreds of books on race and sexuality are disappearing from schools in record numbers. NBC News Senior Digital investigative reporter Mike Hixenbaugh wrote that story. So, Mike, you're reporting these books are being pulled from libraries across the state for review. Who's reviewing them, and what are they looking for?
That's right, Allison. We submitted public records requests to nearly 100 Texas school districts, and what we found was a record-setting surge in the number of parental challenges to library books. And the documents show that the vast majority of these books deal with race, racism, sex, sexuality, gender, and many of them include, somewhat explicit descriptions of sex. One district in particular, Katy ISD outside of Houston, has gone above and beyond in its efforts to try to appease the concerns of parents who've come to school board meetings complaining about these books. In one instance in November, a group of moms came to a school board meeting carrying a stack of books, young adult novels that include explicit descriptions of sex. Now, the authors of these books and free speech advocates note that these passages are being read out of context. They're just excerpts that include descriptions of sex, part of a broader narrative in these books, most of which include LGBTQ characters, but not all of them. In one instance, a mom named Mary Ellen Kuzella in Katy read sexually explicit passages from the book Me and Earl and the Dying Girl, a coming-of-age novel. And this is what she had to say after reading those passages to the school board.
Do we have that
didn't work out, but
yeah, that wasn't exactly what you were tossing to. Do we have that sound for Mike?
Sure.
All right, let's bring it up now.
I can roll without it.
No, we got it for you, Mike.
To Read should never have been put on the shelf in our libraries. I want to know how this book got approved and who approved it. The process is broken and it needs to be fixed. Please work with the parents to fix it now. I state again that if you are filtering a student's internet access for any of the filth you're about to hear, why are we not filtering the library?
So what happened the day after that meeting is the school district abruptly pulled at least 2 of the books off the shelves, both of which featured LGBTQ characters, although the parents, including Mary Ellen, insist that this isn't about LGBTQ issues. It's about sex and protecting young kids' minds. Students and librarians keep pointing to the numbers. Most of these books do feature LGBTQ characters.
And let's talk about who this is impacting. You spoke with a 17-year-old student who identifies as queer. She called the books that she reads with characters from all sorts of backgrounds her safe haven. What else did she tell you?
That's right. You won't hear from that student on camera because she spoke to me from her high school library, one of the few places that she says has been a safe haven for her. Her parents have made several comments over the years describing homosexuality as a sin, so she can't be out to her family and she can't be her true authentic self around them. But she's always thought of the school library as a place where she could dive into stories that reflect her, where she can learn about LGBTQ sexual relationships that aren't covered in sex ed classes in Texas and in most places, and where she felt she could be authentically herself. But now, with those books coming off the shelf, the library's become another place where she feels not welcome.
Mike, you've done extensive reporting on what's going on there in Texas. I'm sorry that we have to leave it there, but our viewers should check out NBCnews.com. You have done a whole lot of research there on what's going on in those libraries. Thanks for talking to us about some of it.
Thank you.
Coming up, from sorority sisters to business partners, how 3 college friends are transforming beauty supplies for women of color. Next.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
On this first day of Black History Month, we are launching Black in Biz, a series highlighting up-and-coming African-American entrepreneurs. Today, we're talking to the founders of Amp Beauty LA, an online retailer that helps women of color find clean beauty products designed specifically for and by people who look like them. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has their story.
I'm Angel. I am Montre. I'm Felicia. We are Amp Beauty LA.
From college classmates to sorority sisters and now business partners, this trio is on a mission to redefine the beauty supply store experience for Black women.
You know, Black women spend 9 times more than any demographic in beauty and personal care. 75% of the products that are marketed to us are toxic. So this group that spends the most in this category is exposed to the most toxic ingredients in beauty, and that's wrong.
They came together to try to change that, curating an online shop for clean beauty products made by and for Black women.
We carry over 50 brands, skincare, hair care, bath and body, nails. We have makeup now.
How are you all finding these brands? So I gotta tell you, growing up, going to the beauty supply store, I don't see a lot of the brands necessarily that I saw there. The Blue Magic, the Pink Lotion, that's not on Amp Beauty LA.
We really wanted to focus twofold on founders of color, inclusive founders, Black women founders specifically, and also dedicating space to products that are clean, that are effective, that are non-toxic, because that's not the norm of what we experience when we shop for beauty.
And people responded. Orders came in, pop-up shops were packed.
We here, baby.
And TikTok even put them up in Hollywood.
Amp Beauty.
Knowing that people are finding you and they see value and they're spending money, that's a win.
But when they first took that pitch on the road, it wasn't an easy sell.
Do you feel like there are unique challenges that you all faced as Black women business owners?
Yes, 1,000%.
We went up to Silicon Valley and we had our first in-person pitch, dressed to the nines, so excited to be in this room, and there was not one face that looked like us.
In the first half of last year, a record $147 billion was invested in U.S. startups. Only 0.3% of that money went to Black female founders.
We're not getting loans, we're not getting investments. So it was really a challenge for us initially. We got our first yes 1 month after we launched. The woman who gave us that yes, Arlen Hamilton at Backstage Capital, told us, you only need that one yes. And her yes for us was a 6-figure investment.
Backstage Capital, a firm that prioritizes support for startups with underrepresented founders, helped Amp Beauty LA to begin stocking their digital shelves with Black beauty brands in the fall of 2020.
Tell me a little bit about this one.
Any hard spots, dry spots, the bomb is the bomb.
How did you all find Alchemy Body Shop?
Yeah, Alchemy Body Shop is actually the first brand that we brought on to Amp Beauty LA. We knew that she was making these products herself in her home. We knew the ingredients were clean, and we actually made a blind order.
When I sent out that package, I was just
I was really thrilled.
Veronica Smith-Morales is the woman behind Alchemy Body Shop. For a year, she'd been working to break into retail, pitching her body butters and balms to local shops in the tri-state. Then came that order from Amp Beauty LA.
The barriers are real. They're very high. They put me in front of an audience that I didn't necessarily have access to.
Which is part of the goal.
We look at ourselves as kind of a launch pad for some of these brands.
What do you hope the legacy of Amp Beauty LA will be?
I have 3 younger sisters, curly hair, kinky hair, brown skin, darker skin, middle tone skin, fair skin. And I think the legacy for Amp Beauty LA is just for everyone to feel included.
I definitely want us to continue to invest in brands, invest in Black founders. I would love for Amp to be the company that gives someone else their first yes.
All right, you're taking a look at the closing bell on Wall Street. FedEx ringing the bell today. The Dow up 272 points on this first trading day of February. We'll dig into this day and what else is happening in the business world coming up in the next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Protecting the preschoolers. Pfizer expected to ask the FDA to authorize its vaccine for kids under 5, when that could happen and what parents need to know. Stop the hate. Crimes against Asian Americans spiking more than 300% last year. Where it's happening and who else was targeted in 2021. Plus, hustle and flow. Millions of Americans quitting their jobs and looking at work life a lot differently. So is hustle culture a thing of the past? We start with the news that so many parents have been waiting for. Pfizer's COVID vaccine for kids under 5 could be available soon. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is here to answer all of your questions. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren. So, Kristen, federal regulators want to start reviewing the data for this age group, according to people familiar with the discussions. This was first reported by the Washington Post. What else do you know about the potential timeline here? And what's Pfizer saying?
Right. And these are the questions that parents across the country have been asking now for months. We're talking about kids from 6 months old up until 5 who haven't been able to get the vaccine yet. And so a person who is close to this said that they do expect Pfizer to request an emergency use authorization from the FDA. That could happen as early as tomorrow, and the vaccine then would be ready and getting into arms by the end of this month. So really big news for a lot of families out there, Allison.
That is huge news. Pfizer said in December it was testing a 3rd dose of its vaccine after it found that the 2-dose regimen didn't generate a strong enough immune response in some kids. Why then is Pfizer moving forward now if 3 shots might be better?
Right. And that's a really good question. And it did say that while the 2 doses weren't getting the same immune response that they were seeing in sort of older people who were getting similar regimens, they did say that it was an adequate immune response. And so what we're hearing now is that the company is continuing to test that 3rd dose. But if it waited until it had all the data in on that 3rd dose, that could be into March and perhaps into April. And so since they are getting, according to the company, an adequate response, they've decided to ask the FDA for that emergency use authorization for these 2 doses while they wait to see if the 3rd dose is going to be a good addition.
Kristen, Pfizer's vaccine, as we know, cleared for kids 5 and up. How are the vaccination numbers looking for that age group?
Right. Well, we're looking probably at about a quarter, and I want to look at the numbers specifically. 28% of 5 to 11-year-olds have gotten at least 1 dose. But if you look at those that are fully vaccinated that have gotten that 2nd dose, we're only at about 18.8% of 5 to 11-year-olds now have gotten both doses. So still a long ways to go in getting the children in that 5 to 11-year-old age group fully vaccinated.
All right, Kristen, thanks for being with us. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar, because Dr. Azar, you know we got a whole lot of questions now. The FDA could authorize Pfizer's COVID vaccine for kids 6 months to 5 years by the end of the month, according to people with knowledge of those talks. But as Christian was just reporting, the data on a 2-dose regimen for kids 2 to 5 has been kind of disappointing. What would you like to see the FDA do here?
Right. So let's just review again that the rationale for doing this EUA now, as Kristen pointed out, is to get the ball rolling so that by the time the data comes in on that 3rd dose, kids will be ready to receive that 3rd dose. Remember, the Pfizer regimen would be, 1 shot, and then the 2nd shot would be 3 weeks later. And then I guess the 3rd shot would be 3 to 4 weeks after that. It's not exactly going to be the same as a booster 5 months later, let's say. So what the FDA wants now is to review all of the data on the 2-shot regimen for this age group to make sure that they do feel that it is both safe and potentially efficacious, so that they can, go ahead and give the green light so kids can start getting inoculated. And, Allison, it's important, I think I want to point out that, in fact, the age group 6 months to 2 years, those kids did elicit an adequate response to 2 doses. So by holding everything up, you're also not allowing the vaccine to be given to that youngest age group, which, as we know, of course, is so vulnerable.
Yeah, it makes sense when you explain it that way, for sure. So what is your advice, though, for parents who might be concerned? I mean, we're talking about their little babies. What if a parent is worried about taking their youngest, their 6-month-old, to go get this vaccine?
No, look, I understand this. And Allison, it's the same probably, trains of thought that we had for ourselves and inoculating our teenagers. And then as the groups get younger and younger, we get more and more concerned because we think of our children as so vulnerable. Look, there are still many, anecdotes out there of young kids who haven't been vaccinated, who are being, not even anecdotes, we have facts, of course, that the numbers bear out that the children who are being hospitalized are unvaccinated. So this is still a vulnerable group. We know, of course, that they're not getting as likely to get very sick as older people who are immunocompromised, but they are a vulnerable group. And I would just say that a lot of the argument we hear is that, well, we don't know the long-term effects of the COVID vaccine. Well, we didn't really know any long-term effects of any vaccination when it was first rolled out, even when MMR first came out. But the side effects usually happen within the first 6 weeks. So this clinical trial data is very important as a place that the FDA and the CDC's advisory committee can really look to see if there are any concerning safety signals.
Dr. Azar, Novavax is saying that it has asked the FDA to authorize its protein-based COVID vaccine for adults. This is a vaccine that's already available in 170 countries. Is this a good alternative to the mRNA shots from Pfizer and Moderna? And can you explain the differences for us as simply as possible?
Sure. So always, the blanket answer, Allison, is that yes, it's always good to have more options than not. I don't think there's any redundancy here, or anybody can make a legitimate argument that says that we don't need any more vaccines. We do. I actually see a lot of patients who've had, adverse effects from the mRNA vaccine, and I am telling them that I don't advise a booster. So they're unable to do that. And of course, we know the whole issues with Johnson & Johnson. So some people are really stuck and unable to get boosted. The way that the vaccine works, I think, will reassure a lot of people. It uses a technology that's been around for a very long time, and other vaccines have utilized a similar kind of platform. Remember, the whole point of vaccination is to somehow elicit an immune response that will generate antibodies to the spike protein. That's how all the vaccines ultimately, that's the end game. It's just about how it gets there. And this one, you basically take a tiny, tiny little nanoparticle of that spike protein, you introduce it to your body, and your body recognizes that and makes antibodies toward it. And that differs, of course. The mRNA was giving you a genetic snippet of that, and your body synthesized the spike protein. So it's a little bit different, but again, a platform that's been utilized, for decades. So people probably will feel more comfortable with it than they did with the mRNA.
The Cleveland Clinic just published a survey. It found that 41% of Americans have experienced at least one heart-related issue since the beginning of the pandemic. Could you talk to us about some of the issues that top that list? And what does that tell us about pandemic stress and our long-term health? What are your concerns here?
Well, a lot of concerns, actually. So a lot of this survey was in individuals who, had family history of, cardiovascular disease. And, a third of them said that they felt sort of helpless, that they weren't able to mitigate their risk, even if they have a family history. I think about 77% of participants said that they sat more or all day than they did before the pandemic. And of course, this is concerning. As we know, sedentary lifestyles increase the risk for heart disease. But I want people to feel empowered. They do have the ability to make significant changes in their behaviors in terms of eating a heart-healthy diet, exercising more, controlling blood pressure, controlling cholesterol, all of those modifiable risk factors that people actually can, make changes that can certainly translate into reduced risk for heart disease.
Denver's COVID public health order expires on Thursday. They are not renewing it. That means people will no longer be required to wear masks or show proof of vaccination to enter businesses there. Here's the executive director of the Denver Department of Health explaining this decision.
Right now, modeling suggests that while there is a subvariant of Omicron, the tools that we keep reinforcing are the same tools that are going to protect us from this subvariant. And it's also, the modeling also indicates that we will not see the surge like we just saw with Omicron 1. We are not going to see that. There's large protection through natural immunity and vaccines. So I don't think it's too premature to do it at this point.
Using the word modeling a couple of times there, what can you tell us about modeling? And do you agree with Denver's decision here? Is this a good idea?
Look, I understand what he's going for, and that is to say, we've done all the right things. Our numbers are down. Let's start, getting back to some semblance of normal life. What I would take issue with is his ability to predict exactly what this subvariant of Omicron is going to actually look like in his community. What we do know is that it probably is significantly more transmissible than the original Omicron variant, and potentially has the ability to evade immune protection. So if it were my community and I was the one making the laws, I'm not sure that I would want to strip everybody immediately of all the protections all at once. I think a more graded, nuanced approach would be more appropriate. And I still have to say, the indoor mask mandates when not dining or eating can be really, really helpful, for the individuals who are vulnerable. Not just, have a habit of talking about vaccinated and boosted individuals. There's still a lot of people out there who, number one, are not vaccinated, or number two, are but did not have an adequate immune response to vaccination, and they still remain vulnerable, and we need to be worried about them.
Dr. Azar, before I let you go, I'm sitting here in New York City as a person who is boosted, but, being careful given the Omicron surge that we've seen. Haven't been in a restaurant in a really long time. You know what the weather is like here in New York right now. I think it's starting to get to a lot of us. We're feeling those winter slushy blues. Any rays of medical hope for us? I mean, is this going to change soon? Will we maybe be able to do some more of those things that we love that help us get through these long winter days?
I do. I think we're going to start getting to feel the way we did towards the end of Delta before Omicron hit, where people were saying, we're going to start to learn to live with this concept of endemicity and one's own personal risk tolerance. If you're vaccinated and boosted, you are still very, very well protected against severe disease from any variant, as far as we know. And with that information, that's what guides you in your behavior. And at a point, staying home and isolating, I say this to patients all the time, that definitely has significant negative consequences on your mental and probably your physical health in some capacity as well.
All right, here's to better weather and doing more soon for sure. Dr. Azar, thanks for being with us.
You bet.
All right, moving on to politics now. Some Trump records were torn up by the former president and had to be taped together. Others Trump ripped up were not reconstructed when they were handed to the National Archives, it says. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell at the Capitol. Leanne, it's been reported that the former president actually has a habit of ripping up documents after he's done with them. But what else did the National Archives say about his records? I have this image in my mind of boxes of shredded paper showing up.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much it was ripped up, if it was shredded or if he would just tore up the papers himself. It's a little unclear. We haven't seen these papers yet, but the National Archives did confirm that this is in fact the case, that these they received papers that had Scotch tape on them and had been put back together because it is a violation of law for presidents and White House officials to discard and destroy documents. But here's what the archive said. They sent a statement and in part say these were turned over to the National Archives at the end of the Trump administration, along with a number of torn up records that had not been reconstructed by the White House. The Presidential Records Act requires that all records created by presidents be turned over to the National Archives at the end of their administrations. So they are dealing with those records now, but because they were in the tranches of records that the January 6th Select Committee asked for, that the former president tried to block, these could be very important records for their investigation. Allison.
Leanne, so let's talk about the January 6th committee, whether they've received many of these torn documents and what we know about what's in them. It sounds like there's still a whole lot of questions.
Yeah, so they did receive some of these torn documents, and so, you know, what is in them, we don't know. They have said in previous legal documents that there's memos, draft executive orders, there's handwritten statements, there's communications from the former chief of staff, and so eventually we will find out what is in these documents, but we just don't know yet.
Leanne, former Vice President Pence's aide, Greg Jacob, meeting with the committee today. What do you know about their talks?
Another thing we don't know a lot about, Allison, except for the fact that he did meet. And this is the second top Pence aide who has met with the committee in the past week. Last week, Pence's former chief of staff, Mark Short, met with the committee. We don't know how much he cooperated. We don't know if he pled the fifth, if he cited executive privilege, or if he answered all of the committee's questions. Now, Mark Short's appearance was in response to a subpoena, but today the fact that Pence's top legal counsel, when he was at the White House, appeared too, means that the committee at least did interact and talk with two very key players and who are advising the former vice president in the lead up and on and after January 6th, Allison.
Leanne, the Capitol just shrouded in a lot of mystery these days. I know we still have so many things, so many questions here, but, you know, it just sort of adds that element of what's really happening here. We know there are bipartisan talks to overhaul the Electoral Count Act on the Hill today. I hope I'm not asking you about something else that we don't know too much about, but what's the latest there?
We know a little bit more about what's happening here. There's a group of 16 lawmakers, Republicans and Democrats, who met last night in person to really hammer out the details of this Electoral Count Act. And now, remember what that is what gives the vice president the authority and the process to count the Electoral College votes on January 6th. And now this would close the loopholes. But these members are also talking about things beyond that as well, including protecting election officials and the counting of votes in the states. We do know that they have broken up into 5 buckets, and they're taking these areas, and they're going to continue to meet and regroup at the end of the week. But let's listen to what Senator Susan Collins, the lead Republican negotiator, said, and then following Senator Blumenthal, a Democrat, who talked about how Trump's latest statement is playing a role in these negotiations.
We had a very good, productive meeting last night. We remain committed to producing a bipartisan bill that can garner 60 or more votes so that we can get it enacted. We've broken down into 5 different subcommittees.
We need reforms in the Electoral Count Act to clarify that the kind of autocratic interference with the electoral count that Donald Trump tried to do will be prohibited, absolutely.
So there does seem to be some bipartisan motivation to do something, and that the Trump's latest statements over the weekend saying that he did encourage the former Vice President Mike Pence to overturn the election has not deterred this bipartisan group of members, and in fact said that that is the reason that this is necessary. Allison.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, always asking the tough questions, tracking down the answers for us. We appreciate you.
Yep.
Former President Trump donated $1 million to a nonprofit where his former White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, is a senior partner. NBC News senior political analyst Jonathan Allen reporting that donation came just weeks after the January 6th panel was created. So, John, this was disclosed in a campaign finance report filed Monday with the Federal Election Commission. This $1.35 million donation to Meadows' Conservative Partnership Institute coming from Trump's Save America PAC. Other than the timing, which definitely raises eyebrows, why does this donation stand out?
So the donation itself was $1 million. Overall, Trump gave $1.35 million to allies and political committees. Actually, the one thing that he gave to other than candidate was this Conservative Partnership Institute. The reason that it stands out so much is that Mark Meadows, who had gone to become a senior partner right after leaving the White House, he got the Conservative Partnership Institute got the donation from Trump on July 26th, which was just a little more than 3 weeks after the January 6th committee was set up. And for those who have been paying close attention to this, Mark Meadows is considered a key would-be witness for the January 6th committee because there were so many people in contact with him about the rally that President Trump held. In fact, people who were pleading with Donald Trump to tell people to get back out of the Capitol on January 6th. We've seen his text messages with Sean Hannity and with Donald Trump Jr. and others that wanted this thing closed down. So Meadows, did not basically refuse to comply with subpoena from the January 6th Commission. The House voted to hold him in contempt and to recommend that the Justice Department prosecute him for contempt of Congress. And of course, his organization, the beneficiary of $1 million. $1 million, I guess.
I was waiting for that.
If we're doing Austin Powers, $1 million from President Trump's Save America PAC, which of course is not Donald Trump's own money, but that of his donors.
So what are Meadows or Trump's people or Meadows and Trump themselves saying about that donation?
We're not hearing a lot about that donation from many of the corners I asked. I asked a bunch of people about it. The Conservative Partnership Institute said that they're, pleased to have Trump's support, like many other donors across the country who support their mission, because they are a 501c3 nonprofit group, otherwise known as a charity. They don't have to disclose most of their donors, but because Trump's Save America PAC is a political organization, it disclosed that donation, and Conservative Partnership Institute was quick to come out with a statement of gratitude for President Trump that they kindly sent to me when I asked.
So how about the January 6th committee? I mean, you mentioned it. They already voted to hold Meadows in contempt. I can't imagine this helps his case with them.
Certainly not going to help his case with them. I did talk to a spokesperson for the committee today who said that they would not be weighing in on that contribution, at least not at the moment, at least not publicly, at least not with NBC. In the shadow of that reporting, of course, these folks work on Capitol Hill, and they, most of them are not political aides, and therefore, generally speaking, are not talking to campaign donations, not speaking to campaign donations. I think what remains to be seen is whether that will be an item of interest for the committee members as they look further into this investigation.
So, John, Trump's spokeswoman says his committees have $122 million in cash on hand. Where else could we see that money go?
You can see it go a lot of places, but mostly to support Donald Trump's political ambitions. Right now, if you're somebody thinking about running for president in 2024 on the Republican side, you see a pile of cash around Donald Trump, one that would be very hard to compete with. And while he can't transfer that money from his political action committee to a campaign committee, he could leave the political action committee to someone else who could then spend it on behalf of him. So he's in very, very good position, better position than we've, I think, ever seen a non-incumbent candidate heading into a presidential election 3 years out with over $100 million on hand.
Before we let you go, could we get one more Austin Powers? Is that possible?
$1 million.
John Allen, you're the absolute best. Thanks so much.
Take care, Allison.
Coming up, anti-Asian hate crimes on the rise like we have never seen before. What a new report says and where we're seeing record spikes. Next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is gold for Olo. Ziva into the lead. Here comes Gideon. Landmark moment.
Gold for Michaela Schifrin.
Shaun White takes the gold.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
It is that time again. Let's check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eagling. She's got the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. What's up, Maya?
Hi, Allison. We start with jury questioning delayed in the trial of a former Kentucky police officer involved in the botched raid that killed Breonna Taylor. An unexpected surgery has moved questioning to Thursday. A 19-year-old says he rejected a $5,000 offer from Elon Musk to shut down a Twitter bot he designed to track the SpaceX CEO's private jet. The billionaire reportedly blocked the college student. Actor Moses J. Mosley, known for his roles in The Walking Dead and Watchmen, has died at the age of 31. A representative for the actor says an investigation into his death is underway. A pregnant New Zealand journalist who's been stranded in Afghanistan says she will return home after a battle over COVID border policies. The government initially said she needed to reapply for a spot in the country's quarantine hotels, but they've now offered her a room. And people are ringing in the Lunar New Year all around the world despite some COVID restrictions. In China, small crowds gathered at temples to offer traditional prayers and celebrate the Year of the Water Tiger. Allison, back to you.
Thanks, Maya. Hate crimes against the Asian American community hitting unprecedented levels, up 339% nationwide last year, according to a new report. That same report showing Black Americans are the most targeted group in the country. NBC reporter for Asian America, Kimmy Yam, is here with me. So, Kimmy, this increase in hate crimes against Asian Americans, sadly fueled by the pandemic. What else can you tell us about this surge in this new report?
Right, Allison. I mean, right now, the report said kind of a couple things. One thing is that cities like New York, LA, San Francisco are all dealing with record highs in terms of increases in, hate crimes. Another thing that people really wanted to stress here, and the experts I spoke to, was that this issue is ongoing. The interest around anti-Asian hate really peaked around March, and that was when the Atlanta shootings occurred, in which 8 people were killed and 6 Asian American women were killed in that horrible tragedy, and that really mobilized a lot of people. I think there was a lot of media attention around it, and since then there's been kind of less attention. There has been some progress, experts say, but the issue definitely has not been completely mitigated, and that's a really important thing to keep in mind. Just because there hasn't been as much attention on an issue does not mean that it has been solved. So people are hoping that we can really talk about anti-Asian hate and discrimination and racism outside of just big tragedies like that.
Kimmy, you spoke to the co-founder of Stop AAPI Hate, which contributed to this report. What did he tell you?
So there were quite a bit of hate incidents and a huge surge that was included in the report. And there's a couple things to keep in mind. One is that, there has been an opening up across the country. And so people are definitely interacting. People are, talking to one another. There's more interactions outside. And another thing to keep in mind is that, of course, over the past couple years, we've seen this mobilization around this issue of anti-Asian hate. You see a lot of the Asian American community come out, protest, try to raise awareness around it. And because of this, it's really created an environment in which, people feel more comfortable with reporting hate incidents. Underreporting used to be a huge, and probably still is, a really huge issue in the Asian American community. And with increased mobilization, we're seeing people be a little bit more comfortable with speaking up about it.
Kimmy, you also caught up with the president and executive director of the nonprofit civil rights group Asian Americans Advancing Justice. What are groups like his doing to fight crimes against the Asian community?
John C. Yang, he really stressed the power of solidarity and, forming, these coalitions. And one thing that was really shown in the report is that Black Americans and also so many other groups deal with being targeted by hate crimes. And so, he mentioned that there is something profound yet horribly tragic in that, but we can all kind of benefit from solidarity. Another thing that groups have been stressing is, I know that there was a report, in which people had surveyed Asian Americans of what they thought the solutions would be towards anti-Asian hate crimes and anti-Asian attacks. And one thing that stood out was that, carceral solutions were not the top response. Asian Americans are really seeking more education and public awareness in this. And so there's several different groups that are really advocating for more public education, more ethnic studies in K through 12, and just really kind of dealing with racism, where it begins, and not just after the attacks, not just after they happen.
Kimmy, thanks for coming on today. An important reminder that just because this isn't leading the news on a given day doesn't mean it isn't happening. Really great to have you on.
Absolutely. Thank you.
The hustle culture got America addicted to work, but the pandemic is bringing back a little work-life balance. Is the change here to stay? That's next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
It's time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. The December JOLTS report out today. That's the Job Openings and Labor Turnover Survey. And it shows us who's quitting their jobs and where there are job openings. You're taking a look at the December numbers. 4.3 million Americans quitting in December. That is near a record high. CNBC.com economics reporter Jeff Cox here now. So look, Jeff, 4.3 million. It's a drop from November's record of 4.5 million quits rather. But it's not a really big drop. It seems pretty clear the Great Resignation is not over yet. Where are the most people packing up their offices and saying, see ya?
It's an ongoing trend. And if you think about it for the whole year, we had almost 50 million people change jobs over the last year. And that's pretty amazing. Almost 1 in 3 people, and these are individuals who are moving on. It's really quite a remarkable. Also, another thing that was very interesting about the report today is that the total low by a lot. So it's one telling you that people are moving along from their jobs, feeling that they can go into other situations, and it's also telling you there's a there right now. Basically, nobody's firing people. It's like if you get a job, you're in.
You're good to go. Yeah, let's talk more about job openings. We expected them to drop in December, but they actually ticked up to 10.9 million. So we've got millions of people quitting, millions of more openings. What's happening here?
Well, total amount of job openings compared to how many people were considered unemployed at the end of the year, about a 4.6 million gap. I mean, that's really remarkable to think like that before. I remember once upon a time, that number was 1 million a couple of years ago, and people thought it was now it's over 4 million. So it's the story of companies having a hard. Even though we see signs of wage increases, we see signs of benefits being extended, but still, in all, companies still having a hard time filling those jobs in that labor force. And I think you're going to see that reflected in some of these jobs numbers. In fact, we have a big payrolls number coming up on Friday, which is supposed to be possibly even showing a loss of jobs in January due to the Omicron variant plus some other factors.
Jeff, it's a new month, thank goodness. The first trading day of February, already looking better than January. The Dow closed up 273. Let's just talk about the improvement across all three markets today. I mean, they've calmed down about the Fed a little bit, maybe a little excitement about corporate earnings this week. What's going on?
Oh, that was a brutal January, wasn't it?
It was.
It was just awful. Worst months for the NASDAQ ever. And that was really the story in January, that we saw a lot of those big tech, those high growth names that had done so well for so long, finally getting repriced as the market got used to a couple different things happening. One being a tighter Fed, possibly 4 or 5 rate increases this year. Also just a corporate earnings environment that was okay, but not spectacular so far. And also just general slowing economic conditions that I think people are worried about, coupled with the fact that we're going to see a tighter Fed, coupled with the fact also that Congress isn't going to be doling out so much in the form of transfer payments this year. So a changing landscape out there. But I think what you're seeing now is a lot of dip buyers coming into the market, looking for bargains, that kind of thing, which I think is something that's kind of overdue. We'll see how that all plays out in the weeks ahead. But markets starting off February on the right foot, at least.
We'll take it after the month we just had. Jeff, thank you so much for being with us today. For decades, long work weeks are basically a point of pride here in the U.S. But as we just saw in the latest JOLTS report, millions of Americans are rethinking their relationship to work, thanks in large part to the pandemic. So is this change in attitude here to stay? How do we start to value our lives outside of our jobs again? I'm going to bring in Business Insider's senior correspondent, Akito. She covers the labor market and workplace trends. I'm also joined by Ambika Singh Nigam, founder and CEO of Zeit. It's a career path discovery platform. Thank you both for being here today. Aki, I want to start with you. You report for 100 years, the American work week was actually getting shorter, but that push towards more free time stopped in 1980 and hustle culture took over. So walk us through a little bit about what happened back then.
Sure. So if you look all the way back to maybe the late 1800s, back in the peak of the Industrial Revolution, work wasn't this glamorous, glorious thing. It's this thing that we did to put food on the table. But over the decades, this ideal around doing everything for your job, sacrificing everything else to do your job well, that started to take hold in white-collar professional jobs. And that spread more and more throughout American culture to the point where everybody values work over everything else in society today.
Aki, one person on Reddit's anti-work community wrote, the pandemic has catalyzed what has the potential to be a new era where we value our lives over our jobs. So tell us, is that hustle culture that was so dominant pre-pandemic dead? What's next here?
I think we are at some kind of turning point. I don't think it's dead yet, but I do think that over the last 2 years, millions of Americans have rethought their relationship to work. If there was ever going to be something that kills hustle culture, I think this is going to be it. And I'm going to be really interested to see how Americans' attitudes towards work shifts over the next few years.
Yeah, I'm so fascinated by this change because we know old habits die hard, but man, people certainly are shaking things up. So Ambika, let me ask you, millions of Americans quitting their job and what's being called the Great Resignation. We saw another 4 million quit in December of last year. What are some of the main drivers you're seeing? Where are some of these people going?
Yeah, I think everything that Aki is saying is so spot on. And a lot of the reaction that we're seeing to hustle culture today really is the headlines are true, right? People want better pay. They want more flexibility. They want a job that aligns more with their values. But I think there's another fundamental shift that we're seeing here, which is people want to be more. People want to take their skills and they want to apply them to new challenges in new industries or new roles. And they really want to feel like they are tapping into their full potential as a human being.
So what's your advice for someone who's watching this and thinking, all right, I've been watching this Great Resignation going on, but I haven't quit yet. I'm ready. I want to make a career pivot. What should you do before you walk out the door with the goldfish?
Yeah. A goldfish or a puppy even these days, right?
Yeah.
You can take him to the office.
You sure can.
A couple things I would say. Number one, this is the time, right? Now is the time. You've never seen a better environment where there's such an equal playing field, where companies are actually more open and receptive to people with different skills and varied skills. So I'd say my number one tip is to be confident in your transferable skills, to really own it, and really recognize that you have exponential value. So these are just facts, right? People with transferable skills in new roles, they are more innovative, they're more resourceful, they are better collaborators. So really own that pitch and really understand what skills that you're bringing to the table. I think the other more tactical tip that I'll give if you're thinking about what type of shift to make is really be true about the criteria, right? So what are you trying to hold fixed, and what is variable in this shift? Do you want to shift roles? Do you want to stay within the same industry, vice versa? Are you trying to increase comp? Are you trying to go to a smaller company or a bigger company? Really be true to what that criteria is, how you're going to prioritize it, so you know exactly what to look for as you're starting to evaluate the type of shift that you want to make.
The prevailing wisdom used to be, don't quit your job until you have a new one. But I mean, we just saw it, right? 4 million people, more than 4 million people quitting in December, another 4.5 million quitting the month before that. And there are a whole lot of job openings that people aren't taking. And Bika, is that old school wisdom dead?
It really comes down to the person, but yes, we're seeing it certainly with Zeit. People are taking the plunge without having a job. We're also seeing freelancing being a really nice bridge. I think end of the year last year, we saw freelance was even up by 30%, if not more now. So people taking these part-time gigs to bridge new skills, to try something before they dive in full speed.
Aki and Bika, thank you both so much for being here with us today. Great conversation about the Great Resignation, which looks like it's still going on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, waiting for war. NBC News going inside a nearly abandoned Ukrainian village that would be on the front lines of any Russian invasion. Matt Bradley shows us who's left there.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Vladimir Putin says the U.S. and NATO have ignored Russia's security concerns in his first comments about Ukraine in more than a month. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner's in Moscow. Matt, Putin finally breaking his silence. What else did he say about the U.S. proposal?
Thank you, Allison. Well, we heard a few things from President Putin today. Not all of it's all that surprising, I have to say. We got a very kind of standard, though abridged version of the laundry list of grievances. We heard things such as it's the United States that's trying to provoke Russia into a war with Ukraine right now, perhaps so that they can have justification to slap more sanctions on Russia. They also kind of went on a little bit about a fear that if Ukraine joins NATO, it might feel emboldened to try to take, for example, retake Crimea by force. All of this, of course, coming along with, as you said, a restatement of something we're hearing over and over and over again from its foreign minister, from his press secretary, that the West has just ignored Russia's demands. And there were two things that really stuck out to me on that point. He said basically that we need to find a way to ensure security for Russia, Ukraine, and Europe, leaving the United States out of this, but that can only be done with serious, thoughtful attitude to the documents Russia has proposed. That would, of course, be what Russians call the security proposals, the security guarantee proposals, what we've been calling demands. There's one other quote on that point I want to mention. He hopes to find a solution, though it's not going to be easy, and he is not yet ready to say what that solution might be. So Vladimir Putin seems very much interested, kind of as the takeaway, in keeping this will he, won't he game going.
Matt, Russia's foreign minister is speaking with Secretary of State Antony Blinken again today. What's the Kremlin saying about their call?
Yeah, so this was another interesting puzzle piece. We got a little bit more detail from Lavrov, though, they are all reinforcing the same central talking points. Lavrov said that there must have been a misunderstanding because the United States just simply ignored the primary demands. So again, nothing new there. But those comments came just before Putin emerged today. And then after Putin was done speaking, the Russian Foreign Ministry actually published what they say is a copy of the letter that they sent Tony Blinken yesterday, seeking clarifications on something that they're calling the concept of the indivisibility of security. This is kind of what they're honing in on now. It's a concept that you find in the founding documents of the OSCE. This is a security body in Europe. Russia now is demanding from every single member in the OSCE, it seems, just based on the reading of that letter, for their own individual clarification on this concept. They don't want to hear from blocs. They don't want another copy of the NATO letter. They want to hear from each individual country how they interpret this question before Russia moves forward. So one way to interpret that is Russia's playing for time. To what ends, it's impossible to know right now.
Matt Bodner in Moscow, where we have finally heard from Vladimir Putin. Thank you so much. Staying and waiting. A handful of elderly people still living near Ukraine's border with Russia, waiting for a possible invasion, while everyone else has fled the front lines. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in eastern Ukraine. Matt, I understand you visited one village on the front lines today. What'd you hear from the people who are still there?
That's right. It was in the town of Zalote. It's a small village. It's tucked into what is the self-appointed name of the Luhansk People's Republic. And this is a separatist Russian-backed enclave that has been fighting against just the state of Ukraine for the past 8 years. This is one of the reasons why, Allison, when we talk about Ukraine, people here aren't that surprised. They're not that worried. Because at the end of the day, they have been fighting from their perspective this war for the past 8 years. But in this village, they are on the front line. They are very tired of it. And the inconvenience, the horror of the war has led a lot of people, especially the young, to leave. I spoke with at least one older woman. And, she was saying that she feels Russian. She also feels Ukrainian. There's a dual identity in this part of the country. A lot of people have loyalty to both. But she said she felt not loyalty really to either one, but a loyalty to both identities. And she felt that this was a war that was pitted against elites, not against people like her. She has a lot of Russian friends, and she loves them deeply. She has a lot of Ukrainian friends who she also loves. But she's going to be the victim in a fight that she feels has nothing to do with her, her family, or her community. And that's the way a lot of people in this region feel. Allison?
Matt, I understand you also spent some time in the trenches with Ukrainian troops. How did they feel about the Russian buildup near the border? What did they tell you?
Yeah, again, those Russian troops, they've been there for much, much, much longer than we have, much longer than the fears of war have been circling around the world. So all of these, what they consider to be rather shrill, rather alarmist comments that they've been hearing from the international community in the last couple of weeks, to them, this is just ordinary. And so for them, they feel as though they've been standing vigil there for a very long time, and standing vigil is maybe a grand term. They've been digging trenches. This is like a World War I style of conflict. But when we were out there, it was a bit cheeky. They had a Vladimir Putin face on a dummy that they had made up for target practice, and they were shooting at it earlier. And, you could see how there was just this horrible grind to a war that had not really come. But we spoke with one very elderly gentleman, a soldier there, and here's what he had to say. In Kyiv and other places, people seem pretty relaxed, and even the president is pretty relaxed. I mean, are you expecting an invasion, or do you think this is all just going to go away?
Ну, на мою думку, це більше нагнітання, але готовим треба бути і до війни, тому що ми не можемо передбачити їхні дії на 100%.
I don't expect the invasion like right now, but of course we need to be prepared anyway because we don't forecast what they are planning to do.
So we got to be honest, Allison, this is a military that's outmanned and outgunned by the nearly 130,000 Russian troops who are, built up along the border. Once those troops go over the berm into Ukraine, it's hard to see how this force of Ukrainian soldiers, whose guns include mostly AK-47s and other weapons and tactics like those trenches that belong to wars from the previous century, it's hard to see how they're going to hold their own against that overwhelming force from the Russian military. But that is a decision that's going to be up to the Ukrainians, and we'll see whether or not Vladimir Putin actually pulls the trigger and goes through with this.
All right.
Allison?
Matt Bradley in Ukraine. Thank you. Coming up, 2 Connecticut detectives on leave after the deaths of 2 black women. Why their families say the investigations were mishandled. That's next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm going to change your life. Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing.
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go.
CNBC, get yours.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In Connecticut, a search for justice. 2 black women found dead on the same day in the same city. Their families calling the police involved racially insensitive. Now 2 Bridgeport detectives are off the job. Here's NBC News correspondent Zinkley Esawan.
2 Connecticut detectives suspended and placed on administrative leave in an announcement from Bridgeport's mayor. They're accused of mishandling investigations into the deaths of 2 black women.
I am extremely disappointed with the leadership of the Bridgeport Police Department and have found the actions taken up to this point with regard to these 2 investigations unacceptable.
Lauren Smithfields and Brenda Lee Rawls found dead the same day in the same city. Now the families of those women are speaking out.
They treated her as if they found a body on the street with no identification or anything. That was very disrespectful.
Following their criticism and community demonstrations, the detectives Kevin Cronin and Angel Llanos now temporarily off the job and under investigation.
For lack of sensitivity to the public, for failure to follow police policy in the handling of these two matters.
Just 2 weeks before Christmas, Lauren Smith-Fields was found dead in her apartment. The family previously told NBC they were not notified by police within 24 hours and had challenges contacting the detective on the case.
He told me directly on the phone, stop calling me, and hung up in my face.
Right. Exactly.
Like, it was just total disrespect.
Exactly.
According to a police incident report provided by the family attorney, the 23-year-old was found by a 37-year-old white man she allegedly met on the dating app Bumble. NBC is not naming him because he has not been charged.
We know that if it was a black male with a white female that was found dead at 23 years old, this person would have been a person of interest. And that didn't happen here.
The two families are now represented by the same lawyer, Darnell Crossland. The family preparing to sue the city of Bridgeport for its, quote, racially insensitive handling of the case. The Connecticut chief medical examiner ruled Smith-Field's cause of death an accident due to acute drug-related intoxication. Now police say there's a criminal investigation into Smith-Field's death. After the mayor's announcement on Sunday, the family called for more accountability, asking why the evidence the family collected at the scene, including blood-stained sheets, a sedative pill, and a used condom, was not immediately sent to the lab for testing.
I want an outside investigation. We want the Department of Justice to come in and do their own investigation.
On the same day of Lauren Smith-Field's death, Brenda Lee Rawls was found dead at a Bridgeport residence, according to the family.
Did the police ever contact you regarding the fact that your sister had died or where her remains were?
No. We had to do practically our own investigation. This detective that was supposed to be on Brenda case, I called 4 to 5 times. He never ever called me back.
The family says Rawls went to a man's house the evening of December 11th. They didn't hear from her for 2 days. When they went to his house on December 14th,
is Brenda there? And he said, no, Brenda passed away on Sunday. He claimed that he tried to wake her up and she wouldn't wake up. There was no scene investigation. His apartment, his house was not quarantined to collect evidence. We're not getting any answers from the police department.
Rawls' cause of death has not yet been determined. The detectives on leave, Cronin and Llanos, did not immediately respond to our requests for comment.
I mean, whatever happened that night, we want to know. And we want to feel like that they care as much as we care.
That does it for us this hour. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
Within just the last 20 minutes, as we were getting ready to come on the air, you had Pfizer officially asking for the green light for emergency authorization for little kids and the vaccine. Up until now, you know, a missing piece of the puzzle and a potentially huge step in the fight against COVID. We'll talk about what parents need to know coming up. And in North Carolina, a chemical fire burning out of control. Thousands of people are having to evacuate because of a possible explosion. And fire crews can't even get close to the scene to fight it right now. We're going to show it to you live. Plus, winter is here, sure, but when the deep freeze comes to a place like Texas, it can be a nightmare. And that's the forecast for this weekend, with millions of people in the path of a huge ice storm. We'll check out those weather maps in a minute. And for the first time in weeks, we are finally hearing directly from Vladimir Putin himself about that military buildup on the border of Ukraine. What he is, and maybe as importantly, what he is not saying, and why the UK Prime Minister calls the whole thing a clear and present danger. Plus, you know, companies are desperate to slow down the so-called Great Resignation. So now, some of them are giving workers a piece of the pie. We'll explain how in tonight's original later on in the show. We start tonight with some, frankly, much-needed good news on the COVID front, because just in the last, 20, 30 minutes, we had Pfizer requesting this emergency use authorization from the FDA for its vaccine for kids under 5. It means the vaccine could be available potentially here by the end of February, would require 2 doses. And listen, if you're a parent, you know this. This is the only game in town for kids 6 months to 5 years old. It would be the first. Pfizer, in a release tonight, pointing out about the request that more than 10 million children have tested positive for COVID in this country, and that kids under 4 account for more than 1.6 million of those cases. Let's bring in NBC's Tom Costello, who's following this breaking news for us. Tom, this is a big deal. I don't have to tell you, as a parent myself, my parent text chain, is blowing up over this. All the group chats are excited about this news. Can you explain specifically what is Pfizer asking for and what's the timeline here?
Well, here's a real interesting twist. Pfizer only submitted this request for emergency use authorization because the FDA asked Pfizer to submit the request. Because the FDA is saying, listen, we need to expedite this process. We can't wait to see the research on the efficacy of 3 doses. We know 2 doses should at least start that age group towards some form of having immunity against COVID-19. And so we want to start this now. We want to start the approval process now. So on the FDA's request, the Pfizer did go ahead and submit a request for emergency use authorization. Now, the FDA has set February 15th, 2 weeks from now, for that first meeting with the outside advisory committee to begin analyzing the data. Is, in fact, this 2-dose regimen, is it safe for kids under the age of 5? The dose, keep in mind, is 1/10 of the dose that you and I get, that adults get. But is it safe? All the data suggests so far it is safe. But then what about that 3rd dose that many people believe kids need to give them full immunization? Well, the research isn't there yet. They want to start this process as the research continues on that 3rd dose because they want to start this entire immunization process. You know, we got 100,000 kids were in hospitals with COVID 2 weeks ago. 100,000. I mean, it's a very high number, and it's even higher among younger kids than teenagers. So the FDA and pediatricians believe that they've got to move fast on this. But I talked to one of the top pediatricians you've seen often, Dr. Paul Offit, who's on the outside advisory committee, and he says, listen, we are not going to approve this unless we are absolutely convinced it is safe for our kids and our grandkids.
That message, I think, Tom, cannot get hit home enough here when you look at the landscape of parents who might be vaccine hesitant right now. There's this new analysis from the Kaiser Family Foundation that says only 18.8% of kids are now fully vaccinated. About 28% have gotten the first shot, according to federal data. But there is some concern, I know, from experts that you've talked to, that I've talked to, that some parents may be a little bit nervous, right, about giving their kids this vaccine, even though pediatricians that we've talked to, doctors, have said this is a huge and potentially important step in the fight against this pandemic.
Yeah, and the other point here is that, you know, mRNA technology, which is the technology used in this vaccine with Pfizer and also Moderna, they're not injecting you with any portion of a live virus. Right. And that's the difference, right? This is a cutting-edge technology, which is essentially telling your body how to respond to the virus without injecting you with the virus, and it's proven to be very effective. But you're right. I mean, listen, the Kaiser Family Foundation also found that only 31% of parents with kids under the age of 5 are going to get their kids vaccinated right away. Quite a few are going to wait to see how it is treated, how it's handled among the larger childhood population. And some are saying, no, we're not going to vaccinate our kids at all because we're not concerned about it. All right. But again, 100,000 kids in the hospital 2 weeks ago. Right. 3.5 million kids had tested positive for COVID just last week. And can I make the point? A lot of parents and a lot of doctors are saying, listen, we don't know what the long-term effects of COVID are, right? We know that most kids get over it quickly, but we don't know about long-term debilitating effects in the lungs, in the brain, in the entire respiratory system. And as a result, we do need to vaccinate kids.
This decision point may be coming up real quick, Tom, timeline-wise. You mentioned, I think it was February 15th, right, that one of the FDA panels will be looking at this. Does that mean we are on track potentially for people to have their kids under 5 get vaccinated maybe in March? Or are we looking at a longer time frame?
Assuming that the FDA and then the CDC approve it, assuming that it all goes as planned, then yes, we could see shots in arms of young kids by early March 1st, somewhere in there.
Tom Costello with that breaking news for us. We'll look for more of your reporting tonight on Nightly. Tom, thank you for jumping in front of a camera for us. Appreciate it. To Winston-Salem, North Carolina now, where a huge fire is burning out of control at a fertilizer plant as we speak. There's real concern it could cause an explosion any second. Look at this. More than 6,000 people have had to leave their homes. They've been told, get out, get away from this. Firefighters want everybody in the area to stay as far from this as they can, calling this whole situation very volatile. Crews haven't even been able to get up closer to this fire today to fight it because it's just so risky. It's burning so hot and so fast. Here's why. There's a huge amount of ammonium nitrate inside. If you don't know what that is, it's a chemical that's used a lot in fertilizers and used in explosives, too. You've got all these people within a 1-mile radius told to leave. Nobody's been hurt so far, but there are still some real concerns tonight. I want to bring in Emily Aketa, who's following this story for us. Emily, what do we know about what happens tonight, overnight, into tomorrow for folks in this community.
Hey there, Hallie. So fire officials say they're going to continue to maintain that 1 mile evacuation radius, not just for residents, but also for firefighters. They say they're taking their cues from experts, people familiar with this ammonium nitrate substance, and they are indicating that the biggest risk should diminish by the morning. In the meantime, they're going to continue to be on high alert, take those precautions. Firefighters using drones and helicopters to monitor the fire, the size of the blaze for now, Hallie.
They're taking precautions for good reason, right? You heard the mayor of Winston-Salem make this comparison to what we saw as it relates to this fertilizer plant, to what happened at the West Fertilizer Company storage and distribution facility out in West Texas. That was back in April 2013. There's 3 times more ammonium nitrate in this plant than there was there, right? Luckily, this one's not deadly, right? At least at this point, nobody's been hurt, which is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. Another voice we're hearing from, the fire chief in that community. He's been on the job, he says, for more than 3 decades, and he's never faced a risk quite like this. Fortunately, the latest update, it appears that the size of the fire is beginning to reduce. But something that you have to keep in mind when it comes to this compound, ammonium nitrate, is that it's extremely unpredictable. And so there are a number of elements. Just a slight change could totally shift the course of this fire. So another reason why they have to remain on high alert. They're keeping people far from the scene. And you mentioned that Texas incident that essentially leveled an entire town just outside of Waco. When you're looking at the numbers, the fire chiefs today said that in that Texas plant, the fertilizer plant, it had about 240 tons of ammonium nitrate in the area. Well, in this North Carolina plant, the number is closer to 600 tons, Hallie.
You talked to, I think, in our team, one woman who lives in the area of this. She said she didn't even hear any emergency alerts or anything like that.
Yeah, and really people were kind of getting the message through various ways, social media, but you can imagine just how terrifying of a situation this is for the community when you're woken up in the middle of the night, whether it be by an alert on Facebook or the sounds of sirens or the speakers, bright lights, and then also that smell of smoke, and not just the typical smell of smoke. This is more of like spent fireworks. And so people are then hearing of what's at stake, that they might not actually have a neighborhood to return home to. That fear is so palpable, and really it's easy to empathize. Here's one of the evacuees. Take a listen.
We don't know what chemicals we're breathing in. We don't know what's on fire. We don't know how dangerous it is. You know, long-term effects. We had no idea. I didn't even know there was a fertilizer plant, nor did I know that it had these dangerous chemicals.
The investigation into the cause of the fire still ongoing, Hallie. I will add that the plant was just inspected last December, and reportedly there were no issues. So a lot of questions still here. Hallie?
Emily, following all those developments for us tonight. Emily, thank you. If you thought the worst of winter was over, I hope you didn't think that just because it's February 1st, you're not going to get slammed. Get ready for this storm so big it stretches across 2,000 miles, 21 states, and is going to be bringing extreme snow and cold and pretty dangerous ice this week. Here's the maps. 85 million people are under these winter weather alerts from Colorado all the way to Vermont. This could be one of the worst storms for the Midwest in decades. And it could also be catastrophic for folks in the South. Why? Because of this ice storm. Places that aren't used to weather like that, places that aren't used to a quarter-inch of ice, for example, in Dallas, Little Rock, etc. You had Texas's governor saying today they're going to utilize every state agency they can to try to respond to this storm. Bill Cairns is here with the forecast here. Bill, this feels like it could be a monster here, especially for folks in the Midwest.
Hallie, the rule of thumb is whenever it looks like our children have taken crayons to the weather maps, that's usually bad. The more colors, the worse.
Yeah, not great. And that looks pretty colorful behind you, friend.
Yeah, already, right? It's only going to get worse. So, yeah, this is the map that shows you the 85 million people that are impacted. This is roughly about 25% of our country. Everywhere that you see the pinkish colors under winter storm warnings, the blue is under a winter storm watch, the white is with winter weather advisories. We don't have any ice storm warnings yet, but those will be coming later tonight and tomorrow. The storm hasn't even started yet, but when we wake up tomorrow morning, that's when it begins. From Oklahoma City to St. Louis, that's when the ice storm will begin for you. The green on this map shows you rain. The blue shows you where it's snowing. Okay. The pink is the ice. some people don't mind the snow. Everybody hates the ice. And so here's how it plays out. That icy line right in the middle starts to head towards Dallas late Wednesday night, all the way to St. Louis. And then the snowstorm. This will be an epic snowstorm from St. Louis to Chicago, northern Indiana. And then I paused to the map at midday Thursday. That's kind of the peak of the storm. Notice that we have freezing rain and ice from Dallas to Austin, Little Rock. You know, we're talking southern cities that don't deal with this that often. That's why it gets to be a huge ordeal. And then this entire mess begins to slide east by the time we get into Friday. So how much snow is everyone going to get? Well, we're not getting a ton of snow in areas like Texas and Oklahoma. We're more concerned with ice in these areas. We can deal with 1 to 3 inches of snow. Of course, Dallas being the exception. We don't want the snow there, but you're going to get more freezing rain than anything else. The really high snowfall totals, the ones that could end up historic, somewhere in between Indianapolis, Chicago, and St. Louis. I have Champaign in there, 12 to 16 inches. It's a huge snowstorm by Midwest standards, and that would be one of the top all-time biggest snowstorms in Champaign history. Also, Detroit at 6 to 10. And then finally, ice, huge issue everywhere in this pink. And this is the ugly map, but this is like the color crayons I would have chosen. This is the problem. If you're in that bright pink, that could be a crippling ice storm, Hallie.
And the problem with that, obviously, Bill, ice gets on the roads, ice gets on the power lines, power goes out, it makes it tough to get around. There's I mean, that's the stuff that is really scary for folks who aren't used to dealing with ice, because even people who are used to dealing with a lot of ice, it's a sketchy, problematic thing.
Yeah, when you start to go days like that, it gets to be a big issue. And, you know, we could have people without power into the weekend. And then if it's cold behind it, then you get, you know, it was only about a year ago, Texas had that horrific ice storm and snowstorm, and then the cold outbreak behind it. We saw what happened in Texas. That's what we're hoping to avoid. And, Hallie, I do know that we do have to talk a little bit about the Northeast, because this is Friday's forecast for the Northeast. This one's a little more iffy, but we are going to have problems with snow, ice, and rain in the Northeast. Right now, the heaviest snows are more towards northern portions of the Northeast, not in the I-95 corridor, but we'll have to watch it. Still 3 days away. As of now, Friday, if you're traveling around New York City, keep an eye on that forecast, because it could get very messy and slippery.
I'm just glad you have a home cam. Bill Cairns, I'm sure I'll be seeing more of you from it over the next few days. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Breaking tonight, a whole bunch of headlines around what's happening with the January 6th committee investigating the Capitol riot. And they all have one thing in common: former President Donald Trump. Starting with this afternoon, just a couple of hours ago, Republican leader Senator Mitch McConnell responding for the first time about what Mr. Trump said over the weekend, suggesting he would pardon people who are charged, plead guilty, convicted of crimes related to the Capitol riot. Senator McConnell wasn't all that into that idea. Watch.
My view is I would not be in favor of shortening any of the sentences for any of the people who pleaded guilty to crimes.
So some daylight, not altogether shocking, between Senator McConnell and former President Trump. We're also adding more names this afternoon to the list of people who are talking to congressional investigators on that January 6th committee, starting with probably the highest profile name so far. The head of the Oath Keepers, a guy named Stuart Rhodes. You see him here. He's pleaded not guilty to seditious conspiracy charges. He will testify tomorrow, according to his attorney. And then a different guy, former Penn aide, somebody named Greg Jacob. That's him there, testifying today. We don't know what he said or how in-depth he got related to his interactions and what he saw on and around that day with former Vice President Mike Pence. Leanne Caldwell is on Capitol Hill. Leanne, this is like news potpourri, right? Because there's a lot of headlines on this. And let me start with Senator Mitch McConnell, you know, pushing back gently, I think is fair to characterize it, not as aggressively as some other Republicans have, on this idea that Donald Trump said, as we've talked about here on this show, and an idea to supercharge his base, I think, ahead of a potential 2024 run. He may pardon some of these people charged with January 6th related crimes. McConnell's basically saying, nah, I don't think that's a good idea. Is that the view in the broader Republican Party?
Yeah, well, Hallie, McConnell's tone, actually, when I first read the transcript, I didn't see what McConnell said. I wasn't there. And when I read it, I was like, oh, McConnell's being very light here. But looking at the video, his tone was very forceful, actually, for Leader McConnell. He's usually much more soft-spoken. So I was a little taken aback by that. And he seems to have the same position as other Republicans, at least in the Senate. We heard Senator Lindsey Graham over the weekend say that it was inappropriate appropriate for the former president to say that. We know that Lindsey Graham is close with Donald Trump. And there's a bunch of Senate Republicans who are working on this Electoral Count Act, which is related to what happened on January 6th with the vice president. And they have said that this is more reason to continue with trying to shore up this legislation. You do have the MAGA squad, though, in the House, who, of course, have been saying this for months, that these people in the charge of January 6th, their sentences should be reduced or they should be let go. Hallie.
The idea that what we heard from the former president is adding some urgency to those Electoral Count Act reforms. You've also got this guy, Stuart Rhodes, Leanne, charged with a very serious crime. This is the first time, I believe, that the January 6th committee is going to be talking with somebody, or somebody will be appearing in front of them, who's been charged with such a serious crime. What is the expectation here? It feels like probably low. He could certainly go in and plead the fifth and avoid anything self-incriminating.
Yeah, and that's what we expect. But thinking about what the January 6th committee's goal is, they have a lot of goals, but central is they want to connect the dots and see how the former president and the White House worked with all these different forces leading up to January 6th. And so what they care about as far as Stuart Rhodes is concerned is if there was any communication with the White House when he was gearing up for that rally and that attack on that day. But we don't expect him to say much to the January 6th committee. He has this whole legal investigation that's ongoing. He is in jail. That's where he's going to be giving his testimony. So, in the two different cases, I don't know which one's more important, what he says the January 6th committee or this legal case against him by the Department of Justice.
Quick context here, Leanne, because this is a potpourri of things. Is it that the January 6th committee is ramping up their activity, that they are doing more and putting the pedal to the metal in recent days? Or is it more that we're just hearing about it publicly, or both?
I think it's a mixture of things. And honestly, I think that some of these stories are coming out in part because people who have spoken with the January 6th committee or are being subpoenaed by the January 6th committee, a lot of people are getting nervous. And so they are trying to set the agenda and do what they need to do. And that's why some of these stories are coming out and being broken in the news, because the January 6th committee is closing in on a lot of people. And I am told that it is costing these people a lot of money, Hallie.
I bet. Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much for your reporting on the Hill. Let's go to Russia now, where for the first time, in more than a month, Vladimir Putin has something to say, about that massive military buildup along Ukraine's border. It happened not too long ago today when the Russian president accused the U.S. of ignoring the concerns of his country. And he's not backing down from what has been his big demand all along. He's always said this. He wants NATO to stop expanding to the east. That means no Ukraine. That is a non-starter for the U.S. and our allies. Now, Putin didn't get into a ton of detail, but the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, told our Andrea Mitchell, it kind of sounds like from Putin, business as usual.
No, I think it's a sign that we are still having ongoing discussions with the Russians.
I want to bring in Matt Bodner in Moscow, who, listen, you cover Vladimir Putin, you cover what's going on in Russia. The significance here is that he is finally, we just talked a couple nights ago, Matt, about how Putin has been behind the scenes. We haven't seen much of him publicly. We did today. What stood out to you?
Thanks, Hallie. Well, obviously, this is one of the most hyped Vladimir Putin press conferences possibly ever. Slightly disappointing, I got to say, but if you were a first-time Vladimir Putin viewer, you got a very nice abridged look at the classic list of grievances. We heard things such as basically NATO in the West is responsible for the current situation. We got a little bit of the paranoia that usually comes with it, though I have to say, at a certain point, you have to just assume Vladimir Putin really believes these things. So here's a taste. The entire crisis right now is somehow a U.S. plot to try to coax Russia, trap Russia into a war it doesn't want so that it could then be hit with even more sanctions. We then heard him kind of go into some musings about the implications of a Ukraine in NATO, saying, what if Ukraine gets so emboldened that it tries to retake Crimea by force? Is that going to draw NATO into a war with Russia or vice versa? He said, it seems like no one's ever thought about these issues. They have, but we can go into that another time. So we got a lot of that. But we also got some concrete stuff from him that we need to pay attention to. He said that he believes it is possible for there to be some kind of, renegotiation of European security if Russia's demands are taken into serious consideration. And he also said that he thinks that, this is possible. He doesn't know how. He's not ready to say. So he's very much leaving his options open, as usual. This is all very classic Vladimir Putin.
So why did you say, Matt, then, that this was, you felt in some ways, a disappointing appearance from Vladimir Putin? Explain that piece of it.
I was kind of hoping we'd get a little more insight into what way he's going to take this. But I think that he's playing for time. So this will he, won't he game, we're not anywhere near being done with it.
And other partners of the U.S. are noticing this. We heard from the UK Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, who was over in Ukraine, meeting with the Ukrainian president to say basically, hey, we have your back. We defend you against how the world sees Moscow's troop buildup. Here's what he had to say.
Somebody said, were we exaggerating the threat? Were the US and the UK in any way trying to big this up? And I just got to say that is not the intelligence that we're seeing. This is a clear and present danger.
Clear and present danger is how he's describing it. This is a forceful international response, Matt. Do you get any sense that that is part of the reason why we saw Putin today come out and now sort of remind everybody, I'm here too, and here's what I think, here's my demands?
Not only that, I think that's definitely correct, but Vladimir Putin today is also showing us that he, too, can be a people person. So it's important to note, this press conference was after a meeting with Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, one of Putin's kind of biggest supporters in the European Union, in NATO. Right before we got into all the NATO stuff, Putin announced a gas deal with Hungary, 15 years below market price. So that's the carrot. That's Putin reminding some of his customers in Europe, some of his friends in Europe that, we can give you good deals.
Matt Bodner, live for us there in Moscow tonight. Matt, great to have you. Really appreciate your insights. We're learning tonight more about the Supreme Court selection process for the Biden administration because, yes, it is officially the start of SCOTUS season. February 1st, President Biden's going to pick a replacement for retiring Justice Stephen Breyer, he says, by the end of the month. And now we know that former Alabama Senator Doug Jones is going to be what in Washington parlance people like to call one of the Sherpas. Basically a guide to whoever this nominee is as they go through meetings on Capitol Hill, go through the interview and confirmation process, et cetera. They basically work to prep her, and I say her specifically because that President Biden has pledged to select a black woman as his pick to become the next Supreme Court justice. Comes as the White House has taken its first step today towards picking a nominee. You saw President Biden and Vice President Harris meeting these two that you see on the screen, these two senators, Chuck Grassley, top Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Dick Durbin, top Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee, with President Biden making really clear what he's looking for. Watch.
What I'm looking for is a candidate with character, with the qualities of a judge in terms of being courteous to the folks before them and treating people with respect, as well as a judicial philosophy that is more one that suggests that there are unenumerated rights in the Constitution.
We also know that President Biden also called Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell today, with McConnell, according to his office, telling President Biden it's important for a nominee who believes in an independent judicial system, somebody who would resist any political pressures. Up next, some breaking news coming into us. Brian Flores, fired as coach of the Miami Dolphins after the season, now filing a federal lawsuit against the NFL. We're going to explain why. And some of the NFL legends, including Bill Belichick, whose name is in the filing, and a mistaken text message. How this all plays in. We're going to talk about that in a sec.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet?
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We got some breaking news into us tonight. Former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores accusing the NFL and its teams of racism in a new class action lawsuit. Flores, who's black, says the New York Giants put together a, quote, sham interview for their head coaching job. He also accuses Dolphins owner Stephen Ross of tampering and accuses Denver Broncos general manager John Elway of misconduct in a 2019 interview. NBC News, we should note, has not gotten any statements from these teams or the NFL about this lawsuit, at least not yet. I want to bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. And Danny, let me read from this class action complaint where Flores' lawyer says he wanted to, quote, shine a light on the racial injustices that take place inside the NFL and to effectuate real change for the future. The context is really important here because this is a league, Danny, that's about 70% black. And right now there's only one black head coach in the NFL after Flores' firing. There's no black owners. What stands out to you from the accusations that Flores is making here?
Oh, this complaint shines a light, all right, and not just on Flores' situation, but the history of alleged discrimination in the NFL. And everyone gets hit by the shrapnel, it seems. Bill Belichick has some cringeworthy moments or appearances in his text messages. So, too, are the allegations against John Elway. Not flattering at all. Nobody is safe in this complaint. It takes no prisoners and sets out a lengthy allegations of history of discrimination in the NFL.
You mentioned Bill Belichick. The only reason Flores says he knows about that he got passed over for this job is because Bill Belichick apparently texted him 3 days before Flores' interview, apparently put in the wrong Brian, right? Because basically congratulating, saying the job went to Brian Dable, who is white, who is not black. The texts are in the lawsuit, right? We should note Flores, by the way, is still looking for a job. He says he knows he's risking that in a statement, but wants to stand up for systemic racism in the NFL. What's interesting here is he says he was then forced to sit through an interview knowing he didn't get the job. And he claims, according to this lawsuit, that, you know, they were taken the Rooney Rule, which is this NFL rule that says you have to interview at least one diverse candidate for the head coach position, you know, to an extreme degree here.
That's right. And the Rooney Rule, the complaint says, has been not only ineffective, it's gone backwards. When the Rooney Rule was implemented, allegedly there were, I believe, 2 or 3 NFL head coaches. Now there is one. So as the complaint puts it, we've gone backwards, not forward. And, oh, the cringeworthiness of both Bill Belichick's text message where he accidentally got the wrong Brian and congratulated someone, and then the fact that allegedly this plaintiff sat through all those interviews knowing supposedly that the decision had already been made. But the key for him in this complaint is if he cannot show discriminatory intent, he's going to need to show enough of a discriminatory impact in order to make those allegations stick. Because the mere fact that there is an inequity does not necessarily lead to the conclusion legally that there is discrimination. So it's not a layup. It's not an easy. It's not a 1-yard field goal for this plaintiff. He's got to make and meet his burden.
Danny Savalos, we appreciate the football analogy. Thank you. As I was talking to Danny, we actually got a statement from the New York Giants here. I want to read it to you related to this lawsuit, literally just into us, saying, quote, "We are pleased and confident with the process that resulted in the hiring of Brian Dable. We interviewed an impressive and diverse group of candidates. The fact of the matter is, Brian Flores was in the conversation to be our head coach until the 11th hour. Ultimately, we hired the individual we felt was most qualified to be our next head coach." A lot of football news today. Right, that's one piece of it. That's one piece breaking now. There's another football story. I am willing to bet $1,000 you probably have heard about by now. Tom Brady putting to rest this whole will he or won't he thing, right? Saying he is going to retire. He's going to be walking away from the NFL after 22 years of, to his credit, rewriting the record books. He's 44 years old, and for the first time ever, he's talking about his career in the past tense, saying he'll focus his time on other things. He'll leave it up now to the next generation of players. You may be like, wait a second, didn't I already hear that Brady retired over the weekend when ESPN broke that story? Yes, but at the time, the 7-time Super Bowl champ was sort of downplaying it, going on podcasts, having his dad come out and say, no, he hasn't made up his mind. Today, Tuesday, he has. Brady leaves the NFL with the most wins, the most touchdowns, the most passing yards, the most completions, and, 7 Super Bowl rings. And if you know me as an Eagles fan, you'll know how hard it was for me to choke that sentence out without crying. Let me bring in Morgan Chesky now. And Morgan, there are some words that are not part of Brady's retirement announcement, and that's New England Patriots, right? He's leaving, playing for the Bucs, but I think everybody knows him as a Pats guy, no?
Right. And I mean, Hallie, this was a lengthy Instagram post that dropped this morning. Of course, everybody was waiting for official word from Tom himself on his future. Yesterday, he says in a podcast, I'm still considering all options right now. And so for him to put this out, just page after page of thank yous to the Buccaneers organization, to head coach Bruce Arians, to the Glazer family who owns them, to all of his teammates, not a mention of not just New England, but the Patriots organization, no mention of Robert Kraft, no mention of Bill Belichick. He did say thank you to all the great teammates I've played with. But, yeah, that is a pretty big omission. It does beg the question, how intentional was it? We do have to remember that whenever he left New England 2 years ago, he gave a lengthy thank you to the New England Patriots, to everyone affiliated with that program, to the fans, to everyone he said believed in him when nobody else did. So you could think that he was giving the Buccaneers their due since he has spent the past 2 years there and he won a Super Bowl with them. So it's up to interpretation, but no doubt a notable omission from a retirement message that everyone was kind of waiting for.
Listen, a huge, significant retirement message for fans of football or fans of, like, the cultural zeitgeist more broadly, something that Tom Brady has been a part of for years now. He's an athlete, but he's also a businessman. He's got other irons in the fire as it relates to what he might do next, right?
He absolutely does. And in fact, on one of the last slides in his retirement message, he says that he is excited about, taking steps to consider what his next business opportunities will be. Of course, he already has that TB12 brand that's incredibly well known in the sports world. He also has other investments in other arenas right now that we'll likely see if he stays off the field and does venture more into business. He'll certainly lean into in the coming months and years ahead. That said, there is still a lingering question here, Hallie. I actually put a poll on my Instagram page earlier asking people, do you believe that announcement or not, Tom Brady's actually done playing football? And about 75% of people say yes, but a quarter of the folks still see that this isn't the last we're going to see of 12. Time will tell. It was an extensive retirement message today.
Yeah.
But this is also Tom Brady. Heck of a competitor here. He's the GOAT. So we'll see.
I know. I mean, he did, Giants fans who produced this segment would point out he had a Super Bowl defeat, right? He's had some. Eagles fans would point that out,
Not one, but two, of course.
Right. Listen, I admire your initiative in putting out that poll on your Instagram. It might not meet the scientific methodology for NBC News standards, but listen, it's a data point, and I appreciate you bringing it to it. Morgan, love talking sports with you, friend. Thank you for being here with us. Coming up here on the show, more bomb threats targeting historically black colleges and universities, even more than we first told you about last night. Ken Delanian has more in just a second on how seriously schools should be taking this. And have you heard about this? Whoopi Goldberg catching some heat for saying the Holocaust was, in her words, not about race. Her apology coming up in the 5 Things.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this
I
closet.
took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a student has been killed in a shooting at a high school outside Minneapolis. A second student is in critical conditions. The suspects haven't been found yet, but the FBI is helping police with that investigation. We'll watch that too. Number 2, at least 24 people have been killed after serious rain triggered floods and landslides in Brazil. More than 1,500 families have been forced out of their homes. Dozens are still missing. Rescue teams are looking for survivors. Number 3, Whoopi Goldberg says she's sorry for saying the Holocaust wasn't about race. Those are comments she made on The View yesterday and then apologized for in a tweet after getting a ton of backlash. The hosts of the show were talking about a school board's banning of the graphic novel Mouse when Goldberg made that remark. Number 4, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is being called out for not condemning Nazi demonstrations. It happened near Orlando over the weekend. He says political opponents are trying to smear him, quote, as if he had something to do with it. At a press conference, DeSantis said people should not have gathered for that. Happened at an overpass. Number 5, Native American tribes have reached a $665 million settlement in an opioid lawsuit. Johnson & Johnson and the country's 3 biggest drug distributors will pay tribal communities devastated by the drug crisis. Money from the deal will go toward addiction, treatment, and rehab. Students and staff want answers. Some of them want answers from the FBI after yet another round of bomb threats at more than a dozen HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities. And the timing here, the first day of Black History Month. For a second day in a row, schools from Delaware down to Louisiana, look at them on the map here. They've all gotten bomb threats on campus, forcing students, teachers, et cetera, to shelter in place. No bombs have been found on campuses. And listen, the threats aren't new. This is the second round of them. 8 of the most popular HBCUs got threats in early January, too. Ken Delanian is joining us now for more on this. Ken, so the FBI said it would start looking into this last month, in January, I should say, when those initial threats happened. Have they learned anything? Do we know anything more on this front here?
Hallie, the FBI and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms have said that they are looking into this matter in cooperation with local law enforcement. A law enforcement official told me that the same racist language had been used in some of these threats, but that they were still looking into whether this was the work of domestic extremists or just simply pranksters, because the reality is we don't always know what's happening with these bomb threats, but whatever the motive, they are incredibly disruptive to students and professors.
We talk about canceling classes, right? Students should be in school. College kids go to college to learn. Talk about the drain that this puts on schools' resources, on local law enforcement agencies' resources when threats like these come up.
Yeah, an incredible drain. Each of these campuses had to be swept, completely swept, to make sure there were no bombs. And there usually aren't any bombs. Let's face it, these threats often don't lead anywhere. But it's essentially, it's a form of terrorism. I mean, their classes were disrupted, and especially given the historical context here, Hallie, which we all know, in which bombs were used to kill black people, this really is a form of terrorism, whatever the motive.
Ken Delanian live for us on that front. Ken, thank you so much for staying on top of that story. We're going to hope, obviously, that those threats diminish ASAP. Thanks, Ken. It is a terrifying time to be a journalist in Mexico after the killing of a 4th journalist in just a month. Roberto Toledo, who worked with a news outlet called the Monitor Michoacan, was shot and killed Monday by 3 men. He now joins 3 other reporters who were killed in January, just January alone. You see their names on the screen here. Jose Luis Gamboa, Margarito Martinez, and Lourdes Maldonado Lopez. One of the most disturbing things about this, Toledo was actually in a federal protection program for journalists. That's what the risk level is like here. There, I should say. Gadi Schwartz is joining me now. Gadi, I think that this is such an important story to shine a light on here because we are just barely into the 2nd month of the year. 9 journalists died in Mexico last year. What is going on that makes journalists there so vulnerable?
Well, Hallie, to be honest, it really comes down to what is almost complete impunity. All four of those murders are often at the hands of several killers, and so far we have seen 0 arrests. And the brutal reality is it's not just the murders of journalists that go unpunished. It is most murders that happen in Mexico, period. This latest one that you just mentioned, Roberto Toledo, was shot by 3 gunmen in Zitácuaro, where he reported for that local news agency. And again, 95% of crimes against journalists are never prosecuted, which is about the same as the overall rate of prosecution across the country. One think tank estimates that only 2% of killings that are reported are prosecuted, and those are just the ones that are reported. Those are the ones that we're talking about right now. Whereas today, there are still 15 journalists that are missing in Mexico, and all of it's prompting protests as people are demanding more protection be given to those that are risking their lives to expose corruption.
Okay, so a couple of questions here. We talked about how Toledo was in this federal program to protect journalists. One of the other journalists who was killed last month was also in this program. You look at those data points, Gotti, and it's hard not to ask the question, is it not working? Like, what is wrong with this program that it is not having the intended effect of protecting these people?
Yeah, for many, it is clearly not working. There was another journalist, Lourdes Maldonado. She was also in the program. They call it the Mechanism in Mexico, and she enrolled in 2020. She actually stood by the president at one point talking about how she feared her life. She was not receiving the protection that she was promised when she was shot and killed right outside her home. She said before she was killed that she was afraid specifically of walking into and out of her house after work and out of her house going to work. And the government was supposed to offer her a panic button. They were supposed to offer her routine patrols and offer permanent protection from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m., but she did not get that protection. And she was also gunned down by 3 men right in front of her home.
So where is the president on this? Because the spokesperson condemned the latest killing, but you talked about the just completely upsetting rate of unsolved murders here. What are they doing from a leadership perspective in Mexico to make sure this doesn't keep happening?
To be frank, Hallie, it's a cycle that we see happen over and over again. The president and political leaders in Mexico say that this cannot continue, that this is heinous, and that they will investigate this to the fullest extent of the law. But again, 2% of murders in Mexico, according to one think tank, are prosecuted. That's 2% of all murders. We're talking about over 33,000 murders a year. And so the journalists that are in Mexico right now are saying they are demanding protection, but at the same time, a lot of what's being lost in the cracks is that a lot of these journalists are deciding that, look, do I want to report on things that are going to get me killed when there is no repercussion for somebody to kill me? And unfortunately, in a lot of cases, it's a cost-risk analysis that journalists are having to make. Hallie?
Gotti Schwartz, I'm so glad that you're bringing the story to us tonight. I really appreciate you staying on top of it. Thank you. Coming up after the break, we know more Americans are quitting their jobs than ever before. And guess what? The bosses are finally paying attention. Vicki Nguyen explains how some businesses are trying to keep on those workers on the payroll in tonight's original. Plus, the show must go on. Elton John back on tour after getting COVID. We've got those details next in the local.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes, back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, more people are quitting their jobs than ever before. Some businesses say they've got a little secret to try to keep their employees around. Vicki Nguyen reports on this for us in tonight's Original. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our West Coast Bureau, California's making moves to close the country's largest death row. Governor Gavin Newsom announcing all death row inmates at San Quentin State Prison will be moved to general population at other prisons. The state wants to transform that whole spot for rehab and for education instead. From our Southeast Bureau, a Florida Senate committee has approved a bill to make protesting outside of people's homes illegal. Lawmakers mentioned things like anti-mask protests before voting unanimously on this. It makes protesting outside of somebody's house a misdemeanor. Could cost you $500 and 60 days behind bars. And from our Midwest Bureau, Elton John's Chicago concerts will go on as planned. We told you last week he had to cancel some of his shows in Dallas after getting COVID. Well, he'll pick back up with his farewell Yellow Brick Road tour this week at the United Center. Now to today's Original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. You know the Great Resignation? It is official. New data out today by the Labor Department says more than 47 million Americans quit their jobs in 2021. That is a record. That is the highest that number has been since keeping track of this whole number in the year 2000, right? So 22 years here. You, if you're watching this, maybe you're one of the people who was part of the Great Resignation. To put that number in perspective, in 2019, about 42 million people quit their jobs in this country. But some businesses, you may know, Publix grocery stores, Cliff Bar, they've got a strategy for trying to keep employees in the midst of all this historic turnover. Wait till you hear what it is. NBC News' senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen is here to explain.
Michael Aiken works for Johnny's Pizza House in Shreveport, Louisiana. He started as a high school junior in 2008, but after a few years, Michael received a statement on top of his normal paycheck confirming he owned a piece of the company.
And I saw that, oh, such and such amount of stock, and this is your cash value amount of your account. It was, oh, wow, I'm a part of something that's bigger than me, and I can watch something grow.
So how did it happen? Johnny's offers an ESOP, or Employee Stock Ownership Plan. Workers get a slice of the company after 3 years on the job. They can cash out when they leave Johnny's or save until retirement. Michael has now been there for 13 years. He trains employees and helps open new restaurants.
Well, how much of this ownership program played a role in you being there for so many years?
Well, I would say it played a definite role in it. More of your heart goes into your work because you see that statement.
There are 6,500 employee-owned companies in the U.S., names you'd recognize. Cliff Bar with just over 1,000 employees. W.L. Gore, they make Gore-Tex fabric with over 11,000 workers. The nation's largest ESOP, Florida-based Publix grocery stores with 225,000 employees.
Employee-owned businesses tend to have lower turnover and more loyal employees.
Joseph Blasi is a Rutgers professor specializing in employee ownership. A recent report shows these companies fared much better than non-employee-owned companies over the past 2 years. They retained workers at a rate of 4 to 1. Another study found employees at ESOPs had twice the amount of money in their retirement accounts, $132,000 on average.
Most ESOP companies also share cash profits every year with employees, typically in excess of 10% on top of wages.
According to Blasi, if you want to work for an ESOP, expect to be more involved in corporate matters and also share more business-related information with coworkers. And it takes commitment. Maximum wealth comes at retirement.
Some employees, especially in ESOPs, if they're younger, they don't want to wait until retirement to get that big wealth nest egg.
At Johnny's Pizza House, Michael's nest egg has been growing since 2008. The company's CEO tells NBC News multiple employees have retired, cashing out more than $1 million.
People might say, but you work at a pizza restaurant. How is this possible?
It's definitely possible as long as you're taking care of whoever comes through the door and taking care of the things in your four walls and you're making sure your customers are taken care of and coming back. I mean, it's going to work.
Vicki joins us now live. Vicki, thank you so much for bringing us this story. It's fascinating. I know a lot of people who might shop at Publix down in Florida or who might eat Cliff Bars who didn't know, hey, I didn't realize these were ESOPs. Are there specific types of businesses that typically make this kind of move?
Hey, Hallie, yeah, most of the time these are family-owned businesses, and at some point the owner says, you know what, it's time for me to get out. But they don't want to close it down, they don't want to sell it to a corporation, so they say, you know what, let's form one of these plans and sell it back to our employees who worked so hard to help build our success.
What kinds of questions, let's say you do want to work for one of these employee-owned companies and you're going to take a job with them, what should you be asking about as an employee?
Hallie, every business is different, but you definitely want to ask, when am I fully vested? Is there a minimum age for me to enroll? And just remember, they're a little bit like 401ks, so if you leave early, there can be tax implications.
Are people able to search if they specifically want to work for a company like this, where they are invested in the company's success? How do you find those kinds of jobs?
Well, right now in 18 states and the District of Columbia, where you are, Hallie, there are these things called Employee Ownership Resource Centers, so you can search for those and see what's available where you live.
Vicki Nguyen, love it. Thank you. It is news you can use. Love having you on the show. Appreciate it. We're going to stay on top of this struggle of both workers and business owners navigating this great resignation and how the pandemic's affecting the economy tomorrow night, too, when our Maura Barrett looks into how the restaurant industry is basically begging Congress for help after Omicron hit them hard. It's tomorrow night, right here on this show. Up next, we've seen the headlines about schools banning books over topics like race and sexuality, and the biggest battleground may be Texas. Antonia Hilton has exclusive reporting on how some librarians and students are trying to fight back.
I'm going to change your life.
Celebrate Tuesdays.
Who wants in?
CNBC premiere episodes of Shark Tank back to back.
Sounds expensive.
Too much?
You're now in the lexicon of the craziest pitches ever on Shark Tank.
Tune in Tuesdays.
Why would you want one shark when you can have two?
Shark Tank, 2 CNBC premiere episodes back to back.
Amazing!
Tuesdays starting at 9 Eastern.
Let's go!
CNBC, get yours.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
So we just got a couple of news statements in on the Brian Flores story we just told you about a few minutes ago. Remember, Flores suing the NFL and some teams for racial discrimination and alleged tampering. First, this in from the Miami Dolphins. The team says they vehemently deny any allegations, and the implication that they acted in a manner inconsistent with the integrity of the game is incorrect. We're also hearing from the NFL League office. They're saying, quote, diversity is core to everything we do, and that they will defend these claims, which they say that